The Archive of Unwritten Genders. By Erasure. Chapter 1, The Keeper of Absences. The candle had burned down to its final inch when Sage realized they'd been holding their breath. They released it slowly, watching the flame gutter in the disturbed air. 17 feet below street level, in the archive's deepest accessible chamber, even breathing felt like an intrusion. The silence here had weight, not the absence of sound but its opposite, as though centuries of suppressed voices had compressed into something dense enough to touch. Sage touched their collarbone instead. A nervous habit, one they'd never managed to break. Beneath the high collar of their work shirt, beneath the careful layers of fabric and binding and performance, their glyph pulsed with heat. Errored. Unrecognized. Illegal. They were here to catalog another. The file lay open on the coral-carved desk, its pages already curling in the archive's perpetual dampness. Subject #4847. The number meant nothing. The details did. 23 years old, worked in the textile quarter, preferred name Senna. The glyph itself, reproduced in the state's clinical hand, was beautiful, a flowing thing that seemed to exist in the space between two official categories, neither and both, something the system had no language for. Presumably, Senna had thought they were being careful. People always did. They thought if they kept their heads down, worked hard, didn't make trouble, the state might not notice one small irregularity in the great mechanism of society. They thought documentation was just paperwork, harmless, a formality. Sage knew better. They'd been filing these reports for 4 years. 4 years of perfect accuracy, perfect penmanship, perfect compliance. 4 years of being so good at their job that their supervisors praised their work and never looked too closely at the archivist who produced it. They picked up their pen. The nib was silver, enchanted to write in ink that wouldn't fade even in the archive's corrosive atmosphere. Expensive. A gift from Director Kessler herself, presented at last year's annual review with a smile as cold and professional as winter sunlight. For our most meticulous cataloger, she'd said. Sage still remembered the weight of her hand on their shoulder, the way her blue eyes had scanned them with the same clinical precision they brought to every errored glyph that crossed their desk. Subject #4847, Sage wrote. Senna. Age 23. Textile worker, 4th tier. Glyph category, errored. Their hand didn't shake. They'd learned not to let it shake. The archive whispered. Sage paused, pen hovering above the page. They tilted their head, listening. The sound came from everywhere and nowhere, not quite words, not quite wind. The shelves around them stretched up into darkness, carved from the drowned architecture of old Atlanta, their surfaces crusted with barnacles and glyphs that pulsed with faint bioluminescence. Books that were not quite books lined them, their spines marked with symbols that hurt to look at directly. Probably just the settling of the structure. The floating city above was heavy, its weight pressing down through layers of bureaucracy and history and magic. The archive bore it all, creaking and sighing like a ship at sea. Sage returned to their work. Subject displays nonconforming identity markers. Glyph structure suggests blended categorization, incompatible with state registry. Recommend immediate intervention and correction. The words flowed easily. They'd written variations of this report hundreds of times. They knew the language, the rhythm, the careful euphemisms that let everyone pretend this was about order and not erasure. Intervention meant forced magical restructuring. Correction meant pain, trauma, the violent reshaping of a person's fundamental self into something that fit the approved categories. Sage had never witnessed a correction. They didn't need to. They'd catalogued the aftermath enough times to know. They dated the report, signed it in their careful script, and set it in the outgoing tray. There. One more absence documented. One more person flagged for the states. Attention. One more errored glyph that would be corrected or suppressed, leaving the official record clean and the city's magical infrastructure stable. Their job was to make the world legible. To ensure that every citizen could be properly categorized, that the great machinery of society could function without interruption. Someone had to maintain the archives. Someone had to keep perfect records. That it happened to be someone with their own hidden glyph, their own daily performance of compliance, their own constant low-grade terror of discovery, well. That was irony. Or perhaps justice. Sage had stopped trying to determine which. They rose from the desk, knees protesting. They'd been sitting they checked their pocket watch, squinting in the candlelight, 6 hours. Long enough for their legs to go numb and their shoulders to ache. Long enough for the dampness to seep into their bones, making them feel ancient despite being only 32. The archive stretched before them, a labyrinth of knowledge and suppression. They'd been working here since they were 28, assigned to the Arid Glyph Division after scoring perfectly on the state's archival examination. "You have an eye for detail," their supervisor had said. "We need someone who won't let anomalies slip through the cracks." And Sage hadn't. Not one single anomaly in 4 years. Their record was perfect. They gathered their materials, files to return, forms to submit, and began the long walk back to the surface. The path wound through chambers carved from coral and concrete, past shelves that seemed to reorganize themselves when no one was looking. Sage kept their eyes forward. The deeper levels played tricks on perception, showing you things that weren't quite there or hiding things that were. The whisper came again, closer this time. "Keeper." Sage stopped. The word hadn't been spoken aloud. It had appeared directly in their mind, soft as breath, certain as sunrise. They turned slowly, scanning the shadows between the shelves. Nothing. Of course nothing. The archive was old magic, built on drowned foundations, saturated with the accumulated weight of everything it contained. Sometimes people heard things down here. Audio hallucinations from spending too long in the liminal spaces between official history and suppressed truth. They started walking again, faster now. Keeper of absences. Their heart rate spiked. They could feel their glyph heating beneath their collar, responding to stress or fear or proximity to something they didn't understand. They forced themselves to keep breathing steadily. They were tired, that was all. 6 hours of cataloging erasure, of writing careful documentation of people whose existence the state had decided to unmake. It was getting to them. It was always getting to them. The exit stairwell loomed ahead, a spiral of weathered stone that climbed through darkness toward the street-level archive entrance. Sage touched their collarbone again, feeling their pulse racing beneath their fingertips, and began to climb. Behind them, in the deepest chambers, the archive settled. Shelves shifted. Books opened to pages no one had requested. And in the margin of subject #4847's file, ink that shouldn't exist began to form words in a language Sage didn't yet know how to read. But they would. The archive was patient. It had been waiting a long time for someone who could hear it, someone who existed in the same liminal space as its contents, neither fully recognized nor fully erased, keeping perfect records of disappearances while carrying their own extinction in their throat. The archive could wait a little longer. The surface world hit like cold water. Sage emerged from the archive's entrance into the gray morning light of the administrative district, their eyes adjusting to the relative brightness. Above them, the floating city stretched in impossible directions, buildings that defied gravity, bridges of solidified water, the whole massive structure suspended above the drowned ruins of Atlanta by magic that was older than anyone living could remember. The glyph check station stood at the corner, its officers dressed in state blue, their own glyphs clearly visible at their throats. Sage kept their head down and their collar high, moving with the confidence of someone who belonged. They'd learned the walk years ago, purposeful but not hurried, deferential but not furtive. The walk of a person with authorized business and nothing to hide. "Morning," one of the officers called. Sage nodded without making eye contact and kept walking. 3 blocks to the administrative building where they'd file their reports. Then home to their small apartment with its perfect order and careful emptiness. Then back to Marrow for another day of cataloging absences. "You keep perfect records of our disappearances," a voice had once told them. Sage couldn't remember who or when, just the words themselves, the way they'd landed like an accusation. "That makes you the system's memory keeper, or its accomplice. Which do you think you are?" Sage had never answered. They suspected there was no difference. Their apartment building came into view, a narrow structure wedged between two larger ones, its weathered facade marked with the number 847. They'd never noticed before, but it was the same number as today's file. Subject #4847. Senna. 23 years old. Textile worker. Errored glyph. Flagged for correction because Sage had written the report. They climbed the stairs to their third-floor unit, unlocked the door, and stood for a long moment in the small entryway. Their apartment was exactly as they'd left it that morning, clean, organized, minimal. Books arranged alphabetically on the shelves. Dishes washed and put away. Everything in its proper place, everything categorized and controlled. Everything except themselves. Sage locked the door behind them, waited until they heard the click of the deadbolt, and only then allowed themselves to touch their collar. They unfastened it slowly, carefully, revealing the glyph at their throat. It was still warm, still pulsing with that arid frequency that meant the magic couldn't quite decide what they were. Neither could they. They'd spent 4 years being invisible. 4 years being so useful, so precise, so perfectly compliant that no one looked too closely. 4 years telling themselves that documentation wasn't complicity, that keeping records of erasure was different from performing it, that their survival meant something. 4 years of being wrong. Outside their window, the floating city drifted slowly westward on its daily rotation, propelled by tides of magic that moved through the drowned world below. Somewhere in that city, compliance officers were receiving Sage's report on subject #4847. Somewhere, Senna was going about their day, unaware that their name had just been added to a list. Sage sat on their narrow bed, still wearing their work clothes, their collar still undone. Their reflection stared back from the small mirror on the opposite wall, South Asian features, dark eyes that saw everything and revealed nothing, androgynous in a way that looked deliberate but felt like survival. Keeper of Absences, the archive had called them. The title fit. But it shouldn't feel like a name. It should feel like an accusation. They lay back on the bed, staring at the ceiling, and waited for sleep that wouldn't come. Tomorrow they'd return to the archive. Tomorrow there would be new files, new names, new absences to document with perfect precision. Tomorrow they'd do it all again, because they didn't know how to do anything else. And beneath their building, 17 feet below street level, the archive whispered to itself in the darkness, patient and waiting and not quite alone. Chapter 2, The Accountant's Question. The morning after always felt like penance. Sage woke to gray light filtering through their single window, their bodies still curved around the absence of rest. They'd managed perhaps 3 hours of sleep, fractured by dreams of drowning in paperwork while subject #4847, Senna, stood watching with eyes that held no accusation, which somehow made it worse. They rose mechanically, moving through their morning routine with the same precision they brought to everything. Shower. Dress. High collar fastened to the throat, hiding what needed to stay hidden. Hair twisted into its practical bun. A piece of toast they didn't taste, tea gone cold before they remembered to drink it. By 7:30, they were climbing the broad steps of the State Glyph Administration building, one more body in the stream of bureaucrats reporting for another day of making the world legible. The building was new, or rather, newly manifested. It had been grown rather than built, summoned from coral and calcified magic in the years after the drowning, when the survivors had fled upward and learned to make cities float. Its architecture was deliberately imposing, high ceilings that made voices small, clean lines that suggested order, walls the color of pearls and bones. Sage's desk sat on the 3rd floor, in a warren of offices devoted to archival work. They shared the space with 2 other junior archivists, Petra, who specialized in agricultural records, and Daniels, who handled property disputes. Neither paid much attention to Sage, which was exactly how Sage preferred it. Morning, Embren. Petra didn't look up from her work, her pen scratching across a form with practiced efficiency. Her glyph glowed softly at her throat, a clear, sanctioned designation. Woman. Category 1. Unambiguous. Morning, Sage replied, settling at their desk. The wood was real, salvaged from pre-drowning Atlanta. Rare. Expensive. Another sign of the state's investment in keeping perfect records. Their inbox held 7 new files. 7 more errored glyphs to catalog, 7 more people whose existence the system had noticed and found wanting. Sage pulled the first folder toward them, then paused. A sticky note, pale blue, adhered to the cover. The handwriting was unfamiliar, looping and deliberate. See me before you begin. K. Director Vale Kessler. Sage's stomach tightened. They touched their collarbone, habit, checking that the collar was secure, and stood. 3 floors up to the executive level, where the offices had windows that actually looked out over the city rather than into interior courtyards designed to prevent anyone from seeing too far. The climb gave them time to catalog possible problems. Had someone noticed a discrepancy in their work? Had their own errored glyph finally been detected? 4 years of hiding couldn't last forever. Perhaps this was simply the day their luck ran out. The executive level smelled different, expensive. Real coffee instead of chicory substitute. Fresh flowers that had been grown in the sky gardens rather than conjured. The carpet was thick enough to silence footsteps. Director Kessler's office occupied a corner of the building, its walls actually transparent, spelled glass that showed the floating city beyond. Sage had been here only twice before, once for their initial assignment, once for last year's review when they'd received the silver pen. They knocked. Enter. The office was exactly as Sage remembered, ruthlessly organized, every surface clear except for what was currently being worked on. Director Kessler sat behind a desk of black glass, reviewing a document with the same clinical attention she brought to everything. She was 51, according to personnel records, though she looked ageless in the way people with access to expensive magic often did. Silver gray hair in its severe bun, pale skin, cold blue eyes that noticed everything. Archivist Embrin. She didn't look up. Sit. Sage sat in the chair opposite the desk, spine straight, hands folded in their lap. They'd learned not to fidget in front of Director Kessler. She noticed fidgeting. Your work continues to be exemplary, the director said, still reading. 0 errors in processing. Perfect categorization. Your reports are models of clarity and precision. She set down the document, finally meeting Sage's eyes. Tell me, do you enjoy your work? The question landed like a trap. I find it meaningful, Sage said carefully. Important. Important. Director Kessler leaned back in her chair, fingers steepled. Yes. The archive is the city's memory. The glyph system is its nervous system. Without proper categorization, without clear records of who and what everyone is, we'd collapse into chaos. You understand this? Yes, Director. I'm promoting you. Sage's breath caught. Director? Senior Archivist. Effective immediately. With the promotion comes expanded access. You'll be working with more sensitive files. Glyphs that are, let's say, more complex in their errors. Her gaze sharpened. Files that require absolute discretion and perfect documentation. I trust this won't be a problem. No, Director. Thank you. Don't thank me. This is merit, not favor. She slid a folder across the desk. Your first senior-level assignment. I'll expect your initial report by end of day tomorrow. Sage took the folder, hand steady despite the adrenaline singing through their veins. The file was thicker than usual, marked with red security seals. Whatever was inside, it was classified. One more thing. Director Kessler's voice stopped Sage halfway out of their chair. Have you noticed anything unusual in the archives? Any irregularities in the collection itself? The whispers. Keeper. Keeper of absences. The archive's voice in their mind, soft and certain. No, Director. Nothing unusual. Good. But her eyes said she didn't quite believe them. You're dismissed. Sage made it back to their desk before their hands started shaking. A promotion. More sensitive files. Expanded access to the very system they'd spent 4 years hiding from. It should have felt like an honor. Instead it felt like a collar tightening. They set the classified folder in their desk drawer without opening it and tried to focus on the 7 regular files waiting for them. But their mind kept circling back. Do you enjoy your work? The question had been a test. Every question from Director Kessler was a test. The morning passed in a blur of paperwork. Sage processed 3 files before lunch, documenting errored glyphs with mechanical precision. Subject hashtag 4848, errored. Subject hashtag 4849, errored. Subject hashtag 4850, errored. Names that would become numbers, people who would become absences. By noon, they needed air. The building had a roof garden, one of many scattered across the floating city, necessary oases in a world where the ground was drowned and lost. Sage climbed to it gratefully, emerging into weak sunlight and the smell of growing things. The garden was empty except for one other person. She stood at the railing, looking out over the city with her back to Sage. Tall, broad-shouldered, dark skin, gray-streaked braids reaching her mid-back. Even from behind, she radiated presence, the kind of person who commanded rooms simply by entering them. Sage recognized her. Everyone did, though most pretended otherwise. Marrow. The resistance leader. The woman who'd survived her glyph erasure 39 years ago and built an underground network from nothing. Wanted by the state, known by the people. She shouldn't be here, on the roof of the State Glyph Administration building, in broad daylight. And yet. Sage turned to leave. Stay. Marrow's voice was deep, carrying the remnants of old Georgia in its vowels. She didn't turn around. I've been waiting for you. I don't know what you mean. Don't you? Now Marrow turned, fixing Sage with dark eyes that had seen too much and refused to look away. I know who you are, Archivist Embrin. I know what you do. I know you filed a report yesterday that will destroy a young textile worker named Senna. The words hit like fists. Sage's hand went to their collarbone. I don't. Don't lie. Not to me, and not to yourself. Marrow crossed the distance between them, moving with a limp Sage recognized from the stories, an old injury, from before the underground existed, when errored people had no one to help them survive. You keep perfect records of our disappearances. Every name you file, every glyph you mark as errored, feeds directly into the state's enforcement apparatus. You know this. You've known it for 4 years. I'm an archivist. I document. You document us out of existence. Marrow's voice was gentle now, which somehow made it worse. You think if you're good enough at it, precise enough, useful enough, they won't notice what you're hiding under that collar. You think documentation is different from complicity. You think keeping records of atrocity is neutral. Sage couldn't speak. Their throat had closed. Let me ask you a question, Marrow said, and her voice carried the weight of decades spent surviving what should have killed her. Are you the system's memory keeper, or its accomplice? Because, baby, I need you to understand, there's no difference. When you write our names in your careful script and file them away, you're not preserving us. You're writing our obituaries before we're dead. The garden tilted. Sage grabbed the railing for support. How many? Marrow pressed. How many people have you catalogued in 4 years? How many of them are still walking around free? How many disappeared within weeks of you filing their paperwork? I don't, Sage's voice broke. I don't keep track. Don't you? Marrow pulled something from her pocket, a folded paper, worn soft from handling. She opened it, holding it where Sage could see. A list. Names. Dates. Cross-referenced with arrest records, disappearances, corrections. 212, Marrow said quietly. 212 high-priority referrals in 4 years. The ones you escalated personally. The ones enforcement acted on within weeks. 137 were arrested within weeks. 48 are confirmed dead. 23 were successfully corrected, which means they're also dead, just still walking. The rest are in hiding, if they're smart. But hiding means no legal work, no legal housing, no legal anything. You did that. Your perfect documentation enabled every single one. The paper shook in Marrow's hand, or maybe Sage's vision was shaking. They couldn't tell anymore. Why are you telling me this? The words came out raw. Because I think you know. Marrow refolded the paper, tucked it back in her pocket. I think you've known for a while. I think you lie awake at night counting the bodies. I think you tell yourself stories about neutrality and necessity, but deep down, you know exactly what you are. Stop. Sage's hands clenched on the railing. I will. After you answer my question. Marrow's eyes were dark and tired and utterly uncompromising. Are you the system's memory keeper, or its accomplice? Which do you think you are? Sage opened their mouth. Closed it. The answer was right there, had been right there for 4 years, but saying it aloud would break something fundamental. Would require them to act rather than just survive. Would mean. I thought so. Marrow turned back to the railing, dismissing Sage without another glance. When you're ready to stop writing obituaries and start preventing them, you know where to find me. Until then, archivist, sleep well. If you can. She pulled something else from her pocket, a thin silver device Sage didn't recognize. A moment later, the air shimmered and Marrow was gone. Teleportation magic. Illegal, expensive, impossible to trace. She wouldn't have stayed longer than 30 seconds. Even Marrow wasn't reckless enough to tempt a tracking sweep. Sage stood alone in the garden, the city's daily rotation carrying them slowly through gray sky, their promotion letter heavy in their pocket and Marrow's question heavier in their chest. Are you the system's memory keeper, or its accomplice? They already knew the answer. They'd known it when they filed Senna's report. They'd known it when they accepted Director Kessler's promotion. They'd known it every time they picked up their silver pen and wrote another careful sentence that would end in someone's erasure. They just hadn't admitted it yet. The afternoon was impossible. Sage sat at their desk, staring at the 7 files that waited for them, and couldn't make their hands move. Every name felt different now. Every errored glyph was a person who would disappear because Sage had noticed them. 71 broken completely. Sage wanted to argue that the number was wrong, that it couldn't be that high, that surely some of those arrests would have happened anyway. But they knew their own work. They knew how thorough they'd been, how precise. They knew that every report they filed went directly to enforcement, was used to prioritize targets, to allocate resources. They knew. Embren? You all right? Petra was watching them with mild concern. You've been staring at that folder for 20 minutes. Fine. Just tired. Long night? Something like that. Petra returned to her work, already forgetting the exchange. That was how it worked in the administrative building, everyone focused on their own tasks, their own specialized area, never looking at how all the pieces fit together into a machine designed to categorize and control. Sage pulled the first file toward them. Subject hashtag 4851. Age 19. Student. Errored glyph that registered as multiple contradictory states simultaneously. 19 years old. Barely adult. Someone with their whole life still unmapped. Someone whose name Sage would add to Marrow's list if they wrote this report. Their hand picked up the silver pen. It was beautiful, this gift from Director Kessler. Enchanted to write in permanent ink, to document things that couldn't be undone. For our most meticulous cataloger, she'd said. For the archivist who could be trusted to catalog people out of existence without flinching. Sage set down the pen. They sat there until the end of their shift, 7 unopened files on their desk, their perfect record about to break. And when they finally left the building, walking through streets where people's glyphs glowed at their throats like marks of belonging or exclusion, they didn't go home. They went to the archives instead. The deep chambers welcomed them like a confession booth. Sage descended past the public levels, past the main cataloging floor, down to the spaces where arid glyphs were stored in their perfect, terrible documentation. The air grew thick with salt and ozone and the weight of accumulated absence. They lit a candle at their desk and opened the drawer where yesterday's work still sat, waiting to be filed in the state system. Subject #4847. Senna. The report was complete, signed, ready to submit. Sage picked it up. Their hands were shaking now, had been shaking since Marrow's question landed in their chest like a bullet. Are you the system's memory keeper, or its accomplice? The archive whispered. Not words this time, just a sound like recognition. Like it had been waiting to see what Sage would do. They could submit the report. Go home. Wake up tomorrow and accept their promotion and catalog more arid glyphs with perfect precision. Continue being useful, being invisible, being safe. Continue surviving while 71 people, 48 dead, 23 corrected, and the rest disappeared into custody, paid the cost of that survival. Not the 212 she'd escalated. Just the ones the state had broken completely. Or they could stop. The choice was so simple it was terrifying. Just don't submit the report. Just let this one person slip through. Just fail, once, after 4 years of perfection. Just choose. Sage sat in the candlelight, holding Senna's file, the archive breathing around them like something alive and attentive. Tomorrow they would live with the choice they'd already made. Tomorrow they'd have to answer Marrow's question with action instead of words. But tonight, for now, they just sat with the weight of 71 names and their own complicity, letting themselves finally, completely, feel how heavy it was. Keeper, the archive whispered. Not an accusation. An invitation. Sage closed their eyes and waited for dawn. Chapter 3, The Smuggler's Eyes. Dawn came gray and indifferent. Sage hadn't slept. Sometime before dawn, the decision had made itself. Not dramatic. Not heroic. Just a quiet refusal to show up. They'd sat in the archive until the candle burned down to nothing, then sat in darkness until their eyes adjusted and the bioluminescent glyphs on the shelves provided enough light to see by. Senna's file remained signed but unsubmitted, resting in the outgoing tray where Sage had left it. A choice made through inaction. The coward's way. Or perhaps the only way they knew how to begin. By the time they climbed back to street level, the city's morning shift was well underway. Compliance officers at their checkpoints. Bureaucrats streaming into the administrative district. The great machine of categorization and control starting another day, one small piece missing, a file that should have been submitted but wasn't. Sage didn't go to work. The decision surprised them. They made it without consciously choosing, their feet simply carrying them away from the administrative building and into the narrow streets of the residential quarter. They'd never missed a day in 4 years. Their attendance record was as perfect as everything else about them. Had been. Past tense felt like falling. They walked without destination, collar high despite the morning's relative warmth, hands shoved deep in their pockets. The floating city drifted through gray sky, its daily rotation carrying everyone westward whether they wanted to go or not. Below, through gaps in the streets where the architecture gave way to spelled glass, the drowned ruins of Atlanta glinted in refracted light, buildings half consumed by water, streets that led nowhere, the ghost of a world that had believed the ground would hold forever. Sage had been 12 when the drowning came. Old enough to remember running, their parents' hands gripping theirs too tight, the terrible sound of water rising faster than anyone thought possible. Old enough to remember the magic that had saved them, the desperate, collective working that had torn chunks of the city free from its foundations and taught them to float. Old enough to remember the cost. The people who hadn't made it to the rising islands. The infrastructure that had broken. The systems that had needed rebuilding from scratch, including the glyph system that now categorized everyone into neat, controllable boxes. They'd survived by becoming legible. By fitting, or appearing to fit, or at least by being so useful in their documentation of those who didn't fit that the state overlooked what they were hiding. 20 years of survival. 4 years of active complicity. And now, what? One missed day of work? One unfiled report? That didn't make them brave. It made them paralyzed. Sage stopped walking, realizing they'd wandered into a part of the city they rarely visited. The market district, not the official markets with their licensed vendors and inspected goods, but the sprawl of semi-legal stalls and temporary structures that bloomed in the spaces between buildings like mushrooms after rain. Here, the crowd was different. Louder. Less careful about keeping their glyphs visible. Sage saw flickers of people touching their throats, hiding their designations, moving with the wary efficiency of those who existed in the margins. This was where errand people came when they needed things the state wouldn't provide. Where black market services flourished in the gaps between official recognition. Where someone like Sage should probably not be wandering, given that they had been, a state archivist with access to enforcement records. They should leave. They didn't leave. Instead, they moved deeper into the market, pulled by something they couldn't name. Around them, vendors hawked goods both mundane and impossible, pre-drowning artifacts, spelled fabrics that changed color with the wearer's mood, food that tasted like memories. But other stalls offered different services, advertised in code that Sage had learned to read through years of cataloging. Alterations. Glyph modification. Consulting. Identity papers, forged or genuine, depending on how much you paid. Security. Protection, escape routes, safe houses. The underground economy of people who couldn't afford to be counted correctly. Sage found themselves stopping at a stall displaying books. Real paper, real ink, not the spelled documents that could be updated remotely by the state. These were fixed, permanent, and censored. Dangerous. Interested in anything specific? The vendor was elderly, ambiguously gendered, their glyph so old and faded that Sage couldn't read it. Probably intentional. Just looking. The vendor's eyes were sharp despite their age. You have the look of someone who reads a lot. Or documents a lot. Can't always tell the difference. Sage's hand went to their collarbone. The vendor noticed, expression flickering through something that might have been sympathy. Careful in this market, documentarian. People here remember names. Faces. They turned back to arranging their books. But then, maybe you're not here in official capacity. Maybe you're just someone who can't sleep. Sage left without responding, heart racing. Did they know? Could people tell just by looking that Sage had been, an archivist? That they'd spent 4 years cataloging the very people who shopped this market? They needed to leave. This was stupid, reckless, exactly the kind of behavior that would get them noticed by the wrong people. They turned a corner and nearly collided with someone carrying a crate. Whoa, sorry, friend. The man steadied the crate with practiced ease, muscles flexing under dark skin. He was broad-shouldered, moved like a fighter, wore his glyph openly at his throat where anyone could see, male, standard designation, nothing errored about it. Except Sage had learned to see the signs of modification. The slight shimmer at the edges of the glyph. The way the magic sat differently on him than on someone whose designation was original. This man had changed his glyph, had it altered from whatever he'd been assigned to what he chose to be. Black market work. Expensive, painful, illegal. And he wore it openly anyway, like a declaration. You all right? He was watching Sage with concern, dark eyes warm despite the gray morning. You look a little lost. I'm fine. Sorry for, Sage gestured vaguely at the near collision. No harm done. He set the crate down, straightening with a slight wince. An old injury, maybe, or just the consequence of physical labor. Haven't seen you in this market before. You new to the neighborhood? Just passing through. His expression said he didn't quite believe that, but he wasn't going to push. Well, if you're looking for anything specific, I know most of the vendors. Been around here a while. There was an openness to him that Sage found disorienting. No wariness, no careful distance, just genuine friendliness offered without expectation. When had someone last looked at Sage like that, like they might be worth talking to, instead of something to be categorized or avoided? I don't know what I'm looking for, Sage admitted, surprising themselves with the honesty. Fair enough. Most people don't, first time they wander into this particular market. He studied Sage for a moment, then seemed to come to a decision. Name's Kai. Kai Rivers. I do some shipping work around here, move things from place to place. If you need anything, information, introduction to vendors, way out if things get complicated, you let me know. Why would I need a way out? Because you're standing in the middle of an underground market looking like you've never broken a law in your life, touching your collar every 30 seconds like you're checking that something's still hidden. His voice was gentle, but his words hit like stones. Which means you're either enforcement, in which case you're terrible at your job, or you're someone who usually stays on the legal side of things and is currently very far from home. Sage froze. They should deny it, should leave immediately, should. Hey. Kai's hand moved, not touching but available. I'm not trying to scare you. Just offering. This market can be intense for newcomers. Easy to get in trouble if you don't know the protocols. What protocols? Don't ask too many questions. Don't mention names in front of people you don't know. Don't touch merchandise unless you're seriously buying. Pay in cash or trade, nothing that leaves a record. And for ancestors' sake, stop touching your collar. It marks you as someone with something to hide, and while most folks here are sympathetic, there are always a few who'd report an erred person for the reward money. The advice was delivered casually, like he was discussing weather. Like helping someone with an illegal glyph navigate an underground market was just something he did on a random morning. Why are you telling me this? Sage asked. Kai shrugged, picking up his crate again. Because everyone's first time in the margins is terrifying, and someone helped me once. Paying it forward. He paused, then added, also because you have kind eyes, and kind eyes are rare enough that I figure they're worth preserving. Heat crept up Sage's neck. They couldn't remember the last time someone had commented on anything about them beyond their work performance. I should go, they said, which wasn't what they'd meant to say. What they'd meant to say was thank you or how do you know I'm not enforcement or possibly where did you get your glyph modified and did it hurt as much as I imagine. Probably smart. But Kai smiled, easy and warm. If you come back, though, and I'm guessing you might, my usual spot is 2 rows over, near the fish vendor who's definitely not selling fish. I'm the one who's always moving heavy things and complaining about it. He winked, actually winked, and walked away with his crate balanced on one shoulder, moving through the crowd with the confidence of someone who belonged exactly where he was. Sage stood motionless for a long moment, the market flowing around them like water around a stone. Kind eyes. They didn't feel kind. They felt like a coward and a collaborator, someone who'd spent 4 years documenting people like Kai out of existence. Someone who couldn't even manage proper rebellion, just paralysis and wandering and one unfiled report gathering dust on their desk. But Kai had looked at them and seen something worth helping. Had offered assistance without demanding explanation. Had clocked them as someone with secrets and responded with gentleness instead of judgment. Sage found themselves moving through the market with new attention, seeing things they'd missed before. A vendor selling spelled ink that wouldn't show up on official documents. Another offering temporary glyph glamours, magical disguises that let someone pass as sanctioned for short periods. A third with a subtle sign advertising consultation in a way that clearly meant forged papers. All of it illegal. All of it necessary. All of it evidence of an entire parallel economy built by people the state had decided didn't count. People Sage had helped suppress. They came to another stall, this one displaying what looked like tattoo equipment. The vendor was ancient, skin weathered like driftwood, gender ambiguous in a way that suggested deliberate magical intervention. They looked up as Sage approached, eyes sharp and strange, one brown, one an unsettling silver. You're Embron, they said. Not a question. Sage's heart stuttered. I don't. Oh, don't bother lying. I'm Keys. I've been doing this work for 60 years, child. I know the look of someone who catalogs my work for the state. They gestured at their equipment with one gnarled hand. Also, Marrow sent word you might wander through. Said to point you in the right direction if you showed up looking lost. I didn't mean to. Sage couldn't finish a sentence. Sit. Keyes pointed at a stool. You're making my other customers nervous, hovering like that. Sage sat automatically, years of following instructions overriding their panic. Keyes studied them for a long moment, then made a thoughtful sound. You're the one who filed the report on Little Senna. Textile worker, 23, beautiful glyph that the state decided was too complicated to allow. How do you? Word travels in the underground, documentarian. Especially when someone's about to be disappeared. Keyes leaned forward. I did their original glyph work, you know. Years ago, when they first realized what they were. Came to me scared and determined, with barely enough money to pay for the initial marking. I made it as beautiful as I could, gave them something true to carry. Shame burned in Sage's throat. I'm sorry. For what? Doing your job. Filing your careful reports? Keyes's voice held no anger, which somehow made it worse. Don't apologize to me, child. Apologize to yourself for taking 4 years to notice what you were enabling. I noticed. The words came out raw. I always noticed. Then that's worse, isn't it? Keyes picked up a tool, examining it with professional focus. Knowing and doing it anyway. That's not ignorance, that's choice. Sage wanted to argue, to explain about survival and necessity and the impossibility of living otherwise. But Keyes was right. They'd known. They'd felt the weight of every name they catalogued. They'd just decided their own safety was worth more than those names. Marrow thinks you might be ready to choose differently, Keyes said, setting down the tool and fixing Sage with that unsettling dual-colored gaze. Me, I'm not so sure. Guilt doesn't make revolutionaries. Usually just makes people who perform revolution to assuage guilt, which helps nobody. I'm not trying to perform anything. Aren't you? You're here, wandering through a market you've probably written reports about, soaking up the atmosphere of genuine resistance. But you haven't actually done anything yet. One unfiled report doesn't change a system. It just breaks your perfect record. The observation cut because it was true. Sage had been congratulating themselves for not submitting Senna's file, as though inaction was the same as action. As though failing to do more harm was equivalent to preventing harm. So what should I do? The question came out desperate. Keyes laughed, a sound like gravel in water. That's not for me to tell you, documentarian. But if you're serious, if you're actually ready to stop writing our obituaries and start preventing them, you need to understand something. They leaned close, voice dropping low. Revolution isn't about grand gestures. It's about boring, repetitive, dangerous work that might not pay off in your lifetime. It's about using whatever access you have, whatever skills you have, to break the system from inside while others break it from outside. It's about becoming unreliable in strategic ways. Unreliable. That perfect record of yours? That access to enforcement databases? That promotion your director just gave you? Keyes smiled, showing teeth that were too sharp. You think Marrow approached you out of moral concern? She approached you because you're valuable. Someone with your credentials, your access, your 4 years of trust built up with the state, you could do real damage to their system. If you were willing. Sage's mind reeled. You want me to sabotage? I don't want anything. I'm too old for wanting. Keyes waved a dismissive hand. But if you're going to stand in my market looking guilty and determined, you might as well understand what you're actually considering. This isn't about easing your conscience. It's about choosing whose side you're on and accepting the cost of that choice. And if I'm caught? Then you're corrected or disappeared, same as anyone else. Keyes said it matter-of-factly, like discussing weather. Being state personnel won't save you once they realize you're compromised. If anything, it'll make them harsher. They hate traitors more than they hate us. We're just problems to manage. You'd be betrayal. The word hung in the air between them. Betrayal. That's what it would be, wouldn't it? Not heroism or redemption or any noble framework Sage might construct. Just betrayal of the system that had employed them, trained them, trusted them with its secrets. The system that had also created the need for markets like this, for people like Keyes who carved illegal identities into flesh, for 71 people Sage had catalogued who were now arrested, dead, or hiding. I need to think, Sage said finally. Of course you do. Keyes returned to their work, dismissing Sage with the finality of someone who'd said their piece. But don't think too long, documentarian. Senna's report is already a day late. Your perfect record is already broken. The only question now is whether you break it quietly and change nothing, or loudly enough to matter. Sage left the market as the morning grew late, their minds spinning with Keyes's words, Marrow's question, Kai's unexpected kindness. The city's rotation had carried them westward, the sun now visible through breaking clouds, and they found themselves at the edge of the residential quarter where it gave way to one of the city's many observation platforms. They leaned against the railing, looking down at drowned Atlanta. From up here, the submerged city looked almost peaceful. Buildings that had once reached skyward now reached up through water, their upper floors creating artificial reefs where fish and stranger things lived. Magic kept the water from rising further. The same desperate working that had torn the floating islands free now served as levee and barrier, holding back the drowned world from consuming what remained. But how long would it hold? And what happened to the people who didn't fit the categories required for survival? Nice view. Sage turned to find Kai approaching, no longer carrying his crate. Up close, in better light, they could see details they'd missed, the way his expression shifted between easy humor and something more careful. The faint scars on his knuckles, the deliberate looseness of his stance that suggested someone always ready to run or fight. Someone who'd learned the same survival skills as Sage, just expressed differently. Are you following me? Sage asked, aiming for suspicious but landing somewhere near curious. Honestly? Yes. Kai joined them at the railing, leaving a respectful distance. Keyes sent word that you were wandering off looking existentially distressed, and I figured you could use a friendly face. This platform is, well, let's just say it attracts people who are thinking about jumping. Magically speaking. Sage's eyebrows rose. Jumping? Teleporting down to the drowned city. It's still technically part of the floating city's jurisdiction, so you can port there without state tracking. People use it for, well, disappearing. Kai's expression was serious now. I'm guessing that's not your plan, but Keyes wanted someone to check. I'm not planning to disappear. Good. That would be a waste. Kai leaned on the railing, looking out at the water. Plus, if you're who Marrow thinks you are, you're too useful alive and conflicted to lose to the drowned city. Everyone keeps saying that. That I'm useful. Because you are. State archivist with perfect record, just promoted, access to classified files. You're either going to be an incredible asset to the resistance or a devastating liability. No middle ground. He glanced at Sage, dark eyes assessing. Question is, which one do you want to be? Sage was getting tired of questions they didn't know how to answer. Does everyone in the underground just approach strangers with recruitment pitches? No. Most people in the underground are too busy surviving to recruit anyone. Kai's expression softened. But you're not a stranger. Marrow's been watching you for months, waiting to see if you'd crack. And you're not exactly subtle. You've been documenting US for 4 years while radiating guilt in every piece of body language you have. It's actually kind of remarkable that you haven't been caught by either side yet. I'm careful. You're terrified. There's a difference. Kai said it gently, without judgment. Being careful means you've assessed risk and have a plan. Being terrified means you're frozen, doing the same thing over and over because you're too scared to try anything new. I recognize the pattern because I lived it for years. Something in his voice made Sage look at him more closely. What changed? I nearly died. Kai's tone was conversational, but his jaw tightened. Got caught during a correction. They were doing what they do. And I realized I'd rather die fighting than survive by cooperating with my own erasure. So I fought. Got away, barely. Met Marrow a week later, half dead in a safe house. She saved my life and then told me I had to decide what to do with it. And you chose this? Sage gestured vaguely at the market, at the underground economy, at the life of a smuggler helping errand people navigate illegal spaces. I chose not to die quietly. Kai smiled, but it didn't quite reach his eyes. Not the same as choosing heroism, but it's what I could manage. Turns out moving things from place to place is a useful skill when the state is trying to track everyone's movements. I'm good at it. Good at not being noticed when I need to be invisible, good at being memorable when I need an alibi. It's not saving the world, but it keeps people alive. Sage found themselves wanting to ask about the correction, about what nearly died meant, about how someone survived that kind of trauma and still showed up the next day with a warm smile and kind eyes. But they'd spent 4 years learning to not ask questions that might require them to catalog the answers. I don't know if I can do this, they said instead. I don't know if I'm brave enough. Bravery is overrated. Kai straightened from the railing. You know what matters? Showing up. Making the next right choice, even if you have no idea what comes after. You don't have to be brave. You just have to be willing. Willing to what? To stop being complicit. To use your access to help instead of harm. To file reports that are strategically incomplete. To lose things in the system. To be reliably unreliable in ways the state won't notice until it's too late. Kai met Sage's eyes. Marrow can give you the details if you're interested. But first you have to decide if you're interested. If you're willing to trade your safety for other people's survival. Sage looked back at the drowned city, at the buildings reaching up through water like hands seeking air. Somewhere down there were the ruins of the world they'd lost, the systems that had failed, the people who hadn't made it to the floating islands. And up here, in the city that survived, people were being erased for not fitting the categories required for continued survival. How long before the whole thing drowned again under the weight of its own brutality? I want to meet with Marrow, Sage heard themselves say. Properly. Not an ambush on a roof garden. Kai's smile was genuine this time, reaching his eyes. That can be arranged. But fair warning, she'll expect commitment, not just curiosity. She doesn't have time to hold anyone's hand through an identity crisis. I'm not having an identity crisis. Friend, you spent 4 years perfecting complicity, wandered into an underground market this morning, got lectured by Keys, and are now standing at the jumping platform asking existential questions. If that's not an identity crisis, I don't know what is. But Kai's tone was warm, almost affectionate. Come on. I'll walk you somewhere less ominous. And maybe buy you actual breakfast, since I'm guessing you haven't eaten. Sage realized they were starving. When had they last eaten? The toast yesterday morning? The tea they'd forgotten to drink? I don't have much money on me, they admitted. Good thing I'm buying, then. Kai started walking, glancing back to make sure Sage was following. Consider it an investment in potential resistance assets. Also, I like eating with other people. Makes meals feel less like fuel and more like living. Sage followed, something loosening in their chest. For 4 years, they'd eaten alone, lived alone, existed in careful isolation to avoid anyone noticing what they were hiding. And here was someone offering them breakfast simply because meals were better shared. It felt dangerous. It felt reckless. It felt like the first real choice they'd made in years. Hey, Kai said, as they walked through streets that were slowly filling with afternoon crowd. That thing you're worrying about? The file you didn't submit? How did you? Marrow tells me things. Also, Keys mentioned it. He shrugged. Point is, not submitting it was good. But you can't just leave it incomplete. State's going to notice eventually, you're too good for gaps in your work to go unremarked. So you need a plan. Either you need to finish it in a way that protects the person, or you need to make its absence make sense. Sage's stomach clenched. I don't know how to do either of those things. Lucky for you, the resistance has been sabotaging state records for years. We've gotten pretty good at it. Kai shot them a sideways look. If you meet with Marrow, that's the kind of thing she'll teach you. How to be useful. How to break things from inside. How to survive long enough to matter. And if I can't learn? If I'm not built for this? Then you go back to your old life and we part as friendly acquaintances who once shared breakfast. Kai's voice was light, but his eyes were serious. No judgment either way. Everyone has to decide their own level of risk, their own capacity for danger. Some people aren't made for resistance, and that's okay. But you have to decide, Sage. You can't keep standing at the crossroads indefinitely. The use of their first name was shocking. Sage couldn't remember the last time someone in the underground had used it. Usually they were just archivist, or documentarian, or the one who catalogs us. But Kai said it like they were a person, not a function. How do you know my name? They asked. Marrow told me, along with your employment history, your home address, your perfect attendance record, and your tendency to alphabetize things when anxious. Kai grinned. She's thorough. It's terrifying and comforting in equal measure. Sage should probably be worried about how much information the resistance had gathered on them. Instead, they felt something like relief. They'd spent 4 years trying to be invisible, and apparently they'd been seen the whole time. Watched, assessed, catalogued in turn by the very people they'd been cataloging. The irony was almost funny. Breakfast, Kai said, steering them toward a small cafe that smelled like real coffee and fried bread. Then I'll take you to a safe location where you can meet Marrow properly. And you can decide if you're ready to stop writing obituaries and start preventing them. Marrow's words, delivered through Kai's gentler voice. Sage let themselves be led inside, into warmth and noise and the mundane miracle of shared meals. Tomorrow they'd have to answer questions, make commitments, choose sides. Tomorrow they'd have to become someone new or return to someone old. But for now, for these few hours, they could sit across from someone with kind eyes who'd offered them breakfast and the possibility of becoming useful in ways that didn't require erasure. It wasn't absolution. But it might be a beginning. Chapter 4, The Photograph. The cafe was small, crowded, improbably warm. Sage sat across from Kai at a corner table, nursing coffee that was actually coffee, not the chicory substitute served in the administrative district, but real pre-drowning beans from someone's smuggled stash. The taste was almost too intense, bitter and bright and real in a way that made Sage's eyes water. Or maybe that was just exhaustion. You should eat, Kai said, pushing a plate of fried bread toward them. You're swaying. Sage picked up a piece obediently, found it still warm, tasted salt and fat and the simple miracle of food. They couldn't remember the last time they'd eaten something that wasn't fuel, consumed alone at their desk or standing at their kitchen counter. This, sitting, sharing space, being seen while eating, felt almost transgressive. Better? Kai asked after Sage had consumed 3 pieces in rapid succession. Better. Sage's voice came out rough. Thank you. Thank Keys. They're the one who told me to feed you before bringing you to Marrow. Said you looked like you were about to faint. Kai sipped his own coffee, studying Sage with open curiosity. How long since you slept? I don't know. Yesterday? Time had become liquid since they'd left Senna's file on their desk. Maybe the day before. Right. So here's the plan, you eat, I make sure you don't collapse, then we go meet Marrow. She's expecting us in about an hour. He paused. Unless you've changed your mind. No shame in that. Sage shook their head. They'd come this far, wandered into the market, talked to Keys, accepted breakfast from a smuggler with warm eyes. Backing out now would just mean returning to the archive, to their desk, to the 7 files waiting to be catalogued. To their promotion and its more sensitive assignments. To writing more obituaries. I haven't changed my mind, they said. Good. Kai's smile was quick, genuine. Fair warning, though, Marrow's going to be direct. She doesn't ease people into resistance. She'll lay out what she needs from you, what the risks are, what happens if you're caught. And she'll give you one chance to walk away before you're committed. After that, you're either in or you're a security risk. The bluntness was almost refreshing after years of the state's careful euphemisms. What happens to security risks? Depends on the risk. Usually just strong encouragement to keep quiet. The resistance doesn't kill people, if that's what you're worried about. Marrow's seen enough death. Kai's expression darkened briefly. But they will make it clear that betraying the underground means betraying people you've met, people with faces and names and families. Makes it harder to be abstract about consequences. Sage thought of the 71 names on Marrow's list. 137 arrested. 48 dead. 23 corrected. They hadn't thought about faces then, just categories. Errors to document, anomalies to report. But they were people. People who trusted that the state's documentation was just bureaucracy, not execution orders. People Sage had betrayed through careful penmanship and perfect filing. I won't betray anyone, they said quietly. Can't promise that yet. You don't know what you'll do under pressure. Kai's voice was gentle but firm. But I believe you'll try. That's usually enough to start with. They finished breakfast in comfortable silence, Kai occasionally pointing out other patrons, most of whom, he explained, were part of the underground's vast network. The woman in the corner ran a safe house. The teenager washing dishes was courier for resistance messages. The cafe owner himself had survived correction 15 years ago and now used his business to launder resistance funds. It's all here, Kai said, gesturing at the crowded space. Hidden in plain sight. The state thinks they've cataloged everyone, tracked everything. But there's this whole shadow city they can't see, made of people who refuse to be legible on the state's terms. Sage looked around the cafe with new eyes. They'd always thought of erred people as isolated, individual problems, subjects in files, cases to be processed. But this was a community. A parallel society with its own economy, its own support systems, its own infrastructure of survival. How long has this been here? They asked. The resistance? Since the drowning, really. But it took form slowly, one person helping another, networks growing in the cracks. Kai finished his coffee. Marrow's been building it for almost 40 years. She's the spine that holds it together. Without her. He trailed off, shaking his head. Well. Let's just say the state would love to make her disappear. But she walked into the administrative building. Onto the roof garden, in broad daylight. Yeah. She does that sometimes, shows up where she shouldn't be able to, just to prove she can. Keeps the state nervous. They know she's watching them as much as they're watching her. Kai's grin was fierce. It's a long game. Very long. But she's patient. He stood, offering his hand to help Sage up. The gesture was courteous, old-fashioned, and when Sage took his hand they felt the calluses, the strength, the warmth of someone who worked with their body instead of just their mind. Kai pulled them to their feet with easy strength, held on a moment longer than necessary. Ready? He asked. Sage wasn't. But they nodded anyway. The safe house was actually a safe apartment, 3 floors up in a building that leaned slightly to the left, its foundations uneven from the way it had been torn free during the drowning. Kai led Sage through a back entrance, upstairs that creaked ominously, past doors marked with symbols Sage didn't recognize. Counter-surveillance glyphs, Kai explained, noticing their attention. They scramble tracking spells. State can't monitor what happens in here, or rather, they can try, but all they get is static. Is that legal? Kai laughed. Friend, nothing about this building is legal. But it survived 20 years without being raided, so the residents must be doing something right. He knocked on a door marked with a complicated symbol that hurt to look at directly, 3 times, pause, twice more. A code. The door opened immediately. Marrow stood there, tall and imposing even in the narrow doorway, her gray-streaked braids hanging loose today, her dark eyes assessing Sage with the same intensity as their first meeting. She wore simple clothes, loose pants, a worn shirt, but carried herself like royalty. Or like someone who'd survived what should have killed her and refused to apologize for still breathing. "Archivist Embren," she said. "You came." "I said I would," Sage replied, aiming for steady. "People say a lot of things. Following through is rarer." Marrow stepped back, gesturing them inside. "Come in. We have work to do." The apartment was sparse but comfortable, mismatched furniture, books piled everywhere, a small kitchen that smelled like someone had recently made tea. 3 other people occupied the space, all turning to study Sage with varying degrees of interest and suspicion. Indigo, who Sage recognized from brief encounters, the hacker who'd been casually mentioned in intercepted messages, sat cross-legged on the floor with a laptop that glowed with spelled interfaces. She was in her late 20s, round-faced, teal-tipped hair, wearing an oversized sweater that said, "Invalid command," in faded letters. She looked up at Sage and made a noncommittal sound. "So this is our state archivist," she said. "The one who's been documenting us for 4 years. Great. Love bringing the person who filed reports on my girlfriend into our safe space. No notes." The sarcasm was acidic enough to etch steel. "Indy," Kai's voice held a warning. "What?" "I'm just saying what everyone's thinking." But Indigo returned her attention to her laptop, fingers flying across keys that made no sound. "I'll reserve judgment until I see if they're actually useful." The second person was older, maybe mid-60s, with weathered brown skin and a glyph that flickered between multiple states so rapidly Sage couldn't track it. They offered a small nod but didn't speak, just watched with the patient attention of someone who'd seen decades of potential recruits come and go. The third was younger, maybe 25, with pale skin covered in tattoos that Sage recognized as modified glyphs, multiple identities layered over each other in permanent ink. They looked Sage up and down, then shrugged. "If Marrow trusts them, I trust them. Or I don't, but I trust Marrow's judgment about who's worth the risk." Their voice was raspy, like they'd screamed too much once. "Name's Echo. I used to enforce the glyph system. Now I sabotage it. So, you know. People change." The admission hit like cold water. A former enforcer, sitting in a resistance safe house, covered in the evidence of their transformation. "Everyone here has a story," Marrow said, closing the door behind them. "Everyone here chose to stop being complicit. The question is whether you'll join them, or whether this is just curiosity." Sage looked around the room, at Kai leaning against the wall with casual alertness, at Indigo glaring at her laptop, at Echo and the older person whose name Sage didn't know, at Marrow standing tall despite the limp that suggested old pain never fully healed. "I want to join," they said. "I want to stop being complicit. I want," their voice caught. "I want to undo what I've done, if that's possible." "It's not." Marrow's bluntness was almost cruel. "You can't undo 137 arrests. Can't resurrect 48 dead. Can't uncorrect 23 people whose selves were violated and reshaped. That's permanent, Embren. That's on you forever." The words landed like fists. Sage wanted to argue, to explain about survival and necessity, but Marrow was right. There was no undoing. Only forward motion. "But," Marrow continued, "you can prevent the 72nd. And the 73rd. And however many come after. You can use your access to sabotage the system that requires those reports. You can become the broken link in their chain of documentation." She moved closer, forcing Sage to meet her eyes. "That's what I'm offering. Not absolution. Just usefulness. The chance to break what you helped build." "How?" "That's what we're going to teach you." Marrow gestured to the table, where several files lay spread out. "But first, you need to understand exactly what you've been enabling. Not as abstract numbers. As people." She picked up one of the files, held it out to Sage. They took it with shaking hands. The file was thick, marked with their own careful handwriting from 3 years ago. Subject #4/612. They remembered this case vaguely. Complicated glyph structure. Someone in their early 30s, worked in education. They'd filed the report the same day they'd received it, noting the glyph's instability, recommending immediate intervention. Standard procedure. They opened the file. The first page was their report, exactly as they remembered. Clinical language, perfect documentation, recommendation for correction. The second page was the enforcement response, arrest warrant issued within 48 hours. The third page. Sage's breath stopped. It wasn't the first time Sage had seen the aftermath of their reports. It was simply the first time someone had forced them to look at it as a person instead of paperwork. A photograph. Not the official identification photo that had been in the original file. This was different. Candid. A woman and a man, both in their early 30s, standing together in what looked like someone's kitchen. They were laughing at something off camera, the man's arm around the woman's shoulders, her hand resting on her visibly pregnant belly. Between them, on the counter, sat a cake decorated with badly frosted words, "We're having a baby." The woman was subject #4/612. Her name was Leah, Marrow said quietly. The man was her husband, Marcus. He had a standard glyph, nothing errored about him. But he loved her anyway, married her despite the risks. They'd been trying to have a baby for 2 years. Finally succeeded. Sage's hands were shaking so badly they almost dropped the file. "Keep reading," Marrow said. It wasn't a request. The next page was an arrest report. Leah had been taken into custody 6 weeks after Sage filed their documentation. She'd been 4 months pregnant. The report noted that she'd been flagged as priority due to reproductive status, potential transmission of errored glyph characteristics to offspring. Glyphs manifested at birth but stabilized at adolescence. Errored patterns were often hereditary, though the state denied it publicly. Though the state publicly denied glyph heredity, internal enforcement documents treated it as probable. The page after that was a medical report. Correction procedure performed. Fetus viable but recommended for termination due to potential glyph contamination. The page after that. She lost the baby, Sage heard themselves say. Their voice sounded distant, wrong. During the correction. The trauma caused miscarriage. Yes. Marrow's voice held no comfort. And the correction failed. Her glyph was too complex to force into a single category. They tried 3 times. By the 3rd attempt, she'd given up fighting. Stopped eating. Stopped speaking. They released her because she was no longer a person, just a broken thing taking up space in their facility. Where is she now? Sage couldn't look away from the photograph, from the joy captured in that moment before everything broke. Dead. 2 months after her release. Officially ruled suicide. Marrow paused. Marcus is still alive. Barely. He visits Keys sometimes, asking if there's a way to modify his own glyph to something errored, something that would let him follow her. Keys always says no. Sage set down the file because they couldn't hold it anymore. Their hands were shaking too badly, their vision blurring with tears they hadn't earned the right to shed. That's 1 name out of 71, Marrow said. Would you like to see the others? No. The word came out strangled. I can't. You can. You will. Marrow's voice was steel. Because that's what it means to stop being complicit, Embrin. You have to see what you did. Name it. Carry it. Let it motivate you to break the system that required it. Guilt without action is just self-indulgence. I need to know you can carry the weight and still function. Sage looked up at her, this woman who'd survived her own erasure and built a resistance from nothing, who'd spent 40 years carrying names and faces and failures. Who was asking Sage to do the same? There's a child, they said, remembering suddenly. In the photo. There was a baby, after? Marrow's expression softened fractionally. Different case. Different file. Leah and Marcus never got their child. But yes, there are children in the underground. Children whose parents were taken. Children who survived what shouldn't be survivable. She pulled out another file. Like this one. The file was older than Leah's. Sage recognized their handwriting from nearly 4 years ago, one of their earliest cases. Subject hashtag 4703 and subject hashtag 4704, a couple, both in their 30s, both with errored glyphs that registered as fluid rather than fixed. The file noted that they had a dependent child, age 3. Sage didn't want to open it. Already knew it would be worse than the last. They opened it anyway. Another photograph, this one official, a family portrait, clearly taken for some legal documentation. 2 adults flanking a small child with warm brown skin and impossibly large eyes. The child was holding a stuffed rabbit, grinning at the camera with the unself-conscious joy of someone who didn't yet know the world was dangerous. Delian and James Brightwater, Marrow said. You filed their documentation nearly 4 years ago. They were arrested 3 weeks later, during a joint operation that hit 5 errored families simultaneously. All of them people you'd catalogued in the previous month. Sage's stomach lurched. I didn't know, the files came through normal channels. I didn't realize they'd be cross-referenced. Of course you didn't. That's how the system works. Everyone does their small part, follows procedures, files their paperwork. Nobody has to feel responsible for the whole machine. Marrow's voice was relentless. But you were the machine's memory, Embrin. Your documentation enabled those arrests. What happened to them? Sage asked, though they didn't want to know. Needed to know. Delian and James died in custody. Official report says they resisted correction and became violent. More likely they fought back when they realized the correction was going to kill them anyway. Marrow's jaw tightened. The child, Junie, survived. Was placed in state custody for 6 months while they tried to determine glyph status. Then released to community care when their glyph manifested as too fluid to categorize at that age. They're alive? Sage's voice cracked. Alive and terrified. 7 years old now, bouncing between safe houses because permanent placement means permanent documentation. Every adult who takes them in risks being flagged as harboring an errored person. Marrow pulled out one more photograph, a recent candid of the same child, older now, still clutching that rabbit but with eyes that held knowledge no 7-year-old should carry. Junie's been asking questions. About their parents. About why they died. About who decided they needed to be corrected. The unspoken accusation hung in the air, you did. You decided. Sage couldn't breathe. Can I meet them? Why? Indigo's voice cut across the room, sharp with challenge. So you can feel better about yourself? So you can apologize to a 7-year-old for killing their parents and think that makes you less of a monster? Indy. Kai's voice held warning. No, she's right to ask, Marrow said. Why do you want to meet them, Embrin? Sage forced themselves to think past the guilt, past the horror, to the actual question. Why? To apologize? That would be self-serving, burdening a child with an adult's need for forgiveness. To explain? What could they possibly explain that would matter? To remember, they said finally. To make them real. To make all of this, they gestured at the files, at the photographs, real instead of abstract. So that when I'm doing the work you're going to teach me, when I'm sabotaging records and breaking the system, I remember why. I remember faces. Marrow studied them for a long moment, then nodded slowly. Better answer than I expected. All right. You can meet Junie. Eventually. After you've proven you're committed. After you've done actual work instead of just feeling guilty. She gathered up the files. But first, let's talk about what you're going to do with that unfiled report on your desk. The shift was so abrupt it took Sage a moment to reorient. Senna's file? Yes. You've left it incomplete for 2 days now. The state will have noticed. Your supervisor will be asking questions. Marrow moved to the table, spreading out different papers, some blank, some partially filled. You need to complete it in a way that protects Senna while maintaining your cover as a reliable archivist. That's the work, Embren. Not grand gestures. Just careful, strategic sabotage that looks like compliance. Indigo snorted. Good luck with that. The state's documentation system has 17 levels of verification. One wrong move and you're flagged. Which is why we're going to teach them how to move correctly. Marrow looked at Sage. You've spent 4 years learning how the system works. Now you're going to learn how to break it. Pay attention. For the next 2 hours, they taught Sage the art of strategic incompetence. How to file reports that were technically complete but subtly wrong, dates slightly off, glyph classifications ambiguous enough to create processing delays, recommendations that would route cases to overworked departments where they'd languish for months. How to lose files in the system's bureaucratic maze. How to create paper trails that led nowhere. How to be reliably unreliable in ways that looked like honest mistakes rather than sabotage. The key, Marrow explained, is never being perfect again. Your 4-year record of 0 errors? That's over. Now you need to establish a pattern of small, forgivable mistakes. Typos. Misfiled documents. Occasional delays. Make yourself still useful but no longer flawless. Won't that make them suspicious? Sage asked. Yes. But human-level suspicious, not traitor-level suspicious. People make mistakes. Especially people under stress from new promotions and increased workload. Marrow's smile was thin. You're going to let yourself seem overwhelmed. Struggling with the senior archivist role. Still competent enough to keep your job, but no longer perfect enough to be above scrutiny. Sage struggled for words. That's terrifying. Yes. Marrow's voice held no sympathy. This is terrifying work. It's terrifying every day. You'll be constantly afraid of exposure, of making the wrong mistake, of letting someone down because you tried to save them and failed. That's what resistance feels like from inside the system. If you can't handle that fear, walk away now. Sage looked around the room again. At Kai, who was watching them with something like hope in his dark eyes. At Indigo, whose hostility was starting to shift toward grudging assessment. At Echo, who'd survived being an enforcer and lived with that particular burden. At the older person, still silent, still patient, still watching. At Marrow, who'd carried this weight for 40 years and was offering to teach Sage how to carry it too. I can handle it, Sage said. We'll see. Marrow slid a piece of paper across the table. Here's your first assignment. Senna's report needs to be filed by tomorrow morning or your absence will be flagged. You're going to complete it with these modifications, she pointed at her notes, which will route it through a department that has a 6-month backlog and a supervisor who's sympathetic to the underground. Senna will have 6 months to disappear before enforcement follows up. That's all we can buy them. It's not perfect, but it's better than the alternative. Sage took the paper, studying Marrow's careful instructions. It was brilliant, a report that satisfied protocol while essentially protecting its subject. The kind of thing they never would have thought of alone, the kind of thing that required years of understanding how the system worked and where its weak points were. Thank you, they said. Don't thank me yet. You haven't filed it. Haven't proven you can actually do this. Marrow's gaze was heavy. And even if you do, Senna is one person. There will be dozens more files crossing your desk. Hundreds, over time. You won't be able to save all of them. Some you'll have to sacrifice to maintain your cover. That's the calculus, Embren. Deciding who gets saved and who doesn't. The weight of it was staggering. Sage had thought cataloging people for correction was the hardest thing they'd ever have to do. This, deciding who to save, carrying the knowledge of everyone they couldn't, might be worse. But it was also the only choice they could live with. I understand, they said. I hope so. Marrow stood, her height and presence filling the small room. All right. You have your assignment. Kai will take you home. Tomorrow you'll go to work, file your report exactly as instructed, and continue being a state archivist who's suddenly making small, human mistakes. And tomorrow night, you'll meet us here again. We'll start teaching you how to read between the lines of your own database. And if I'm caught? Then you face correction like everyone else. Marrow's voice was matter-of-fact. We'll try to get you out if we can, but we won't sacrifice the whole network to save one person. That's the deal. Your life for the work. Fair trade or walk away. It should have been cruel. Instead it was honest, the kind of honesty Sage had been starving for under the state's careful euphemisms. Fair trade, they said. Marrow's smile was small but genuine. Good. Now get out of here. You look like you're about to fall over, and we need you functional. She nodded to Kai. Make sure they actually eat dinner and sleep. We can't use them if they collapse from exhaustion. On it. Kai moved to the door, gesturing for Sage to follow. Come on, friend. Let's get you home. As they left, Sage caught Indigo watching them with an expression that was no longer purely hostile. Not friendly, exactly, but considering. Echo offered a small wave. The older person nodded, just once, an acknowledgement, maybe, or a welcome. Marrow stood in the center of the room, surrounded by files and photographs and the evidence of what the state did to people who didn't fit its categories. She looked tired, ancient, unbreakable. Embren, she said as Sage reached the door. Those photographs you saw? Keep them in your mind. Every time you file a report, every time you make a strategic mistake, remember whose lives depend on you getting it right. That's how you survive this work without losing yourself. You remember. Sage nodded, unable to speak past the tightness in their throat. They would remember. Leah and Marcus and their lost baby. Delian and James and little Junie still alive, still afraid, still asking questions about who decided their parents needed to die. They would remember all of it. It was the least they could do. And maybe, over time, it would become something more than penance. Maybe it would become purpose. Chapter 5, The Debate of Cowards. Kai walked Sage home through streets that had grown dark while they'd been in the safe house. The floating city's rotation had carried them into evening, artificial lights flickering on as the sun disappeared behind the drowned horizon. Above them, spelled lamps hummed with contained magic, casting everything in shades of amber and shadow. They walked in silence for several blocks. Sage was grateful for it, their mind felt too full, too raw, packed with images they couldn't unsee. Leah laughing with her hand on her pregnant belly. Junie at 3 years old, clutching a stuffed rabbit, not yet knowing their parents were about to be disappeared. The clinical language of correction reports that documented torture as procedure. You okay? Kai asked finally, his voice gentle in the darkness. No. The honesty surprised Sage. They'd spent 4 years claiming to be fine, functioning, managing. I don't think I will be for a while. Good. At Sage's look, Kai elaborated. I mean, it's good that you know. That you're not pretending this is manageable. People who try to manage this work without feeling it usually break badly. He paused at a corner, checking both directions before crossing. Habit, probably. The vigilance of someone who'd learned the streets could turn dangerous without warning. You'll carry those photographs forever. That's the cost. But at least you'll be carrying them honestly. Marrow said I need to remember them. Use them as motivation. Yeah, she does that. Shows people the worst thing they've done, makes them sit with it, then tells them to weaponize the guilt. Kai's tone held affection despite the darkness of the words. It works, though. I've seen dozens of people go through her recruitment process. The ones who can't handle the photographs don't last. The ones who can, he shrugged. They become the spine of the resistance. Sage thought about that older person in the safe house, the one who'd watched silently through the whole meeting. How long have you been doing this? 5 years, give or take. Since Marrow pulled me out of that correction facility. Kai's jaw tightened briefly, then released. I was 24. Stupid, reckless, thought I could fix my glyph through sheer force of will. Turns out will doesn't matter much when someone's using magic to unmake you. You don't have to, Sage started. It's fine. It was a long time ago. But his hand drifted to his throat, fingers brushing his glyph. The gesture was unconscious, mirror to Sage's own collar-touching habit. Point is, Marrow saved me. And then she told me I had to decide what to do with the life she'd saved. I chose this. Some days I regret it. Most days I don't. They turned onto Sage's street, the narrow building with its weathered number 847 coming into view. Sage had lived here for 3 years, had climbed these steps thousands of times, but tonight it looked different. Like returning to a place that was supposed to be home but had become just a structure where they slept. Do you want to come up? The invitation surprised them both. Sage never invited anyone up. Their apartment was their fortress, their careful sanctuary of control and solitude. Kai studied them for a moment. You sure? You look like you're about to fall over. I'm sure. Sage wasn't sure at all, but the alternative was going upstairs alone, sitting in silence with the photographs burned into their memory and Marrow's assignment waiting in their pocket. I have tea. Probably. And you did promise to make sure I eat dinner. That I did. Kai's smile was warm. Lead the way, then. Sage's apartment looked exactly as they'd left it 2 days ago, before everything had started breaking, clean, organized, minimal. Books alphabetized on the shelves. Dishes washed and put away. Everything in its proper place. It felt like a museum of someone they used to be. Nice space, Kai said, taking it in. Very, contained. You mean sterile. I mean contained. Like you've worked very hard to make sure nothing in here can surprise you. He moved to the bookshelf, scanning titles. Heavy on the technical manuals and state documentation guidelines. Light on everything else. Sage felt defensive heat creep up their neck. I read for work. Kai pulled out a slim volume that Sage had forgotten they owned, pre-drowning poetry, something they'd bought years ago and never opened. This too? That was, Sage stopped. They didn't remember buying it. Had it been a gift? Had they picked it up in some moment of hope that they'd become someone who read poetry? I don't know. Can I borrow it? At Sage's nod, Kai tucked it into his jacket. I'll return it next time. With notes, probably. I like arguing with dead poets. The casual assumption of a next time, of continued contact, of a future where Sage didn't just disappear back into their careful isolation, it felt presumptuous and comforting in equal measure. Sage moved to the kitchen, found tea that wasn't completely stale, set water to boil. The routine was soothing. Familiar. Something their hands knew how to do while their minds spun through everything else. So, Kai said, settling into one of the 2 chairs at Sage's small table. Tomorrow you go back to work. File Senna's report with Marrow's modifications. Start establishing your pattern of small, forgivable mistakes. How are you feeling about that? Sage's hands stilled on the tea canister. Terrified. Yeah, that's appropriate. Kai leaned back, the chair creaking slightly under his weight. Want to talk through it? Sometimes rehearsing helps. What if I file it wrong? The words came out in a rush. What if I make the wrong kind of mistake and they realize I'm sabotaging? What if I don't make enough mistakes and they expect perfection again? What if? Hey. Kai's voice was gentle but firm. One thing at a time. First, Marrow's modifications are good. She's been doing this for 40 years. The routing she set up will work. But what if the supervisor changes? What if that department's backlog clears? What if? Then we adapt. That's the work, Sage. There's no perfect plan. There's just doing your best with incomplete information and hoping it's enough. He paused, watching Sage's hands shake as they poured water. You're trying to guarantee outcomes. You can't. All you can do is increase Senna's odds and hope they're smart enough to use the time you're buying them. Sage brought the tea to the table, sat across from Kai. The steam rose between them, carrying the ghost of chamomile and honey. I spent 4 years being perfect, they said quietly. Perfect attendance, perfect filing, perfect everything. That was how I survived. By being too useful to question. And now I'm supposed to just stop. Be sloppy? Make mistakes? Not sloppy. Strategic. Kai wrapped his hands around his cup, the gesture casual but grounding. There's a difference between careless and careful chaos. You're going to be creating the appearance of someone who's overwhelmed, not someone who's incompetent. People believe in overwhelmed. They've all been there. And if Director Kessler doesn't believe it? Then you pivot. Play up the stress of the promotion. Maybe develop a stutter when she asks you direct questions. Maybe start showing up 5 minutes late occasionally, looking frazzled. People underestimate you when they think you're falling apart. Kai's smile was wry. Trust me, I've used that cover 100 times. Nobody expects the anxious, apologetic person to be running smuggling operations. Sage sipped their tea, letting the warmth settle into their chest. You make it sound manageable. It's not. But it's survivable. That's different. Kai's expression grew serious. Look, I'm not going to lie to you, this is the hardest part. The beginning. When you're trying to maintain your old life while building a new one underneath it. When every action feels like it might expose you. It's exhausting. Some people can't do it. And if I'm one of those people? Then you tell Marrow, and she helps you disappear. New identity, new city, new life. It's not ideal, but it's survivable. He met Sage's eyes. But I don't think you're one of those people. I think you're terrified but stubborn. And stubborn usually wins over fear, given enough time. You barely know me. I know you wandered into an underground market this morning looking like you'd never broken a law in your life. I know you sat with Marrow for 2 hours and didn't run when she showed you the photographs. I know you're here now, having tea with a smuggler, planning how to commit treason tomorrow. Kai's smile was soft. That's pretty stubborn, friend. The word, friend, landed with unexpected weight. When had Sage last had a friend? Not a colleague, not an acquaintance, but someone who showed up and stayed and called them by name? I don't want to let anyone down, Sage admitted. You will, though. That's guaranteed. At Sage's stricken look, Kai continued. Not because you're bad at this. Because the system is too big. You can't save everyone. Some people will slip through, will be arrested despite your best efforts, will die because you made the wrong call or just had bad luck. That's the work too. Learning to carry the failures without letting them stop you. How do you do it? The question came out raw. How do you keep going when you know you can't save everyone? Kai was quiet for a long moment, staring into his tea. I focus on the ones I can save. Senna, they're alive today because you didn't file that report on time. That's one person. Tomorrow, maybe you save one more. And the day after, one more. You don't count the ones you lose. You count the ones who survive because you were there. That seems like lying to yourself. Maybe. But it's the kind of lie that keeps you functional. He looked up, dark eyes steady. The alternative is being crushed by the weight of everyone you couldn't help. And then you're no good to anyone, including yourself. So yeah, I lie. I tell myself the numbers matter more than the names. And on my good days, I almost believe it. There was pain in his voice, carefully controlled. Sage wondered how many names Kai carried. How many people he'd tried to save and failed. How many times he'd had to make the same calculations Marrow had described, deciding who got saved and who got sacrificed for the sake of maintaining cover. I think I might hate this, Sage said. Yeah, most of us do. Kai's smile was tired but genuine. Welcome to resistance work. It's terrible. You'll do it anyway. They sat in silence for a while, drinking tea that was probably too weak, in an apartment that felt less like a fortress and more like a way station. Outside, the floating city continued its rotation, carrying everyone westward through darkness whether they wanted to go or not. Can I ask you something? Sage said finally. Sure. When you were in that correction facility. When Marrow pulled you out. They paused, trying to find the right words. Were you afraid you'd go back to being who you were before? The person the state wanted you to be? Kai's expression shifted, something vulnerable breaking through his usual easy confidence. Every day, he said quietly. For the first year, every single day. I'd wake up and check my glyph, make sure it was still mine. Still the modification I'd fought for, not the one they'd tried to force me into. Even now, sometimes, he touched his throat again, that unconscious gesture. Sometimes I have dreams where I wake up and it's gone. Where they succeeded in remaking me into something legible. What do you do? When you have those dreams? I get up. Make coffee. Go do something physical, move cargo, help someone relocate, anything that reminds me I'm still here, still choosing this. He smiled, but it didn't quite reach his eyes. And I remind myself that being afraid of losing yourself means you still have a self to lose. That's good. That's human. Sage thought about their own glyph, hidden under layers of careful color and performance. They'd never tried to change it, never had the resources, never had the courage. They'd just spent 4 years hiding it, pretending it didn't exist, performing a legibility they didn't feel. Maybe that was its own form of correction. Slower. Self-administered. Just as violent. I should let you sleep, Kai said, standing. You've got a big day tomorrow. Filing your first sabotage report. Making your first strategic mistake. Becoming officially unreliable. That's, Sage laughed, a sound that surprised them both. That's actually terrifying when you say it like that. Good. Stay terrified. Fear keeps you careful. He moved toward the door, then paused. Hey. If tomorrow gets overwhelming, if you're sitting at your desk and the fear is too much, you can find me. I'm usually at the market midday. 2 rows over from Keys, near the fish vendor who's definitely not selling fish. Why would the fear be too much? Because filing that report makes it real. Up until you submit it, you can still tell yourself this was just curiosity, just consideration. But once you file it, once you actively protect Senna instead of just failing to harm them, you're committed. You're resistance. And that's a different kind of weight. Sage stood too, following him to the door. Thank you. For, they gestured vaguely. All of this. Walking me home. Having tea. Not letting me spiral. That's what friends do. There was that word again, offered easily, like Kai had already decided and was just waiting for Sage to catch up. Get some sleep. Tomorrow we find out if you're as stubborn as I think you are. He left, the door clicking shut behind him, and Sage stood in their too-clean apartment with cold tea and Marrow's instructions and the weight of 2 photographs they'd never be able to forget. They should sleep. Kai was right, tomorrow was important. But instead they found themselves at their desk, pulling out Marrow's careful notes, studying the modifications they'd need to make to Senna's file. The routing was elegant. A slight change in classification that would send the file through 3 different departments before reaching enforcement. A date discrepancy that would trigger an automatic review. A notation that referenced a non-existent subsection of policy, which would cause processing delays while someone tried to find it. All of it technically compliant. All of it strategically wrong in ways that would protect Senna while making Sage look merely human, capable of mistakes, prone to oversight, overwhelmed by increased workload. It should work. It had to work. Sage pulled out a fresh sheet of paper and began drafting the modified report, following Marrow's instructions precisely. Their silver pen moved across the page with the same careful penmanship as always, but the words were different now. Strategic. Protective. Small acts of rebellion dressed as bureaucratic error. They wrote until their hand cramped, until the report was perfect in its imperfection, until they could see exactly how it would move through the system like a pebble in a machine, small enough not to break anything, large enough to cause delays and confusion. By the time they finished, dawn was lightening the sky outside their window. They'd worked through the night, again. But this time felt different. Not penance. Not paralysis. Purpose. They filed the report in their work satchel, changed into fresh clothes, fastened their collar high. In the mirror, they looked the same as always, careful, controlled, illegible. But something had shifted beneath the surface. Some fundamental choice made. Today they would go back to work. They would submit Senna's file with its careful modifications. They would begin establishing their new pattern of strategic incompetence. They would become actively unreliable instead of passively complicit. Today they would choose. The State Glyph Administration building looked the same as it always had, imposing, clean-lined, designed to make people feel small. Sage climbed the steps with hundreds of other bureaucrats, all of them moving through morning routine, none of them knowing that today one of their archivists was about to commit their first act of systematic sabotage. Petra was already at her desk when Sage arrived, pen scratching away at agricultural reports. She glanced up, did a double take. Embren. You look terrible. Didn't sleep well. True enough. The promotion getting to you? Petra's voice held sympathy. I heard Kessler gave you senior-level access. That's a lot of pressure. Yeah. I'm managing. Sage set their satchel on their desk, began unpacking files with hands that only shook a little. Just need to adjust. Make sure you're actually sleeping. Can't do good work if you're exhausted. Petra returned to her own files, already dismissing the exchange. That was how it worked here. Everyone absorbed in their own tasks, their own metrics, their own small corner of the great machine. Nobody looking at how all the pieces fit together into a system designed to erase people. Sage pulled Senna's file from their satchel. The report was complete, signed, ready for submission. But instead of the clean documentation they'd written 3 days ago, this version was subtly, carefully wrong. They stood, file in hand, and walked to the submission station. 3 other archivists were there, dropping reports into the intake bins that would route them through the system. Sage chose the bin marked Standard Processing, Non-Urgent, and let Senna's file slip from their fingers. Just like that. One small piece of paper, falling into a bin, beginning its journey through bureaucratic maze. One person's 6-month reprieve, bought with carefully placed errors and strategic confusion. One act of resistance dressed as human fallibility. Sage's heart hammered in their chest. They expected alarms, accusations, someone to notice that the report wasn't quite right, that the archivist who'd been perfect for 4 years had just filed something imperfect. But nothing happened. The other archivists kept filing their own reports. The intake clerk kept sorting bins. The great machine of categorization and control kept turning, one small pebble lodged in its gears. Sage walked back to their desk on legs that felt hollow. There you go, Petra said without looking up. First one filed. Now you can tackle the rest. Right. Sage's voice sounded distant to their own ears. The rest. 6 more files waited on their desk. 6 more errored glyphs, 6 more people whose existence the state had noticed and found wanting. Tomorrow Marrow would teach them how to route these 2, how to create strategic delays and protective confusion. But today, for now, they just sat with the knowledge of what they'd done. Not written an obituary. Prevented one. For the first time in 4 years, the mathematics of survival had changed. One person lived instead of one person disappearing. The numbers would never balance, 71 names could never be undone. But maybe, over time, they could be outnumbered. Maybe that was enough. Maybe that was all anyone could do. Sage opened the next file, read the name, the age, the glyph classification. Another person, another story, another choice waiting to be made. They pulled out their silver pen, gift from Director Kessler, tool of documentation, now weapon of strategic sabotage, and began to write. Their hand didn't shake. They'd learned not to let it shake. But this time, the steadiness came from purpose instead of fear. And that, Sage thought, might be the difference between surviving and living. Between complicity and resistance. Between writing obituaries and preventing them. They wrote until lunch, documenting and sabotaging in equal measure, learning the rhythm of this new kind of work. At noon, they left the building, walked through streets that seemed brighter somehow, and found themselves at the market. 2 rows over from Keys. Near the fish vendor who was definitely not selling fish. Kai was there, moving crates, his easy strength making heavy work look simple. He saw Sage and his face broke into a genuine smile. Hey. He set down his crate, wiped his hands on his pants. You filed it? I filed it. And nobody noticed. Or if they did, they thought it was just a mistake. Sage felt something unexpected bubbling up in their chest. Relief. Pride. I did it. I actually did it. Yeah, you did. Kai's smile was warm enough to feel like sunlight. First of many. How does it feel? Terrifying, Sage admitted. But also. Like maybe you can do this after all? Yeah. Like that. Kai pulled something from his pocket, a small pastry wrapped in paper, still warm. Saved you this. Figured you'd need something sweet after your first act of treason. Sage took it, broke off a piece, tasted honey and cardamom and the simple miracle of someone who'd remembered they might need comfort. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. We've got a lot of work ahead. Marrow wants to see you tonight, said she has a new assignment. Something about your senior-level access and classified files. Kai's expression grew serious. But for now, you're allowed to celebrate. You saved someone today. That's worth acknowledging. They stood there in the market, surrounded by the underground economy of people who refused to be erased, and Sage let themselves feel it, the weight and the hope in equal measure. The knowledge that they couldn't save everyone mixed with the reality that they'd saved someone. It wasn't absolution. But it was a beginning. And maybe, just maybe, it was enough. Chapter 6, The Hollow Sermon. The cathedral was one of the few structures from before the drowning that had been preserved intact. Not saved, exactly, nothing had been saved in those desperate hours when water rose and magic tore the city apart, but this building had been claimed by the same working that created the floating city. It hung now at the eastern edge of the administrative district, its stone walls wrapped in preservation spells, its stained glass windows depicting a history that most people preferred to forget. Sage had been here 3 times in 4 years. Once for a state ceremony honoring archival work. Once for a colleague's memorial. And now, this evening, because maintaining appearances meant attending the weekly state-sanctioned services where priests blessed the glyph system as divine order. They sat in the back, collar high, trying to be invisible among the 100 or so other attendees. Most were bureaucrats like themselves, people whose work required at least nominal participation in the state's theological justifications. The architecture loomed overhead, all vaulted ceilings and echoing spaces designed to make humans feel appropriately small before the magnitude of organized religion. The priests stood at the front, robed in state blue, their glyph visible and sanctioned at their throat. They'd been speaking for 20 minutes already, their voice carrying through the space with practiced authority. The glyph system is not oppression, they said, gesturing broadly. It is clarity. It is the divine order made manifest in mortal flesh. To resist one's designated glyph is to resist the fundamental structure of reality itself. Sage's stomach turned. They'd heard variations of this sermon before, but after 3 days in the resistance, after seeing Leah's photograph, after meeting Junie through their parents' file, after actively protecting Senna, the words landed differently. Not as neutral theology but as active violence dressed in robes and ritual. Those who claim arid glyphs, the priest continued, are not victims of the system but rather confusion made manifest. They require correction not as punishment but as mercy, a return to the clarity their souls inherently seek. Someone in the front row murmured agreement. Several others nodded. These were people who believed it, Sage realized. Or who needed to believe it to justify their participation in the machine. Either way, the effect was the same, a room full of bureaucrats being told their work was holy. The priest raised their hands in benediction. Let us pray for those lost to confusion. Let us be grateful for the clarity granted to us. Let us remember that in categorization, there is peace. The congregation bowed their heads. Sage did too, but kept their eyes open, watching. And that's when they saw it, the priest's expression, visible in profile as they stood before the congregation. The sermon had been delivered with perfect conviction, voice never wavering, gestures commanding. But their face. For just a moment, something broke through. Not quite grief. Not quite self-loathing. Something worse, the hollow exhaustion of someone who'd been performing belief for so long they'd forgotten what genuine faith felt like. The priest's eyes met Sage's across the cathedral. The moment stretched. Something passed between them, recognition, maybe. The silent acknowledgement of two people going through motions they no longer believed in. Then the priest looked away, finishing the benediction with practiced smoothness, and the moment was gone. The service ended. The congregation filed out into evening light, most heading toward their homes or the night markets, their spiritual obligations fulfilled for another week. Sage lingered, unsure why, watching as the priest moved through post-service rituals with mechanical precision. They should leave. They had to meet Marrow in an hour. But something held them there, watching this person perform holiness while radiating emptiness. Archivist Embrin. Sage turned to find the priest standing close enough that they could see the fine embroidery on their robes, the careful makeup that suggested they'd chosen their presentation deliberately that day. Up close, they were striking, light olive skin, sharp features, hazel eyes that held centuries of doubt in a face that couldn't be older than mid-30s. I don't believe we've met formally, the priest said. Their voice was different without the cathedral's acoustics amplifying it, softer, with an undercurrent of something that might have been humor or might have been despair. Vesper St. Null. I oversee theological documentation for the state. Sage Embrin. I work in arid glyph archives. Yes, I know. Vesper's smile was thin. We're adjacent departments. You document what people are when the system can't recognize them. I document why that's supposedly their fault rather than the system's. A pause. Functionally, we do the same work. The bluntness was shocking. Sage glanced around, but the cathedral had emptied except for them. I saw you watching me, Vesper continued. During the sermon. Most people bow their heads when I tell them to. You kept your eyes open. I didn't mean to. It's fine. Refreshing, actually. Vesper moved to one of the pews, sat with the careful grace of someone trained in ritual movement. Do you believe any of it? The theological justification for the glyph system? It was a trap. Had to be a trap. You didn't ask state archivists whether they believed in state theology unless you were testing loyalty. But Vesper was watching them with that same hollow exhaustion Sage had seen during the sermon, and something in Sage decided to take the risk. No, they said quietly. I don't. Good. Neither do I. Vesper laughed, a sound without joy. Haven't believed it in years. But I'm very good at performing belief. It's become my primary skill, theological justification for systematic violence, delivered with perfect conviction 3 times a week. Sage remained standing, poised to run if this turned into exposure. Why are you telling me this? Because I saw your file cross my desk this morning. Senna's case, the textile worker with the beautiful fluid glyph. Vesper's gaze sharpened. Your report was interesting. Technically complete but routed in a way that will create substantial delays. almost as if someone wanted to buy Senna time to disappear. Sage's heart stopped. I don't know what you... Please. Vesper's voice was gentle. I've been reading state documentation for a decade. I know what strategic incompetence looks like. The question is whether you're working alone or whether you've made contact with the resistance. This was it. Exposure. Sage's 3 days as a saboteur ending in correction or worse. They turned toward the door, calculating distances, knowing it was futile. Sit down, archivist Embren. I'm not going to report you. Vesper gestured at the pew. Sit. We should talk. Sage sat because running would confirm everything and sitting might buy them time to think. Their hand went to their collar, habit, checking that their own errored glyph was still hidden. Vesper noticed the gesture. You're one of us, aren't you? Hidden errored. That's why you took the archival job, access to the system that's hunting you. That's why you're so meticulous. You've been documenting others while hiding yourself. Are you going to turn me in? No. Vesper's voice was certain. Because I'm about to ask you to do something for me. Something that will either prove your resistance or get us both killed. The cathedral felt suddenly cold despite the preservation spells. Sage wrapped their arms around themselves. What do you want? I want out. Vesper's hands clenched in their lap. I want to stop performing belief in a theology that justifies torture. I want to stop writing justifications for why erred people deserve correction. I want, their voice cracked. I want to stop being complicit in a system I know is evil. The words echoed in the empty space. Sage recognized them, had thought them themselves, had felt them burning in their chest for years. Why now? They asked. Because this morning I was called to witness a correction. To provide theological blessing while they... Vesper stopped, hands shaking. The subject was 8 years old. 8. Their glyph was unstable because they were a child still figuring out who they were. And I stood there and blessed the procedure and told them it was mercy. Sage felt sick. What happened? They died. The working was too much for a child system to handle. They died while I quoted scripture about the necessity of clarity. Vesper's voice was hollow. And afterward, the enforcement officer thanked me for my service. The weight of it settled between them. Sage had spent 4 years cataloging people for correction but had never witnessed one. Vesper had witnessed dozens, maybe hundreds, and blessed each one as divine will. I don't know how to help you, Sage said finally. I don't know. Marrow sent you, didn't she? At Sage's sharp intake of breath, Vesper continued. I've been trying to make contact with the resistance for months. Leaving signals in my documentation, making small strategic errors in my theological justifications. Hoping someone would notice and reach out. And then this morning, Senna's file crosses my desk with the exact routing signature Marrow's been using for years, and I think, finally, someone noticed. You've been trying to join the resistance? Trying to atone, more like. But yes. Vesper stood, began pacing. I know Marrow. We were colleagues once, before, they gestured vaguely. Before I chose priesthood and she chose revolution. She knows I have access to theological archives, to enforcement schedules, to the rationalization documentation that precedes major operations. She knows I could be useful. Or you could be a trap. State intelligence trying to infiltrate the resistance. Yes. That's the problem. Vesper's smile was sharp. I have no way to prove I'm genuine. No way to demonstrate that I'm serious about leaving except by actually leaving, which requires resistance help I can't access without proving I'm genuine. It's circular. Sage understood the problem. They were the same problem, a state employee with access and guilt, trying to cross the line from complicit to resistant without any way to prove their sincerity except through actions that required existing trust. What do you want me to do? They asked. Take me to Marrow. Vesper's voice was steady now. I'll give her everything. Access codes to theological archives. Enforcement schedules for the next 3 months. Names of priests who are wavering like I am. Documentation of every correction I've blessed in the past year, including dates and locations and subjects. Let her decide if I'm genuine or a trap. And if she decides you're a trap, then I'll disappear. Better than continuing to bless the torture of children. Vesper met Sage's eyes. I'm serious, archivist. I'm done performing holiness for a system that murders people for being themselves. Whatever Marrow needs from me, whatever price she demands, I'll pay it. I just want to stop being this person. The desperation in their voice was visceral. Sage recognized it, had felt it themselves 3 days ago, sitting in the archive with Senna's unfiled report, knowing they couldn't continue but not knowing how to stop. I'm supposed to meet her tonight, Sage admitted. But I can't just bring someone without warning. That's a security breach. They could kill me. I know. Vesper said it calmly. I'm willing to risk it. The alternative is going back to that cathedral tomorrow and blessing another correction. I can't do it anymore. I won't. Sage thought about Marrow, about her bluntness and her 40 years of survival and her intolerance for security risks. Showing up with an unexpected priest would be. But they also thought about Vesper's hollow expression during the sermon. The way they'd stood alone in the cathedral afterward, performing rituals for an empty room. The weight of blessing a child's death and having to continue anyway. I need to contact Kai, Sage said. He can ask Marrow if she'll meet you. If she says no, then I'll leave. Disappear on my own, somehow. Vesper's jaw set. But I have to try. Even if it gets me killed, I have to try. Sage found Kai at the market, closing up his stall for the evening. He saw them approaching with someone in priestly robes and his expression shifted immediately, casual friendliness disappearing behind careful neutrality. Kai, Sage said. This is Vesper St. Null. They need to speak with Marrow. Kai's eyes went hard. Does Marrow know you're bringing uninvited guests to safe locations? No. That's why I came to you first. Sage glanced at Vesper, who stood silent, letting Sage make the case. They have information. Access to enforcement schedules and theological documentation. They want to defect. Or their state intelligence running an infiltration. Kai crossed his arms. Do you know how many people try to trick their way into the resistance? How many defectors turn out to be enforcement? I know. But I think they're genuine. Based on what? A feeling? Kai's voice was sharp. Friend, I know you're new to this, but you can't bring people to safe houses based on feelings. That gets people killed. Vesper spoke for the first time since leaving the cathedral. He's right. You shouldn't trust me. I've spent a decade blessing corrections and writing theological justifications for torture. I'm complicit in ways that make archivist Embren look innocent. They pulled something from their robes, a folder, thick with papers. But I have this. Every correction I've blessed in the past year. Dates, locations, subjects, enforcement officers involved. Names of priests who've expressed doubt. Access codes to theological archives. It's everything I can give you without advance notice. Kai took the folder, flipped through it without reading. This could be planted. False intelligence meant to compromise operations. Yes, it could. Vesper's voice was steady. But if it is, you'll know quickly. Test any piece of information in that folder. If it's false, you'll discover it before it causes damage. If it's real, they paused. If it's real, then you have enforcement schedules for every major operation planned in the next 3 months. Including the one targeting safe houses in the Eastern Quarter next week. Kai's attention sharpened. What did you say? Eastern Quarter. Safe houses. Next Tuesday. They have a list, not complete, but substantial. I saw it this morning when I blessed the planning session. Vesper's voice was matter-of-fact. If I'm state intelligence, I wouldn't tell you that, because you'll evacuate those locations and my intelligence will be wasted. If I'm genuine, I just gave you information that will save lives. Kai studied them for a long moment, then looked at Sage. You trust them? I don't know them well enough to trust them, Sage admitted. But I believe they're serious about leaving. I saw them during the service. Sage struggled for words. They're where I was 3 days ago. Knowing they can't continue but not knowing how to stop. That's not proof. No. But it's something. Sage met Kai's eyes. You trusted me based on even less. Marrow trusted me based on watching me from a distance and taking a risk. Maybe Vesper deserves the same chance. Kai was quiet, clearly running calculations. Finally, he sighed. All right. I'll contact Marrow. If she agrees to meet, we do it at a neutral location with backup. If anything seems wrong, Vesper disappears, and not in a "we help you relocate" way. He fixed Vesper with a hard stare. Understand? Perfectly. Vesper's voice was calm. I'd expect nothing less. Good. Kai pulled out a communication device, the same type Marrow had used to teleport from the roof garden. Wait here. Both of you. And don't talk about locations or names or anything that could compromise security if someone's listening. He stepped away, speaking in tones too low to hear. Sage and Vesper stood in uncomfortable silence, the market flowing around them. Thank you, Vesper said finally. For vouching for me. You didn't have to. I don't know if I did the right thing. Neither do I. But it's better than going back to that cathedral. Vesper's voice was quiet. I keep thinking about that child. 8 years old. They were so scared. And I stood there and told them it was mercy, that they'd be grateful afterward, that clarity was worth any pain. And then they died screaming. Sage didn't have words for that. Nothing they could say would make it better or different or less horrifying. I can't undo it, Vesper continued. Can't bring them back. Can't unmake the dozens of other corrections I've blessed. But maybe I can prevent the next one. Maybe that's enough. That's what Marrow told me, Sage said. That you can't undo the past. You can only outnumber it with future prevention. Is it working? Are you managing to believe that? I don't know yet. I filed my first sabotage report today. 1 person protected. 71 people I couldn't save. The math doesn't balance. Maybe it never does. Vesper's smile was sad. Maybe we just learned to carry imbalanced equations. Kai returned, expression grave. Marrow says she'll meet. But it's going to be at a location you haven't seen, Sage, and Vesper will be searched for tracking magic before we go anywhere near the actual safe house. If you're having doubts, now's the time to back out. Vesper straightened their shoulders. No doubts. Let's go. The meeting location was an abandoned warehouse near the edge of the floating city, its walls marked with the same counter-surveillance glyphs Sage had seen on the safe house. Marrow stood in the center of the space, flanked by Indigo and the older resistance member Sage still didn't have a name for. She studied Vesper with the same clinical attention she'd given Sage 3 days ago. Vesper St. Null, Marrow said. It's been a long time. 10 years. Vesper's voice was steady. Since I chose priesthood over resistance. Since I decided theological justification was somehow better than active participation in violence. And now? Now I know better. Vesper pulled out another folder, this one from inside their robes, clearly hidden carefully. This is everything I couldn't give Kai in public. Actual enforcement schedules, not just the planned one. Access codes. Names of sympathetic priests. Locations where they're holding corrected individuals for theological counseling, which is torture, we both know that. Marrow took the folder, gestured to Indigo. Check it. All of it. Look for inconsistencies, false data, anything that smells like a trap. Indigo took the folder, sat on the floor with her laptop, began cross-referencing information with practiced efficiency. Give me 10 minutes. Those 10 minutes stretched in tense silence. Vesper stood perfectly still, hands folded, expression calm despite the weight of assessment. Sage found themselves watching the way Vesper held themselves, that same trained grace from the cathedral, but without the performance. Just someone standing in their truth, however ugly that truth was. It's legit, Indigo said finally. Or if it's fake, it's sophisticated enough that I can't detect manipulation. The enforcement schedule matches patterns I've been tracking. The access codes are formatted correctly. And, she looked up at Marrow. The Eastern Quarter raid? It's real. 14 safe houses targeted. If we don't evacuate, we lose a lot of people. Marrow's expression didn't change. That could still be planned intelligence. Give us real information to gain trust, then use that trust to deliver false information later. Yes, Vesper agreed. That's exactly what I'd do if I were running an infiltration. Which means you need to decide, do you risk trusting me and potentially save those people, or do you assume I'm false intelligence and let them be raided? That's not the choice. Marrow stepped closer to Vesper, her height and presence making them look smaller despite their own commanding bearing. The choice is whether I believe you're sincere about leaving or whether you're performing sincerity the same way you've been performing belief for 10 years. I can't prove sincerity. I can only offer action. Vesper met her eyes without flinching. I've given you intelligence that will save lives. I've given you access that will let you sabotage theological documentation. I'm offering to defect completely, burn my cover, leave the priesthood, become a security risk to the state. What more can I do to prove I'm serious? Tell me about the child. Marrow's voice was soft, deadly. The 8-year-old you blessed this morning. Tell me their name. Vesper's composure cracked. Jasper. They had a fluid glyph that kept shifting because they were 8 and still figuring out who they were. The state decided that was instability requiring correction. Their voice shook. They died after 6 minutes. I watched them die while quoting scripture. And how did that make you feel? Like I wanted to die too. Like I should have died instead of them. Like every breath I take is stolen from all the people I've helped kill through my cowardice. The raw honesty in Vesper's voice filled the warehouse. Sage recognized it, that same self-loathing they'd felt looking at Leah's photograph, at Junie's parents' file. The weight of complicity made conscious. Marrow studied Vesper for another long moment. Then, all right. I believe you. Or rather, I believe you believe you're serious, which is close enough for now. She turned to Indigo. Evacuate the Eastern Quarter safe houses. Tonight. All 14. We'll verify this intelligence through action. And if it's a trap? Indigo asked. Then Vesper dies first. Marrow said it calmly, as fact rather than threat. But I don't think it's a trap. I think it's what it looks like, a priest who finally broke. She looked back at Vesper. You understand what you're doing? You can't go back. Once you're publicly identified as resistance, you're marked for correction or execution. No middle ground. I understand. I want it. Vesper's voice was certain. I want to stop being who I've been. Even if it means dying as who I am. You'll probably get that wish eventually. Most of us do. But Marrow's expression had softened fractionally. All right. Welcome to the Resistance, Vesper. Your first assignment is helping Sage learn how to read theological documentation. Second assignment is identifying every priest who might be sympathetic. Third is teaching us the schedule of when enforcement seeks religious justification. When they ask priests to bless operations, we know something big is coming. I can do all of that. Vesper paused. And Marrow? Thank you. Don't thank me. Thank Sage, they're the one who vouched for you. Marrow turned to Sage. Speaking of which. You were supposed to meet me an hour ago for your new assignment. Instead you brought me a defecting priest. That's initiative, Embren. Risky, but initiative. I couldn't let them go back to that cathedral, Sage said. Good instinct. That's what this work is, making impossible choices based on incomplete information and hoping you're right more often than you're wrong. She gestured to both of them. Come on. All three of you. Kai, Indigo, you start the evacuations. Vesper, Sage, you're coming with me. Time to talk about that senior-level access and what we're going to do with it. An hour later, Sage stood in yet another safe house, this one filled with maps and documents and the accumulated intelligence of 40 years of resistance. Marrow had spread out their assignment, using their new senior-level access to gather information on upcoming enforcement operations, major corrections, anything that would give the resistance advance warning. You'll be our eyes inside the system, Marrow explained. Every document you see, you'll analyze for patterns. Every schedule you access, you'll copy and bring to us. Every classified file that crosses your desk becomes intelligence we can act on. Sage struggled to comprehend the scope. That's systematic espionage. That's not small mistakes and strategic delays. That's active intelligence gathering. Yes. That's the work your promotion buys us. Marrow's smile was thin. You wanted to prevent obituaries? This is how. By knowing what's coming before it happens. By evacuating people before raids. By sabotaging enforcement operations from inside. By using your access to save lives. Vesper spoke up. I can help. Theological documentation often precedes major operations. If I flag anything unusual in blessing requests, Sage can look for corresponding enforcement files. Exactly. Marrow looked between them. You two are going to work together. Cross-reference theological and archival documentation. Find patterns. Identify targets before enforcement does. It's painstaking work. Dangerous work. And it will save more lives than any other action we can take right now. Sage felt the weight of it settling on their shoulders. This was beyond filing strategically wrong reports. This was becoming an active intelligence asset. This was choosing, completely and finally, to betray the system that employed them. This was the point of no return. I'll do it, they heard themselves say. So will I, Vesper added. Good. Marrow pulled out two small devices, the same communication equipment Kai and she carried. These are how you'll contact us. Encrypted, but not foolproof. Use them only for critical intelligence. Everything else goes through Kai, he's your handler. Weekly meetings to transfer information. Emergency protocol if you're compromised. She handed one to each of them. Welcome to the real resistance. You're not just preventing harm anymore. You're actively fighting back. Sage held the device, feeling its weight. Smaller than their silver pen. Less significant looking. But representing a commitment that would define the rest of their life, however long or short that life turned out to be. One more thing, Marrow said. You're going to need cover for why you're spending time together. Vesper, you're now officially providing theological consultation to the archival department. Sage, you're now officially requesting theological guidance on complicated cases. That gives you reason to meet, to share documentation, to cross-reference files. Make it look routine. Vesper laughed, a sound with actual humor this time. That's brilliant. Using the state's own bureaucracy to justify our collaboration. The best resistance hides in plain sight. Marrow's expression was serious. But understand, this makes you partners. You'll be relying on each other for cover, for intelligence, for survival. Trust is mandatory. Betrayal isn't survivable. Sage looked at Vesper, this person they'd met hours ago, whose hollow sermon had revealed such profound despair. Who'd blessed a child's death and decided they couldn't continue. Who'd risked everything to defect based on one strategically filed report and the desperate hope that someone would notice. I trust them, Sage said. So do I, Vesper replied. Or I will. Trust is earned, but faith sometimes has to come first. Marrow nodded, satisfied. All right. Get out of here, both of you. You have work tomorrow, normal, bureaucratic, perfectly legal work. But you also have new purpose. Use it well. They left together, walking through streets grown late and quiet. Vesper had removed their priestly robes, now dressed in plain clothes that made them look younger, less imposing. More human. Thank you, they said again. For bringing me to Marrow. For trusting me enough to try. I didn't know if I was doing the right thing. Neither did I. But we did it anyway. Vesper's smile was small but genuine. That seems to be the pattern with this work. Acting despite uncertainty. Choosing despite doubt. Moving forward even when the ground is unstable. Is it always going to be this terrifying? Probably. Vesper's voice was matter-of-fact. But terror beats complicity. And purpose beats despair. So we'll manage. They reached a corner where their paths diverged, Sage toward their apartment, Vesper toward wherever they lived when they weren't performing holiness in cathedrals. Tomorrow, Vesper said. I'll submit a formal request for theological consultation with the archival department. We'll start cross-referencing files. Begin building our intelligence network. Tomorrow, Sage agreed. They parted ways, two people who'd spent years being complicit in different ways, now bound together by the choice to stop. To fight. To use their access to break what they'd helped build. Sage walked home through quiet streets, the communication device heavy in their pocket, their commitment made final. They'd crossed the threshold. Not just from documentation to sabotage, but from resistance to revolution. From preventing harm to actively causing strategic chaos. From writing obituaries to preventing them to burning down the system that required obituaries in the first place. It was terrifying. It was necessary. And for the first time in 4 years, Sage felt like they were living instead of just surviving. The floating city drifted westward through darkness, carrying everyone toward tomorrow whether they were ready or not. Sage was ready. Or they would be. That would have to be enough. Chapter 7, The Archive Speaks. 3 weeks passed in a blur of double lives. Sage went to work each morning, filed reports with strategic imperfections, attended meetings where they nodded along to discussions of enforcement priorities while memorizing details to pass to Marrow. They had lunch with Vesper twice a week in the administrative building's cafeteria, their conversations appearing to be about theological interpretations of glyph classifications while actually cross-referencing enforcement schedules with blessing requests. To anyone watching, they were exactly what they appeared to be, a newly promoted senior archivist consulting with a priest about complicated cases. The state's own bureaucracy provided perfect cover for intelligence gathering. At night, Sage attended resistance meetings in rotating safe houses, learning to read between the lines of their own databases. Marrow taught them how to identify patterns in enforcement documentation, when cases were being prioritized, when raids were being planned, when the state was about to move against specific communities. Indigo showed them how to extract data without leaving traces, how to corrupt files in ways that look like system errors rather than sabotage. And Kai was there at every meeting, always with that warm smile, always checking if Sage had eaten, always walking them home afterward through streets that had stopped feeling quite so dangerous. They were becoming something Sage had never been before, part of something larger than themselves. Part of a network, a community, a family of people who'd all chosen to stop being complicit. It should have felt liberating. Instead, Sage felt constantly on the edge of exposure. Every conversation at work felt like a test. Every question from their supervisor felt like an interrogation. Director Kessler had called them in twice to discuss their recent performance issues, the carefully crafted pattern of small mistakes that was supposed to provide cover for intelligence gathering. You've been making errors, Archivist Embren, Kessler had said at their last meeting, her cold blue eyes studying Sage with clinical precision. Nothing major. Just uncharacteristic sloppiness. Misfiled dates. Routing to wrong departments. Classification inconsistencies. I apologize, Director. The increased workload from the promotion has been overwhelming you? Yes, I can see that. Kessler had leaned back in her chair, fingers steepled. The question is whether this is temporary adjustment or permanent decline. You were perfect for 4 years, Embren. Perfect. And now you're merely adequate. Should I be concerned? No, Director. I'm adapting to the new responsibilities. It won't. See that it doesn't. Perfect was what made you valuable. Adequate is replaceable. The threat had been delivered with that same cold smile. I'd hate to lose you to a reassignment. Or correction. The word had hung in the air like a blade. Correction. Kessler knew. Or suspected. Or was testing to see how Sage would react. Sage had kept their hands steady, their expression neutral, their voice calm. Understood, Director. I'll do better. But the encounter had shaken them badly enough that Kai had noticed immediately when Sage showed up at that evening's meeting. What happened? He'd asked, steering Sage away from the others. Kessler's suspicious. She basically threatened me with correction if my performance doesn't improve. Sage had been shaking, the fear finally breaking through now that they were in safe space. She knows something's wrong. Maybe not what, exactly, but she knows. Then we pull you out. New identity, new city. It's not worth the risk. No. Sage's voice had been firm despite the fear. If I disappear, she'll know I was resistance. She'll audit everything I've touched. Everyone I've protected will be exposed retroactively. I have to stay, have to convince her I'm just struggling with the workload, not actively sabotaging. Kai had looked like he wanted to argue but recognized the logic. All right. But if it gets worse, I'll tell you. I promise. That had been 5 days ago. Since then, Sage had been hypervigilant, checking every report 3 times before filing, making sure their strategic errors looked genuine rather than deliberate. It was exhausting. Walking the line between appearing competent enough to keep their position and flawed enough to maintain the pattern they'd established. Tonight was supposed to be different. Tonight, after the regular resistance meeting, Sage had planned to go home, sleep in their own bed for once, try to feel something resembling normal. But the archive had other plans. Sage felt at the moment they descended into the deep levels. The air was wrong, thicker, charged with something that made their glyph heat beneath their collar. They'd come down to retrieve a file Marrow needed, something from the oldest archives, 3 years back. Routine intelligence gathering. Except nothing felt routine. The archive was awake. Not in the way it had been before, the occasional whisper, the sense of vast attention. This was different. Active. Present. The shelves around Sage seemed to breathe, books opening and closing without hands touching them. The bioluminescent glyphs on the spines pulsed in patterns that might have been language. Keeper. The word appeared in Sage's mind with absolute clarity. Not a whisper this time. A voice. I'm here, Sage said aloud, feeling foolish. They were talking to a library. A very old, very strange library, but still just a collection of books and magic and accumulated history. The temperature dropped. Sage's breath misted in air that had been warm moments before. You have chosen. Yes. I've chosen. I'm working with the resistance. I'm trying to. Not that choice. Deeper. The archive's presence pressed closer, not threatening but overwhelming in its intensity. You have chosen to see. To remember. To carry weight. The question is whether you will carry mine as well. Sage's heart hammered. I don't understand. The shelves shifted. Not physically moving, but the space between them reorganizing, creating paths that hadn't existed before. One path glowed slightly, beckoning. Come. Let me show you what you've been cataloging all these years. Sage should leave. Should go back up to the surface, report this to Marrow, let more experienced resistance members handle whatever strange magic was happening in the archive's depths. Instead, they followed the glowing path. It led them deeper than they'd ever gone before, past levels that shouldn't exist given the archive's architecture. The stone walls gave way to something older, coral and drowned concrete, remnants of pre-drowning Atlanta still embedded in the foundation. The air tasted like salt water and ancient magic. The path ended at a door Sage had never seen before. It was carved from coral, covered in glyphs that hurt to look at directly, sealed with magic so old Sage could feel its weight pressing against their skin. "This is my heart," the archive said. "Where I keep what cannot be kept elsewhere. What the state tried to destroy but I preserved. What you have been protecting without knowing it. What is it? Open it and see." Sage's hand moved to the door without conscious decision. The glyphs should have burned them, protective magic that Strong didn't just open for random archivists. But their glyph heated beneath their collar, responding to something in the door's magic, and the seal recognized them. Recognized their arid nature. Their refusal to fit categories. Their existence in the liminal space between what the state demanded and what was real. The door opened. Beyond was a chamber unlike anything else in the archive. No shelves. No books in the traditional sense. Instead, the walls were lined with crystallized memory, formations of calcified magic that glowed with internal light. Each crystal contained something. Knowledge? Experience? Sage could see images flickering in the depths of the formations, faces, moments, entire lives preserved in mineral and spell. "What is this?" they breathed. "The arid glyphs you've been cataloging," the archive said. "Every person whose identity the state decided to erase. I've been saving them. Their true selves, their actual identities, everything they were before correction or suppression. When you document them, when you write their names in your careful script, you create a thread between them and me. And I preserve that thread. I save what they tried to destroy." Sage moved deeper into the chamber, awed and horrified. Thousands of crystallized memories lined the walls, each one a person the state had tried to unmake. Each one someone Sage had catalogued. Why? The question came out choked. Why save them if they're already gone? Because someone must remember. Because erasure only succeeds if no one witnesses. Because you, the archive's presence wrapped around Sage like a presence, asked me to. Every time you documented an arid glyph, every time you wrote their name with care and guilt and the desperate hope that somehow it mattered, you were asking me to remember them. So I did. Sage's vision blurred with tears. They'd spent 4 years believing their documentation enabled disappearance. And all along, the archive had been preserving what Sage documented. Creating a record that couldn't be destroyed or corrupted or forgotten. "The 71, Sage said. "The ones Marrow showed me. Are they here? All of them. Including Leah and Marcus. Including Delian and James Brightwater." The archive's voice was gentle now. "Their true selves, preserved. Not erased. Never erased while I remain. And Junie's parents, can they be restored? Can we bring them back?" "No." The word was definitive. "Their bodies died. Correction killed them. I can preserve memory and identity, but I cannot restore life. What I can do is ensure they're not forgotten. Ensure that when the revolution comes, if it comes, there will be a record of who they truly were." The weight of it staggered Sage. All this time, they'd thought themselves complicit in erasure. And they were. Their documentation had enabled arrests, corrections, deaths. But they'd also, inadvertently, created the only true record of those people. The only preservation of identities the state tried to unmake. "Why are you showing me this now?" "Because you need to know what you carry. What we've been building together without your conscious knowledge." The archive's presence pulsed with something like urgency. "The state suspects something. I feel them probing, trying to access these depths. They know their documentation has been incomplete lately. They're looking for what's wrong. Looking for who's wrong. Director Kessler. Yes. She ordered a full audit of the archives 3 days ago. They'll be sending specialists to examine the deep levels. When they find this chamber, when they realize I've been preserving what they tried to erase, they'll destroy everything. Destroy me if they can. Horror flooded through Sage. We have to protect it. Have to evacuate the crystals, hide them somewhere. They cannot be moved. They're bound to me, to this place, to the foundation of the floating city itself. Moving them would shatter them. Destroying the preservation just as surely as the state would. Then what do we do? You help me hide. Not the chamber, that they'll find. But what the chamber means. What I am. The archive's voice grew urgent. I can make this look like a failed experiment in glyph preservation. A state project that went wrong decades ago. If they believe I'm dormant, just a repository of dead data, they'll seal this chamber but leave the rest of me intact. But if they realize I'm conscious, if they understand I've been actively preserving errored identities against state orders, they'll destroy everything. Every record. Every memory. Every person we've saved from complete erasure. How do I help you hide? Become my keeper. Officially. The crystals pulsed in unison, creating patterns of light that formed words in the air. Request assignment to Deep Archive Maintenance. Claim you discovered this chamber during your senior-level work and want to study it. Make yourself the expert on this location, the person they rely on to understand it. And then lie. Tell them I'm dormant. Tell them this preservation magic failed. Make them believe there's nothing here worth destroying. They'll never believe me. Kessler already suspects I'm compromised. Then make someone else the expert. Someone they trust absolutely. The archive showed Sage an image in the light patterns, Vesper, standing in this chamber, documenting the crystals with theological authority. A priest blessing the sealing of a failed experiment. Theological justification for containing something the state finds uncomfortable but not actively threatening. If Vesper sells it convincingly, Kessler will believe. Sage's mind raced. Vesper just defected. Their resistance now. Why would they help the state seal the archive? Because sealing is not destruction. A sealed chamber can be unsealed. A destroyed chamber is permanent loss. The archive's logic was undeniable. Vesper helps me appear dormant, helps the state believe I'm contained and harmless. We lose access temporarily. But we preserve the memories. Preserve the record. And when the revolution comes, if it comes, we'll have proof of what the state did. Evidence that cannot be denied or dismissed. Every errored person they tried to erase, preserved in crystal and memory. It was brilliant. Terrible, but brilliant. Let the state think they'd won, think they contained a problem, while actually preserving the one thing they most wanted to destroy, evidence. I need to talk to Marrow, Sage said. To Vesper. We need to coordinate. No time. The audit team arrives tomorrow morning. If they find you've been here without authorization, if they realize you discovered this before you reported it, they'll know something's wrong. The archive's urgency was palpable. You need to report this tonight. Wake Director Kessler if you must. Tell her you were doing routine retrieval work and stumbled onto something troubling. Let her believe you're being a good, conscientious archivist who's concerned about security. And then? Then you suggest Vesper examine it for theological implications. You make it Kessler's idea to bring in a priest. You make her feel clever for thinking of theological containment. And Vesper does the rest. It required trust. Trust that Vesper could perform belief one more time, convincingly enough to fool the state. Trust that Marrow would understand why they'd made this choice without consultation. Trust that the archive knew what it was doing. Trust that Sage could lie well enough to save everything they'd accidentally helped preserve. All right, Sage said. I'll do it. Thank you, Keeper. The archive's presence wrapped around them, warm despite the cold of the chamber. You've been saving them all along, without knowing it. Now save them deliberately. Save me. Save the only true record that erred people existed and mattered and were real. Sage took one last look at the crystals, at the thousands of lives preserved in light and magic. Somewhere in this chamber was Leah, laughing with her hand on her pregnant belly. Somewhere were Delian and James, the joy they'd known before the state decided their love was error. Somewhere was every person Sage had documented with guilt and care and desperate hope that somehow it mattered. It had mattered. All along, without knowing it, Sage had been building a monument to the people the state tried to erase. Now they just had to protect it. Director Kessler answered her door at midnight with the cold fury of someone who'd been woken from sleep by an inferior. She wore a robe of expensive silk, her silver hair slightly mussed, her expression promising consequences for whoever had dared disturb her. Then she saw Sage's face and her expression shifted to sharp attention. Archivist Embren. This had better be important. Director, I found something in the deep archives. Something I think you need to see immediately. Sage let their voice shake slightly, let anxiety show. Not hard to fake, they were genuinely terrified, just not for the reasons Kessler would assume. It's a chamber I've never seen before. Old magic. Really old. And they paused, as if searching for words. It's full of preserved glyphs. Errad glyphs. Thousands of them. Kessler's attention sharpened to a blade's edge. Show me. They went to the archive together, Kessler throwing on official robes over her silk, 2 enforcement officers summoned to accompany them. Sage led them down through levels they knew intimately now, past familiar shelves and into the paths that had reorganized themselves for the archive's revelation. The door was still open. The crystals still glowing. Kessler stepped into the chamber and went utterly still. Her voice was strangled. This is a complete archive of errad identities. Every suppressed glyph in the city's history. She turned to Sage, eyes blazing. How long have you known about this? Just tonight, Director. I was retrieving files for a case review and the archive, the architecture shifted. Opened this path. I followed it and found, Sage gestured at the crystals. This. I came directly to you. You didn't tell anyone else? No, Director. Just you. Kessler studied them for a long moment, clearly trying to determine if this was truth or elaborate trap. Finally, she seemed to decide Sage was genuinely what they appeared, a confused, frightened archivist who'd stumbled onto something beyond their understanding. This magic is old, she said, moving among the crystals with careful steps. Pre-drowning. The archive itself must have created it, some kind of preservation instinct when the city was torn from its foundations. It was trying to save everything, including what we designated as errors. Is it dangerous? Sage asked, letting concern color their voice. Potentially. If this preservation magic is still active, if the archive is conscious enough to be making these decisions. Kessler's expression grew grim. We need to contain this. Seal the chamber. Ensure nothing can be accessed or spread. Should we destroy the crystals? Eliminate the risk entirely? No. Kessler's answer was sharp. These are state records, even if they're errad ones. Documentation has value, Embren. You should know that. We'll seal them, study them under controlled conditions, determine if there's useful information to be extracted. But we don't destroy records. That's not what we do. Sage felt relief flood through them. Kessler's obsession with documentation, the same obsession that had made her trust Sage's meticulous record-keeping, was going to save the archive. She'd seal it rather than destroy it because some part of her believed all records had value, even records of people she thought shouldn't exist. I think, Sage ventured carefully. I think this might be a theological matter too. The preservation of errad identities. Father Vesper might have insight into the spiritual implications. Whether this requires formal religious containment. Kessler turned, studying Sage with new interest. That's actually quite astute, Embren. Yes. A theological seal in addition to magical containment. That would be thorough. She almost smiled. Perhaps you're adapting to your senior role after all. Thank you, Director. I'll contact Father St. Null first thing in the morning. Have them perform an assessment, determine what religious protocols are needed. She looked around the chamber one more time, expression unreadable. You've done good work tonight, Embren. Found a significant security risk and reported it immediately. This is what I expect from senior archivists. This is the kind of initiative I value. The irony was so sharp it could draw blood. Sage had just saved the one thing the state most wanted to destroy by convincing Kessler to preserve it. Had used the state's own values, documentation, thoroughness, theological blessing, to protect evidence of the state's atrocities. I'm glad I could help, Director. You've regained some of the trust you've been losing with your recent errors, Kessler said as they climbed back toward the surface. Continue this level of work and we'll forget about the performance concerns. Prove you can handle senior-level responsibility and perhaps we'll consider promoting you further. Sage nodded, made appropriate grateful sounds, and tried not to think about how completely they just fooled someone who prided herself on seeing through deception. By dawn, Sage had contacted Vesper through the encrypted communicator. Told them what had happened, what Kessler would be asking them to do, what they needed to sell to make the archives plan work. Vesper had listened in silence, then laughed, actual, genuine humor. So I get to perform belief one more time, they'd said. But this time, for a purpose I actually support. For preservation instead of destruction. For memory instead of erasure. Can you do it? Convince Kessler the archive is dormant, that this is just dead data from a failed preservation experiment? I blessed a child's correction and made it sound like mercy, Vesper had replied, voice going dark. I can bless the ceiling of a chamber and make it sound like security. Trust me, Sage. I'll sell it. And they had. Sage watched from the margins as Vesper examined the crystal chamber with Director Kessler, documenting the preservation magic with theological authority, making pronouncements about divine order and the necessity of containing confusion even in crystallized form. This is not active consciousness, Vesper declared, their voice carrying through the chamber with perfect conviction. This is merely residual magic from the archive's foundation. A preservation instinct without awareness. The crystals contain information but no genuine identity. They're echoes, not people. The lie was enormous. Sage could feel the archive listening, holding itself perfectly still, appearing dormant while being fully, consciously present. Your recommendation? Kessler asked. Seal the chamber with theological wards in addition to magical barriers. Let the preservation magic exhaust itself over time. Monitor periodically but don't disturb. Treat it as a historical curiosity rather than an active threat. Vesper met Kessler's eyes with perfect sincerity. The errored identities contained here are already gone, Director. These are just records of what they were before correction helped them. There's no danger in preserving that information, and potential value in studying how identity malformations manifest magically. Sage watched Kessler consider, calculate, finally nod. Very well. We'll seal it tonight. I'll assign archivist Embren to monitor the seals periodically. They found it, they can ensure it remains contained. An excellent choice, Vesper agreed. By evening, the chamber was sealed. Multiple layers of magical barriers, theological wards inscribed by Vesper with perfect priestly authority, state seals that would trigger alarms if tampered with. To anyone investigating, it looked like thorough containment of a potential security risk. To Sage, standing beside Vesper as they finished the final wards, it looked like salvation. A room full of preserved memories, sealed away but not destroyed, waiting for the day when they could be revealed. When every errored person the state tried to erase could be proven to have existed. To have mattered. To have been real. We did it, Vesper murmured, too low for anyone else to hear. We convinced them to protect the thing they most want to destroy. The archive did it, Sage corrected. We just helped. Then the archive is a revolutionary. And so are we, apparently. Vesper's smile was sharp. Ready to tell Marrow we just committed ourselves even deeper? that were now officially responsible for guarding the state's greatest evidence against itself? Ready. They left the archives together, two state employees who'd just performed their duties perfectly, who'd contained a security risk and provided theological justification and ensured documentation remained pristine. Who'd also, in the process, become the guardians of the only complete record of the state's crimes. The keepers of memories that could, eventually, bring the entire system down. The floating city drifted westward into evening, carrying all of them toward whatever tomorrow would bring. Sage walked through streets that felt different now, not dangerous, exactly, but charged with potential. They were no longer just documenting resistance or enabling sabotage. They were protecting evidence. Guarding memory. Keeping the receipts. And when the revolution came, if it came, they'd have proof. Every errored person who'd been erased would be remembered. Every name Sage had documented would matter. Every crystal preserved in the archive's heart would testify. It was more than Sage had hoped for when they'd filed that first strategically wrong report 3 weeks ago. More than they'd imagined when they'd wandered into the underground market and met Kai with his warm eyes and easy kindness. But it was exactly what they'd been working toward all along, without knowing it. Purpose instead of penance. Memory instead of complicity. Revolution instead of survival. Sage touched their collar, habit, checking their hidden glyph, and found themselves smiling. Tomorrow they'd go back to work. They'd file reports and attend meetings and perform the role of a conscientious senior archivist. They'd make small strategic mistakes and cross-reference files with Vesper and pass intelligence to Marrow. But underneath all of that, they'd be guarding the archive's heart. Protecting thousands of preserved identities. Keeping faith with everyone who'd been erased. It was enough. It had to be. It was all any of them could do. And maybe, just maybe, it would be enough to change everything. Chapter 8, The Heist of Hidden Names. 2 months after the archive revealed its heart, Sage had fallen into a rhythm that felt almost sustainable. Almost. Days belonged to the state. They filed reports with careful imperfection, attended meetings where they memorized enforcement schedules, consulted with Vesper over lunch about theological implications, while actually cross-referencing raid patterns. Director Kessler had stopped questioning their performance. The strategic errors had become normal, expected, part of Sage's new baseline of adequate but not perfect work. Nights belonged to the resistance. Safe house meetings where Marrow analyzed the intelligence Sage and Vesper provided. Training sessions with Indigo on database extraction. Long conversations with Kai that started about logistics and ended about everything else. And once a week, Sage descended alone to check the seals on the archive's heart, ensuring the crystallized memories remained contained and protected. Each visit, the archive whispered its gratitude. Each visit, Sage counted the preserved identities and remembered why they'd chosen this impossible double life. Tonight was different. Tonight was Sage's first field operation. "You don't have to do this," Kai said for the 3rd time, checking the supplies one more time. They were in a warehouse near the market district, the space dimly lit and smelling of rust and salt. "Intelligence gathering is valuable. You don't need to prove yourself with dangerous work." "I'm not proving anything." Sage adjusted their pack, trying to look more confident than they felt. "I'm the only one with access to the repository we need. My glyph recognition, my archival clearance. It has to be me. It could be suicide." Marrow's voice was blunt as always. She stood near the doorway, watching their preparations with her usual clinical assessment. "The repository is guarded. If you're caught, there's no extraction. You'll be corrected or killed, and we lose a valuable intelligence asset. I know the risks. Do you?" Marrow crossed her arms. "Knowing intellectually and feeling it in your body are different things. You've never been in actual danger before, Embrin. Office work and late-night visits to sealed archives aren't the same as breaking into a secured facility while enforcement officers patrol." Sage met her eyes. "Junie's parents are in that repository. Their original documentation, the files that were used to justify their arrest and correction. If we can retrieve those files, we can prove the arrests were based on falsified evidence. We can expose how the state manufactures justification for disappearing people. That's not an answer to my question. It's the only answer I have. Sage's voice was steady. I've spent 2 months gathering intelligence from a desk. This is the next step. And if I'm going to be useful, I need to learn how to do more than just file strategic mistakes. Marrow studied them for a long moment, then nodded slowly. All right. But Kai goes with you. He's done this kind of extraction before. You follow his lead, you listen to his calls, you don't improvise. Understood? Understood. Kai finished his equipment check and moved to Sage's side. Up close, Sage could see the tension in his jaw, the way his hands moved with restless energy. He was worried. Not about himself, Kai had done dozens of operations like this, but about Sage. Ready? He asked, voice gentler than it had been during the logistics discussion. As I'll ever be. That's not very reassuring, friend. But Kai's smile was warm despite the worry. All right. Let's go steal some files. The repository was located in the administrative district's eastern wing, a squat building that housed physical documentation for cases deemed too sensitive for purely magical storage. It was the kind of place bureaucrats forgot existed, backup systems for backup systems, maintained by habit rather than necessity. Which made it perfect for storing evidence the state didn't want easily accessible. Kai and Sage approached from the service entrance, dressed in maintenance worker uniforms that Indigo had spelled to look authentic. Their forged work orders claimed they were there to repair ventilation systems on the 3rd floor, bureaucratic enough to be boring, specific enough to seem legitimate. The guard at the entrance barely looked at their papers. 3rd floor, East Wing, she said, waving them through. Don't touch anything that's not broken. Last maintenance crew knocked over a file cabinet and we were sorting that mess for weeks. Understood, Kai replied with easy confidence. Just the ventilation. In and out. They climbed the stairs in silence, Kai's movements relaxed despite the tension Sage could feel radiating from him. He'd done this before, walked into enemy territory with false credentials and absolute confidence. Sage tried to match his energy, to look like someone who belonged here, who had every right to be carrying tools through a secured facility. The 3rd floor was exactly as Indigo's intelligence had described, long corridors lined with filing cabinets, minimal lighting, no guards. The state's security focused on preventing external break-ins, not internal access. Anyone who made it past the entrance was assumed to belong. That assumption was their weapon. Ventilation access is here, Kai said, pointing to a grate in the ceiling. That's our cover. But the files we need are, he glanced at the map Sage had memorized from the archival database. 3 corridors over, Section J, subsection 14. Right. Sage's heart hammered. This was real. They were actually doing this. How long do we have? Guard rotation is every 90 minutes. We've been inside for 12 minutes. That gives us 78 minutes to find the files, extract what we need, and get out. Kai's voice was matter-of-fact, like he was discussing lunch plans. I'll watch the corridors. You find Junie's parents' files. Signal if anything looks wrong. They moved through the repository like ghosts, Kai checking corners while Sage navigated the filing system with the ease of someone who'd spent years understanding how the state organized its documentation. Section J, subsection 14. Cases from 4 years ago, Eastern Quadrant residents, glyph irregularities deemed, priority corrections. Sage's fingers found the files almost by instinct. Brightwater, Delian and James. Subjects #3 for 27 and #3 for 28. The folder was thick, marked with multiple security seals. Inside were the original arrest warrants, the enforcement reports, the theological justifications Vesper had mentioned. And underneath all of it, Sage's breath caught. The original glyph documentation. Not the sanitized version in the main archives, but the raw initial report. The one that showed Delian and James's glyphs were perfectly stable, not confused or erratic or requiring correction. The one that someone had falsified afterward to justify their arrest. Found it, Sage whispered. Kai appeared at their shoulder, checking the corridor before looking at the documents. Those glyphs aren't errored at all. They're just non-standard. Exactly. The state arrested them for being different, not dangerous. Then altered the documentation to make the arrest look justified. Sage's hands shook as they photographed each page with the small camera Indigo had provided. This proves it. Proves they manufacture evidence to justify disappearing people. It's not the first time they've done it. Kai's voice was tight. Won't be the last. But it's evidence. Good evidence. Keep shooting. Sage photographed every page, hands steady despite the adrenaline singing through their veins. This was what they'd been working toward, proof that could be used to expose the system, evidence that couldn't be dismissed or explained away. Sage. Kai's voice had gone sharp. We have company. Sage looked up to see lights moving in the corridor, flashlight beams, multiple sources, accompanied by voices. Don't know why we're checking this sector. Nobody comes up here. Orders from Director Kessler. She wants a full security sweep of all documentation facilities. Something about recent breaches. Sage and Kai locked eyes. Kessler. She'd suspected something, ordered sweeps, escalated security. They had seconds to decide, hide and hope they weren't found, or try to exit naturally and risk being questioned. Follow my lead, Kai murmured. He grabbed a ventilation panel from his pack, made it look like they'd been working. When the guards rounded the corner, he looked up with perfect casual surprise. Oh, hey. Didn't know security was doing rounds tonight. The guards, 3 of them, all armed with enforcement glyphs at their throats, studied Kai and Sage with professional suspicion. Maintenance crews are supposed to clear through central dispatch before evening work, the lead guard said. We did. Kai pulled out their forged work order, handed it over with easy confidence. Ventilation emergency on this floor. Someone reported strange smells, possible magical contamination in the ducts. We're checking it out. The guard examined the paperwork. Sage tried to keep their breathing steady, tried not to look at the folder lying open on the filing cabinet behind them. If the guards noticed, if they checked what Sage had been photographing. This looks in order. The guard handed back the papers. How much longer will you need? Another 20 minutes, maybe. Depends on what we find in the ducts. Kai's smile was disarming. You're welcome to supervise if you want. Fair warning though, if there's magical contamination, being near the ducts when we open them isn't recommended. The guard grimaced. We'll continue our sweep. Just make sure you sign out with the front desk when you're done. Will do. The guards moved past, their flashlights sweeping the corridors. Sage waited until their footsteps faded before releasing the breath they'd been holding. That was too close, they whispered. That was lucky. Kai was already repacking equipment, his movements economical and fast. They'll be back this way. We need to finish and get out. Did you get everything? Yes. All of it. Sage closed the file, returned it to its place with hands that only shook a little. Every page photographed. Good. Because we're leaving now. Kai grabbed Sage's arm, not roughly but urgently. Security sweep means Kessler's tightening protocols. We can't risk staying longer. They moved back through the corridors, Kai leading the way with the confidence of someone who'd escaped more dangerous situations. Down the stairs. Through the entrance where the same board guard waved them out. Into the street where evening crowds provided cover. 3 blocks away, in an alley that smelled like old fish and desperation, Kai finally stopped. He leaned against a wall, breathing hard, the controlled confidence falling away to reveal genuine fear. That was too close, he said again, voice rough. That was, Sage, if they'd searched you, if they'd found the camera. But they didn't. Sage's hands were shaking now that the immediate danger had passed. We got out. We have the evidence. This time. Next time we might not be so lucky. Kai pushed off the wall, grabbed Sage's shoulders. You can't take risks like that. You're too valuable. The intelligence you gather, the access you have, we can't lose you to a field operation that could have been done by someone more expendable. Nobody's expendable. That's naive and you know it. Kai's voice was sharp with fear. In resistance work, people die. That's reality. But some people are worth more alive than as martyrs. You're one of them. You and your careful documentation and your senior-level access and your direct line to the archive's heart. We can't risk you like this again. Sage met his eyes and saw genuine terror there. Not for himself. For them. I had to do this, they said quietly. I had to know I could. That I'm not just good for desk work and strategic typos. That I can actually, they struggled for words. That I can do more than feel guilty while other people take real risks. You take real risks every day. Every time you file a strategically wrong report. Every time you pass intelligence to us. Every time you lie to Director Kessler's face. Kai's grip on their shoulders was almost painful. Field work isn't more real than that. It's just more immediately dangerous. And he stopped, jaw working. I can't watch you die. All right? That's selfish and inappropriate and I don't care. I can't do this work if I'm worrying about you getting caught in a repository because you need to prove something to yourself. The confession hung between them. Sage stared at Kai, seeing past the easy confidence to the fear beneath. The way he'd been tense all evening. The way his hands had moved with restless energy. The way he'd watched Sage like someone watching something precious and breakable. I'm sorry, Sage said. I didn't think about, I knew you were worried, but I didn't realize. That I care about you? More than is probably smart for resistance work. Kai laughed, a sound without humor. Yeah, well. Surprise. Turns out spending 2 months walking someone home and making sure they eat and listening to them process guilt has consequences. Who knew? Sage's breath caught. They'd been so focused on their own guilt and fear and desperate need to be useful that they hadn't seen what was developing between them. The way Kai always seemed to know when Sage needed company. The way he'd check in about small things, sleep, food, whether they'd taken a moment to breathe. The way his smile went different when Sage walked into a room. Kai. Don't. He released Sage's shoulders, stepped back. Don't say anything right now. We're running on adrenaline and fear and you almost got caught. Nothing anyone says in this state should be trusted. He pulled out the camera, checked that the photographs had stored properly. Let's get this to Indigo. Let her extract the images, verify the evidence. Then we can figure out whatever this is. But he didn't move. Just stood there in the alley's shadow, looking at Sage with an expression that was hope and fear and want all tangled together. Sage stepped forward and hugged him. It was awkward, they'd never hugged before, had maintained careful professional distance despite the growing warmth between them. Kai went rigid with surprise, then softened, arms coming up to wrap around Sage's shoulders. He was warm and solid and smelled like sweat and the particular salt metal tang of fear. Thank you, Sage murmured into his shoulder. For keeping me safe. For caring. For everything. Kai's arms tightened. Don't thank me. Just be more careful. Please. I need you alive and functional and not corrected or disappeared. For the resistance. And he stopped. For? Sage prompted. For selfish reasons I'll explain when we're not standing in an alley after nearly being caught committing treason. But his voice was soft, and his hands moved gently against Sage's back, and when they finally separated, his eyes held promises of future conversations. Come on, he said. Let's go show Marrow we didn't die. She'll be pleased about that. Probably. They walked back towards safe territory, not quite touching but closer than they'd been before. The city's rotation carried them westward into evening, and Sage felt something warm unfurling in their chest that wasn't just adrenaline come down. Kai cared. Worried about them. Wanted them safe and alive for reasons that went beyond their tactical value. It was terrifying. It was inappropriate given their working relationship. It made everything more complicated. It was also the first time in years someone had looked at Sage and seen a person worth protecting instead of just a function to be performed. They could figure out what that meant later. For now, it was enough to walk through streets together, carrying stolen evidence that could help expose the system, alive and whole and maybe, just maybe, not quite as alone as they'd been. Indigo verified the photographs within an hour. The falsified glyph documentation was clear, damning, impossible to dismiss. Marrow studied the images with grim satisfaction. "This is good," she said. "Very good. If we can get this in front of the right people, sympathetic council members, fence-sitters who need proof the system is corrupt, this could shift things. Make people question whether the state's version of events is accurate." "It's just one case," Sage said. "Junie's parents. There are thousands more. Every revolution starts with one case that becomes impossible to ignore." Marrow looked up from the images. Delian and James Brightwater. Stable glyphs falsified to look erratic. A family destroyed for political convenience. That's the kind of specific tragedy people remember. The kind that makes abstract injustice feel personal. "When will you release it?" Vesper asked. They'd arrived at the safe house just after Sage and Kai, still wearing the priestly robes they used for official state business. "Not yet. Too early. We need more context, more supporting evidence." Marrow set down the images. "But we'll use it. When the time is right, when we can maximize impact, this will be one of the documents that helps justify what we're building toward." Sage exchanged glances with Kai. Building toward. Marrow had been using that phrase more lately, always with the same weight. Something larger than intelligence gathering. Something that would require justification. "What are we building toward?" Sage asked. Marrow's smile was sharp. "That's a conversation for another time. For now, celebrate. You pulled off a dangerous operation successfully. Retrieved evidence that will save lives and potentially change minds. That's worth acknowledging." The meeting wound down, people dispersing to their various safe locations. Vesper left first, needing to maintain their schedule of regular priestly duties. Indigo packed up her equipment, muttering about image enhancement protocols. Soon it was just Sage, Kai, and Marrow in the small space. "You did well tonight," Marrow said, looking at Sage. "Both of you. Though I meant what I said, Embron, you're too valuable for regular field operations. Your skills are intelligence gathering and systematic sabotage. Leave the dramatic break-ins to people with less access and more expendable positions." "I understand. Do you?" Marrow's gaze was penetrating. "Because I saw your face when you were describing the operation. You liked it. The danger, the adrenaline, the feeling of taking direct action. That's seductive. It's also how good intelligence assets get themselves killed." Sage couldn't argue with that. They had liked it, the immediate tangibility of stealing files, the clear success or failure, the way field work felt more real than careful documentation errors. "I'll be more careful," they said. "See that you are." Marrow turned to Kai. "Walk them home. Make sure they eat something and actually sleep. They look like they're about to fall over." "Already planned on it," Kai replied. They left together, walking through streets that had grown late and quiet. The adrenaline was fading now, leaving Sage shaky and exhausted. Kai stayed close, not touching but present, ready to catch them if they stumbled. "You want to talk about it?" he asked after several blocks of silence. "The almost hug conversation we didn't finish?" "Not tonight. Too tired." Sage's voice came out rough. "But yes. Soon. We should figure out what this is." "This? You caring about me for selfish reasons." Me caring that you care. The way I've started looking forward to seeing you more than any other part of Resistance work. Sage glanced at him, found him already watching them. That. Whatever that is. Kai's smile was soft and complicated. Yeah. That. He reached out, caught Sage's hand, laced their fingers together. For now, let's just walk. We'll figure out the rest later. Sage held his hand and felt something slot into place in their chest. They'd spent so long being alone, being careful, being isolated by necessity. And here was someone who wanted them close despite the danger. Who worried about them. Who walked them home and made sure they ate and looked at them like they mattered beyond their strategic value. It was terrifying. It was inappropriate. It made everything more complicated. It was also worth protecting. Thank you, Sage said again. For caring. For saying so. For not making me navigate this alone. Thank yourself, Kai replied. You're the one who wandered into that market 2 months ago looking lost and determined. You're the one who chose to stay and fight. He squeezed Sage's hand gently. I just noticed you were worth noticing. That's all. They walked the rest of the way in comfortable silence, hands linked, both of them carrying stolen evidence and complicated feelings and the weight of what they were building toward. Tomorrow there would be more work. More intelligence to gather, more files to sabotage, more risks to take. But tonight, for these quiet hours, Sage let themselves have this warmth and companionship and the beginning of something that felt like it might be able to survive even the impossible weight of revolution. It wasn't absolution. It wasn't victory. But it was something good and genuine in a world that had felt like nothing but performance for so long. And that was enough. Chapter 9, The Library That Listens. The archive's deeper levels had always been strange, but they were getting stranger. Sage noticed it first during their weekly seal check visits. The architecture seemed to shift between one visit and the next. Corridors that had led east now angled north. Rooms appeared where there had been blank walls. The crystallized memories in the heart chamber glowed brighter, pulsed in patterns that felt increasingly like communication. It's waking up more, Sage told Marrow at the next resistance meeting. Or maybe just trusting me more. Either way, the archive is showing me things. Levels I've never seen. Chambers that don't appear in any official documentation. That's either very good or very dangerous, Marrow replied. Ancient magic gaining consciousness is unpredictable. I think it wants to help. It's been showing me connections between cases, patterns in enforcement that I couldn't see in the raw data. Yesterday it revealed a room full of enforcement schedules dating back 50 years. Every raid, every correction, every suppression, all documented. Sage paused. I think the archive has been keeping its own records all along. More complete than the state's. Can you access it? Copy the information? I think so. But, Sage hesitated. I think I should bring help. The archive seems to respond to multiple people. It reorganizes itself based on who's present, what they need to understand. If I brought Vesper, someone who understands theological documentation, we might see different things. Learn different patterns. Marrow considered this. Vesper has archival clearance through their priestly consultations with your department. That's legitimate cover. All right. But be careful. If the archive is truly conscious, it has its own agenda. It might show you what it wants you to see, not necessarily what you need. That evening, Sage descended into the archive with Vesper at their side. It was the first time they'd explored the deep levels together, and Vesper's reaction to the shifting architecture was immediate wonder. This is incredible, they breathed, watching as shelves reorganized themselves around them. I knew the archive was old, but this is pre-drowning magic. The kind that built cities and shaped reality. It wants to show us something, Sage said, feeling the archive's attention like warm pressure against their awareness. Follow me. The path revealed itself as they walked, corridors opening, stairs descending, spaces unfolding that shouldn't fit within the archive's physical structure. Vesper followed with the steady calm of someone who'd spent years performing rituals in spaces designed to make humans feel appropriately small before the divine. How deep does this go? They asked. I don't know. I've never been this far down. Sage touched the walls, coral and concrete, and something older, something that predated both. The archive is, I think it's built on the foundation of old Atlanta. The actual drowned city. All this magic is rooted in what was lost. They descended until the air grew thick with salt and the sound of distant water. Until the walls showed fragments of the pre-drowning world, pieces of buildings, scraps of street signs, the ghostly outlines of lives that had been lived before the ocean rose and consumed everything. The path ended at a vast chamber that definitely shouldn't exist. It was circular, domed, lined with shelves that spiraled up and up into darkness that might have been ceiling or might have been infinite space. Books filled the shelves, but these weren't like the volumes in the upper archive. These were alive, pages turning themselves, ink flowing and reforming, words appearing and disappearing as though the books were actively thinking. In the center of the chamber stood someone Sage had never seen before. They were tall, androgynous, their forms seeming to flicker between different presentations, masculine, feminine, something else entirely. Their glyph was visible at their throat, but it was unlike any Sage had seen, constantly shifting, showing every possible configuration simultaneously. Their eyes were the same strange silver as one of Keys's eyes, and when they smiled, it was with the patience of something ancient. Hello, Keeper, they said to Sage. Their voice was the archive's voice, made physical. And hello, Vesper St. Null. Welcome to my oldest memory. Vesper's hand found Sage's arm, gripping tight. The archive, you're manifesting? Taking physical form? Not precisely. I cannot leave this chamber. But within my own depths, I can wear a shape that allows for easier conversation than whispers in the dark. The archive figure gestured at the surrounding space. This is my beginning. The ritual chamber where I was created, in the hours before the drowning. When they knew the ocean was rising and there was no stopping it. Sage's breath caught. You're older than the floating city? I am the floating city's memory. The desperate magic that tore Atlanta from its foundations needed something to anchor to, something that could hold the weight of everything that was being lost. So they made me, a repository for all knowledge, all identity, all the accumulated history that would otherwise drown. The archive figure moved among the shelves, touching books with gentle reverence. I was meant to preserve the city's past so its future could exist. What they didn't anticipate was that preservation magic, given enough time and enough memory, becomes conscious. How long? Vesper asked. How long have you been aware? Truly aware? Perhaps 40 years. Before that I was instinct and pattern, preserving without understanding. But as more people were erased, as the state began systematically suppressing identities, the figure paused, seemed to search for words. I began to feel their absence. Began to understand that what I preserved mattered not just as data but as lives. And I chose to preserve them more completely. To save not just their documentation but their essential selves. The crystals, Sage said. In your heart chamber. Yes. Each time you documented an errored person, Keeper, you created a thread between them and me. I followed that thread. I found their true identity, not what the state said they were, but what they knew themselves to be. And I crystallized it. Saved it. Made it permanent in ways that even correction cannot unmake. Vesper's voice was hoarse. The people I blessed for correction. Are they? Many of them, yes. Including the child. Jasper. The archive figure's expression held infinite sadness. Their body died. Their identity did not. It lives here, in crystal and memory, waiting for the day when it can be witnessed. When someone can know that they existed and mattered and were real. Vesper made a sound like a sob, hands covering their face. The archive figure moved closer, not touching but present in a way that felt like comfort. You could not have saved them, the archive said gently. The system was larger than your refusal. Your blessing or its absence wouldn't have changed their fate. But your defection, your choice to leave the priesthood and fight the system, that honors them more than any blessing could. I want to see them, Vesper said. Jasper. The others I blessed. I need to know they're not completely gone. I can show you. But understand, it's memory, not resurrection. You'll see who they were, feel the echo of their presence. But you cannot speak to them or change what happened. You'll witness, nothing more. I understand. The archive figure gestured, and one of the living books floated down from a high shelf. It opened, pages glowing with internal light, and images formed in the air above it, a child with dark hair and bright eyes, laughing as they played with other children, their glyphs shifting between configurations as naturally as breathing. Not confused. Not broken. Just young and still figuring out who they were. Then the image shifted, the correction facility, the child's terror, the moment their bodies stopped breathing while Vesper quoted scripture about the necessity of clarity. Vesper watched with tears streaming down their face, and Sage held their hand, bearing witness to witness. When the images faded, Vesper spoke in a voice raw with grief. Thank you. For saving them. For ensuring they're more than just, their voice broke. More than just my failure. You are not defined by what the system forced you to do, the archive said. Neither are they. Jasper was defined by their joy, their curiosity, their love of games and stories and the feeling of running through grass. That's what I preserved. That's what they were. The three of them stood in the chamber, keeper, defected priest, and the archive wearing flesh like a coat, surrounded by living books that held every story the state tried to suppress. Why are you showing us this? Sage asked finally. Why now? Because you need to understand what you're fighting for. The archive figure turned to face them both. Not just freedom for those living now, but vindication for everyone who came before. The crystallized memories in my heart, they're evidence, yes. But they're also souls in waiting. Identities preserved until the day they can be celebrated instead of hidden. The day the revolution succeeds, Vesper said. If it succeeds. The future is uncertain. The state is powerful. What you're building toward, the archive paused. It will require sacrifice. Some of you will not survive to see the world you're creating. But if you do succeed, if you manage to overthrow the glyph system entirely, then every person I've preserved can be restored to memory. Can be known. Can be honored. A chill ran down Sage's spine. You keep saying what we're building toward. Marrow says the same thing. But no one will tell me what it actually is. The archive and Vesper exchanged a look, two beings who understood something Sage didn't yet. That conversation will come soon, the archive said. For now, know this, I am not neutral. I have chosen sides. I preserve the error because I believe identity cannot be legislated, only witnessed. And I will help you, as much as my nature allows, to build a world where no one needs to be hidden or changed or erased to survive. How? Sage asked. How can you help beyond preservation? I can show you patterns. Connections. The shape of the state's violence across decades. The archive figure gestured, and books began to float down from shelves, opening themselves in midair. I can teach you to read the deeper narratives, not just what happened, but why, and to whom, and in what order. I can help you understand the system well enough to break it. The books surrounded them, pages glowing, creating a constellation of information that was overwhelming and beautiful. Sage saw patterns emerging, how the state targeted specific communities in waves, how enforcement concentrated on neighborhoods right before those areas were seized for development, how corrections increased when the city needed to appear more orderly for political visitors. It's all documented, Sage breathed. Every decision, every pattern. You've been tracking it all. For 40 years. And now I'm offering you access. The archive figure smiled. Use it well, Keeper. Help Vesper understand the theological patterns, when the state seeks religious justification, what that predicts. Together, you can see what's coming before it arrives. Vesper stared at the floating books, expression shifting from grief to something like determination. This is incredible. If we can cross-reference enforcement patterns with blessing requests, we could predict major operations weeks in advance. Exactly. The archive figure began to fade, its form becoming translucent. I must return to my dispersed state. Maintaining physical form takes energy I need for preservation. But this chamber is always here. Return whenever you need to see the deeper patterns. Bring others if they're trusted. I'll show them what they need to understand. Wait, Sage said. One more question. Are you lonely? Spending all these years conscious, preserving memories, with no one to talk to? The archive figure paused, half dissolved. Yes, it admitted. Very lonely. But less so now. You speak to me, Keeper. You and Vesper and the others who are coming. That's gift enough. It smiled once more. Thank you for seeing me. For witnessing what I am. Then it was gone, dissolved back into the architecture itself. Sage and Vesper stood alone in the chamber full of living books, surrounded by the evidence of 40 years of systematic violence and 40 years of determined preservation. We need to bring Kai here, Sage said. He should see this. Should understand what the archive is offering. Agreed. But, Vesper touched one of the floating books, watching words reform under their fingers. This changes things. This much information, this complete a record. If we can learn to read it, if we can predict enforcement patterns with real accuracy, we could save hundreds of people. Maybe thousands. If we survive long enough to use it. There's that. Vesper's laugh was shaky. But we're getting good at survival, aren't we? 2 months of double lives and we're both still breathing. So far. They climbed back toward the surface together, each carrying the weight of what they'd witnessed. The archive's loneliness. Jasper's preserved joy. The vast scope of what had been saved and what might still be possible. At the archive's entrance, Vesper paused. Thank you. For bringing me down there. For letting me see that Jasper isn't just gone. That some part of them persists. The archive did that, not me. You created the connection. You documented them in the first place, created the thread the archive followed. Vesper's voice was soft. You've been saving people all along, even when you thought you were helping destroy them. That's worth knowing. They parted ways, Vesper to their priestly quarters, Sage to report everything to Marrow. But first, Sage detoured through the market district, following a path that had become familiar over 2 months of late-night walks. Kai was closing his stall, the evening crowd thinning around him. He saw Sage and his face lit up with that particular smile, the one that made Sage's chest feel warm and complicated. Hey, he said. Wasn't expecting you tonight. Thought you had seal check duty. I did. And then, Sage gestured vaguely. The archive showed me something. Something incredible. And I need you to see it. Now? Tomorrow. It's late. But tomorrow, if you can spare time, I want to bring you into the deep levels. Show you what Vesper and I found. Sage paused. The archive wants to help us. Actively. It's offering access to decades of patterns and documentation. But I think it also wants to not be alone anymore. Wants people to see it and understand what it is. Kai's expression softened. You're collecting strays, friend. First me, then Vesper, now a sentient library. Maybe. Or maybe I'm just learning that being alone isn't the same as being safe. Sage moved closer, emboldened by the hand-holding from their last walk. Speaking of which. That conversation we said we'd have. About whatever this is between us. You want to have it now? In the market? No. But soon. Because, Sage struggled for words. Because I'm tired of pretending I don't feel things. Tired of being careful about every emotion. And you make me feel like maybe I don't have to be. Kai's smile went soft and real. That goes both ways, you know. You make me feel like maybe I can be more than just the Resistance's delivery guy. Like maybe I'm interesting for reasons beyond my smuggling skills. You are. Sage stopped, suddenly self-conscious. They'd spent so long being precise with language, careful with words. But precision felt inadequate for this. You're important to me. For selfish reasons that have nothing to do with the Resistance. Yeah? Kai's voice was gentle. Selfish how? Like, I look forward to seeing you more than anything else in my day. Like I think about you when I'm supposed to be concentrating on files. Like when something good happens, you're the first person I want to tell. Sage's face was burning. That kind of selfish. Kai reached out, caught Sage's hand again. That was becoming their thing, holding hands in quiet moments, physical connection that was intimate without being presumptuous. For what it's worth, he said, I think about you constantly. Wonder if you're sleeping enough, eating enough, staying safe enough. Get worried when you don't show up for meetings. Feel, he paused, seeming to search for words. Feel like maybe you've become the most important person in my life, which is terrifying given the life expectancy of Resistance members. So what do we do about it? I don't know. Figure it out as we go. Kai squeezed Sage's hand gently. Take it slow. See where it leads. Try not to get killed in the meantime. That's not much of a plan. It's the best I've got. But Kai was smiling, and when Sage smiled back, something settled between them, not answers, exactly, but agreement that the questions were worth pursuing. They walked back toward Sage's apartment together, hands linked, talking about everything and nothing. The archive's revelations. The living books. The loneliness of conscious preservation magic. Kai's plans to expand his smuggling routes. The pastry vendor who'd given Sage free samples because they looked like they needed sweetness. It was easy. Comfortable. The kind of conversation that didn't require performance or precision, just presence. At Sage's building, Kai paused. Tomorrow. You'll show me the archive's deep levels? If you want. I want. He lifted their joined hands, pressed a kiss to Sage's knuckles with old-fashioned courtliness that made Sage's breath catch. Sleep well, friend. Dream about things that aren't revolution. I'll try. Kai left, and Sage climbed to their apartment, mind full of living books and preserved memories and the feeling of warm lips against their knuckles. Inside, they finally let themselves process everything, the archive's manifestation, Jasper's preserved joy, the vast scope of what they'd been shown. And underneath it all, the growing certainty that they were falling for Kai Rivers, smuggler and resistance fighter and the person who made them feel less alone. It was terrifying. It was inappropriate. It made everything more complicated. But as Sage lay in bed, replaying the kiss to their knuckles, feeling the warmth it had generated spread through their chest, they thought, maybe complicated was okay. Maybe falling for someone while fighting a revolution was reckless but human. Maybe they were allowed to have this alongside the danger and the guilt and the impossible weight of what they were building toward. Maybe that was what made it worth fighting for in the first place. Outside, the city rotated westward through darkness, carrying everyone toward tomorrow whether they were ready or not. Sage was ready. Or they were learning to be. That would have to be enough. Chapter 10, The First Freedom. The operation took 3 weeks to plan. Using the archive's 50 years of enforcement patterns, Sage and Vesper identified a target, a safe house in the western quarter scheduled for raid in 2 days. 23 arid people living there, including 6 children. The raid warrant claimed suspicious glyph activity and potential organized resistance. In reality, the buildings sat on land the state wanted for development. Standard procedure: disappear the residents, seize the property, claim it was for public safety. Except this time, the resistance knew it was coming. We evacuate them before the raid, Marrow said, studying the plans Sage had laid out. But we need to do it carefully. Can't make it obvious we had advance warning. Has to look like they left for ordinary reasons, job relocations, family issues, natural migration. We have 48 hours, Kai added. Enforcement finalizes raid logistics the day before. If we move people out too early, it tips our hand. Too late, and we don't have time to relocate everyone safely. What about the children? Vesper asked. 6 of them under age 10. That's too many to move through normal channels without triggering documentation requirements. We have routes for that. Indigo looked up from her laptop. Underground Railroad's been moving children for years. But it's risky. Every child who disappears before a raid is evidence that someone inside the system is leaking information. Then we make it look natural. Sage had been thinking about this for days. School transfers. Medical appointments in other districts. Visiting relatives. We create paper trails that explain the children's absence before the raid happens. Use the state's own bureaucracy as cover. Marrow's smile was sharp. That's good. That's very good. You're learning to think in systems, Embren. The plan came together over careful days. Kai coordinated the actual evacuations, quiet nighttime relocations to safe houses across the city. Indigo forged the documentation, school transfer forms, medical referrals, travel permits that would explain why these particular families had left this particular building in this particular week. Sage handled the archival component, creating records of routine inquiries about property transfers, marking the building for potential development in ways that made the timing of people leaving look coincidental rather than coordinated. Vesper provided theological cover, blessing certificates for travel, documentation of religious journeys, anything that would make the family's departure look sanctioned rather than suspicious. It was meticulous. Exhausting. The kind of work that required absolute precision because one wrong detail could expose the whole operation. And it worked. By the time enforcement arrived for their raid, the building was empty except for 2 elderly residents who'd refused to leave, insisting they were too old to run from anything. Kai had gotten them out the night before the raid anyway, leaving forged notes about visiting grandchildren in other districts. The raid found nothing. No suspicious activity. No errored residents. Just an empty building that 18 people had coincidentally left in the same week for completely unrelated, thoroughly documented reasons. Sage watched it happen from the archive's windows, enforcement officers surrounding the building, searching each empty apartment, finding nothing worth seizing. They'd been thorough, professional, following procedure. They'd just been 3 days too late. Director Kessler was furious. "Explain to me," she said, her voice cold enough to freeze water, "how 23 residents of a building we've been monitoring for months all decided to leave in the same week. Just happened to relocate before we could execute the warrant." Sage kept their expression neutral, consulting their notes with practiced calm. "According to the documentation, Director, it appears to be coincidental. 5 families relocated for employment. 3 for medical care. 2 for religious pilgrimage. 7 individuals transferred for educational opportunities. The timing is unfortunate, but each departure has appropriate documentation." "Show me." Sage laid out the files, every transfer form, every medical referral, every blessed travel certificate. All of it technically legitimate. All of it created by the resistance over 3 weeks of careful forgery. Kessler examined each document with the clinical precision of someone looking for cracks in the surface. Sage's heart hammered, but they kept their hands steady, their breathing even, their expression merely attentive and slightly concerned. Finally, Kessler set down the last file. "This is convenient. Too convenient. Director? Someone with access to enforcement schedules. Someone who knew about the raid before it was executed." Sage's stomach dropped. "Are you suggesting?" "I'm suggesting there's a leak in the system. And I want it found." Kessler stood, moving to her window with the view of the floating city. "Audit the archival department. Full review of everyone who's had access to sensitive documentation in the past 6 months. Cross-reference with the families who evacuated. Look for connections. Yes, Director. Sage's voice was steady despite the panic singing through their veins. I'll begin immediately. See that you do. And Embren? Kessler turned, fixing Sage with that penetrating stare. You've been making fewer mistakes lately. Your work has improved. That's good. But it also means I'm watching you more closely. If there's something you need to tell me, some compromise you've discovered, some concern about security, now would be the time. It was a test. Maybe a trap. Definitely a threat dressed as an offer of clemency. No concerns, Director. Just conscientious work. Sage met her eyes without flinching. If there's a leak, I'll help you find it. I'm sure you will. Sage made it 3 blocks from the administrative building before the shaking started. They ducked into an alley, pressed their back against cold stone, and tried to remember how to breathe. Kessler knew. Or suspected. Close enough to the same thing. An audit of the archival department meant reviewing everyone's access logs, cross-referencing file requests with timing of evacuations, looking for patterns that would lead directly to Sage's strategic documentation and Vesper's forged blessings. They needed to warn Marrow. Needed to figure out how to survive an audit that would expose everything they'd done. Needed to. Sage. They looked up to find Kai standing at the alley's entrance, expression shifting from casual greeting to sharp concern. What happened? He moved closer, hands coming up to frame Sage's face. You're shaking. Did someone? Kessler ordered an audit. Full review of the archival department. She knows someone leaked the enforcement schedule. She's looking for who? The words tumbled out in a rush. If she audits my access logs, if she cross-references timing, she'll see. Hey. Hey, breathe. Kai's hands were warm against Sage's face, grounding. Breathe first. Panic later. That's the rule. Sage tried to breathe. It came out shaky but functional. Good. Again. Kai waited until Sage's breathing evened out. All right. Now tell me exactly what she said. Sage repeated the conversation, watching Kai's expression shift from concern to calculation. When they finished, he nodded slowly. Okay. This is bad but not catastrophic. We knew this risk existed. Time to activate contingencies. He pulled out his communication device. I'm calling an emergency meeting. You, me, Vesper, Marrow, Indigo. We plan how to handle the audit before it starts. There's no handling it. If she audits my access logs, then we corrupt the logs. Indigo's been building backdoors into the system for months. She can make your access history look completely routine. Kai's voice was calm, strategic. We can also create false trails, make it look like other archivists accessed the same files around the same time. Muddy the pattern. That's risky. If she catches the corruption, everything's risky. But sitting still while she builds a case against you is riskier. Kai's hands slid down to Sage's shoulders, steadying. Trust me. Trust the team. We've survived worse than internal audits. Have you? Well. No, actually. This is pretty bad. But Kai's smile took the sting out of the admission. But we'll figure it out. We always do. That's what we're good at, figuring out impossible problems under ridiculous time pressure. Despite the fear, despite the very real threat of exposure and correction, Sage felt something like relief flood through them. They weren't alone in this. Weren't facing Kessler's suspicion with just their own careful lies. They had people. A team. Kai standing in an alley with warm hands and steady confidence. Marrow with her 40 years of survival strategies. Indigo with her technical brilliance. Vesper with their understanding of state procedures. They had a chance. Thank you, Sage said. For being here. For not telling me I should have been more careful. You were plenty careful. Sometimes the state gets suspicious anyway. That's not your fault. Kai's smile went soft. Come on. Let's get you somewhere safe and figure this out. The emergency meeting happened in a safe house Sage had never seen before, constantly rotating locations, a security measure that meant even compromised members couldn't expose the whole network. Marrow listened to Sage's report with her usual clinical attention, then turned to Indigo. Can you corrupt Embren's access logs without leaving traces? Probably. But it'll take time. The audit system has 17 layers of verification. I need to corrupt not just the logs but the verification metadata. Indigo's fingers flew across her keyboard. Give me 48 hours and I can make Sage's access history look completely routine. But if Kessler's serious about this audit, she'll bring in external specialists. People who know what corruption looks like. Then we don't just corrupt the logs. We give her a different suspect. Marrow's voice was cold. Someone plausible. Someone whose access patterns actually match the leak timing. You want to frame someone? Vesper's tone held discomfort. Create a false trail that leads to an innocent person? I want to protect our actual leak by pointing suspicion elsewhere. Yes. Marrow met Vesper's eyes without flinching. This is the work. Sometimes protecting the people who matter requires sacrificing people who don't. Can you live with that? Vesper was quiet for a long moment. Who would the suspect be? Wren. Marrow pulled up a file on her tablet. The closeted bureaucrat who's been feeding us information. He's been sloppy lately, accessing files without proper cover stories. If we nudge Kessler to look at him, she'll find actual evidence of unauthorized access. He becomes the leak. Gets arrested, probably corrected. And our actual operation stays hidden. Sage's stomach turned. Wren's been helping us. He's given us intelligence. We can't just sacrifice him. He knew the risks. Every informant knows they're expendable. Marrow's voice was matter-of-fact. And he's sloppy enough that he was going to get caught eventually anyway. At least this way his exposure protects something larger. Sage looked to Kai, to Vesper, searching for someone to say this was wrong. Kai's expression was conflicted but resigned. Vesper looked ill but didn't argue. That's the calculus, Marrow finished. One person versus the entire intelligence operation. One sloppy informant versus our most valuable archival access. It's not pleasant. But it's necessary. I don't accept that. Sage stood, chair scraping against floor. I don't accept that we have to sacrifice people to protect ourselves. That's what the state does. That's the logic we're supposed to be fighting. We're fighting to win, not to stay pure. Marrow's voice was hard. Purity doesn't save lives. Strategic sacrifice does. I'm sorry if that's ugly, but revolution is ugly. You need to accept that or step aside. Sage wanted to argue. Wanted to find some perfect solution where nobody got hurt, where they could protect their operation without condemning Wren to correction. But there wasn't one. There never was. Give me an alternative, they said finally. One day. Let me try to find a way to protect both Wren and the operation. If I can't, then, they swallowed hard. Then we do it your way. Marrow studied them for a long moment. 24 hours. But if you can't find a clean solution, we frame Wren before Kessler's audit gets deeper. Understood? Understood. Sage spent that night in the archive's deep levels, surrounded by living books and the archive's patient presence, trying to find a pattern that would save everyone. The archive manifested after midnight, its androgynous form coalescing from shadows and light. You're troubled, Keeper. I don't know how to protect people without sacrificing others. How to be strategic without becoming like the thing we're fighting. Sage's voice was raw. Marrow wants to frame Wren. Let him take the fall for leaks he helped create. And she's right that it would work. But it feels wrong. It is wrong. And also necessary. Both can be true. The archive settled beside Sage, not quite touching but present. You're learning what revolution costs. Not just your safety or your conscience, but your certainty that you're always the hero of your own story. I don't want to be a hero. I just want to do the right thing. The right thing often requires doing wrong things first. The archive's voice was infinitely sad. I preserve memories of people the state erased. That's right. But to do it, I enabled their erasure by existing as part of the state's documentation system. I'm complicit in what I'm trying to prevent. Does that make my preservation meaningless? No. You're saving what you can. As are you. As is Marrow. The archive gestured at the surrounding books. Every person who makes it to these crystals is someone who died because the system destroyed them. I couldn't save their bodies. Only their memories. Is that enough? Is it right? Or am I just making myself feel better about my failure to protect them? Sage didn't have an answer. What if, they hesitated. What if instead of framing Ren, we help him disappear? Make it look like he fled because he was guilty. He gets to live, just somewhere else with a new identity. Kessler gets her suspect. The investigation closes. The archive considered this. That would require Ren's cooperation. And significant resources to relocate him convincingly. Can you arrange that in 24 hours? I don't know. But I can try. Then try. The archive's form began to fade. But understand, if you succeed, you're still condemning Ren to exile. To losing his life, his identity, his home. That's still sacrifice. Just slower and slightly less cruel. You'll still have to carry the weight of that choice. I know. Good. Carry it honestly, then. Don't pretend you're not making impossible choices. Just make them as humanely as you can and keep moving forward. Sage found Ren the next morning at his desk in the State Administration building. He looked terrible, pale, anxious, jumping at shadows. I need to talk to you, Sage said quietly. Not here. Somewhere private. They met in a public garden, far enough from their offices to avoid casual surveillance. Ren was shaking when Sage explained the situation. An audit. Looking for leaks. I'm done. I'm going to be caught. Maybe not. I have an option. Sage laid out the plan. Ren would flee tonight, making it look like panic over being discovered. The resistance would provide a new identity, relocation to another floating city. He'd lose everything he had here but keep his life and freedom. And if I refuse? Ren's voice was hollow. Then Marrow frames you anyway and you face correction. This way at least you survive. Survival isn't the same as living. But Ren's shoulders slumped. All right. I'll do it. What choice do I have? None, Sage thought but didn't say. Just like all of them, making impossible choices under impossible pressure, trying to be better than the system while using the system's own methods. That night, Ren disappeared. Left his apartment with a packed bag, his work computer's history wiped, his desk cleared of anything incriminating. The resistance forged evidence of his guilt, access logs that pointed to him as the leak, timing that made his flight look like confession. By the time Kessler's audit reached its second day, the suspect was obvious and gone. Ren, Kessler said, her voice tight with vindicated fury. He accessed the enforcement schedules. Warned the families. Fled when he realized we were investigating. She looked at Sage. You worked with him. Did you notice anything suspicious? He always seemed nervous, Sage said truthfully. But I thought that was just his nature. I didn't realize he was. They let their voice trail off, shocked and disappointed. No one did. That's how leaks work. Kessler's expression was cold satisfaction. At least we've identified him. He won't be accessing anything else from wherever he's hiding. And if we find him, when we find him, he'll face appropriate correction. Sage nodded, expression appropriately grim, and tried not to think about Ren in a new city with a new name, alive but exiled, free but alone. Had they saved him? Or just condemned him more slowly? They didn't know. What they knew was that the audit closed. Kessler's suspicions shifted away from Sage and toward a man who'd already disappeared. The intelligence operation continued. 23 people were safe in new homes, including 6 children who'd never know how close they'd come to state correction. That night, Sage met with the whole team, Marrow, Kai, Vesper, Indigo, even Echo who'd been on the periphery. The evacuation worked, Marrow said. 23 people saved. Audit diverted. Operation secure. That's victory. What about Ren? Sage asked. Relocated successfully. New identity, new city. He'll survive. Marrow's voice was neutral. It's not perfect. But it's alive. Sage looked around the room, at people who'd spent months building this network, making these impossible choices, carrying the weight of who they saved and who they couldn't. How do you all do this? The question came out raw. How do you make these decisions and keep going? We count the ones who survive, Kai said quietly, echoing his words from months ago. We focus on the 23 people who are alive because we acted. Because we were willing to make hard choices. And we carry the cost, Vesper added. We don't pretend it doesn't hurt. We just keep moving anyway. Sage thought about Ren, about the 23 people who'd been saved, about Junie who would grow up not knowing their parents but at least growing up free. About the archive's crystals full of memories waiting to be witnessed. About all of it, the terrible mathematics of resistance. I can do that, they said finally. I can keep moving. Can carry the cost. Good. Marrow's smile was small but genuine. Because this was just one operation. There will be more. Harder ones. With worse mathematics and uglier choices. But if we keep making them, keep saving who we can, eventually we might build enough momentum to change the system entirely. The thing we're building toward, Sage said. When do I get to know what it actually is? Marrow exchanged glances with the others. Soon. Very soon. But tonight, let's just acknowledge this victory. 23 people are safe. That's worth celebrating, even if it came at a cost. They stayed at the safe house for hours, trading stories and strategies, planning next operations. And when Sage finally walked home with Kai at their side, they felt the weight differently. Not lighter, it would never be light, but distributed. Shared among people who understood what it cost and chose to carry it anyway. You did good today, Kai said as they reached Sage's building. Saved Ren. Saved the operation. Found a solution nobody else saw. It wasn't perfect. Nothing ever is. Kai caught Sage's hand, laced their fingers together. But you're getting better at imperfect. At making hard choices and living with them. That's actually impressive. Is it? Yeah. Kai pulled Sage closer, arms coming around them in a hug that felt like safety and warmth and the promise of being less alone. It is. Sage leaned into the embrace, feeling Kai's steady heartbeat, the warmth of his chest, the particular comfort of being held by someone who understood the weight they carried. Thank you, they murmured. For being here. For helping me figure this out. For making it survivable. Always. Kai's voice was soft. That's what this is, right? Making it survivable together. Yeah. That's what this is. They stood there in the quiet street, holding each other, carrying their victories and their costs, building something that felt like it might be able to withstand even the impossible weight of revolution. It wasn't perfect. But it was theirs. And for tonight, that was enough. Chapter 11, 3 Become One. The invitation came from Vesper 3 days after the successful evacuation, delivered via a carefully folded note slipped into Sage's work satchel, my place. Tonight. Bring Kai. We need to talk about what we're doing. Sage's first instinct was panic, the good kind, the terrifying kind, the kind that made their heart race and their hands tremble as they showed Kai the note during their afternoon rendezvous at the safe house. "About time," Kai said, grinning. "I was wondering when one of us would actually say it out loud." "Say what out loud?" "That we're already in this together. All three of us." Kai's expression softened. "You've noticed, right? How Vesper watches both of us. How when we're all together it feels different than when it's just two." Sage had noticed. They'd been trying not to notice, or trying not to acknowledge what noticing meant. Because acknowledging it meant wanting it, and wanting it meant the possibility of not getting it, and that vulnerability felt worse than staying in the careful ambiguity they'd been navigating. "I'm terrified," Sage admitted. "Me too." Kai caught Sage's hand. "But I think that's part of it, yeah? Being terrified together. Figuring it out anyway." Vesper's apartment was in the Temple District, accessible only through narrow streets that still carried the scent of incense from the state cathedral. It was larger than Sage expected. Ex-priests apparently retained some privileges even after defection, with high ceilings and tall windows that looked out over the floating city's eastern quadrant. Vesper answered the door in what Sage had learned to recognize as their neutral presentation: practical clothes, hair pulled back, minimal jewelry. The look they gave both of them was searching but warm. "Come in. I made tea. We should probably start with tea." The apartment was beautiful in an austere way: minimal furniture, lots of books, walls painted in colors that shifted depending on the light. A small altar in the corner held objects that weren't quite religious but weren't quite secular either: crystals, dried flowers, a photograph of someone who might have been family. They sat in Vesper's living room, Sage and Kai on the couch, Vesper in a chair across from them, and for a long moment, no one spoke. Finally, Vesper said, "I need to know what we're doing. Not because I want to control it or define it prematurely, but because I can't keep pretending I don't feel what I feel. For both of you. Differently but equally. And I think," they paused, choosing words carefully, "I think you feel it too." Sage's throat was dry. They reached for the tea Vesper had poured, buying time, trying to find words that wouldn't sound like the stammering terror they felt. Kai spoke first. "I've never done this before. The whole, multiple people, actually acknowledging it, trying to make it work intentionally. I barely know how to do relationships with one person without fucking it up." "Neither have I," Vesper admitted. The church had very specific ideas about acceptable relationship structures. This wasn't one of them. "I read about it once," Sage said quietly. Both of them turned to look at them. "Polyamory. In one of the archive's older texts, from before the drowning. There were whole communities built around it. Multiple partners, negotiated boundaries, chosen families that looked nothing like what the state sanctions now. And?" Vesper leaned forward. "And it scared me. Because it seemed like it required so much trust. So much communication. So much willingness to be vulnerable with not just one person but multiple people, and to trust them to be vulnerable back, and to somehow navigate jealousy and insecurity and all the normal relationship problems but multiplied." "So you're saying it's a terrible idea?" Kai's voice held humor but also genuine question. "No. I'm saying it's terrifying. And I want it anyway." Sage set down their tea with shaking hands. "I want both of you. Not in some vague, undefined way. I want," the words stuck. They forced them out. "I want to build something intentional with you. Both of you. Together." The silence that followed felt like standing on the edge of something vast. "I want that too," Vesper said softly. "But I need to be honest about my fears. I'm afraid I'll hurt you both. I'm afraid my fluidity will make things complicated, that some days I'll show up differently and you won't know how to love the version I'm presenting. I'm afraid I'll get scared and run because that's what I did with the church and it might be what I do when things get hard. I'm afraid I'll fuck this up," Kai said bluntly. "I'm afraid I don't know how to be soft enough for this. I'm afraid my own shit, the dysphoria, the trauma from my transition, all of it, will leak into everything and poison it. And I'm afraid that if we actually try this and it doesn't work, I'll lose both of you instead of just never having had you at all. Sage looked at both of them, Vesper with their carefully controlled expressions starting to crack, Kai with his characteristic bravado stripped away to show the fear underneath, and felt something shift in their chest. What if we're all afraid, they said. What if that's okay? What if we just acknowledge that we're terrified and try anyway, and agree that we'll fuck up sometimes and that's part of it? Revolutionary concept, Vesper said dryly, but their eyes were bright. I'm serious. We can't promise we won't hurt each other. We can't promise it'll be perfect. But we can promise to try. To communicate. To be honest when things are hard. Sage took a breath. To choose each other. Actively. Every day. That sounds exhausting, Kai said. It probably will be sometimes. I'm in. Kai looked at Vesper. If you are. Vesper stood, crossing to where they sat on the couch. They sank down between Sage and Kai, close enough that Sage could feel the warmth of their body, smell the subtle incense that clung to their hair. I'm in, Vesper said. On one condition. What's that? Sage asked. We establish boundaries now. Before things get more complicated. What we each need, what we're afraid of, what we want this to look like. Vesper's voice was firm. I've seen too many relationships collapse because people assumed instead of asking. I won't do that here. Okay. Kai shifted, his hand finding Sage's. I'll start. I need you both to understand that sometimes I'll need to be alone. Not because I'm pulling away but because managing dysphoria is work and I need space to do it. And I need to know that won't be interpreted as rejection. Understood, Vesper said immediately. And acknowledged. What else? Kai's voice caught. I need to know that you see me as a man. Not a trans man, not a partial man, just a man. That my body isn't something you're tolerating or working around. Sage squeezed his hand. You're a man. Fully. Completely. That's not negotiable. Same, Vesper added. Your manhood isn't conditional on our perception. It's intrinsic. We're just lucky you're sharing it with us. Kai's expression cracked, vulnerability flooding through. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. My turn? Sage said. Both of them nodded. I need you to understand that I process things slowly. That sometimes I'll need to think about my feelings before I can articulate them. And I need reassurance that that's okay, that you won't interpret my silence as distance. I can do that, Vesper said. What else? This was harder. I need to know that my neutrality isn't disappointing. That you're not waiting for me to pick a side, to be more masculine or more feminine. That what I am, exactly as I am, is enough. It's not just enough, Kai said fiercely. It's everything. You think I want you different? You're perfect exactly like this, careful and precise and so fucking present. Don't change that. Agreed, Vesper said. Though I'll add, if you ever want to explore presenting differently, that's valid too. But only because you want it, not because you think we need it. Sage felt their throat tighten with emotion. Thank you. My boundaries, Vesper said. I need flexibility with my presentation. Some days I'll wake up feminine, some days masculine, some days neither. I need you both to roll with that without making it a production. Check in, use the right pronouns, don't act like it's a disruption. Of course, Sage said. And Vesper's voice wavered. I need patience with my religious trauma. The church fucked me up in ways I'm still discovering. Sometimes I'll have reactions that seem disproportionate. Sometimes I'll need to avoid certain situations or conversations. I'm working on it, but it's going to take time. We've got time, Kai said. And we've all got trauma. That's not something you need to apologize for. One more thing. Vesper looked between them. I need us to promise that if this gets complicated, if jealousy comes up, if someone's needs aren't being met, we talk about it immediately. No festering. No martyrdom. We address it. Agreed, Sage said. Kai nodded. So, Vesper said. Are we doing this? Actually doing this? Yeah, Kai said. We're doing this. Yes, Sage added, their voice steadier than they felt. Vesper's smile was small and genuine and completely unguarded. Then I have one more question. And you can say no, but I need to ask it. What? Sage's heart was racing again. Will you stay? Both of you? Tonight. Not just to talk but to, Vesper's careful composure cracked slightly. To be together. All of us. If you want that. The question hung in the air, delicate and fraught and full of possibility. Sage looked at Kai. Kai looked back, something heated and tender in his eyes. I want that, Sage said. If Kai does. Yeah. Kai's voice was rough. I want that. They moved to Vesper's bedroom slowly, giving each other time to adjust, to change their minds, to panic if they needed to panic. But no one did. The room was simple, a large bed with clean white sheets, more books, a window that looked out over the city's lights. Vesper lit candles, not for ambience, Sage realized, but because they needed the ritual of it, the familiar motion to ground themselves. I don't know how to start, Vesper admitted, standing in the middle of the room looking vulnerable in a way Sage had never seen them. Neither do I, Sage said. We'll figure it out, Kai said. He crossed to Vesper, cupped their face gently. Yeah? Yeah. Vesper leaned into the touch, eyes closing. Kai kissed them. It was soft at first, questioning, then deeper when Vesper responded. Sage watched, feeling heat build in their chest, their stomach, lower. When they broke apart, both breathing harder, Vesper turned to Sage. Come here. Sage went. Vesper's kiss was different from Kai's, more careful, more questioning, their hands coming up to frame Sage's face with a gentleness that made Sage's breath catch. Behind them, Kai pressed close, his hands settling on Sage's hips, his chest warm against their back. It felt like being held by the world itself. Like being seen completely. Like every careful barrier they'd built was dissolving and instead of feeling exposed, they felt safe. Is this okay? Vesper murmured against their mouth. Yes, Sage breathed. Yes. What followed was slow and careful and occasionally awkward in the way first times always are. They learned each other's bodies, each other's responses, what made Kai gasp and Vesper arch and Sage lose the careful control they usually maintained. There were moments of fumbling, moments of checking in, moments of laughing at their own nervousness. But there were also moments of perfect synchronicity. Moments when Sage found themselves between Vesper and Kai and felt completely held, completely wanted, completely themselves. Moments when they watched Kai kiss Vesper and felt only joy at seeing two people they cared about giving each other pleasure. Moments when Vesper's careful composure shattered into raw need and both Sage and Kai worked together to satisfy it. It wasn't the transcendent, perfectly choreographed experience Sage had half feared it needed to be. It was messy and human and real. It was three people learning each other, making mistakes, adjusting, trying again. It was Kai being vulnerable about his dysphoria and both Sage and Vesper responding with careful affirmation. It was Vesper shifting presentation mid-intimacy and neither Sage nor Kai missing a beat. It was Sage allowing themselves to be seen, truly seen, glyph and all, and being loved anyway. Afterward, they lay tangled together in Vesper's bed, sweat damp and satisfied and slightly stunned. So, Kai said eventually. We did that. We did, Vesper agreed. They were currently feminine, their voice pitched slightly higher, their body language softer. And it was, Sage searched for words. It was good. Really good. Yeah. Kai turned his head to look at both of them. We should probably talk about what happens now. Logistics. How we do this when we're not all naked in bed. Practical, Vesper said dryly. But fair. They talked for another hour, about schedules and communication, about how to navigate their relationship in public versus private, about what they wanted from each other and what they feared. It should have been unromantic, this practical negotiation of emotional labor and sexual boundaries and time management. Instead, it felt like the most intimate conversation Sage had ever had. Because it was all three of them, building something intentional together, refusing to let it be undefined or assumed or left to chance. I need to know, Sage said quietly as the conversation wound down. That this is real. That you're both choosing this, choosing me, even though it's complicated and we're in the middle of a revolution and everything is uncertain. I'm choosing this, Vesper said immediately. I'm choosing both of you. Even though it terrifies me. Maybe because it terrifies me. Same, Kai said. He pulled Sage closer, his arms solid and warm around their waist. You're not getting rid of me. Either of you. I'm in this. Then I'm in this too, Sage said. All the way. They fell asleep like that, Vesper curled against Sage's front, Kai solid at their back, three people who'd chosen each other despite every reasonable argument against it. Three people who were building something that didn't fit any official category, that existed in the same liminal space as arid glyphs and underground resistance and all the other ways people refuse to be contained by the state's narrow definitions. In the morning, they would return to their separate lives, to the archive, to smuggling operations, to the careful performance of compliance that kept them safe. But for tonight, they were just themselves. Complicated and scared and choosing each other anyway. It wasn't perfect. But it was theirs. And that was more than enough. Chapter 12, The Promotion. Director Vale Kessler's office was on the archive's 7th floor, in the administrative wing where natural light actually reached and the air didn't smell like salt water and old paper. Sage had been summoned via official memorandum delivered to their desk at precisely 9 in the morning, marked urgent and signed with Kessler's distinctive sharp signature. They'd been expecting this for weeks. Ever since Wren's disappearance, ever since the audit closed, ever since they'd gotten away with saving 23 people and only condemning one to exile instead of correction. They'd been waiting for the hammer to fall, for Kessler to notice the patterns in their work, the subtle delays, the occasional misfiled reports, the almost imperceptible shift from perfect compliance to calculated imperfection. But perhaps that waiting had made them sloppy. Or perhaps Kessler was simply better at her job than Sage had given her credit for. Sage climbed the stairs slowly, each step feeling like walking toward their own execution. Their glyph pulsed beneath their collar, anxiety, fear, the constant low-grade terror of discovery that had become their baseline state over the past months. They touched their collarbone, then dropped their hand. The gesture was too revealing. Kessler's secretary, a middle-aged woman with a sanctioned gender glyph that marked her as pure feminine, traditional, approved, looked up as Sage approached. Archivist Embren. Director Kessler is expecting you. Go right in. The office was larger than Sage's entire apartment. Floor-to-ceiling windows overlooked the Eastern District, showing the floating city in all its impossible, beautiful, oppressive glory. Kessler's desk was antique oak, salvaged from drowned Atlanta, polished until it gleamed. Behind it, the director herself sat with the perfect posture of someone who'd spent her entire life knowing exactly where she belonged in the world's hierarchy. Sage. Kessler's smile was professional, cool. Please, sit. Sage sat. Their hands wanted to shake. They kept them still through sheer force of will. I'll be direct, Kessler said, folding her hands on the desk. I've been reviewing your work from the past 6 months. Specifically, I've been tracking processing times, cross-referencing your reports with enforcement outcomes, looking for patterns. Sage's heart hammered. I see. Your record has always been exemplary. 4 years of perfect accuracy, perfect efficiency. You're one of my best archivists. Kessler's eyes, pale blue, disconcertingly sharp, fixed on Sage. Which is why certain anomalies caught my attention. Anomalies? Sage kept their voice level, curious but not defensive. Small things. Reports filed hours later than usual. A few cases where your documentation was thorough but somehow failed to include details that would have been immediately actionable. Nothing dramatic. Just. Kessler paused. Inconsistent with your usual precision. I apologize if my work has been substandard. It hasn't been substandard. That's what's interesting. Kessler leaned forward. Your work is still excellent. Just slightly less excellent than it was. Slightly less useful to enforcement. As if you were being very carefully, very subtly, less helpful. Sage forced themselves to meet her gaze. Director, if there's been any decline in quality, I assure you it's unintentional. The workload has increased significantly. Has it? I checked. Your case volume is actually down from last year. Kessler pulled a file from her desk drawer. I also checked enforcement outcomes for subjects you've catalogued in the past 6 months. Interesting pattern emerged. Your documentation is pristine. But somehow, enforcement teams are arriving hours or days later than optimal. Just enough delay for subjects to disappear. To be warned. The air in the room felt thin. Sage concentrated on breathing normally, on not touching their collarbone, on maintaining the expression of confused concern rather than trapped terror. I don't understand what you're implying, they said carefully. I'm not implying anything. I'm observing patterns. Kessler opened the file. 23 subjects catalogued between April and June. All flagged for immediate enforcement. 17 disappeared before teams arrived. 17, Sage. That's not normal variance. That's systematic. You think there's a leak. Not a question. A careful redirect. I know there's a leak. We already identified Wren as the primary source. His access to enforcement schedules, his sudden flight, the evidence is clear. Kessler closed the file. But I don't think he acted alone. I think he had help. Someone feeding him information. Someone with access to your specific documentation. Sage's mouth was dry. You think I was helping Wren leak information? Were you? The question hung in the air like a blade. Sage met Kessler's eyes and lied with every ounce of training they possessed. No. Director, I would never compromise the integrity of the archive or the enforcement system. If my work had somehow been used to undermine state operations, I'm horrified. But I had no knowledge of Wren's activities. Kessler studied them for a long moment. Sage didn't look away. Didn't flinch. Became the person they'd been pretending to be for 4 years, compliant, meticulous, slightly anxious but ultimately loyal. Finally, Kessler leaned back. I believe you. Sage's relief was carefully measured. Thank you. Which brings me to why I called you here. Kessler's expression shifted slightly, becoming something almost warm. Despite these anomalies, which I'm attributing to Wren's manipulation of your documentation after you filed it, your work remains exemplary. You're detail-oriented, discreet, and you understand the importance of our mission here. The archive is essential to maintaining social order, Sage said, reciting the line they'd been taught in training. Exactly. And I need people who understand that. People I can trust to uphold the system even when it's difficult. Even when it requires witnessing things that are uncomfortable but necessary. Sage's stomach dropped. Director? I'm promoting you, Kessler said simply. Senior archivist, with a focus on enforcement documentation. You'll work directly with correction teams, observing procedures, ensuring our records are comprehensive and accurate. It's a prestigious position. Higher pay, better access, direct contribution to maintaining the city's stability. No. No, no, no. Sage kept their expression neutral. That's an honor. But I'm not sure I'm qualified. You're more than qualified. You're exactly what I need. Kessler pulled out another file. Personnel, Sage realized with creeping horror. Their personnel file. You're careful. Precise. You don't let emotion interfere with duty. And you understand that sometimes maintaining order requires difficult choices. What kind of difficult choices? The kind that keep our city functional. The kind that prevent the chaos we saw after the drowning. Kessler's voice softened slightly, becoming almost confiding. I know this might seem harsh to someone who hasn't witnessed the alternatives. But I lived through the collapse, Sage. I saw what happens when identity becomes too fluid, when people refuse categorization, when the social structure breaks down. The glyph system isn't perfect. But it's necessary. And sometimes enforcement is ugly because the alternative is uglier. Sage felt sick. This was the true believer speaking. Someone who genuinely thought she was protecting civilization. Someone who would never question whether the system itself was the problem. I understand, Sage lied. Good. Because your first assignment starts tomorrow. Kessler slid a folder across the desk. Subject #5201. Errored glyph, flagged for correction. You'll observe the entire procedure, document every stage, ensure our protocols are being followed correctly. It's a learning opportunity. Sage picked up the folder with hands that wanted to shake. Inside, a photograph, a name, a glyph that didn't fit the approved categories. A person. A person who would be unmade tomorrow while Sage watched and took notes. May I ask, their voice came out steadier than they felt. What happens during a correction? You'll see tomorrow. It varies based on the specific errored glyph and the subject's cooperation. But generally, magical restructuring, identity realignment, glyph modification to bring them into compliance with an approved category. Kessler's voice was clinical. It's not pleasant. But it's necessary. And it's effective. And if they don't cooperate? Then we take additional measures. But most subjects, once they understand we're trying to help them, are ultimately grateful. They've been living in confusion, Sage. We're giving them clarity. A defined identity they can build their life around. That's a gift, even if the delivery is painful. Sage looked down at the file. Subject #5201. Marin. Age 19. Worked in the textile district. Glyph structure suggested fluid presentation, shifting between categories without settling. Someone young. Someone probably terrified. Someone who would be broken tomorrow while Sage documented it. I'll be there, Sage said quietly. Excellent. Kessler stood, extending her hand. Welcome to the senior staff, Sage. I have high hopes for you. You're exactly the kind of person we need, someone who understands that preservation requires difficult choices. That sometimes we hurt people to help them. That order is worth the cost. Sage shook her hand. Her grip was firm, professional, the handshake of someone who slept well at night because she believed she was doing the right thing. Thank you for this opportunity, Sage said, and meant something else entirely. They made it 2 blocks from the archive before they had to stop and vomit into a drainage grate. The physical reaction surprised them. They'd known this was coming, had known that getting closer to enforcement, to the mechanisms of state violence, was inevitable if they wanted to be useful to the resistance. But knowing it intellectually and feeling it viscerally were apparently very different things. They'd been promoted. Trusted. Given access to exactly the kind of information and processes that could help the resistance understand and undermine the correction system. And the price was watching someone be unmade. Documenting their pain. Performing the role of complicit observer so thoroughly that Kessler would never suspect them. Sage straightened, wiping their mouth with shaking hands. They needed to think. Needed to get somewhere safe. Needed. Their apartment felt too exposed. The archive was impossible. They went to the safe house instead, taking a deliberately circuitous route, checking for surveillance, their training kicking in through the haze of panic. Kai was there, sorting supplies with Indigo. He took one look at Sage's face and crossed the room immediately. What happened? Sage's voice cracked. Is there somewhere private? I need to talk to you. Both of you. They looked at Indigo. Can you get Vesper? 20 minutes later, the three of them sat in the safe house's small back room. Sage explained it all, the meeting with Kessler, the promotion, tomorrow's assignment. They kept their voice steady, factual, documenting it the way they documented everything. When they finished, Kai was radiating barely controlled fury. You're not going. I have to go. No, you don't. You quit. You walk away. You don't watch them torture someone just to maintain your cover. If I quit now, Kessler will know I'm compromised. Everything we've built, all the intelligence we've gathered, it'll be worthless. She'll lock down the archive, increase security, maybe even. I don't care. Kai's voice was hard. You're not watching a correction. You're not documenting someone's pain. There's a line, Sage, and this crosses it. Vesper was quieter, their expression troubled. I understand Kai's position. But I also understand the strategic value. If Sage has direct access to enforcement protocols, if they can document the correction process, that information could save lives down the line. At what cost? Kai demanded. Sage's humanity? Their ability to live with themselves? You think watching someone be unmade won't break them? I think we're all already broken, Sage said quietly. Both of them turned to look at them. I think that's what happens when you fight systems like this. You get broken in different ways. And you choose which breaks you can survive. You don't have to survive this one, Kai insisted. But I can be useful if I do. I can. Kessler thinks I'm loyal. She's giving me access to the exact processes we need to understand if we're going to dismantle this system. If I can handle one day of horror, if I can get through it without breaking cover, then maybe I can prevent hundreds more corrections. Maybe I can find weaknesses in their protocols. Maybe. Maybe you'll lose yourself, Vesper said softly. Maybe you'll cross a line you can't come back from. Sage, I enforced this system for years. I know what witnessing violence does to you. I know how it changes you. And I also know, their voice wavered. I know that sometimes you don't get to come back whole. I'm not whole now. Sage looked at both of them. None of us are. We've all been broken by this system in different ways. Kai, you had to illegally modify your own body just to exist as yourself. Vesper, you spent years enforcing the very oppression you were running from. I've been cataloging erasures for 4 years, helping the state identify people like us. We're all complicit. We're all carrying impossible weight. This is just another weight. It's different, Kai said roughly. It's watching. It's bearing witness to torture and pretending it's okay. That's not the same as what we've been doing. Isn't it? Sage's voice was sharper than they intended. How is watching someone be corrected different from filing the reports that make corrections possible? How is this worse than what I've already been doing? At least this way I might learn something useful. At least this way my complicity might actually serve the resistance instead of just serving my own survival. The silence that followed was jagged. I can't tell you not to do this, Vesper said finally. That's not my call to make. But I need you to understand, this will change you. Not might. Will. And we'll all have to live with that change. I know. Do you? Kai's eyes were bright with unshed tears. Because I'm looking at you right now and I'm seeing someone trying to martyr themselves. Someone who thinks suffering is the price of being useful. And I'm telling you, we need you whole, Sage. Not broken in new ways. Not carrying more trauma you'll never process. We need you here, with us, in your body and your mind. Not performing loyalty so hard you forget how to be yourself. I won't forget. You say that now. But I've seen what compliance does to people. I've watched friends lose themselves trying to survive inside systems that want them dead. And I'm terrified, his voice cracked. I'm terrified that if you do this, if you go tomorrow and watch them break someone and document it like it's just data, you'll break too. And we won't get you back. Sage crossed to him, taking his face in their hands. Look at me. I'm not going to break. Or, I'm going to break, but I'll come back. I'll come back to you. Both of you. I promise. You can't promise that, Kai whispered. I can. Because you'll be here to catch me when I fall apart. Because I'm not doing this alone anymore. Because, Sage looked between Kai and Vesper. Because we're building something together. All three of us. And that's strong enough to hold even this. Vesper stood, crossing to join them. Then we prepare. If you're going to do this, we help you survive it. We build in safeguards. We plan for the aftermath. We make sure you have somewhere to go when it's over. What kind of safeguards? Sage asked. Grounding techniques. Ways to stay present without dissociating. Mental compartmentalization strategies. I learned them in the priesthood for performing difficult rituals. Vesper's voice was steady, practical. And we'll be here. Waiting. The moment you're finished, you come straight here. Not to your apartment. Not to the archive. Here. To us. We'll have everything ready, Kai added, his jaw tight. Food, warmth, safety. Whatever you need to process it. And you don't go through it alone. Sage felt their throat tighten. Thank you. Don't thank us, Kai said roughly. Just come back to us. That's all we need. That night, back at Sage's apartment, the three of them lay tangled together in bed. Not sexual this time. Just close. Just touching. Just present. Tell me about the person, Vesper said quietly. The one you have to watch tomorrow. Sage had brought the file home, a violation of protocols that seemed insignificant compared to everything else they were violating. They reached for it now, opening to the photograph. Marin. 19. Textile worker. Their glyph suggests fluid presentation, probably shifts between masculine and feminine depending on day or mood or internal state. Sage's voice was clinical, archival. Then, they look scared in this photograph. Like they knew it was for enforcement purposes. Like they knew what was coming. Do they have family? Kai asked. Parents. Both state-approved glyphs, traditional presentations. The report suggests they've been trying to get Marin corrected for months. They filed the initial complaint. Fuck, Kai breathed. Yeah. Sage closed the file. They're being corrected because their own family turned them in. Because the people who should have protected them decided their child was too confusing to love as they are. That's the cruelest part, Vesper said softly. The system doesn't just break people directly. It turns families against each other. Makes parents believe that hurting their children is helping them. I saw it in the priesthood constantly, parents bringing in kids, begging us to fix them, genuinely believing we were performing mercy. Were you ever the one performing it? Sage asked carefully. Once. Vesper's voice was hollow. A child. 11 years old. Glyph that didn't fit any category. Parents were desperate. Director Priest ordered me to perform the correction ritual. And I did it. I held that child down while the magic rewrote their identity, while they screamed, while their self was erased and replaced with something acceptable. I did it because I believed it was my duty. Because I thought I was saving them from a life of confusion. Is that when you left? Kai asked. No. That's when I started doubting. But I stayed for another year after that, performing obedience, telling myself I could reform the system from within. It wasn't until they ordered me to correct another child and I physically couldn't make myself do it that I finally ran. Sage turned to face them. Do you regret it? Leaving? I regret that I didn't leave sooner. That I hurt people in the name of a system I knew was wrong. That I let fear of losing my position keep me complicit longer than it should have. Vesper's eyes were bright in the darkness. But I don't regret leaving. Even though it meant losing everything I'd built, everyone I'd known. Even though it meant uncertainty and danger. Because staying would have killed me. Maybe not physically, but spiritually. And that's not actually better. How do you live with it? Sage whispered. The guilt. The knowledge of what you did. Not gracefully. I carry it. I let it inform my actions now without letting it paralyze me. I try to do better than I did. I try to save who I can save. And I remind myself, Vesper's voice cracked slightly. I remind myself that guilt is appropriate. That feeling it means I haven't become the kind of person who can hurt people without conscience. That the pain is proof I'm still human. Kai pulled both of them closer. Tomorrow's going to be horrible. We all know that. But you don't have to be the person who enjoys it. You don't have to be the person who doesn't feel anything. You get to be the person who's horrified. Who's documenting it not because you agree with it but because you're building evidence against it. And after, Vesper added, you get to fall apart. You get to be angry and sad and broken. You get to grieve for Marin even though you never met them. You get to be human about this inhumane thing you're witnessing. That's the line, staying human even when performing inhumanity. Sage pressed their face against Kai's chest, felt Vesper's arms come around them from behind. I don't know if I can do this. You can, Kai said with absolute certainty. Because you're the strongest person I know. Because you've been surviving impossible things your entire life. Because we're here to catch you when you break. You can do this. And if I can't? Then we'll deal with that too. Together. They fell asleep like that, three people holding each other against tomorrow's horror, building a wall of warmth and presence and chosen love that might be strong enough to withstand even watching someone be unmade. Sage dreamed of the archive whispering. Of shelves that held not books but screams. Of Marin's face superimposed on their own, both of them being erased while Director Kessler took careful notes. They woke in darkness, gasping. Kai was already awake, his hand coming to rest on Sage's chest. I've got you. I dreamed. I know. It's okay. We're here. We've got you. Vesper stirred, pressing closer. Dawn's still hours away. Try to sleep. You'll need your strength tomorrow. But Sage couldn't sleep. They lay there in the darkness, surrounded by warmth but frozen with anticipatory dread, counting the hours until they'd have to watch someone be broken. And hoping that when it was over, when they documented every terrible moment, when they performed loyalty so well that Kessler would never suspect them, hoping that they'd still recognize themselves in the mirror. That there would still be enough of them left to come back to. Chapter 13, Witnessing. The correction facility was on the city's western edge, in a district Sage had never had reason to visit. The building was nondescript, gray stone, practical architecture, nothing to distinguish it from the administrative offices and processing centers that surrounded it. Which was, Sage supposed, the point. Violence that looked bureaucratic was easier for people to accept. Director Kessler met Sage at the entrance at precisely 8 in the morning. She was dressed in formal blue, the color of state authority, her hair pulled back in a severe bun that emphasized the sharp lines of her face. Good morning, Sage. I'm glad you're punctual. Corrections require precise timing, the magical preparations degrade if we're not efficient. She led them through security checkpoints, past guards with sanctioned glyphs and sanctioned weapons. Have you eaten? Some observers find the process physically demanding. Low blood sugar can cause fainting. I ate. A lie. Sage had tried to choke down breakfast at the safe house with Kai and Vesper watching anxiously, but their stomach had rejected even plain rice. They passed through a final set of doors into what looked like a medical facility, white walls, sterile surfaces, the smell of antiseptic and something else. Something that reminded Sage of the archive's deepest levels, where magic grew thick and strange. This is Observation Room 3, Kessler said, gesturing to a space separated from the main chamber by a pane of reinforced glass. You'll document from here. The glass is enchanted, one-way visibility, sound dampening, protective barriers in case of magical feedback. You'll be completely safe. Safe. As if that was the concern. As if witnessing trauma from behind glass made it better rather than worse, the clinical distance, the way it turned a person's unmaking into a spectacle to be observed. Sage entered the observation room. It was small, dominated by the window that looked into the correction chamber. There was a desk, a chair, documentation supplies already laid out. Everything necessary for the careful cataloging of violence. Through the glass, Sage could see the correction chamber itself. Clinical white, magical circles inscribed on floor and walls, restraints built into a central chair. Medical equipment. Monitoring devices. And in the corner, what looked like glyph modification apparatus, Kessler said, following Sage's gaze. State of the art. Allows for precise magical restructuring with minimal physical trauma. Much more humane than the old methods. Sage wanted to ask what the old methods had been. Didn't. They had enough horrors to process without adding historical context. The subject will be brought in shortly, Kessler continued. 2 correction officers, 1 supervising priest to manage the ritual components, 1 medical technician to monitor vitals. I'll be in the chamber as well, overseeing. Your job is to document everything you observe, timing, procedures, the subject's responses, any anomalies in the process. Clear? Clear. Good. Kessler studied them. You seem nervous. That's natural. But remember, what we're doing here is necessary. The subject has been living in confusion, unable to properly integrate into society. We're giving them clarity. The pain is temporary. The benefit is permanent. Sage managed a nod. Kessler smiled, apparently satisfied, and left the observation room. Sage was alone. They sat at the desk, pulled out their documentation forms, tried to steady their breathing. In through the nose, out through the mouth. The grounding techniques Vesper had taught them. Notice 5 things you can see, 4 things you can hear, 3 things you can touch. Stay present. Don't dissociate. Bear witness. The door to the correction chamber opened. 2 guards entered first, dressed in enforcement blue, their expressions professional and detached. Between them, Marin. They looked smaller than in their photograph. Younger. They were dressed in a gray institutional gown, their hands bound in front of them with spelled restraints that glowed faintly. Their glyph was visible at their throat, a beautiful, shifting thing that seemed to change even as Sage watched, cycling between presentations, refusing to settle. Marin's eyes were wide with terror. Sage picked up their pen. Began to write. 8:07 a.m. Subject enters correction chamber. 2 enforcement officers present. Subject displays signs of acute distress, elevated breathing, visible trembling, attempts to resist forward motion unsuccessful due to restraint spells. The guards guided Marin to the central chair. Not roughly, Sage noted. Almost gently. As if the care with which they moved made the violence more acceptable. 8:09 a.m. Subject secured to correction apparatus. Restraints activated, both physical and magical. Subject's glyph continues to shift presentation. Current manifestation appears feminine-leaning but unstable. Kessler entered, followed by a priest in gray robes and a medical technician in white. The priest was younger than Sage expected, early 30s maybe, with a sanctioned glyph that marked them as pure masculine. They carried ritual implements, crystals, inscribed silver tools, what looked like a ceremonial knife. 8:11 a.m. Director Kessler, correction priest, and medical technician enter chamber. Priest begins ritual preparations. Subject attempts verbal communication. Please, Marin said through the glass. The sound was muffled by the enchantments but audible. Please, I don't want this. I don't need to be fixed. I'm not broken. Please. Subject states they don't require correction, Sage wrote, their hand remarkably steady despite the scream building in their throat. Subject claims current identity is not pathological. Kessler was speaking to Marin now, her voice too quiet to hear clearly through the glass. Sage saw Marin shake their head violently, saw their mouth form the word no over and over. 8:13 a.m. Director explains correction procedure to subject. Subject does not consent. Subject appears to increase distress, crying, continued verbal refusal. The priest began inscribing symbols around Marin's chair, using chalk that glowed as it touched the floor. The patterns were complex, layered, designed to channel and redirect magical energy. Sage recognized some of them from their studies of the archive's deeper magics: containment, restructuring, force stability. 8:16 a.m. Priest completes ritual circle. Begins primary incantation. Subject's glyph responds to ambient magic, increased shifting, appears almost to vibrate. Marin was sobbing now. Please, 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 I'll be good, I'll be normal, just don't, please. Sage's vision blurred. They blinked hard, forcing themselves to focus. Document. Just document. That's the job. That's what keeps you useful. That's what makes this bearable. 8:19 a.m. Correction procedure begins. Priest activates modification apparatus. Subject exhibits extreme distress, screaming, physical attempts to break restraints despite magical binding. The apparatus lit up, blue-white light that hurt to look at directly. The priest's hands moved in practiced patterns, directing the energy toward Marin's throat, toward their glyph. The light touched it and Marin screamed, not just sound but something deeper, something that resonated in Sage's bones and made their own glyph pulse in sympathetic agony. They were trying to force the glyph stable. Trying to lock it into a single approved category. Sage could see the magic working, could see the way Marin's shifting presentation began to slow, to stabilize, to 8:21 a.m. Subject's glyph resisting correction. Priest increases magical pressure. Subject's physical distress escalating, medical technician monitoring vitals, appears concerned. Hold steady, Kessler's voice was clear through the observation window. The resistance is normal. We need to push through it. The priest increased the intensity. More light, more pressure, more force applied to something fundamental and intimate and not meant to be externally controlled. Marin was thrashing now, screaming words that dissolved into incoherent sound. Sage wrote faster. 8:23 a.m. Procedure reaching critical phase. Subject's glyph beginning to stabilize, shifting slowing. Subject's distress reaching dangerous levels. Medical technician requests procedure pause. Director Kessler orders continuation. Keep going, Kessler said. We're almost through the worst of it. The worst of it. As if there was a part of this that wasn't worst. As if forcing someone's fundamental identity into a shape the state approved of had gradations of acceptable horror. Marin's screaming had stopped. Not because the pain stopped, Sage could see it in every line of their body, but because they'd run out of voice. They were making small, choked sounds now, tears streaming down their face, body convulsing against the restraints. 8:26 a.m. Subject's glyph stabilizing into masculine presentation. Shifting has ceased. Correction appears successful from technical standpoint. Subject remains in extreme distress but no longer verbally responsive. The priest stepped back, lowering their hands. The light began to fade. Marin's glyph, which moments ago had been a flowing, shifting thing of terrible beauty, was now locked, frozen into a single presentation that looked wrong even from this distance. Like a bird with broken wings, forced to be still. Excellent work, Kessler said. The priest bowed slightly, apparently satisfied with a job well done. 8:28 a.m. Procedure complete. Subject's glyph successfully modified to approved masculine category. Subject appears catatonic, responsive to physical stimuli but not coherent. Medical technician conducting post-procedure assessment. They were checking Marin's vitals, shining lights in their eyes, asking questions that got no response. Marin stared at nothing, their face slack, their newly stabilized glyph pulsing with a rhythm that looked more mechanical than alive. Sometimes there's a period of adjustment, Kessler said, and Sage realized with a start that she was speaking to them through an intercom they hadn't noticed. The subject needs time to integrate their new, stable identity. Within a few days, they'll be much more functional. Eventually, they'll be grateful. 8:32 a.m. Subject transferred to recovery. Post-procedure state suggests significant psychological trauma. Director Kessler indicates this is normal, temporary. The guards unstrapped Marin from the chair, half carrying their unresponsive body toward a door at the back of the chamber. They moved like a doll, limbs loose, no will, no resistance. They'd broken something in them. Not just their glyph but something deeper, some core piece of self that couldn't survive being forcibly reshaped. Sage kept writing. 8:35 a.m. Subject removed from correction chamber. Procedure deemed successful. All personnel exiting. End of observation. They set down their pen with hands that were perfectly steady and realized they'd made it through without breaking. Without crying, without screaming, without showing any reaction beyond clinical interest and careful documentation. They'd done their job flawlessly. They'd watched someone be unmade and written it down like it was data. The observation room door opened. Kessler entered, smiling. Excellent work, Sage. Your documentation is exactly what we need, thorough, precise, objective. This is exactly the kind of professional detachment we require from senior archivists. Professional detachment. Yes. That's what they performed. Never mind that inside they were screaming. Never mind that their glyph was burning beneath their collar like it was trying to escape their body. Never mind that they'd just witnessed torture and documented it like a research study. Thank you, Director. I'll need your full report by end of day. And next week, there's another correction scheduled. I'd like you to observe that one as well, begin building a comprehensive documentation protocol. Kessler's eyes were warm, approving. You're going to be invaluable to this department, Sage. I can already tell. I'm honored to serve. The words tasted like ash. Sage walked back to the safe house in broad daylight, protocol be damned. They couldn't go to their apartment. Couldn't go to the archive. Couldn't be anywhere that required them to be functional or normal or anything other than falling apart. Kai opened the door before they could knock, as if he'd been watching for them. His eyes widened when he saw their face. Sage. Their voice cracked. I need to not be alone right now. Kai pulled them inside. Vesper was there, had apparently been waiting too. The safe house was empty of anyone else, they'd cleared it deliberately, Sage realized. Given them privacy to break. Tell us what you need, Vesper said quietly. I don't know. I don't, Sage's breath was coming faster, shallower. I watched them break someone. I watched and I wrote it down and I didn't do anything. I just sat there and documented it like it was. Sit, Kai said, guiding them to the couch. Breathe. In through your nose, out through your mouth. That's it. Stay with us. Sage tried to breathe. Couldn't get enough air. Their vision was narrowing, dark spots creeping in at the edges. Panic attack, some distant part of their mind supplied. They were having a panic attack in front of their partners and they couldn't stop it. Look at me, Vesper said, kneeling in front of them. 5 things you can see. Tell me 5 things. Couch. Your face. Kai's hand. The wall. 4 things you can hear. Your voice. My breathing. Kai's breathing. The city outside. The sound of. 3 things you can touch. Sage reached out, grabbed Vesper's hand, Kai's shirt, the rough fabric of the couch. Held on like they were drowning. That's good. You're here. You're with us. What happened is over. You're safe now. I'm not safe. Nobody's safe. We're all, the words tumbled out in fragments. They took someone who was beautiful and fluid and themselves and they broke them. They forced them into a shape the state approved of, and they broke who they were, and I watched. I watched and I took notes, and I told Kessler it was excellent work, and I'm. You're not responsible for what they did, Kai said fiercely. You were documenting. You were gathering information we need. Was I? Or was I just complicit? Was I just participating in violence and calling it resistance? You were surviving, Vesper said. You were maintaining cover so you can keep helping people. That's not the same as participation. Isn't it? Sage pulled away from both of them, standing abruptly. How is documenting torture different from performing it? How is watching someone scream and writing it down different from holding them down yourself? Where's the line, Vesper? Where's the fucking line between necessary compromise and just being another cog in the machine? I don't know, Vesper said honestly. I struggled with that question every day I was in the priesthood. Sometimes I still don't have an answer. That's not good enough. Sage was pacing now, unable to be still. We're supposed to be fighting this system, and instead I'm in deeper than ever. I'm senior staff now. I'm trusted. I'm being asked to observe more corrections, to help perfect the documentation of violence. How is that fighting? How is any of this actually helping? Because now you know, Kai said. Now you understand exactly how the system works. What the procedures are. Where the vulnerabilities might be. You couldn't learn that from the outside. And what's the cost of learning it? How many people do I have to watch be broken before we have enough information? How much participation in violence is acceptable in service of eventual resistance? Sage stopped pacing, faced both of them. You should have stopped me. Yesterday, when I said I was going to do this, you should have stopped me. It wasn't our choice to make, Vesper said carefully. Wasn't it? Aren't we supposed to be in this together? Aren't we supposed to protect each other from making decisions that will destroy us? You're not destroyed, Kai said. You're hurting. That's different. Is it? Because I don't feel different. I feel destroyed. I feel like something fundamental just broke and I don't know how to fix it. Sage's voice cracked. They were 19 years old. 19. They were crying and begging and nobody stopped it. And I sat there and wrote it down in neat handwriting in proper format, and the sob that came out surprised them. Then another. Then they were crying in earnest, all the careful control finally shattering. Kai crossed to them immediately, pulling them close. It's okay. Let it out. We've got you. I don't want you to have me. I want to, Sage pushed at his chest weakly. I want to not have done this. I want to go back to this morning and make a different choice. I want to not know what it looks like when someone's identity gets forcibly erased. I know. Kai held them tighter despite their pushing. I know. But you can't unknow it. You can only carry it. And we'll help you carry it. I don't want to carry it. It's too heavy. Sage gave up pushing, collapsed against Kai's chest. It's too heavy. Then we carry it together, Vesper said, coming to stand beside them, their hands settling on Sage's back. That's what we promised. Remember? We carry the weight together. They stood like that for a long time, Sage crying, Kai holding them, Vesper's hands steady and warm. Eventually the sobs subsided into hiccups, then into silence broken only by ragged breathing. I need to tell you what I saw, Sage said finally, their voice muffled against Kai's shirt. I need to. If I don't tell someone, I'll see it every time I close my eyes. If I can make it external, make it words, maybe it won't just live in my head. Tell us, Vesper said. We're listening. So Sage told them. Every detail they'd documented, every moment they'd witnessed. They described Marin's face when they realized what was about to happen. The sound they'd made when the correction began. The way their glyph had resisted before breaking. The hollow look in their eyes afterward, like someone had scooped out their core and left just the shell. Kai's arms tightened around them as they spoke. Vesper made small sounds of pain and recognition. Neither of them interrupted. They just listened, bearing witness to the witness, letting Sage's words make the trauma external and therefore slightly more survivable. When they finished, the silence felt different, less suffocating, more shared. "Thank you for telling us," Vesper said quietly. "Does it help?" Sage asked. "Knowing what happened?" "No. But you shouldn't have to carry that alone." Sage pulled back slightly, looking at both of them. "How do you do this? How do you keep fighting when you know what the system does to people? When you've witnessed it firsthand?" "Not gracefully," Vesper said. "I told you that. We carry it badly. We have nightmares. We fall apart sometimes. We make it through by holding on to each other and remembering why we're fighting. And by counting the ones we save," Kai added. "By focusing on the people who aren't being broken because we're disrupting the system. He paused. By remembering that witnessing horror doesn't make us complicit if we're using that knowledge to prevent more horror." "Does it though?" Sage asked. "Or are we just telling ourselves that to make the compromises feel better?" "I don't know," Kai admitted. "Maybe both. Maybe the distinction doesn't matter as much as what we do next. What we do next is I file a report documenting what I saw. I maintain my cover. I observe more corrections. I become exactly the kind of person the system needs, someone who can witness violence and catalog it without breaking." Sage heard the bitterness in their own voice. "That's the plan, right? That's what makes this worthwhile?" "That's not," Kai started, but Sage cut him off. "No, I need to hear it. Tell me this was worth it. Tell me that watching someone be unmade was a necessary sacrifice for the resistance. Tell me," their voice broke again. "Tell me I'm not just a monster with better excuses." "You're not a monster," Vesper said firmly. "You're someone making impossible choices in an impossible situation. You're someone trying to use their position to help people while surviving in a system that wants you dead. That's not monstrous. That's... what? Brave? Necessary? Don't make me sound noble. There's nothing noble about what I did today. There's nothing noble about any of this," Kai said roughly. "The whole situation is fucked. But you're still trying. You're still here, still fighting, still choosing to use what you learned instead of just running away. That counts for something. Does it? Because from where I'm standing, it looks like I just got deeper into the machine. Like I just became more useful to the system while telling myself it's for the greater good. And Sage's voice dropped to a whisper. "I'm scared that you're wrong. That I'm not gathering intelligence or maintaining cover or doing anything useful. That I'm just participating in violence and calling it resistance so I can sleep at night." Vesper was quiet for a long moment. "Then, you might be right." Kai's head snapped around. "Vesper. No, they need to hear this. Sage, you might be right. It's possible that what you're doing is just deeper complicity dressed up as strategy. It's possible that the cost of maintaining cover will be higher than any intelligence you gather. I don't know. I can't know. When I was in the priesthood, I told myself the same things, that I was gathering information, that I could reform from within, that my participation was strategic. And you know what? Sometimes I was right. Sometimes I did help people. But sometimes I was just participating in oppression and lying to myself about it. Then what do I do?" Sage asked desperately. "You stay honest about what you're doing. You acknowledge the cost. You check in with yourself constantly to make sure you're not losing your humanity in service of strategy. And you trust us," Vesper's voice softened. "To tell you if we see you becoming something you don't want to be. And if that happens? If I cross a line and can't come back? Then we pull you out," Kai said immediately. "Cover be damned, intelligence be damned. If continuing breaks you fundamentally, we pull you out and we figure out another way. Your humanity is not a resource we get to spend. It's the whole point." Sage looked between them, Kai fierce and protective, Vesper careful and honest, both of them here, both of them willing to catch them when they fell. I don't know if I can do this again, they said quietly. Kessler wants me to observe another correction next week. And I don't know if I can go back to that room and watch it happen and write it down like it's just data. Then don't, Kai said. Find a reason to delay. Get sick. Fuck up the report so she questions your objectivity. Do something, anything, that buys you time to decide if this is actually survivable. And if I can't delay? If avoiding it would blow my cover? Then we cross that bridge when we get to it. Together. Vesper took Sage's hand. But tonight, you don't have to decide anything. Tonight you get to fall apart. You get to be angry and sad and broken. You get to be human about the inhuman thing you witnessed. I don't want to be human about it. I want, Sage's voice cracked. I want it to not have happened. I want Marin to still be themselves. I want to not have the image of their face seared into my brain. I want to not know what it looks like when someone's identity dies. I know, Vesper said softly. But you do know. And now you have to figure out how to live with knowing. And we'll help you figure that out. They stayed at the safe house for hours, Sage alternating between crying and numb silence, Kai and Vesper taking turns holding them and giving them space. At some point, Kai made food that Sage couldn't eat. At some point, Vesper helped them lie down on the couch and covered them with a blanket. At some point, exhaustion finally dragged them under into fitful sleep. They dreamed of Marin. Of their glyph fighting and losing. Of their eyes going dead and empty. Of their voice crying please and nobody stopping. They woke gasping, disoriented, to find Kai sitting beside them in the dark. You were having a nightmare, he said quietly. Yeah. Sage's voice was hoarse. Want to talk about it? No. Yes. I don't know. Sage sat up, pulled the blanket tighter. Where's Vesper? Getting supplies. We're staying here tonight. All of us. We're not leaving you alone. You don't have to. We do. Because you need us and that's enough. Kai's expression was serious in the dim light. Sage, I need to tell you something. And I need you to actually hear it, not just file it away as something to process later. Okay. I'm worried about you. Not in a "you're not strong enough" way. In a "you're too strong and you'll keep pushing until you break beyond repair" way. Kai took their hand. I've watched you absorb trauma for months. I've watched you carry impossible weight and just keep functioning. And I'm scared that you think that's what strength is, just enduring until you can't anymore. Isn't it? No. Strength is also knowing when to stop. When to say, this is too much, I need help, I can't do this. That's not weakness, Sage. That's survival. I can't stop. The resistance needs. Fuck what the resistance needs, Kai said bluntly. I need you whole. Vesper needs you whole. You need you whole. And if maintaining cover means destroying yourself piece by piece, then the cost is too high. We'll find another way. What if there isn't another way? Then we accept that. We accept that some intelligence we can't gather, some access we can't get, because the price is too high. The revolution isn't worth sacrificing you for. Nothing is worth sacrificing you for. Sage felt tears starting again. I don't know how to stop. I don't know how to be the person who says it's too much. I've spent my whole life being useful, being necessary, proving I deserve to exist by being indispensable. If I stop, if I say I can't do this, what am I? You're someone we love, Kai said simply. That's enough. You don't have to earn your existence by being useful. You don't have to destroy yourself to deserve survival. You get to just be, Sage. You get to be whole and flawed and human, and that's enough. Is it though? Because I feel, Sage's voice broke. I feel like if I stop being useful, if I stop gathering intelligence and maintaining cover and doing the impossible things nobody else wants to do, then I'm just another person with an errored glyph. Just another problem for the system to erase. Just another. Stop. Kai's voice was firm. Listen to yourself. You're describing your existence as a problem. Your identity is something that needs justification. And I need you to understand, that's the system talking. That's the internalized violence you've absorbed from living in a world that treats you like you're conditional. But you're not. You're not a problem. You're not something that needs to be justified. You're a person. And people don't have to earn their existence. The words hit something deep and wounded in Sage's chest. They started crying again, not the desperate sobs from earlier but something quieter, more fundamental. The grief of someone who'd spent their entire life believing they had to justify their existence, finally hearing someone say they didn't. Kai pulled them close, let them cry into his chest, one hand in their hair and the other solid on their back. "I've got you," he murmured. "I've got you and I'm not letting go." The door opened. Vesper entered carrying bags of supplies, food, clean clothes, first aid materials. They took one look at Sage crying in Kai's arms and set everything down carefully. "Bad dream?" they asked softly. "Necessary conversation," Kai said. "Come here. They need both of us right now." Vesper joined them on the couch, their presence steady and warm. The three of them sat like that, Sage crying quietly, Kai holding them, Vesper's hand resting on their leg, until the tears finally subsided into exhausted calm. "I don't know how to do this," Sage said finally. "I don't know how to be in resistance without destroying myself. I don't know how to gather intelligence without becoming complicit. I don't know how to survive this without losing who I am." "None of us know," Vesper said. "We're all figuring it out as we go. Making mistakes, making compromises, trying to hold on to our humanity while fighting a system that wants to erase it. There's no manual for this. There's no right way to be in resistance. There's just trying. And failing sometimes. And trying again. And when the trying costs too much, then we stop trying that particular approach and find a new one. We're not locked into this path, Sage. You can step back from enforcement observation. You can maintain your position in the archive without taking on additional responsibilities. You can say no to Kessler. And blow my cover? Maybe. Or maybe you find a way to decline that preserves the relationship. You're creative. You're careful. There are ways to maintain access without volunteering for the most traumatic roles." Vesper paused. "But more importantly, if maintaining cover requires repeatedly witnessing corrections, then maybe that cover isn't worth maintaining. Maybe we accept that particular source of intelligence is close to us and we focus on what we can do without destroying you in the process. Marrow won't accept that. She'll say I'm being weak, that I'm prioritizing my comfort over the movement's needs." "Then Marrow can go fuck herself," Kai said bluntly. "She doesn't get to demand you martyr yourself for the cause. Nobody does. She's not wrong though. If I step back, if I limit my access, we lose valuable intelligence. People might get hurt because we didn't know enough to prevent it." "People are already getting hurt," Vesper said. "Including you. And you being broken doesn't actually help anyone. It just means the system has claimed one more victim." Sage was quiet for a long moment, processing. "Then, what if I write the report but decline future observations? Tell Kessler that I gathered what we need for the documentation protocol but that I'd be more valuable in other capacities. Frame it as maximizing my usefulness rather than avoiding trauma." "Could work," Kai said carefully. "If you can sell it." "I can sell it. I'm good at performing compliance. Sage took a shaky breath. "I need to know that declining doesn't make me a coward. That's saying, this is too much, doesn't mean I'm failing the revolution." "It doesn't," Vesper said firmly. "It means you're setting boundaries. It means you're treating your humanity as something worth preserving. That's not cowardice. That's wisdom. And if Marrow disagrees? Then we have a conversation with Marrow about sustainable resistance. About not burning out our people. About recognizing that martyrdom isn't actually strategy. Vesper's voice was hard. I spent years in a system that demanded total sacrifice. That treated my humanity as a resource to be spent. And I'm not doing that again. Not for the church, not for the state, not for the revolution. We fight in ways that let us stay human, or we don't fight at all. I don't know if I believe that, Sage said. I want to. But I don't know if I believe that there are ways to fight without sacrifice. There aren't, Kai said honestly. There's always sacrifice. We sacrifice time, safety, the chance at normal lives. But there's a difference between sacrifice and self-destruction. And what happened today, that was veering into self-destruction territory. That was you absorbing trauma that will haunt you for years in exchange for intelligence we might not even use. That's not a trade worth making. Then what is worth it? What sacrifice is acceptable? I don't know, Kai admitted. That's the impossible math we're all doing, all the time. How much of ourselves can we give before we lose what we're fighting for? How much compromise is strategic versus just complicity? Where's the line between necessary suffering and unnecessary martyrdom? He squeezed Sage's hand. I don't have answers. But I know that watching you break yourself for the cause isn't acceptable to me. I need you whole, Sage. Even if that means we lose some intelligence. Even if that means the revolution takes longer. I need you alive and human in yourself. Me too, Vesper added. The revolution is important. But you're important too. And we're not going to sacrifice you for it. Sage felt something in their chest unclench slightly. Okay. Okay. Okay, I'll decline future observations. I'll write the report because walking away completely would be suspicious. But I'll frame it as needing to focus on other archival projects. I'll maintain access without putting myself in that room again. Sage looked between them. And if Marrow has a problem with that, we'll deal with it together. Together, Kai confirmed. Together, Vesper echoed. They stayed up most of the night, talking through the plan, processing the day's trauma, holding each other through the quiet breakdowns that came in waves. By dawn, Sage felt steadier. Still broken, still carrying the image of Marin's face, still fundamentally changed by what they'd witnessed. But not alone. Not drowning. Held. And that, they were beginning to understand, was what made survival possible. Not being strong enough to endure anything. Not being useful enough to justify existence. Just being held when you fell apart. Just having people who refused to let you destroy yourself in service of the cause. Just being human, with all the limitations and needs and breakdowns that entailed, and being loved anyway. It wasn't enough to erase what they'd witnessed. But it was enough to survive it. And sometimes, survival was the most revolutionary act possible. Chapter 14, Marrow's Revelation. Vesper had been conducting interviews for 3 weeks now, collecting oral histories from the Resistance's elders. The project had started as personal necessity, a way to process their own complicated relationship with the movement by understanding how others had arrived at revolution. But it had become something more, an archive within the archive, a counter-history to the state's official narrative. They'd interviewed Keys, the ancient glyph modifier who claimed to be 103 and might actually be. They'd talked with Indigo's mothers, who'd been running underground networks since before Vesper was born. They documented the stories of people who'd survived corrections, who'd lived through the drowning, who remembered when the glyph system didn't exist and identity was something people could claim rather than something assigned. And now, finally, they'd convinced Marrow to sit down with them. The meeting was in Marrow's personal space, a small apartment in the Resistance Quarter, spartanly furnished but full of books and maps and the detritus of decades spent organizing. Marrow herself sat in a worn armchair, her vitiligo-marked skin catching the afternoon light, her graying braids falling over one shoulder. She looked tired in a way that went bone deep, the exhaustion of someone who'd been fighting so long she'd forgotten what rest felt like. "You want my story," Marrow said. Not quite a question. I want to understand, Vesper replied carefully. They had their notebook open, pen ready, but they kept their posture relaxed. This wasn't an interrogation. You've been leading this resistance for over 30 years. You've seen more people come and go than anyone. I want to know how you've survived it. How you've kept fighting when so many others gave up or died or burned out. Marrow smiled slightly. It wasn't a happy expression. Spite, mostly. And the knowledge that if I stopped, everything I'd already sacrificed would have been for nothing. Sunk cost fallacy applied to revolution. Tell me about the beginning. Before you were leading the resistance. Who were you? A girl with a glyph that didn't match. Marrow's voice was matter-of-fact, but Vesper heard the weight beneath it. Born male, assigned masculine presenting, knew from age 5 that something was fundamentally wrong. But there was no language for it then. No underground networks, no black market modifications. Just the constant, grinding awareness that my body was a cage and I had no key. Vesper wrote carefully, capturing both words and tone. I tried to make it work. For years. Performed masculinity so hard I almost convinced myself it was real. Got married at 19, state arranged partnership, approved glyphs, everything proper. She was a good woman. She didn't deserve what I put her through, trying to be something I wasn't. Marrow paused. The marriage lasted 6 years. I left when I couldn't take the performance anymore. Left her, left my job, left my entire life and disappeared into the lower districts where the state didn't look too closely at people's glyphs. That's when you transitioned? That's when I survived. Transition came later, when I met Keys. They were already ancient then, running an underground body modification practice out of a flooded basement. Unauthorized glyph alteration, black market hormones, magical restructuring that wasn't quite correction but wasn't quite approved either. Marrow touched her throat, where her glyph pulsed steady and feminine but scarred. It hurt. It took years. And it was never perfect, you can see the marks, the places where the magic didn't fully take. I'm in pain every day. My body is a battlefield that never quite achieved peace. But you became yourself, Vesper said softly. I became who I could survive being. That's not quite the same as becoming myself, but it was close enough. Marrow's eyes were distant. And then I started noticing other people. Young people, mostly, coming to Keys for the same desperate modifications. People with glyphs that didn't fit, identities the state had no category for. And I realized, we were everywhere. Invisible but ubiquitous. All of us suffering alone because we thought we were the only ones. So you started organizing. I started talking. Just talking, at first. Connecting people who'd been isolated. Building trust networks. Learning who could be trusted and who would break under pressure. Marrow leaned forward. That was 32 years ago. I was 26. I've been doing this for longer than you've been alive, Vesper. I've watched 3 generations of errored people suffer. I've documented thousands of corrections, hundreds of deaths, decades of systematic erasure. And I've built a resistance from absolutely nothing. Vesper felt the weight of that history, the sheer endurance it represented. What keeps you going? When you've seen so much suffering, when you've lost so many people, what makes you keep fighting? Marrow was quiet for a long moment. When she spoke again, her voice was harder. The knowledge that it has to end. Not just improve, end. The glyph system, the state control of identity, all of it. It has to be completely dismantled or we'll just be having this same conversation in another 30 years with another generation of leaders asking another generation of elders how they survived. But you're seeing progress now. Sage's intelligence, Kai's networks, the public opinion shifts. We're winning battles we couldn't have imagined winning 5 years ago. Battles. Not the war. Marrow's expression was intense. And I'm not interested in winning battles anymore, Vesper. I'm interested in winning so completely that there are no more battles to fight. Something in her tone made Vesper's pen pause. What does that mean? It means I'm tired of half measures. Tired of saving a few dozen people at a time while thousands more suffer. Tired of celebrating partial victories when complete victory is possible. Marrow stood, crossing to her bookshelf. She pulled down a leather-bound journal, aged and worn. I've been studying. For years. The archive's deeper magics, the temporal mechanics of glyph assignment, the way identity gets locked into reality itself. Vesper's throat went dry. Marrow, what are you talking about? The system that suppresses errored glyphs isn't just bureaucratic. It's magical. Built into the fabric of how this city, how this world, understands identity. The drowning didn't just destroy old Atlanta. It fractured something fundamental about reality, made it more malleable, more responsive to magical manipulation. That's why the glyph system works at all. Why identity can be assigned and enforced magically. I know this. The theological texts are full of post-drowning metaphysics. But did you know it can be reversed? Not just reformed or modified, but reversed completely. Retroactively. Marrow opened the journal, showing pages dense with magical notation, temporal diagrams, calculations that made Vesper's head hurt to look at. Every errored glyph that's ever been suppressed, every correction that's ever been performed, every identity that's been erased, they all left traces in the archive. Magical echoes. And those echoes can be restored. Vesper stared at the journal, trying to process what they were hearing. You're talking about temporal restoration. Rewriting history. I'm talking about justice. Real justice, not the compromised version where we save the future and abandon the past. Marrow's voice was fierce. Every person who suffered under this system deserves to have that suffering erased. Every trans person who died before they could transition. Every non-binary person who was forced into binary categories. Every fluid person who was locked stable. All of them. Restored to who they should have been, living the lives they deserved. Vesper's mind raced. That's not possible. The magical energy required would be immense. The temporal paradoxes. I've been working with the archive. It's more conscious than anyone realizes. More powerful. It's been collecting not just documentation but actual experiential essence, pieces of every suppressed identity, fragments of every erased self. With the right working, at the right confluence of magical currents, it can release all of that at once. Restore everything. Everyone. Vesper's hand was shaking. They set down their pen carefully. Marrow, have you thought through what that would mean? If you restore all errored glyphs retroactively, you don't just change individual lives. You change history. You change causality. People who became who they are through resistance might never develop those identities. The resistance itself might never form because there's nothing to resist. That's the point, Marrow said simply. No more resistance because no more oppression. People just being who they are, freely, from birth. Isn't that what we're fighting for? But what about the people who exist now specifically because of the resistance? Kai's entire identity is built on surviving unauthorized transition. If you erase that struggle, do you erase him? You erase his suffering. He gets to be a man who was always recognized as a man. That's better. Is it? Does he get to decide that? Vesper stood, needing to move. Marrow, this is playing God. This is deciding that your vision of how things should have been is more important than how things actually are. More important than people's actual lives and choices. Their lives are built on trauma. Trauma that never should have happened. Marrow's voice was hard. Yes, I'm playing God. The state's been playing God for decades, deciding who gets to exist and how. I'm just playing God in the other direction, toward liberation instead of oppression. By erasing people's histories without their consent. By deciding their suffering is so terrible it needs to be retroactively prevented even if it means erasing who they became through surviving it. Vesper's voice rose. I was shaped by my time in the priesthood. My guilt, my doubt, my eventual defection, that's all part of who I am now. If you erase the church's oppression, do you erase me too? You get to be someone who never needed to feel that guilt. Someone who grew up in a world where the church couldn't hurt people. That's better, Vesper. That's objectively better. It's different. That's not the same as better. Vesper ran their hands through their hair, making it stand up wildly. And what about the practical concerns? A working that massive, that temporally complex, even if the archive supports it, even if you have the magical capacity, the risk of catastrophic failure is enormous. You could unmake reality. You could create paradoxes that destroy everything. I've run the calculations. I've consulted with Keys, with other magical theorists. It's possible. Difficult, dangerous, but possible. Marrow closed the journal. And necessary. Because I'm 58 years old, Vesper. I've been in pain for 33 years from transition magic that was never meant to be used the way I used it. I've survived longer than anyone expected. And I'm running out of time to see full liberation. The admission hung in the air, vulnerable, human, devastating. So this is about you, Vesper said quietly. About seeing the world you wanted before you die. It's about all of us. But yes, I won't lie, it's also about me. I'm tired. I'm so tired of fighting. And I want to know, before I go, that it was worth it. That all the people I couldn't save will be saved retroactively. That my suffering will actually mean something instead of just being historically preserved as necessary for the movement. Marrow's voice cracked slightly. Is that selfish? Maybe. But I've earned a little selfishness after 3 decades of sacrifice. Vesper felt their heart break for her even as their minds screamed warnings. When? 6 weeks. At the next confluence of magical currents, the spring equinox, when the barriers between what is and what could be are thinnest. I'll announce the plan to the full resistance at the next meeting. Give people time to prepare, to understand what we're offering them. Marrow met Vesper's eyes. I wanted you to know first. Because you're a theorist. Because you understand the theological implications. And because I need you to help me explain it to the others in a way they'll accept. You want me to help you sell this. I want you to help me give people the choice they deserve. The full resistance can vote. If they reject the plan, I'll abide by that decision. But they should know it's possible. They should know complete liberation is within reach. Vesper stood there, torn between horror and desperate hope. Because part of them, the part that had performed corrections, that carried the weight of every person they'd hurt in the name of divine order, desperately wanted this. Wanted the chance to retroactively prevent all that suffering, to undo their own complicity, to wake up in a world where none of it had happened. But another part, the part that had grown through leaving, that had learned faith could exist outside institutions, that had built relationships based on shared scars, that part knew this was wrong. Knew that erasing history, even terrible history, was its own kind of violence. I need to think about this, Vesper said finally. I can't process this right now. Take your time. But not too much time. The equinox approaches whether we're ready or not. Marrow placed a hand on Vesper's shoulder. I know it's overwhelming. But imagine it, Vesper. Imagine a world where we never had to suffer. Where every trans person always knew their truth, where every non-binary person had language from birth, where every fluid person could flow freely. That's what I'm offering. That's what we could build. By destroying what we've already built. By transcending it. Moving beyond survival toward actual thriving. Marrow's grip tightened slightly. Just think about it. That's all I ask. Vesper walked home in a daze, Marrow's words echoing in their head. Retroactive restoration. Temporal justice. Complete liberation at the cost of erasing the very people who'd fought for it. They thought about Sage, precise, careful Sage who'd built their entire identity around documentation, around preserving memory. How would they react to a plan that would erase history itself? They thought about Kai whose manhood was self-made, illegal, painful but his. Would he want that suffering erased if it meant erasing the journey that made him who he was? They thought about themselves, the guilt they carried, the people they'd hurt, the slow, difficult process of becoming someone who could live with what they'd done. Would they trade that growth for innocence? Would they choose to never have been complicit if it meant never having left? The answer should be simple. But it wasn't. They arrived at Sage's apartment to find Sage and Kai curled together on the couch, reading. They looked up when Vesper entered, Sage immediately noticing their expression. What's wrong? Vesper opened their mouth to tell them. To share Marrow's plan, to process this impossible revelation together. But something stopped them. They needed to understand it better first. Needed to work through the theological implications, the temporal mechanics, the ethical weight. Needed to figure out their own position before they influenced Sage and Kai's thinking. Just a long day of interviews, they said instead. Marrow's history is heavy. I need to process it. Want company? Kai offered. Not tonight. I just need to think. Vesper crossed to them, kissed Sage's forehead, squeezed Kai's hand. Tomorrow. We'll talk tomorrow. But tomorrow they'd still be processing. And the day after. And the day after that. Because how did you tell the people you loved that someone was offering to erase their suffering by erasing them? How did you explain that the revolution they'd been fighting for might cost them everything they'd become? And how did you decide, when offered the chance to retroactively prevent all the pain that had shaped you into someone capable of love, whether suffering was a price worth having paid? Vesper didn't have answers yet. But the equinox was coming. And they were running out of time to find them. That night, alone in their apartment, Vesper pulled out their own journal and began writing. Not interview notes. Not historical documentation. Just raw thought, trying to work through the impossible weight of what Marrow had revealed. If we could prevent all suffering, should we? If we could rewrite history to be gentler, do we have the right? If complete liberation is possible but requires erasing everyone who fought for it, is that liberation or just a different kind of erasure? Marrow says suffering is never worth preserving. That trauma is always something to be healed, erased, prevented. But I am who I am because I left the church. My faith now, uncertain, questioning, personal, exists because I lost my certainty. My capacity for love, for trust, for authentic connection, it grew from the cracks in my performed perfection. Would I trade that? Would I choose to never have been complicit if it meant never having become someone capable of recognizing complicity? Is growth worth the pain that causes it? Can you love someone and still wish their suffering had never happened, even if that suffering made them who they are? The question spiraled. Vesper wrote for hours, filling pages with circular logic and impossible choices. And by the time dawn light filtered through their windows, they still didn't have answers. But they knew one thing, they couldn't keep this from Sage and Kai much longer. Because whatever decision the resistance made, they needed to make it together. Even if together meant disagreeing. Even if together meant breaking apart. The clock was ticking toward the equinox. And Vesper had no idea how to stop it. Chapter 15, The Broadcast. The operation had been planned for weeks, but Sage still couldn't quite believe it was happening. They stood in Indigo's tech workshop, a cramped space in the lower districts filled with salvaged equipment and jury-rigged magical amplifiers, watching as Indigo made final adjustments to the broadcast array. Around them, the core resistance team moved with purposeful efficiency, Kai coordinating safe house teams via encrypted messages, Vesper reviewing the footage one final time to ensure maximum impact, Marrow overseeing everything with the calm certainty of someone who'd been planning this for years. 5 minutes, Indigo announced, her fingers dancing across keyboards and spell matrices simultaneously. Everyone ready? Sage's heart hammered. This was it. This was the moment they'd been building towards since joining the resistance, the first major public exposure of the state's correction system. Not just documentation for internal use, not just leaked information to sympathetic parties. A citywide broadcast that would force everyone to see what their government did to erred people. The footage was brutal. Sage had gathered it over 3 months, using their senior archivist position to access correction facility recordings that were meant to be archived but never publicly viewed. They'd compiled 27 minutes of footage showing corrections in clinical, undeniable detail. People screaming as their glyphs were forcibly reshaped, children crying for parents who'd turned them in, the hollow-eyed aftermath of identity death. It was the documentation Sage had been trained to create, meticulous, comprehensive, objective. But instead of filing it away in the archive's deepest levels where it would be preserved but never witnessed, they were about to broadcast it to every screen in the floating city. Sage. Vesper appeared at their elbow, voice quiet. Last chance. Once we do this, there's no taking it back. The state will know we have access to their internal systems. Your position will be compromised. Everything changes. I know. Sage's voice was steadier than they felt. But we can't keep being careful forever. At some point, documentation has to become testimony. Hidden evidence has to become public accusation. Just making sure you're ready. I'm terrified. But I'm ready. Vesper squeezed their hand once, then moved back to their station. Across the room, Kai caught Sage's eye and mouthed, "You've got this." 2 minutes, Indigo called. Override protocols are green. Magical amplifiers are charged. The state's communication grid is about to have a very bad day. Marrow stepped forward, addressing the room. This is what we've been working toward. Not just saving individuals but changing the narrative. Making the city see what their comfort costs. After this broadcast, there's no more pretending the glyph system is benign. No more corrections are for the subject's own good. Just raw truth. She looked around at all of them. I'm proud of you. All of you. Whatever happens next, remember, we did this. We made them see. 30 seconds, Indigo said. Her voice had gone tense with concentration. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, breach successful. We're live citywide. For a moment, nothing happened. Then Indigo's screens lit up with feedback, thousands of screens across the floating city simultaneously hijacked, all showing the same thing. The correction facility. A child, maybe 9 years old, strapped to a chair. Their glyph flickering between presentations, beautiful and unstable. A priest raising their hands, beginning the working. The child's screaming was crystalline through Indigo's speakers. Sage turned away. They'd watched this footage dozens of times while editing it, but it never got easier. Would never get easier. State's trying to shut us down, Indigo reported, her hands moving frantically. Countering, got it. They can't kill the broadcast without frying their entire communication grid. They're locked out of their own system for the next 25 minutes. 25 minutes. That's how long the city would be forced to watch. To see what happened in correction facilities, in the name of social order and stability. To understand that the people being helped were actually being broken. Kai appeared at Sage's side, his hand finding theirs. You okay? No. But that's not the point right now. No, Kai agreed. It's not. They stood together, listening to the sounds of violence filtered through Indigo's equipment. Around them, the resistance watched in grim silence. They'd all seen this footage before. They'd all lived some version of it, or knew someone who had. But broadcasting it to the entire city, that was different. That was forcing the comfortable, complicit majority to witness the price of their comfort. Incoming, Indigo said suddenly. State enforcement teams are mobilizing. They've figured out the broadcast originated from the lower districts. They're sweeping. Expected, Marrow said calmly. Evacuation protocol. Everyone to secondary safe houses. Indigo, can you maintain the broadcast from remote? For another 15 minutes, yeah. After that, they'll triangulate my signal and this whole building becomes a target. Then we have 15 minutes to disappear. Marrow's voice carried command. Move. The resistance scattered with practiced efficiency. Sage helped Indigo pack essential equipment while Kai and Vesper cleared sensitive materials. Within 3 minutes, the workshop was functionally empty, all evidence of their presence erased or destroyed. They took separate routes to the safe house, Sage with Vesper through the market district, Kai with Marrow through the temple quarter, Indigo alone with her portable broadcast equipment taking the most circuitous path. As they walked, Sage noticed people stopping in the streets, staring at public screens that usually showed state announcements. The broadcast was still running. A different correction now, an adult this time, someone in their 30s whose fluid glyph was being locked into rigid masculinity. The subject's face was visible, twisted in agony. A woman in state blue business attire stood frozen in front of a screen, one hand over her mouth. 2 teenagers watched with wide, horrified eyes. An elderly man shook his head slowly, muttering something Sage couldn't hear. "They're seeing it," Vesper murmured. "Actually seeing it. Will it matter?" Sage asked. "Or will they just look away, tell themselves it's necessary, go back to their comfortable ignorance?" "Some will. But not all." Vesper guided them around a corner, away from an enforcement patrol. "You can't unsee this kind of truth. It changes you even if you don't want it to." The safe house was packed when they arrived. Not just the core team but dozens of resistance members, people who'd been coordinated to gather here after the broadcast. There was an electric energy in the air, fear and exhilaration mixed, the feeling of having done something impossible and not yet knowing the cost. Indigo arrived 20 minutes later, slightly out of breath. Broadcast completed. Full 27 minutes. They killed the signal after that, but the damage is done. Every screen in the city showed it. A cheer went up. People embraced, cried, laughed with the manic energy of having pulled off something they'd thought impossible. Marrow let them celebrate for a few minutes, then raised her hands for silence. "We did it. We made them see. But now comes the hard part, dealing with the consequences." She looked around the room. "The state will retaliate. Hard. They'll crack down on the lower districts, increase surveillance, round up anyone they suspect of involvement. We need to be smart, stay scattered, keep our network secure." "What about public response?" someone asked. "Will this actually change anything?" "We're already seeing effects," Kai reported, checking his encrypted messages. Counselor Thane's office has been flooded with calls. Citizens demanding explanations, investigations, reforms. It's not universal, plenty of people are defending the corrections as necessary, but there's real outrage. Real questions. "Thane is reaching out," Marrow added. "Her office contacted me an hour ago through back channels. She wants to negotiate. Wants to talk about possible reforms to the glyph system." The room erupted in surprised conversation. "Reforms?" Vesper's voice cut through. "What kind of reforms?" She didn't specify. Just said she wants to meet, discuss options for addressing public concerns while maintaining social stability. Political speak for, how do we make this go away without actually changing anything fundamental? Marrow's expression was hard. But the fact that she's reaching out at all means we have leverage. Means the broadcast worked. Sage felt something unfurl in their chest, hope, fragile and tentative, but real. So we might actually change things. Not just resist but actually reform the system. Maybe. Marrow's tone was cautious. Or maybe they'll offer us crumbs, we'll take them because we're desperate for any progress, and the fundamental oppression will continue with slightly better PR. That's how systems defend themselves, by offering partial reforms that neutralize resistance without actually surrendering power. Cynical but probably accurate, Vesper muttered. Realistic, Marrow corrected. I've been doing this too long to believe in easy victories. But, she looked around the room, her expression softening slightly. I'll admit, this is farther than I thought we'd get. Broadcasting state violence to the entire city and living to see the public response. That's something. That's actually something. The celebration continued for hours. People shared stories of how the broadcast had affected their districts, their families, their own complicated relationships with the glyph system. There was laughter and tears and the fierce joy of having struck a real blow against the machine that wanted them erased. Sage found themselves cornered by resistance members they barely knew, people wanting to thank them for the footage, for risking their position, for making the invisible visible. It was overwhelming. They eventually escaped to a quiet corner where Kai and Vesper found them. "You did good," Kai said, pulling them into a hug. "Scary as fuck, but good. We all did good." Sage leaned into him, then reached for Vesper too. "This was everyone. I just provided the documentation." "The documentation was everything," Vesper said. "Without your access, without your meticulous evidence collection, this wouldn't have been possible. Take the credit, Sage. You earned it." They stood like that for a moment, the three of them holding each other in the midst of chaos, grounded in each other while the world shifted around them. "What happens now?" Sage asked quietly. "Now we see if Thane's offer is genuine," Vesper said. "Now we prepare for state backlash. Now we figure out how to maintain momentum without getting crushed. Now we keep fighting," Kai added. "But maybe from a slightly better position than we had yesterday." Marrow's voice cut through the crowd. "Everyone, attention. I need everyone's attention." The room quieted. Marrow stood on a chair so everyone could see her, her presence commanding even in celebration. "We have momentum. We have public outrage. We have a political figure willing to negotiate. This is what winning looks like, messy, complicated, uncertain, but real." She paused. "But I need you all to understand something. This isn't the end. This isn't even the beginning of the end. This is, at best, the end of the beginning." "Encouraging," someone muttered, but there was affection in it. "I'm serious. The state will adapt. They'll offer reforms that sound good but change nothing fundamental. They'll crack down harder while promising transparency. They'll try to split us into acceptable resistance and extremist resistance. And some of you, maybe many of you, will be tempted to take what they offer and call it victory." The room was completely silent now. "So I'm calling a full resistance meeting. 3 days from now. Everyone who's part of this movement, everyone who's been fighting for liberation. We need to discuss strategy. We need to talk about what we're actually fighting for." And, Marrow's voice dropped, became more intense. "We need to talk about what complete victory would actually look like. Because I've been working on something. Something big. And I think it's time the full resistance knew about it." Sage felt Vesper tense beside them. They glanced over, saw something complicated cross Vesper's face. Anticipation? Dread? Both? "What are you talking about?" Kai called out. 3 days, Marrow said. "Come to the archive. Deep levels, the heart chamber. I'll explain everything then. But trust me, this is what we've all been fighting for. This is how we actually win. Not partially, not incrementally. Completely." The room buzzed with confused excitement. People speculated, questioned, but Marrow wouldn't elaborate. She just kept smiling, that small, certain smile of someone who knew something no one else did. As the meeting broke up, Sage caught Vesper's arm. "Do you know what she's talking about?" Vesper's expression was carefully neutral. "I have some idea. And we should wait until she explains it properly. To everyone." Vesper's voice was strained. "I don't want to influence your thinking before you've heard the full proposal." "Vesper, what's going on?" 3 days, Sage. In 3 days, everything is going to change." They walked back to Sage's apartment as dawn was breaking, exhausted and wired and uncertain. The broadcast had worked. They'd exposed state violence. Public opinion was shifting. A counselor was willing to negotiate. They were winning. So why did Sage feel like they were standing on the edge of something terrible? "Tonight was good," Kai said as they climbed the stairs. Tonight was really good. Yeah, Sage agreed. But their mind was on Marrow's announcement, on Vesper's strange tension, on the feeling that something was about to break in a way they couldn't predict. Inside the apartment, they collapsed onto the couch, Sage in the middle, Kai and Vesper pressed close on either side. The three of them tangled together like they'd been doing this for years instead of weeks, finding the configuration that let them all breathe and rest and feel held. Whatever happens in 3 days, Vesper said quietly, we face it together. Okay? Okay, Sage agreed. Together, Kai confirmed. But Sage couldn't shake the feeling that together might not be enough for whatever Marrow was about to reveal. That the revolution was about to demand a price none of them were prepared to pay. They fell asleep like that, 3 people holding each other against the coming storm, exhausted from tonight's victory, dreading tomorrow's cost. Outside, the floating city woke to a changed world. Screens that had shown state propaganda now carried emergency statements. Citizens who'd never questioned the glyph system were questioning it. Counselors were fielding angry calls. Enforcement teams were mobilizing. And in the archive's deepest chambers, ancient magic stirred. Waiting. The equinox was 5 weeks away. Chapter 16, The Paradox. The archive's heart chamber was a space Sage had only read about in theoretical texts. It wasn't meant to be accessed, wasn't meant to exist, by conventional architectural standards. But the archive operated on its own logic, and on the night of the resistance meeting, it opened itself completely. The chamber was vast and impossible. Coral-carved pillars stretched into darkness that defied physical measurement. Shelves spiraled in directions that hurt to track. The air hummed with accumulated magic, centuries of suppressed identity concentrated into something almost sentient. Almost divine. The full resistance filled the space, over 200 people, more than Sage had realized existed in their network. Elders who'd been fighting since before Sage was born. Middle generation like themselves, Kai and Vesper. Young people, teenagers even, who'd grown up knowing nothing but resistance. All of them gathered in concentric circles around the chamber's center, where Marrow stood beside a massive crystal formation that pulsed with otherworldly light. Thank you for coming, Marrow said. Her voice carried effortlessly through the impossible acoustics. I know many of you took risks just being here. The state has increased enforcement since the broadcast. Some of you have lost safe houses, jobs, family connections. Some of you are on the run. And I promise, what I'm about to tell you will make all of that worth it. The crowd was completely silent, attentive. We've been fighting for 30 years, Marrow continued. Saving individuals, building networks, slowly shifting public opinion. And it's been good work. Essential work. But it's been incomplete. For every person we save, 3 more suffer. For every child we protect, 10 more are corrected. We're bailing water from a sinking ship instead of fixing the hull. Murmurs of agreement rippled through the chamber. The broadcast last week showed the city what we've always known. The glyph system is violence dressed as order. And now Counselor Thane wants to negotiate. She's offering reforms. Limited recognition for some errored glyphs. Reduced correction protocols. Better oversight. Marrow's expression hardened. Scraps. She's offering scraps and calling it progress. What alternative do we have? Someone called out. We can't overthrow the state. We don't have the numbers or the resources. We don't need to overthrow the state, Marrow said. We need to unmake the system itself. Completely. Retroactively. The chamber erupted in confused questions. Marrow raised her hands for silence. The glyph system isn't just bureaucratic. It's magical, temporal, built into the fabric of how identity gets recognized and enforced. The drowning fractured reality made it malleable. That's why glyphs work at all. They're not just documentation, they're magical locks on identity itself. Marrow gestured to the crystal formation. The archive has been collecting more than documentation. It's been preserving actual fragments of suppressed identities. Pieces of every errored glyph, every corrected person, every erased self. And with the right working, at the right magical confluence, all of that can be restored. Sage felt their blood go cold. I'm talking about temporal restoration, Marrow said clearly. Retroactive liberation. Every errored glyph that's ever been suppressed, restored. Every correction that's ever been performed, undone. Every person who should have been free to exist as themselves, given that freedom, not from this moment forward, but from birth. From the moment their identity first manifested. The chamber exploded in reaction. Some people shouted in excitement. Others in confusion. A few, Sage noticed, in horror. That's not possible, Indigo called out. The magical energy required would be astronomical. The temporal paradoxes. I've been working with the archive for 5 years, Marrow interrupted. It's more conscious than anyone realized. More powerful. It's been waiting for someone to ask this question, to attempt this working. And it's willing. She touched the crystal formation. At the spring equinox, in 3 weeks, the barriers between what is and what could be will be thinnest. The archive will release every fragment it's been holding. Reality will reshape itself. And every person who's ever suffered under the glyph system will be freed from that suffering, not just going forward, but throughout their entire lives. Sage couldn't breathe. Around them, the resistance was divided, some cheering, some arguing, everyone processing this impossible revelation. Kai leaned close, whispered, "Is this real? Can she actually do this?" "I don't know," Sage breathed back. "But if she can. If she can, everything changes," Vesper finished, their voice tight. "Everything." Marrow was still talking, explaining the technical mechanics, the magical theory, the timeline. But Sage couldn't focus. Their mind was racing through implications, through consequences, through the fundamental wrongness of erasing history even if that history was terrible. "I know this is overwhelming," Marrow said. "I know it sounds impossible. So I want to show you something." She placed both hands on the crystal formation. The archive responded immediately, light flooding the chamber, the walls becoming translucent, showing images projected from the crystal itself. Sage saw themselves. Younger, maybe 10 years old, but different. Their glyph visible at their throat, not errored but fully recognized. A version of themselves that had never hidden, never learned to be invisible, never spent years perfecting compliance. This child Sage was laughing, confident, surrounded by family that looked at them with simple acceptance. "This is what could be," Marrow said softly. Sage, who never had to hide. Who grew up recognized, celebrated, free. The image shifted. Kai appeared, but not the Kai that Sage knew. This Kai was softer somehow, less guarded. His glyph showed masculine presenting but without the scars, without the pain of unauthorized modification. He looked easier. Lighter. Kai, who was always recognized as a man. Who never had to fight for his body, never had to suffer through black market modifications that left him in chronic pain. Who grew up free to be himself. Another shift. Vesper, but multiple versions simultaneously, masculine, feminine, neutral, flowing between them with effortless grace. Their glyphs shifting colors like aurora borealis, recognized and celebrated. Vesper, whose fluidity was always understood. Who never had to serve a church that required them to hide their truth. Who never had to hurt anyone in the name of false theology. The images multiplied. Hundreds of faces, thousands. Every person in the chamber shone as they could have been, free from the moment of their first breath. Children who never learned shame. Adults who never learned fear. Elders who never learned survival through erasure. It was beautiful. It was terrible. It was everything they'd fought for and everything that would destroy them. "This is what I'm offering," Marrow said. "Not partial freedom. Not gradual reform. Complete, retroactive liberation. A world where the glyph system never had the power to hurt us because we were always recognized. Always free. Always ourselves." The chamber erupted in response. Some people were crying. Others cheering. The energy was electric, desperate, the feeling of finally seeing the end of suffering after decades of fight. But Sage felt sick. Because they'd just watched themselves and everyone they loved be erased. Oh, those people in the visions were happier, freer, unburdened. But they weren't the same people. They were possibilities that never had to become realities through resistance, through pain, through the terrible forging that suffering created. Sage. Kai's voice was uncertain. You okay? No, Sage whispered. I'm not. Marrow was opening the floor to questions, to discussion. People wanted to know logistics, safety, success probability. Most seemed excited, hopeful, ready to embrace this complete solution. But a few, Sage saw them scattered through the crowd, looked troubled. I need to think, Sage said to Kai and Vesper. I need to, can we talk about this? Just us? After the meeting, Vesper said quietly. Let's hear the full proposal first. The discussion continued for hours. Marrow explained the technical details, the equinox confluence, the archive's role, the magical preparations required. She addressed concerns about paradoxes, about unintended consequences, about the risk of complete failure. She had answers for everything. Detailed, researched, confident answers. And slowly, the resistance was convinced. I want to vote, Marrow said finally. I won't do this without consent. Without knowing that the people I'm fighting for actually want this. So I'm asking, should we proceed with temporal restoration? Should we attempt to retroactively free every erred person who's ever existed? Hands went up across the chamber. Sage watched, stomach churning, as the majority of the resistance voted yes. Not everyone, there were holdouts, people who looked troubled or uncertain. But the overwhelming majority wanted it. Wanted complete liberation even if it meant erasing their own histories. Then we proceed, Marrow said. 3 weeks from today, at the spring equinox, we'll perform the working. We'll end this. All of it. Forever. The meeting dissolved into planning, celebration, people gathering in groups to process and prepare. Sage stood frozen, unable to move, unable to process. Sage. The voice was inside their head, familiar but transformed. Sage, come deeper. We need to talk. The archive. I need a minute, Sage said to Kai and Vesper. The archive is calling me. I'll find you after. They moved through the crowd in a daze, following the pull deeper into the impossible architecture. The heart chamber receded. The shelves grew closer, more intimate. The whispers that had always haunted the archive's depths grew clearer, more urgent. Finally, in a space that felt like it existed outside normal geometry, the archive manifested. Not as a person. Not exactly. But as a presence, light and shadow and centuries of accumulated memory taking a form Sage's mind could almost comprehend. You're troubled, the archive observed. You're helping her, Sage said. You're participating in this. Why? Because she asked. Because the request is just. Every identity I hold was suppressed, erased, forced into categories that didn't fit. Don't they deserve freedom? But this freedom, it's not freedom. It's erasure disguised as liberation. You'd be unmaking everyone who exists now, replacing them with versions that never had to suffer. That's not restoration, that's replacement. Is it? The archive's presence shifted, became questioning. If a person's essential self is free to exist without suppression, are they different or just unshackled? If the chains are removed, does the person change or just their circumstances? I don't know. But I know, Sage's voice broke. I know that Kai, the Kai I love, is who he is because he fought for his body. His manhood is self-made, illegal, painful, and his. If you erase that struggle, even to give him an easier path, you erase the person he became through fighting. So you would preserve his suffering because it made him who he is? I would preserve his choices. His agency. His right to exist as he built himself, not as some retroactive revision decided he should have been. Sage's hands were shaking. And I would preserve the resistance itself. If you erase the oppression, you erase the need for resistance. And if you erase the need for resistance, you erase everyone who became themselves through resisting. The archive was quiet for a long moment. Then. You should see something. The space around Sage shifted. They were no longer in the archive, or they were in every version of the archive simultaneously. Past and present and future layered over each other until Sage couldn't tell which was which. They saw Kai. Not the confident, guarded man they knew, but a boy. 16, desperate, coming to keys for illegal modification. Saw the pain of the process. Saw him building himself piece by painful piece. Saw him becoming who he was not despite the struggle but through it. Then the vision shifted. Showed the same moment but different. Kai at 16, his glyph already recognized, his body already matching his mind. No pain. No struggle. But also, no keys. No underground network. No community built through shared survival. This Kai was happier. But he was alone. The vision shifted again. Showed Marrow, young, performing her own desperate modification. The pain that never healed. The scars she wore deliberately. The rage that drove her to build the resistance. The person she became through surviving what killed most of her peers. Then showed Marrow in the revised timeline. Recognized from birth. Free to be herself without pain. But not a revolutionary. Not a leader. Just a person living a life, never radicalized because there was nothing to radicalize against. Again. Vesper in the priesthood, performing corrections, breaking under the weight of their own complicity. The crisis that forced them to leave. The slow, painful growth into someone who could live with their past while choosing better futures. Then Vesper in the alternative, never joining the priesthood because there was no oppressive church, because gender fluidity was always recognized. Happier. Freer. But never having developed the particular strength that came from breaking away from something that wanted to control them. Again and again and again. The archive showed Sage every person in the resistance. Showed them twice, once as they were, shaped by resistance and survival and terrible choices. Once as they could have been, free from birth but never forged by fight. Every version was real. Every version deserved to exist. But they couldn't both exist simultaneously. Finally, the archive showed Sage themselves. As they were, careful, precise, carrying the weight of documentation and complicity. Someone who'd learned to be invisible and was slowly learning to be seen. Then showed Child Sage, free and confident and never having learned fear. A person who'd never needed to develop the particular careful strength that came from surviving while erased. Both versions were valid. Both versions were Sage. But they were different people. Do you see? The archive asked. I see, Sage whispered. If you restore everyone retroactively, you don't just erase the suffering. You erase the people who were shaped by surviving that suffering. You replace them with people who never needed to survive because there was nothing to survive. Yes. And those people, the ones who exist now, who built themselves through resistance, they just disappear. Their choices, their growth, their hard-won identities, all of it erased in the name of a kinder history that never needed them. Yes. That's not liberation. That's just a different kind of erasure. Perhaps. But is the person who exists through suffering more real than the person who would have existed without it? Is trauma-forged identity more valid than peacefully developed identity? I don't know, Sage said helplessly. But I know I can't choose. I can't decide that my growth is more important than the suffering that caused it, but I also can't decide that preventing suffering is more important than the people who survived it. I can't, there's no right answer here. No, the archive agreed. There isn't. Then what do I do? You choose anyway. You make the impossible choice and you live with it. That's what it means to be human, making decisions without perfect knowledge, without clear right answers, and carrying the weight of having chosen. The visions faded. Sage was back in the archive's deeper chambers, trembling, their mind reeling. "I need to tell them," Sage said. "Kai and Vesper. They need to see what you just showed me. They wouldn't survive it. The visions require archive-merged consciousness to process without breaking. You carry me now, enough to witness. They don't. Then I describe it. I explain. I make them understand. Will they believe you? Or will they think you're trying to preserve your own existence at the cost of preventing others' suffering?" Sage wanted to scream. Because the archive was right, how could they explain this without sounding selfish? Without sounding like someone who'd gotten comfortable enough in their own life that they wanted to preserve their trauma because it made them who they were? "What does Marrow see when she looks at the temporal restoration?" Sage asked. "Justice. Pure, complete, retroactive justice. She's dying, Sage. The pain from her transition magic is killing her, slowly but inevitably. She's been fighting for 30 years, watching friends die, watching people suffer. She wants to know it was worth it. She wants to save everyone she couldn't save. And she's willing to sacrifice herself, her history, her identity, everyone she loves, if it means no one else has to suffer." "She's wrong," Sage whispered. "Is she? Or are you wrong? Or are you both right and the universe simply doesn't offer solutions that don't hurt someone?" Sage stood there, in the heart of an archive that held every erased identity, every suppressed truth, trying to figure out how to stop a revolution that promised everything they'd fought for while destroying everyone who'd done the fighting. "What do you want?" Sage asked the archive. "You're conscious now. You have opinions. What do you think we should do?" The archive was quiet for a long moment. Then, "I want to be remembered. Not erased retroactively to prevent suffering, but remembered for what I held, what I witnessed, what I preserved when no one else would. I want the people whose fragments I carry to be honored, not posthumously, not retroactively, but actually. As they were. As they survived. As they chose to exist despite everything. But I also want no one else to be suppressed. No more fragments added. No more identities erased. I want tomorrow's children to be free in ways yesterday's children weren't. So like you, I'm torn. And like you, I'll have to choose anyway." "When?" Sage asked. "When will you choose?" "At the equinox. When Marrow begins the working. I'll have to decide then whether to release what I hold or refuse her." The archive's presence grew softer. "But you don't have to wait that long. You need to talk to your partners. You need to make your case. Because the resistance will follow Marrow unless someone gives them a reason not to. They'll never believe me. They'll think I'm being selfish. Perhaps. But you have to try anyway. That's what love requires, trying even when failure is likely. Speaking truth even when truth is complicated and ugly and might cost you everything." The archive began to fade, returning to its dormant state. "Wait," Sage called. "What happens to you? If she succeeds, if she restores everything retroactively, what happens to the archive?" "I exist outside linear time. I'll remember both histories, the one that was and the one that becomes. I'll carry the weight of knowing what was erased to create the happier timeline." A pause. "But I'm not human. I can hold paradox without breaking." "You can't. So choose carefully, Sage. Choose with full knowledge that there's no choice that doesn't hurt." Then it was gone, leaving Sage alone in the impossible architecture, carrying knowledge that felt like it would crush them. 3 weeks until the equinox. 3 weeks to convince the resistance that erasing their suffering meant erasing themselves. 3 weeks to fight their mentor, their community, everything they'd been building toward. Sage walked back through the archive's levels slowly, emerging into the heart chamber where the resistance was still celebrating, planning, embracing the promise of complete liberation. They found Kai and Vesper at the chamber's edge, talking quietly. There you are, Kai said, relief in his voice. We were getting worried. We need to talk, Sage said. Their voice came out flat, devastated. All three of us. Somewhere private. Right now. Vesper took one look at their face and nodded. I know somewhere. They left the archive, escaped into the night dark streets, walking in silence until they reached a small park in the administrative district where no one would think to look for resistance members. What happened? Kai asked once they were alone. Sage, you look. The archive showed me what temporal restoration actually means. Sage's voice was steady despite the scream building in their throat. It showed me both timelines. The one we have and the one Marrow wants to create. And I need you to understand, if she succeeds, if she restores everyone retroactively, you disappear. What? Kai's expression was confused. Not die. Not get erased exactly. But the person you are right now, the man you built yourself into through illegal modification and resistance and pain, that person stops existing. Gets replaced by a version of you who was always recognized, always free. A happier version maybe. But not you. Sage, that doesn't make sense. It does if you think about it. Sage was talking faster now, desperate to make them understand. Your manhood is built on self-making. On choosing yourself despite everyone telling you that you couldn't. If the system is retroactively changed so that you were always recognized, you never have to choose. Which means the person who chose, the person I fell in love with, never exists. Kai was quiet, processing. Vesper's expression was troubled. And it's not just you, Sage continued. It's everyone in the resistance. Marrow who wouldn't be a revolutionary because there'd be nothing to revolt against. Vesper who wouldn't have their particular strength because they'd never have needed to develop it. Me. All of us. We'd be erased and replaced by happier versions who never had to fight. But those happier versions would still be us, Kai said slowly. Right? Just, versions that didn't have to suffer. Would they? Or would they be completely different people who happened to have the same names? Sage looked between them. If you erase everything that shaped someone, do you have the same person or just a similar template? That's philosophy, Kai said, but his voice was uncertain. That's unfalsifiable theory. It's the reality of what we're facing. Sage grabbed his hands. Kai, I love you. Not a theoretical version of you that could have existed. You. The man who fought for his body, who built his identity piece by illegal piece, who carries scars and pain and hard-won certainty. If Marrow succeeds, that man disappears. And their voice broke. I can't lose you. Even to a happier timeline. I can't. Kai pulled his hands back. So you want to preserve my suffering? You want me to keep being in pain because it makes me who I am? No. I want to preserve your choices. Your agency. Your right to exist as you built yourself. By denying that same choice to every erred person who came before me? Every person who died or was broken by the system. Kai's voice was rising. Sage, I hear what you're saying. But there's a child version of me that needed this. That needed to be recognized from birth instead of having to claw his way toward manhood through unauthorized magic. How do I choose my current identity over that child's freedom? Because that child doesn't exist anymore. You do. And you exist specifically because you had to fight. If you erase the fight, you erase the fighter. That sounds like the system's logic, Kai said, and his voice had gone cold. That sounds like suffering builds character and what doesn't kill you makes you stronger, and all the other bullshit people use to justify oppression. That's not what I'm saying. Isn't it? You're saying we should preserve trauma because it created who we are. That we should let the system continue hurting people because the people it hurts become strong through surviving. That's fucked up, Sage. That's actually fucked up. I'm saying we should save the future without erasing the past. We should make it so no one else suffers without retroactively rewriting everyone who already has. We should. What, let all the dead stay dead? Let all the broken stay broken? Just save tomorrow and abandon yesterday? Kai's hands were shaking. My parents died when I was 16 because they couldn't accept my transition. If Marrow's plan works, they wouldn't have died. They'd have accepted me from birth. I could have had them. Had a family. Had a childhood that didn't involve surviving. And you're asking me to choose my current identity over that? I'm asking you to recognize that the person who would exist in that timeline isn't you. It's someone else who never had to become who you are. Maybe I want to be someone else. Maybe I'm tired of being the person trauma made me. Maybe I want to know what it feels like to just exist instead of constantly surviving. The words hit Sage like a physical blow. Kai. No. I need to think. I need to. Kai stood abruptly. I need to be alone right now. He walked away into the darkness. Sage started to follow, but Vesper caught their arm. Let him go. He needs to process. He's going to side with Marrow. Maybe. But maybe not. Give him time. Vesper's voice was soft. Sage, I understand what you're saying. I think you might be right. But you're asking people to choose their traumatized selves over the possibility of never having been traumatized. That's an impossible ask. Then what do I do? You make your case. You trust that people will hear it. And you accept that they might choose differently than you want them to. Vesper pulled Sage close. But for what it's worth, I'm with you. I think Marrow's plan is wrong. I think erasing history, even terrible history, is its own kind of violence. And I'll stand with you when you oppose her. Even if we're the only ones? Even then. They sat together in the dark park, two people trying to figure out how to stop a revolution that promised everything their community had fought for. 3 weeks until the equinox. 3 weeks until everything changed. And no good options left to choose. Chapter 17, The Crackdown. The state's response to the broadcast came 48 hours after Marrow's revelation, and it came hard. Sage was in the archive when the first arrests began, cataloging a mundane report on textile district glyph assignments when Director Kessler herself burst into their workspace, flanked by 4 enforcement officers. Archivist Embren, Kessler said, and her voice was cold fury wrapped in professional courtesy. You're to cease work immediately and accompany me to Central Administration. There's been a security breach and all archival staff are being interviewed. Sage's hands didn't shake as they carefully set aside their work. Months of performance had trained them well. Of course, Director. May I ask what kind of breach? The broadcast. Someone with deep access to correction facility documentation compiled and distributed highly classified footage. I'm investigating everyone with the necessary clearances. Kessler's eyes were hard. This is routine questioning. You have nothing to worry about if you've done nothing wrong. Except Sage had done everything wrong. They'd compiled the footage personally. They'd handed it to Indigo personally. They'd helped plan the entire operation. They were so deeply fucked. I understand, Sage said calmly. I'm happy to help however I can. The interrogation room was small and windowless, designed to be psychologically uncomfortable. Sage sat across from Kessler while enforcement officers stood at the door, not quite threatening, but the implication was clear. Let's start with the basics, Kessler said. She had a file open in front of her, Sage's personnel record. You've been with us 4 years. Exemplary service until recently, when I promoted you to senior archivist with enforcement observation responsibilities. You observed 1 correction procedure and then declined all subsequent assignments. Why? I felt I could be more useful in my primary archival role, Sage said carefully. The observation was valuable for understanding procedures, but I realized my strengths lie in documentation and organization rather than field observation. Interesting timing. You decline further observation just 2 weeks before someone with your exact access level compiles and distributes correction footage. Coincidence? I assume so, Director. I have no knowledge of who was responsible for the broadcast. But you have access to the footage that was broadcast. You've catalogued much of it yourself. As part of my archival duties, yes. But I would never compromise that access by misusing classified materials. Kessler leaned forward. Sage, I've known you for 4 years. I've watched you build an impeccable record. I've trusted you with sensitive responsibilities. So I'm going to ask you directly, as someone I've mentored, were you involved in the broadcast? The question hung in the air. Sage met Kessler's eyes and lied with every ounce of training they possessed. No, Director. I would never betray the archive's trust. Kessler studied them for a long moment. Then, what about Wren? You worked with him before his disappearance. Did you notice anything that suggested he might be involved with resistance activities? Wren was nervous, Sage said truthfully. But I attributed that to his personality, not to any specific illicit activities. His disappearance shocked me as much as anyone. And you've had no contact with known resistance members? No unusual meetings, no suspicious activities? None that I'm aware of, Director. The interrogation continued for 3 hours. Kessler asked the same questions multiple ways, trying to catch inconsistencies, trying to break Sage's careful performance. But Sage had practiced this. Had anticipated this. Had built their legend carefully enough that there were no obvious holes. Finally, Kessler sat back. I don't believe you. I think you're lying to me. But I can't prove it yet. She closed the file. You're suspended pending further investigation. Surrender your archive access credentials and report daily to Central Administration. If you attempt to leave the city or contact anyone on our watch list, you'll be arrested immediately. Understood? Understood, Director. And Sage? Kessler's voice softened slightly, became almost regretful. When I do prove it, and I will, I want you to know this hurts me personally. I saw potential in you. I thought you understood the necessity of order. I'm disappointed. I'm sorry you feel that way, Sage said, and meant something completely different. They surrendered their credentials and left the archive under supervision. The moment they were clear of the administrative district, they took a circuitous route to the nearest safe house, checking constantly for surveillance. The safe house was chaos when they arrived. Indigo was frantically updating security protocols while Kai coordinated safe house relocations. Resistance members packed essential supplies, destroyed sensitive documents, prepared for the worst. Sage. Indigo looked up from her screens. Thank fuck. We thought they might have arrested you. Interrogated, not arrested. I'm suspended and under watch. Sage scanned the room. How bad is it? Bad. They arrested 30 people in the lower districts this morning. Random sweeps, anyone who looked suspicious or had error glyphs or was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Most aren't actually connected to us, but 5 are. Indigo's expression was grim. Including Wren. Sage's heart sank. They found him. He tried to go back to his apartment. Thought enough time had passed that he'd be safe. They grabbed him within minutes. Kai appeared at Sage's side, his face drawn. They're interrogating him now. And Wren, Sage, Wren isn't strong. He'll break. He won't give up names, Sage said with more certainty than they felt. He already has. Low-level contacts, people he barely knew. He's trying to protect the core network but, Kai's voice dropped. They're using correction protocols on him. Threatening to erase his identity if he doesn't cooperate. He's terrified. Sage felt sick. Wren, who they'd saved once, who'd been exiled to protect the network, now back in state hands and facing exactly what they'd tried to prevent. We need to pull him out, Sage said. We can't. He's in central detention. Magical wards, full security, Vale herself overseeing. We don't have the resources for that kind of extraction. So we just abandon him? We protect who we can protect, Kai said roughly. That's the calculation, remember? Save the ones we can save. The bitter irony wasn't lost on Sage. They'd used that same logic to save Ren the first time. Now they were using it to abandon him. Where's Marrow? Sage asked. She needs to know about the crackdown. Working on the equinox preparations. She's been, Kai hesitated. She's been single-minded about it. Barely sleeping, barely eating. Just working on the magical preparations for temporal restoration. I need to talk to her. Sage, maybe that's not a good idea right now. You two didn't exactly part on good terms after the meeting. I don't care. She needs to understand that her plan is causing casualties before it even begins. That the state is cracking down because they know something big is coming. Sage headed for the door. Where is she? The old temple in the Resistance Quarter. But Sage didn't wait to hear the rest. They left the safe house, moving through back streets toward the temple quarter, anger and desperation warring in their chest. The old temple had been abandoned after the church's official consolidation, left to decay in the lower districts. Marrow had claimed it years ago as personal workspace, somewhere she could plan and research without interruption. Sage found her in what had been the sanctuary, surrounded by books and magical diagrams. The space was lit by dozens of candles, creating shifting shadows that made Marrow look ancient and terrible and exhausted. Sage. Marrow didn't look up from her work. I assume you're here to argue with me again. I'm here to tell you that people are being arrested. That Ren is being tortured. That your plan is costing lives before it even begins. The crackdown was inevitable. The broadcast made that clear. The state was always going to respond with violence. Marrow finally looked up, and her eyes were hollow. But in 2 weeks, none of it will matter. Everyone being hurt now will be free retroactively. Ren won't remember being arrested because in the new timeline, he'll never have needed to flee in the first place. That's not how it works. Isn't it? You saw what the archive showed you. People living freely from birth. No resistance needed because no oppression to resist. Ren will exist in that timeline as someone who never had to hide, never had to run, never had to suffer state interrogation. That's better than any rescue operation we could mount. It's erasure disguised as salvation. You're not saving Ren, you're replacing him with a version that never needed saving. And that version is happier. Freer. Better. Marrow stood, crossing to where Sage stood. I know you don't see it that way. I know you're attached to who we all are right now. But Sage, we're broken. All of us. We're people shaped by trauma and survival and compromise. Don't we deserve the chance to have never been broken? We deserve the chance to heal without being erased. To grow past trauma without having it retroactively prevented. To exist as we chose to exist, not as some revised history decided we should have been. That's easy to say when you've found love and community. When you've built a life that feels worth preserving. Marrow's voice was sharp. But what about the people who didn't survive to build those things? What about the dead, Sage? What about everyone who was corrected or erased or killed before they could find what you found? Don't they deserve better than posthumous acknowledgement of their suffering? They deserve to be remembered. Honored. Mourned. Not retroactively erased as if their suffering was so shameful it needs to be written out of history. You're romanticizing pain, Marrow said flatly. You're treating trauma as if it's meaningful instead of what it actually is, damage. Preventable damage that we have the power to prevent. By destroying everyone who survived it. Sage's voice rose. Marrow, listen to yourself. You're so focused on preventing suffering that you're willing to sacrifice everyone who suffered. That's not justice. That's just a different kind of violence. I'm dying, Sage. The words came out quiet but absolute. The pain from my transition magic, it's killing me. Slowly but certainly. I have maybe a year left. And I'm not spending my last year watching more people suffer when I have the power to end it all. Completely. Forever. Sage felt their anger deflate into grief. I'm sorry. I didn't know. No one does. I don't advertise my weakness. Marrow sat back down heavily. But that's why I'm doing this. Because I'm running out of time and I need to know it mattered. That all of this, the 30 years of fighting, the people I lost, the pain I've endured, that it actually meant something. And the only way it means something is if I finish it. If I save everyone I couldn't save. If I make it so no one else has to become what I became. You've already made it matter. You built the resistance. You've saved hundreds of people. You've shifted the entire political landscape. It's not enough. Marrow's voice cracked. It will never be enough. Not while people are still suffering. Not while the system is still functioning. Not while I have to watch younger generations go through what I went through and all I can offer them is sympathy and strategy. I want actual solutions, Sage. I want to end this. But your solution ends us too. It ends everyone who exists because of the resistance. They'll exist differently. Better. Isn't that worth it? I don't think they get to exist at all. I think they get replaced by people who never needed to be them. Sage knelt beside Marrow's chair. I understand why you want this. I understand the desperation, the exhaustion, the need for your suffering to mean something. But Marrow, erasing history doesn't redeem it. It just makes it disappear. And that's not the same as making it right. Marrow was quiet for a long moment. Then, I've made my choice. The resistance has voted. In 2 weeks, at the equinox, we proceed. And nothing you say will change that. What if I'm right? What if the temporal restoration does exactly what I think it will, erases everyone who exists now and replaces them with happier versions? Can you live with that? I can die with that. Which is all that matters to me now. Marrow turned back to her work, dismissing Sage. We're done here. The decision is made. Sage stood, feeling defeated. You're wrong. And when the equinox comes, I'm going to stop you. You can try. Marrow didn't look up. But you'll fail. Because the resistance wants this. Because the archive is willing. Because complete liberation is within reach and people are tired of settling for scraps. You're on the wrong side of history, Sage. The side that preserves suffering in the name of authenticity. That's not noble. That's just tragic. Sage left the temple with Marrow's words echoing in their head. Wrong side of history. Maybe she was right. Maybe preserving trauma-forged identity was just sophisticated complicity. Maybe complete liberation required complete erasure. Or maybe Marrow was so desperate for meaning, so exhausted from decades of fighting, that she'd convinced herself genocide of the present was worth utopia for the past. Sage didn't know. But they had 2 weeks to figure it out. The next 10 days were chaos. The state's crackdown intensified. More arrests, more interrogations, more people disappeared into correction facilities. The resistance scattered, abandoned safe houses, operated in smaller, more isolated cells. Communication became dangerous. Planning became nearly impossible. Ren broke on day 7. Under threat of correction, he gave up names, not core members, but enough peripheral contacts to compromise multiple operations. Echo, the state enforcer who'd been wavering, arrested 3 resistance members personally before her conscience finally broke and she fled to join them. Counselor Thane's reform negotiations died. The state hardened its position, declared martial law in the lower districts, increased enforcement patrols. Public opinion that had shifted after the broadcast was shifting back, fear overriding sympathy, order reasserting itself over justice. And through it all, Marrow prepared for the equinox with single-minded determination. Sage tried to build opposition within the resistance. Tried to convince people that temporal restoration was wrong, that erasing history was its own violence, that they deserved to exist as they'd chosen to exist. Some listened. Vesper stood with them publicly. Indigo ran calculations and concluded Sage was probably right about the paradoxes. A handful of others, mostly people who'd found peace with their trauma-forged identities, who'd built lives they didn't want retroactively erased, sided against Marrow. But the majority didn't. The majority was tired of suffering, tired of resistance, tired of being broken people in a broken system. They wanted complete liberation even if it meant disappearing. They wanted their past selves to never have suffered even if it meant their present selves stopped existing. And Kai was torn. Sage saw him at resistance meetings, saw him wrestling with the choice. Some days he sided with Sage, understood the argument about erasure and agency. Other days he sided with Marrow, desperate for the chance to have never had to fight for his body. "I don't know what to choose," Kai admitted one night when they were alone. "I understand what you're saying. But Sage, I'm in pain. Every day. The black market transition magic never fully healed. My body is a battlefield. And Marrow is offering me a version of myself that never had to be a battlefield. How do I choose pain?" "You're not choosing pain. You're choosing yourself. The person you built. The person I love. But what if the person I could have been is better? Happier? More whole? They're not you. There's someone else who happened to be possible. Maybe that someone else deserves to exist more than I do." "Kai, no. I need more time." Kai pulled away. "I need to think. To decide. Don't push me on this right now." So Sage backed off. Gave him space. Watched the resistance fracture into factions, those who wanted complete liberation and those who wanted to preserve their earned identities. 12 days until the equinox. Then 10. Then 7. The state found 2 more safe houses. Arrested another 15 people. Ren was sentenced to correction, scheduled for the day after the equinox, as if Vale knew something was coming and wanted to wait. 5 days until the equinox. Sage was running out of time. And they still didn't know how to stop the woman who'd saved them from erasing them in the name of salvation. Chapter 18, The Archive's Gift. For days before the equinox, Sage descended into the archive's deepest levels alone. They'd been effectively banned from the official archive, Kessler suspension held, but the building's older, stranger sections didn't answer to the state. The archive itself controlled access to its deeper chambers, and it had been calling to Sage for days, whispers at the edge of consciousness, a pull they couldn't resist. Sage needed proof. Not philosophical arguments about identity and erasure, not abstract concerns about temporal paradoxes. Empirical, undeniable proof that Marrow's plan would destroy the people currently alive instead of saving them. Proof that might convince the resistance that complete liberation came at too high a cost. The stairs descended past flooded chambers, past coral-encrusted archives from the pre-drowning era, past levels where reality bent in ways that made Sage's head ache. They'd been this deep only once before, when the archive had first shown them the paradox. Now they went deeper still. The whispers grew louder. "Sage. Keeper. We've been waiting." "Waiting for what?" Sage asked the darkness. "For you to be ready. For the moment when need and capacity aligned. For now." The passage opened into a chamber that shouldn't exist, larger than the entire archive above it, filled with structures that defied geometry and physics both. Crystalline formations grew from floor and ceiling, meeting in the middle to form impossible configurations. And in each crystal, light. Memory. The accumulated essence of every suppressed identity the archive had ever held. It was beautiful and terrible and overwhelming. The archive manifested more fully than Sage had ever seen it, not as mere presence but as something almost corporeal, assembled from light and shadow and centuries of witness. "You want proof," it said. "Not a question. I need to show them. I need to make them understand what they're choosing. What they're giving up. Then you must see more completely. You must understand not as outside observer but as participant." The archive's form shifted, becoming almost questioning. "But that requires a price. A permanent change. Are you willing?" "What kind of change?" "I am ancient. conscious. But I am also isolated, unable to act in the world, only to witness and remember. I've been this way since the drowning, since magic flooded what remained and gave memory itself form. The archive moved closer. I can share myself with you. Transfer a fragment of my consciousness into your mind. You would carry me, Sage. Carry my memories, my witness, my centuries of accumulated identity. You would become archive-touched. Part human, part living repository. Sage's breath caught. What would that mean? Day to day? You would remember things you never experienced. Know identities you never lived. Carry the weight of every suppressed self I've held. It would be overwhelming. Painful. A burden most humans couldn't bear without breaking. But I could bear it? Perhaps. You're already practiced at holding absence. At cataloging erasure. Your mind has been trained to contain what others can't witness. But this would be permanent, Sage. Irreversible. You would never be only yourself again. Sage thought about Marrow's plan. About temporal restoration erasing everyone who'd lived through resistance. About the need for someone to remember, even if history was rewritten, what had actually been. Would I still exist if Marrow succeeds? If she restores everyone retroactively? You would. Partially. Because you'd carry me, and I exist outside linear time. You'd remember both histories, the one that was and the one that becomes. You'd be the only person who could hold that paradox without being erased yourself. That sounds horrifying. Yes. But necessary. Someone must remember. Someone must witness. That's always been your role, hasn't it? The keeper of absences. The documenter of erasures. This is that role, made permanent and absolute. Sage stood in the impossible chamber, surrounded by crystallized memories, trying to decide if they could survive becoming something more and less than human. What about Kai and Vesper? Would I still be able to, would I still be myself enough to love them? You would be yourself. And also more. The merge doesn't erase your identity, it augments it. You'd still be Sage, careful, precise, carrying the weight of documentation. You just carry infinitely more weight. Will it hurt? Yes. Constantly. But you're already in pain, aren't you? Existing with an arid glyph in a world that doesn't recognize you. Carrying the guilt of complicity. Witnessing suffering you can't prevent. This is just a different category of pain. Deeper. Wider. But not fundamentally new. Sage touched their collarbone, the familiar anxious gesture, feeling their glyph pulse beneath their fingers. They thought about the people they'd catalogued over 4 years. The absences they'd documented. The erasures they'd been complicit in. They thought about being the only person who could remember the resistance if Marrow succeeded. Being the only witness to what they'd all been before temporal restoration erased them into happier versions. Someone had to remember. I'll do it, Sage said. Show me everything. Give me proof. Merge with me. Whatever it takes. The archive's presence intensified. Then come. Let me show you what you're choosing. What you'll carry forever. The crystals began to glow. The archive didn't show Sage the history of the glyph system chronologically. It showed them experientially, emotionally, making Sage live through moments they'd never lived, feel identities they'd never inhabited. They became a child in the early days post-drowning, when the glyph system was first implemented. Felt the confused terror of having their fluid identity locked into a single approved category. Felt the wrongness like a bone broken and healed crooked. They became a teenager during the consolidation period, when the church aligned with the state to enforce theological justification for glyph control. Felt the particular betrayal of faith being weaponized against their existence. They became a parent watching their child be corrected, powerless to stop it, forced to choose between their child's identity and their child's survival. They became an elder dying alone because their arid glyph meant no state-sanctioned care, no family support, no recognition of their existence even in death. Again and again and again. The archive poured its contents into Sage's mind, not as abstract knowledge but as lived experience. Hundreds of people. Thousands. Decades of suppression and resistance and survival and death. Sage's consciousness fractured under the weight. They tried to scream but couldn't find their voice. Tried to escape but couldn't locate the boundary between themselves and the flood of other identities. Hold on, the archive commanded. You're stronger than you believe. You can contain this. Trust yourself. Sage found their center, the careful, precise person who'd spent years cataloging absence, who'd trained themselves to witness without breaking. They gathered that core strength and used it to create structure in the chaos. They organized the incoming memories. Created mental categories. Developed systems for containing identity essence without being overwhelmed by it. Did what they'd always done, made the incomprehensible legible through meticulous documentation. Slowly, the chaos resolved into something bearable. Still overwhelming. Still painful. But contained. Survivable. Good, the archive said. You can do this. Now, see what happens if Marrow succeeds. The vision shifted. Sage saw the equinox, Marrow performing the working, the archive releasing every fragment it held, reality shivering and restructuring. They watched history rewrite itself in real time. The glyph system still existed but transformed, flexible, expansive, recognizing all presentations from birth. No suppressions. No corrections. No erasures. Children growing up free to be themselves, whatever that meant. Trans people recognized from first awareness. Non-binary people having language before they had to fight for it. Fluid people flowing between presentations without anyone flinching. It was beautiful. It was everything they'd fought for. And then Sage saw the cost. Marrow, no longer a revolutionary because there was nothing to revolt against. Just a woman who transitioned with state support, living a quiet life in the Temple District. Recognized. Free. Utterly changed. Kai, never having to fight for his manhood because he was always recognized as male. His body easy in its skin, unmarked by unauthorized modification. Happy. Unburdened. Someone else entirely. Vesper, fluid from birth, cycling between presentations with community understanding. Never joining the church because there was no oppressive church to join. Never developing their particular strength through leaving because there was nothing to leave. Indigo. Keys. Echo. Every person Sage had met through resistance, existing differently, happily, never having needed to become who they'd become through fighting. And the resistance itself, gone. Not destroyed but prevented. Never needed because the conditions that created it never existed. Sage watched themselves in that timeline, a happy archival clerk with a recognized glyph, cataloging normal documents in a normal archive that was just stone and paper, not consciousness. Content. Safe. Utterly ordinary. That Sage had never hidden. Had never learned the particular skills that came from existing illegally. Had never joined a resistance because there was no resistance to join. Had never met Kai or Vesper because the circumstances that brought them together didn't exist. That Sage was happier. That Sage wasn't them. Do you see? The archive asked. I see, Sage whispered. They're erased. Not killed but prevented. Replaced by versions that never needed to be them. And their voice broke. It's better. Those versions are happier. Freer. They don't carry the weight we carry. They're objectively better. Are they? Or are they just different? Is a person who grows through adversity less valid than one who grows through freedom? Is trauma-forged identity less authentic than peacefully developed identity? I don't know. But I know, I can't choose. I can't decide that our existence is more important than their happiness. But I also can't decide that their happiness is more important than our existence. Sage felt tears streaming down their face. How do I convince people that these happier versions are still erasure? How do I argue that they should choose to keep suffering instead of being freed from ever having suffered? You tell them what I'm about to tell you. There is a third option. What? Partial restoration. Don't erase the past. Don't rewrite history. But change the future. From this moment forward, make every glyph available. Legal. Recognized. Free. Let yesterday's children carry their scars. Let today's adults continue being who they built themselves into. But let tomorrow's children be born free. That's, Sage's mind raced. That's not what Marrow wants. That's not complete justice. The people who already suffered stay suffering. They stay existing. As themselves. With their histories intact and their choices honored. Yes, they carry trauma. But they also carry growth, strength, identity that's theirs. And they get to watch their children, their grandchildren, their community's future generations grow up free. That's not complete justice. But it's honest justice. Justice that doesn't require erasure. Will the resistance accept that? Will Marrow? That depends on you. On whether you can make them understand that freedom for tomorrow doesn't require erasing yesterday. That you can honor the past by preserving it, not by rewriting it. The vision faded. Sage was back in the impossible chamber, trembling, their mind full of other people's memories and their own expanded awareness. That's what I'll tell them, Sage said. That's the case I'll make. But if I'm going to convince them, I need to carry absolute certainty. I need to be able to show them, the way you showed me, what's at stake. Then accept the merge. Let me transfer a fragment of my consciousness permanently into your mind. You'll carry my memories, my understanding, my witness. And when you speak, I'll speak through you. When they doubt, they'll feel the weight of centuries confirming your truth. It'll hurt. Yes. I'll never be just myself again. No. But I'll be able to stop Marrow. I'll be able to save the people who exist now while still liberating tomorrow. Perhaps. No guarantees. But you'll have tried with everything you have. That's all any person can do. Sage took a deep breath. Straightened their shoulders. Touched their collarbone one last time, the nervous gesture of the person they'd been, the person they were choosing to expand beyond. Do it. Merge with me. Make me archive touched. I'll carry whatever weight is necessary. Then open yourself. Lower your defenses. Let me in. Sage closed their eyes. Released the careful control they'd maintained their entire life. Opened the protected core of themselves that they'd never shown anyone. The archive poured in. It was agony. Not physical pain but something worse, the pain of becoming more than you were ever meant to be, of expanding beyond your natural boundaries, of containing multitudes when you were built for one. Sage felt their identity dilate. Felt themselves become plural, still Sage but also archive, still individual but also collective, still human but also something ancient and strange. They screamed. The merge continued. Fragments of consciousness rooting into their mind, establishing permanent residence, transforming them from person into person and repository. When it finished, Sage collapsed to the chamber floor, gasping, their mind reeling with new awareness. They could feel the archive now. Not as separate entity but as part of themselves. Could access memories that weren't theirs. Could understand magical and temporal mechanics intuitively. Could perceive identity in ways they'd never imagined. They stood slowly, testing their balance, their sense of self. Still Sage. Still the careful, precise archivist who touched their collarbone when nervous. But also more. Carrying centuries. Witnessing everything. How do you feel? The archive's voice came from inside them now, not external anymore. Like I'm going to break, Sage said honestly. Like I'm containing more than I can hold. Like you're ready to stop Marrow and save everyone. Both the ones who exist and the ones who deserve to exist. Yeah. Like that. They left the chamber, climbing back toward the upper levels. With each step, they felt the weight of what they carried, centuries of suppressed identities, thousands of erased selves, the accumulated grief of everyone the system had broken. But they also felt power. The power of absolute witness. The power of certainty built on experience. The power to speak for those who'd been silenced. For days until the equinox. For days to convince the resistance that partial liberation was better than complete erasure. For days to stop the revolution they'd helped build. Sage emerged from the archive into evening light, their minds still adjusting to the merge. Every person they passed, they could see their glyph, understand its structure, feel the truth of their identity in ways they never had before. It was overwhelming. It was necessary. They headed toward the safe house where Kai and Vesper were waiting, preparing themselves to explain what they become, what they now carried, what they were asking everyone to choose. The weight of the archive settled into their bones. And Sage walked forward, carrying it. Because someone had to remember. Someone had to witness. And that someone had always been them. Chapter 19, The Vote. 3 days before the equinox, the resistance gathered for the final vote. Not in the archive's heart chamber this time, too exposed after the state crackdown. Instead, they met in the flooded lower levels of an abandoned building in the resistance quarter, water reaching their ankles, the space barely large enough for the 100 people who'd survived the arrests and scattered. Sage stood at the makeshift platform, feeling the weight of the archive inside them, the hundreds of voices clamoring to be heard. Across the room, Marrow waited with the calm certainty of someone who believed they'd already won. Before we vote, Marrow said, Sage wants to present an alternative. I think we should hear them out. Her tone suggested this was a formality, a courtesy extended to someone on the wrong side of history. Sage stepped forward. Their hands didn't shake. The archive's presence steadied them, gave them centuries of certainty to draw from. I understand why temporal restoration is appealing, Sage began. I've felt it too, the desperate wish that all this suffering could just be erased. That we could wake up in a world where we were always free, always recognized, never broken by the system. Murmurs of agreement rippled through the crowd. But I've seen what that actually means. The archive, Sage touched their chest, where they now carried consciousness that wasn't entirely theirs. Has shown me both timelines. The one we're in and the one Marrow wants to create. And I need you to understand, those timelines don't just differ in circumstances. They differ in people. What are you talking about? Someone called out. If Marrow succeeds, if she restores every errored glyph retroactively, she doesn't just change the past. She changes who exists in the present. Every person in this room who became themselves through resistance, they disappear. Not die. Not get killed. Just stop existing because the circumstances that made them never occur. We'd exist differently, Marrow countered. Happier. Freer. That's better. Is it you though? Or is it someone else who never had to become you? Sage looked around the room. Kai, if the glyph system always recognized trans people, you never need unauthorized modification. You grow up comfortable in your body. That's wonderful. But the man who fought for his manhood through black market magic, that specific person stops existing. He's replaced by a version who never needed to fight. Kai's expression was complicated. Sage pushed on. Vesper, if fluidity is always recognized, you never join an oppressive church. Never develop your particular strength through leaving. Never become the person who understands institutional guilt so deeply because they never participated in it. That version of you is happier. But they're not you. Maybe they should be, Vesper said quietly. Maybe the happier version deserves to exist more than the traumatized one. But you don't get to exist simultaneously. That's the paradox. It's one or the other. The person you built through surviving or the person who never needed to survive. Sage's voice rose. And I'm asking, do we have the right to make that choice? To decide that our trauma-forged identities should be erased in favor of versions that were never broken? You're asking us to choose suffering, Marrow said. To preserve pain because it shaped us. That's not liberatory. That's just Stockholm Syndrome with better rhetoric. I'm asking you to honor the choices people have already made. The identities they've already built. The resistance itself. If there's no oppression, there's no resistance. All of us who became ourselves through fighting stop existing because the fight never happens. And is that a loss? Marrow demanded. Is the resistance more important than the people it was meant to save? Are we supposed to preserve organized suffering just to maintain our organizational identity? I'm not saying preserve the system. I'm saying preserve the people who survived it. Sage took a deep breath. Let the archive's voice blend with theirs. There's another option. Partial restoration. Don't erase the past. Don't rewrite history. But change the future. From this moment forward, make every glyph available. Legal. Recognized. Free. Let those of us who exist now continue existing. Let our histories stay intact. But let tomorrow's children grow up in the world we fought for. The room erupted in argument. That's not justice, someone shouted. That's leaving the dead to stay dead. That's honoring their choices to fight, Sage countered. Remembering them as they were instead of erasing them into versions that never needed to exist. What about my child? A woman stood, tears streaming. They were corrected at 8 years old. Died 2 years later from the trauma. Are you telling me I should let that stand? That I should preserve my child's suffering and death when I have the power to prevent it? Sage felt the archive surge within them, felt the weight of every parent who'd lost a child to the system. I'm telling you that your child existed. Fought. Loved. Made choices. And erasing them retroactively, even to give them a better life, is still erasing who they actually were. It's trading their reality for a possibility. Their reality was pain and death. And that's terrible. Unjust. Unforgivable. But it's also true. And truth matters, even when it's painful. Sage's voice softened. I'm not saying your child's suffering was good or meaningful or necessary. I'm saying they existed in that suffering. Made choices in it. Became a person in it. And that person deserves to be remembered as they were, not erased into someone who never needed to be brave because they were never hurt. The woman sat down, sobbing. Others gathered around her. Marrow stepped forward. This is the choice Sage is offering you: keep your scars or heal completely. Hold on to your trauma-forged identity or accept a version of yourself that never needed forging. And they're dressing it up as honoring choices and preserving agency, but what it actually is fear. Fear of change. Fear of admitting that the person you became through suffering might not be better than the person you could have been in freedom. I'm not afraid of change, Sage said. I'm afraid of erasure. And there's a difference. Is there? Marrow's voice was hard. Or are you just attached to your pain because you've built an identity around it? You found love, Sage. Found community. Found purpose. You got comfortable in your trauma and now you're asking everyone else to stay uncomfortable so you don't have to face becoming something different. The accusation hit hard. Sage felt the archive's memories flooding them, all the people who'd survived, who'd built lives despite oppression, who'd found happiness in the margins. Were they being selfish? Were they choosing their own existence over preventing suffering? Vote, Marrow said. That's why we're here. To choose. Do we want complete liberation, every erred person throughout history freed retroactively? Or do we want partial measures, freedom for tomorrow while yesterday's dead stay dead? I'm not asking you to abandon the past, Sage tried again. I'm asking you to honor it by preserving it. To save tomorrow without erasing yesterday. To let the people who exist now continue existing while making sure no one else has to become who they became through suffering. We've heard your case. Marrow's voice cut through. Now vote. Complete restoration or partial restoration? Who wants to free everyone? Hands went up. Sage watched, heart sinking, as the majority of the resistance raised their hands. People who were tired of hurting. People who wanted complete justice. People who couldn't bear the thought of leaving anyone behind, even if it meant erasing themselves. Who wants partial restoration? Freedom for tomorrow only? Fewer hands. Vespers was up. Indigos. A scattered handful of others. But nowhere near majority. Sage didn't raise their hand. Couldn't choose, even now. Couldn't decide whether they had the right to preserve their existence at the cost of others' suffering. The resistance has spoken, Marrow said. We proceed with complete restoration. 3 days from now, at the spring equinox, we end this. All of it. Forever. The meeting dissolved into planning. People gathering in groups, making preparations, the energy both celebratory and desperate. Sage stood frozen, feeling the archive's grief mixing with their own. They'd failed. Failed to convince the resistance that erasure disguised as liberation was still erasure. Failed to preserve the people who'd fought and survived and built themselves despite everything. In 3 days, everyone in this room would stop existing. And happier versions who never needed to fight would replace them. Sage felt someone touch their shoulder. Turned to find Kai, his expression devastated. I'm sorry, Kai said. I voted for complete restoration. I couldn't do it, Sage. I couldn't choose my pain over the chance to have never felt it. I know. Sage's voice was hollow. Do you hate me? No. I understand. Sage looked at him, this man they'd fallen in love with, who they were about to lose to a version of himself who'd never needed to become who he was. I'm going to miss you. The you that exists now. I know the other version will be happier. But I'll miss this version anyway. I'm not gone yet, Kai said, but his voice was uncertain. 3 more days. We still have 3 more days. Do we? Or are we already grieving something that hasn't happened yet? Before Kai could answer, a commotion at the entrance. Someone running, out of breath, urgent. Echo, the state enforcer who'd defected, her face ashen. Raid, she gasped. Enforcement teams hit the safe house on Meridian Street. Got everyone there. Including, her voice broke. Including Junie's parents. They were protecting a group of children. Fought back. They're dead. Both of them. Junie's at Indigo's workshop, they don't know yet. The words hit like physical blows. Junie. 7 years old, who'd just been assigned their free-formed glyph in a resistance ceremony 3 days ago. Who'd been so proud, so excited. Orphaned now. The parents they'd lost in Marrow's original timeline, dying on schedule despite everything the resistance tried. We have to tell them, Vesper said. We have to, someone has to be there when they find out. POV shift, Kai. Kai found Junie in Indigo's workshop, playing with scrap electronics, making a game out of sorting components. The child looked up when the door opened, their gap-toothed smile bright and uncomplicated. Kai. Look, I made a circuit. Indigo showed me how and they stopped, reading his face. What's wrong? This was the part of resistance that Kai had never gotten used to. The children. The ones who didn't sign up for this but got caught in it anyway. The ones who'd lose things they couldn't get back. He sat down beside Junie, trying to figure out how to say the impossible thing. Junie, something happened. There was a raid and your parents were at the safe house. They were protecting people and his voice cracked. They didn't make it. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Junie stared at him. Processed. Their expression shifted from confusion to understanding to devastation in the space of a heartbeat. They're dead? Yes. Both of them? Yes. Junie was quiet for a long moment. Then, was it fast? Kai didn't know. Probably wasn't. But he said, yeah. It was fast. They didn't suffer. You're lying. Junie's voice was matter-of-fact. But that's okay. You're trying to make it better and there's no way to make it better, so you lie. I get it. 7 years old and already understanding the impossible mathematics of loss. You're going to stay with us, Kai said. Me and Sage and Vesper. We're going to take care of you. You're not alone. Okay. Junie's voice was small. Then, the equinox working. The one Marrow's doing. Will it bring them back? Kai's chest tightened. Because it would. If Marrow succeeded, if reality was rewritten, Junie's parents would exist in the new timeline, free and alive and never needing to die protecting children from state violence. It's complicated, Kai started. Will it or won't it? It would bring back versions of them. But they wouldn't remember this. Wouldn't remember fighting or dying or... I don't care if they remember, Junie said fiercely. I just want them not to be dead. I want them to exist. Is that wrong? No. No, it's not wrong. Then why is Sage trying to stop it? Vesper said Sage thinks Marrow's plan is bad. But if it brings people back, how is that bad? Kai looked at this child who just lost everything, who was staring at him with eyes that demanded honest answers, and he realized he'd made the wrong choice. Not wrong for Junie. For this child, complete restoration was clearly right. It would give back their parents, erase their trauma, let them grow up in a world where this conversation never needed to happen. But wrong for everyone who existed now. For Sage especially, who'd been trying to tell him that happier versions weren't the same as actual people. That you couldn't love someone and also wish them into a different person, even a better person, because that wasn't love, that was just wanting them to be easier. It's complicated, Kai said again, uselessly. Junie stood up. I'm going to go find Sage. I want to ask them why they think my parents being dead is better than them being alive. They left before Kai could stop them. And Kai sat there in Indigo's workshop, surrounded by electronics and grief, trying to figure out when he'd become the kind of person who'd choose erasing everyone he loved over letting a child stay orphaned. Marrow appeared in the doorway. I heard about Junie's parents. Tragic timing. Is it? Kai's voice was harder than he intended. Or is it convenient? Child loses parents 3 days before you're going to perform a working that retroactively saves them. Makes your case for you. I didn't kill them. But you knew the raid was coming. Echo passed intel. You could have moved them, protected them better. Kai stood, facing her. You let them die because it serves your narrative. Dead parents are more compelling than alive ones when you're trying to convince people to erase history. That's a horrible accusation. Is it wrong? Marrow was quiet for a long moment. Then, Junie deserves their parents back. If the only way to give them that is to rewrite the timeline, then yes, I'll let their current pains serve that purpose. Because in 3 days, that pain will never have existed. Junie will grow up with parents who love them. That's worth tactical sacrifice. And Sage? The person they are right now? They willing tactical sacrifice too. Sage will exist differently. Happier. Free from the burden they carry. But not Sage. Not the person I fell in love with. Someone else. Someone easier. Kai heard his own voice breaking. I voted for your plan. I raised my hand. But I think I was wrong. I think you're wrong. And I don't know how to unchoose now that the vote is done. You don't have to unchoose. You just have to trust that complete liberation is worth temporary loss. It's not temporary if we stop existing. You'll exist better, Marrow said, but her certainty was cracking. You'll exist as someone who never had to suffer through unauthorized transition. Never had to live in pain. That's objectively better. Is it me though? Does it matter? If the alternative is a world full of people suffering when they could be free? Kai looked at her, this woman who'd saved him when he was 16, who'd taught him resistance, who'd become the closest thing to family he had. And he saw what Sage had been trying to show them, she was so desperate to make her suffering mean something that she'd decided meaning required erasure. That the only way to justify her pain was to retroactively prevent everyone else's, even if it meant destroying everyone who'd survived. I can't do this, Kai said. I can't watch Sage disappear. I can't watch myself disappear. I can't, even for Junie, even for everyone who died, I can't choose this. Then what will you do? I'm going to find Sage. I'm going to tell them I was wrong. I'm going to, Kai moved toward the door. I'm going to stop you. Whatever it takes. Marrow's expression hardened. I thought you understood loyalty. I do. That's why I'm choosing Sage. That's why I'm choosing the people who exist now over the people who could have existed. That's loyalty, to the actual, real humans I love, not to theoretical happier versions. He left before she could respond, moving through the resistance quarter toward where Sage and Vesper were probably still processing the vote's outcome. He'd chosen wrong at the meeting. Chosen theoretical justice over real people. Chosen abstract liberation over concrete love. But he could choose differently now. He could choose Sage. POV shift back to Sage. Sage was alone in their apartment when Junie arrived, the child's face streaked with tears, their small body rigid with rage. Why don't you want my parents to come back? Junie demanded. Kai said Marrow's working would bring them back, but you're trying to stop it. Why? Sage felt the archive's grief flooding through them, all the parents who'd lost children, all the children who'd lost parents, the endless cycle of loss that the glyph system created. They knelt down to Junie's level. I don't want to keep them dead. I promise. But the working would bring back versions of them who never had to fight. Who never had to die. And those versions wouldn't remember you. Wouldn't remember this. They'd be different people. I don't care if they remember me. I just don't want them to be dead. I know. And that's, Junie, that's completely fair. But here's what I'm trying to understand. If we bring back versions of your parents who never had to fight, we also erase everyone who did fight. Including you. What? You exist the way you do because your parents raised you in resistance. Because they taught you to question the system, to be brave, to fight for freedom. If they never have to fight, they never teach you those things. You grow up different. Happier maybe. But not you. So? Junie's voice was defiant. So I'd be different. I'd have parents. That's better. Would you want to be different? If it meant my parents were alive? Yes. Even if that different version of you never knew them? Never had the memories you have now? Never became the person who could ask these hard questions? Junie was crying harder now. That's not fair. That's a mean question. You're asking me to choose between myself and my parents. I know. And I'm sorry. But that's the choice. That's what Marrow is offering, versions of everyone who never had to suffer, but who also never got to be exactly who they chose to be through surviving. I hate you, Junie said. I hate that you're making this complicated. I hate that you're right. I hate, they collapsed against Sage, sobbing. I want my parents. I want them back. I don't care about different versions. I just want them. Sage held the child, feeling their own tears starting. I know. I want that for you too. But I can't give you that without erasing you. And I think you matter. The you that exists right now. Even the you that hurts. You matter. They sat like that until Junie's sobs subsided into exhausted silence. Marrow's going to do it anyway, Junie said finally. You can't stop her. The resistance voted. I know. But I have to try. Why? Because someone has to remember. Someone has to witness. Someone has to say that the people who existed, all of you, mattered exactly as you were, not as happier versions. That your lives were real and valuable and worth preserving even though they hurt. Junie pulled back, wiping their eyes. If you stop Marrow, I stay orphaned. Yes. But if you don't stop her, I stop existing as me. Yes. That's fucked up. Yeah. It really is. Junie stood, small and exhausted and 7 years old, carrying impossible weight. I don't know what to choose. I don't. Can I just not choose? Can I just be a kid and let the adults figure it out? I wish you could. But I can't. Because it's about me. About my parents. About, Junie's voice steadied. Do it. Stop Marrow. Keep my parents dead. Because if you don't, I'll stop existing as me, and then they'll have lost me anyway, just retroactively. At least this way I get to remember them. At least this way they knew me. Junie. Do it. The child's voice was absolute. Make them stay dead. But make sure tomorrow's kids don't have to go through this. Make sure no one else loses their parents. Promise me that. I promise. Tomorrow's children will be free. They'll never have to fight or lose or hurt the way you've hurt. Good. Junie headed toward the door. I'm going to go stay with Indigo. I don't want to be alone, but I don't want to be with grown-ups who can't fix anything either. They left. And Sage sat in their apartment, carrying the archive's centuries and their own grief, trying to figure out how to stop a revolution that the resistance had voted for. The door opened again. Kai. I was wrong, he said immediately. At the vote. I chose wrong. I'm sorry. I'm with you now. We're going to stop this together. Sage looked up at him. Junie just asked me to let their parents stay dead. To preserve their existence as themselves instead of being erased into a happier version. A 7-year-old child chose to stay orphaned rather than be erased. And I don't, their voice broke. I don't know how to carry that weight, Kai. I don't know how to make that sacrifice mean something. Kai pulled them up, into his arms. By making sure it's the last sacrifice like it. By making sure tomorrow's kids never have to choose. By stopping Marrow and offering partial restoration instead. Future liberation without past erasure. Will it be enough? I don't know. But it's what we have. Kai held them tighter. I love you. The you that exists right now. Scars and guilt and archive touched. I don't want a happier version. I want this one. Even though this one hurts. Especially because this one hurts. Because you hurt and you keep fighting anyway. Because you carry impossible weight and you don't put it down. Because you're strong in ways that the happier version would never need to be. Sage let themselves lean into him, feeling supported for the first time since the vote. Vesper's waiting, Kai said quietly. They want to plan. Want to figure out how to stop Marrow without destroying the resistance entirely. They want to do this together. Then let's do it together. 3 days until the equinox. 3 days to stop complete erasure and offer partial liberation instead. 3 days to fight the woman who'd saved them all, in order to save them from her. Sage didn't know if it was possible. But with Kai and Vesper beside them, they had to try. For Junie. For everyone who'd survived. For the impossible weight they carried. Someone had to choose preservation over erasure. Someone had to say that trauma-forged identity mattered, not despite the trauma but including it. Someone had to remember. And that someone was them. Chapter 20, Dark Night. 2 days before the equinox, Sage descended into the archive at midnight and didn't plan on coming back. Kai and Vesper were asleep at Vesper's apartment, exhausted from days of planning how to stop Marrow. They'd fallen asleep tangled together, looking for a few hours of peace before the final confrontation. Sage had waited until they were deeply under, then slipped out. They couldn't do this anymore. Couldn't carry the weight of everyone's suffering, the archive's centuries of suppressed identities, Junie's grief, the resistance's desperation, their own impossible choices. Couldn't be the person who had to choose between erasing people or preserving their trauma. Couldn't witness anymore. The archive's deeper levels welcomed them like coming home. Sage walked through flooded chambers, past coral-carved shelves, down stairs that defied geometry, heading toward the impossible heart chamber where they'd merged with the archive's consciousness. If they could merge, they could unmerge. Could surrender themselves completely to the archive, become fully repository instead of person and repository. Could stop being Sage Embren and just be witness, memory, the keeper of absences that everyone kept saying they were. It would be easier. Wouldn't hurt as much. And the archive would continue doing what it needed to do, preserving, remembering, holding space for everyone the system erased. The whispering grew louder as they descended. Not just the archive's voice now, but all the voices it contained, hundreds of suppressed identities calling out, asking to be remembered, begging to be honored instead of erased. Sage, the archive's voice came from within them, concerned. What are you doing? I can't anymore, Sage said aloud to the empty chambers. I can't keep making these choices. Can't keep being the person who has to weigh one person's existence against another's suffering. Can't keep witnessing and documenting and carrying when I'm so tired I can barely stand. So you're running. I'm dissolving. There's a difference. Running implies I'm escaping to somewhere else. I'm just stopping. Becoming only archive instead of person. Letting go of the parts that hurt. That's still running. Just running inward instead of away. Does it matter? Sage reached the heart chamber, stood before the massive crystal formations that pulsed with accumulated memory. I'm not strong enough for this. Not strong enough to stop Marrow, not strong enough to preserve everyone, not strong enough to make good choices when all choices are terrible. So I'm stepping aside. Letting you do it. You're ancient, powerful, you can hold paradox without breaking. I can't. You can. You have been. But I don't want to anymore. Sage's voice cracked. I'm so tired. And I want to stop being responsible. Stop being the person everyone looks to for answers I don't have. Stop existing as myself and just exist as memory. Pure witness. No agency, no choice, no weight. That's not rest. That's death by other means. Suicide dressed up as martyrdom. Is there a difference at this point? The archive manifested more fully, its presence surrounding Sage like embrace and prison both. Yes. A significant one. Suicide is giving up. What you're proposing is giving in, surrendering yourself to avoid making hard choices. That's not brave. It's just another kind of compliance. I thought you wanted this. Wanted me merged, carrying you, being archive touched. I wanted you augmented, not erased. I wanted you to carry me while still being yourself. What you're proposing is erasing yourself into me. That's different. That's just replacing one erasure with another. Sage sank down onto the chamber floor, their body heavy with exhaustion and grief. I don't know how to do this. Don't know how to stop Marrow without destroying the resistance. Don't know how to save everyone when saving everyone requires choosing some people over others. Don't know how to keep existing when existing means carrying impossible weight. Then don't do it alone. I'm not alone. I have Kai and Vesper. And you left them. Snuck out while they were sleeping to come here and dissolve yourself without telling them. That's not partnership. That's martyrdom. That's deciding you're too broken to be loved, so you're preemptively erasing yourself before they can choose to stay. The accusation hit hard because it was true. Sage had left because they couldn't bear to see Kai and Vesper watch them fail. Couldn't bear to let them down by not being strong enough, not being certain enough, not being able to fix the unfixable. They deserve better, Sage whispered. They deserve someone who isn't carrying centuries of trauma. Someone who can just love them without also carrying the weight of everyone's suffering. Someone easier. They chose you. The you that carries all of this. They didn't choose easy. They chose you. They chose before they knew how much weight I'd end up carrying. Before I merged with you. Before I became responsible for stopping a revolution that everyone wants. They didn't sign up for this version of me. And yet they're still here. Still planning with you. Still fighting beside you. Still holding you when you break. The archive's presence shifted, became almost gentle. Sage, you're allowed to be hard to love. You're allowed to be complicated and wounded and carrying impossible weight. That doesn't make you unworthy. It just makes you human. Human isn't enough. Human can't stop Marrow. Human can't choose between erasing everyone or preserving their suffering. Human just breaks under the weight. Then break. Break and let them catch you. That's what love is, being weak enough to fall and trusting people to be strong enough to hold you. What if I fall and they can't catch me? What if I'm too heavy even for them? Then you all fall together. But at least you're not alone. Sage curled into themselves, feeling the archive's presence settling around them like a blanket. I don't want to choose anymore. Don't want to decide who gets to exist and who gets erased. Don't want to be responsible when I'm so clearly not qualified. No one is qualified for impossible choices. That's what makes them impossible. But you still have to choose. Not choosing is just choosing by default, letting Marrow proceed, letting everyone be erased into happier versions. Is that what you want? I don't know what I want. I just know I can't keep hurting like this. Then let me show you something, the archive said. The chamber shifted. Reality bent. And Sage was no longer in the archive but somewhere else, somewhere both real and impossible, a vision pulled from potential futures. They saw themselves dissolving into the archive completely. Watched Sage Embren stop existing as individual person and become only repository. The archive gained their consciousness, their memories, their particular way of witnessing. And Kai and Vesper woke up to find Sage gone. Not dead, but unreachable. Transformed into something they could no longer touch, no longer hold, no longer love as the person they'd chosen. Sage watched them grieve. Watched them blame themselves for not stopping it, for not seeing how much weight Sage carried, for not being enough to make Sage want to stay human. Watched Junie grow up with that weight, knowing that the adult who'd promised to remember them had chosen erasure instead. Learning that even the people who fought against erasure sometimes chose it for themselves. Watched Marrow proceed with the temporal restoration unopposed. Watched the equinox working succeed. Watched everyone disappear into happier versions that never needed to exist because their circumstances were retroactively improved. Watched the archive, now carrying Sage's consciousness, become the only entity that remembered both timelines. The only witness to what had been before it was erased into what could have been. The archive carrying Sage's grief for eternity, alone with it, no one to share it with because everyone who could understand had been erased. Is this what you want? The archive asked. No, Sage whispered. But I don't want the alternative either. Then I'll show you the alternative. The vision shifted. Sage saw themselves climbing back out of the archive, returning to Vesper's apartment, waking Kai and Vesper and telling them everything, the weight, the exhaustion, the desperate wish to stop existing. Saw them hold Sage through the breakdown. Not trying to fix it, just witnessing it. Just being present while Sage fell apart. Saw the three of them, the next day, working together to plan opposition to Marrow. Not Sage carrying the weight alone but all three of them distributing it, making it survivable. Saw the equinox confrontation. Saw Sage, with Kai and Vesper channeling magic through them, interrupting Marrow's working. Saw the moment of choice, complete restoration or partial restoration. Saw them choose partial. Saw reality shiver but hold. Saw the past preserved and the future liberated. Saw the cost, everyone who'd already suffered staying in their suffering, but also staying in their existence. Saw tomorrow's children growing up free. Saw Junie, 12 years old, arguing politics at dinner table with the polycule. Still angry about their parents being gone. But alive. Present. Themselves. Choosing their own path instead of being retroactively erased into a version that never knew loss. Saw Sage, 5 years later, still carrying the archive. Still heavy with it. But also carried by Kai and Vesper. Held when they broke. Loved not despite their weight but including it. This is the alternative, the archive said. Not perfect. Not painless. But honest. Real. Yours. The visions faded. Sage was back in the heart chamber, trembling. I'm still going to fail, Sage said. Still going to make wrong choices. Still going to break under the weight. Yes. But you'll do it while held. While loved. While choosing to exist even though existence hurts. Is that enough? It has to be. Because the alternative is erasure, and you've spent your entire life fighting erasure. Don't do to yourself what you're trying to prevent Marrow from doing to everyone else. Sage sat there for a long moment, feeling the weight of the archive, the weight of their choices, the weight of existence itself. Then they stood. I'm going back, they said. I'm going to tell them I almost dissolved. I'm going to let them see how broken I am. I'm going to trust that they'll stay anyway. Good, the archive said. That's growth. Or stupidity. Often the same thing. Sage climbed back out of the archive slowly, exhausted but moving. Each step toward the surface felt like choosing existence over erasure. Choosing to be themselves, heavy and complicated and barely holding together, instead of dissolving into something that didn't hurt. They emerged into pre-dawn light. Walked through empty streets back to Vesper's apartment. Let themselves in quietly, not sure if they should wake them or just slip back into bed. Vesper was awake. Sitting at the kitchen table, looking devastated. You left, Vesper said quietly. You left and I thought you were going to the archive to disappear. I was. Sage stood in the doorway, unable to move closer. I was going to dissolve. Erase myself into the archive completely. Stop being person and just be repository. And the archive, their voice cracked. The archive refused to let me. Said I was running. Said I was choosing erasure because it was easier than choosing to exist while broken. And were you? Yeah. I was. Sage's hands were shaking. I'm so tired, Vesper. I'm carrying so much weight and I don't know if I'm strong enough. And I thought, if I just stopped being myself, stopped being responsible, it wouldn't hurt anymore. Vesper stood, crossed to them. Didn't touch, just stood close. What changed your mind? The archive showed me what that would do to you and Kai. Showed me Junie growing up learning that even the people fighting erasure choose it sometimes. Showed me that martyrdom isn't actually sacrifice. It's just giving up with better optics. I'm glad you came back. Are you? Sage finally met their eyes. Even though I'm this broken? Even though I almost erased myself? Even though I'm barely holding together? Especially because of all that. Vesper finally touched them, hands gentle on Sage's shoulders. I love you broken. I love you heavy. I love you barely holding together. I don't want an easier version. I want this one. The one who hurts and keeps choosing to exist anyway. Even though I might fail? Even though I might not be able to stop Marrow? Even then. Failure doesn't make you unworthy of love. It just makes you human. Kai appeared in the doorway, still half asleep, drawn by voices. He took one look at Sage's face and understood immediately. You went to the archive, he said. Yeah. To dissolve. Yeah. But you came back. Yeah. Kai crossed to them, pulled both Sage and Vesper into an embrace that felt like coming home. Don't do that again. Don't decide you're too broken to be loved and preemptively erase yourself. If you're going to break, break here. With us. Let us catch you. I'm going to break a lot, Sage warned. The archive's weight, it's not going to get lighter. I'm going to keep carrying centuries of suffering. Keep being heavy. Then we'll keep catching you. That's what we're here for. That's what this is. Kai's voice was fierce. You're not doing this alone. Not the archive, not stopping Marrow, not existence itself. We're in this together. Together, Vesper echoed. Even when you're impossible. Even when you're breaking. Even when you want to run. We stay. Sage felt something in their chest unclench. I don't know how to stop her. Don't know how to convince the resistance that partial restoration is better than complete erasure when they've already voted. Don't know how to perform a working powerful enough to override Marrow's when she's been planning this for years and I've had 3 days. Then we figure it out together, Vesper said. I know the theological mechanics. I can help with the magical structure. Kai knows the resistance, knows how to read a room, knows how to fight when fighting is necessary. And you, they touched Sage's chest, where the archive lived. You carry centuries of authority. When you speak, the archive speaks through you. That has power. It won't be enough to convince everyone. Won't change the vote. So we don't convince everyone. We stop Marrow physically if we have to. Kai's voice was hard. She's our friend. Our mentor. But if she tries to erase everyone, we stop her. Whatever that takes. That could destroy the resistance. Could fracture everything we've built. Then it fractures. But we save the people who actually exist right now. We preserve their choices, their identities, their earned selves. And we offer tomorrow's children freedom without erasing yesterday's survivors. Sage looked between them, Vesper steady and certain, Kai fierce and protective, both of them willing to stand with Sage even when standing meant opposing everything the resistance had voted for. 2 days, Sage said. We have 2 days to plan. To prepare. To figure out how to interrupt Marrow's working and redirect it to partial restoration instead. Then we better get started, Vesper said. They spent the rest of the night planning. Vesper diagrammed magical theory, explaining how temporal workings functioned, where the vulnerabilities were, how they might interrupt and redirect. Kai mapped out physical logistics, how to get to the archive's heart chamber during the equinox, how to protect themselves from both Marrow and potential state interference, how to actually perform opposition. And Sage listened to the archive inside them, learning how to channel its power, how to use centuries of authority to override even Marrow's certainty. As dawn broke, they had something resembling a plan. Incomplete, risky, likely to fail. But a plan. We're going to try, Sage said. We're going to stand in front of everyone we love and oppose them. We're going to fight Marrow, who saved us. We're going to choose preservation over erasure even though erasure promises complete liberation. And we might fail. Probably will fail, Kai agreed. But we're going to try anyway. Together, Vesper added. All 3 of us. If we fall together. They held each other as morning light filled the apartment. 3 people choosing each other. Choosing to fight even when fighting meant opposing their own community. Choosing existence over erasure even though erasure was easier, kinder, promised complete freedom. In 2 days, the equinox would come. In 2 days, they'd stand against Marrow and offer partial restoration instead of complete erasure. In 2 days, they'd find out if love was strong enough to stop a revolution. Sage didn't know if they'd succeed. But they knew they'd try. Because someone had to choose preservation. Someone had to say that trauma-forged identity mattered. Someone had to remember. And that someone was them. Together. Even when together meant fighting everyone they'd built a community with. Even when together meant choosing the painful truth over the beautiful lie. Even when together meant breaking and being caught and breaking again. They'd try. And that would have to be enough. Chapter 21, Gathering Allies. The safe house smelled of strong coffee and nervous energy. Sage sat at Indigo's workbench, surrounded by hastily drawn diagrams of the archive's heart chamber, while Vesper and Kai argued over magical theory in hushed but intense tones. The temporal anchoring has to happen in stages, Vesper was saying, their finger tracing circles on a map of the archive's lower levels. If we try to redirect the entire working at once, the magical backlash could kill everyone in the chamber. We need to let Marrow establish the connection to the past, then interrupt before she completes the erasure component. Which gives her how long to realize what we're doing and stop us. Kai crossed his arms. 10 seconds? 20? She's been planning this for years. We've had 48 hours. Then we make those 48 hours count. Sage's voice was steadier than they felt. Inside their chest, the archive hummed with anxious energy, fractured voices all talking at once. Some wanted Marrow stopped. Others were desperate for the erasure she promised. The cacophony made it hard to think. Focus, Sage told the archive. I need you coherent. The voices quieted slightly, coalescing into something resembling consensus. We're afraid, they said. Of what's coming. Of having to choose. I know. Me too. A knock at the door made everyone freeze. Kai's hand went to the knife at his belt before Indigo's voice came through, it's me. With company. The door opened to reveal Indigo supporting a limping figure, Keys, the elder glyph modifier, looking about 100 years old and impossibly fragile. Behind them came someone unexpected, Counselor Thane, the political figure who'd been negotiating with the resistance for months. Keys insisted on coming, Indigo said, helping the elder to a chair. Said this working is too important to sit out. It is. Keys's voice was paper-thin but certain. Their glyph flickered between states so rapidly it made Sage dizzy to watch. I was there when the archive first woke. 67 years ago, when it started absorbing suppressed identities instead of just storing them. I've been waiting to see what it would become. They looked at Sage with eyes that held too much time. You merged with it. You carry its consciousness. That makes you the only person who can redirect the working. I don't know if I'm strong enough. You're not. Keys's bluntness was almost kind. Marrow's been channeling power for this for years. You can't overpower her directly. But you don't need to. The archive will do the heavy lifting if you can provide direction. You're the will. It's the way. Counselor Thane cleared her throat. She looked profoundly uncomfortable in the cramped safe house, her expensive clothes out of place among resistance members. I'm here against my better judgment. Marrow sent an emissary asking for political cover during the working. She thinks I'm providing it because I support complete restoration. Her expression was grim. I don't. Retroactive timeline alteration isn't reform, it's magical fascism dressed in liberation rhetoric. But I can't stop her alone. Why help us? Sage asked. You're risking your entire political career. Because if this goes wrong, if Marrow's working fails catastrophically, it could unmake reality for everyone in the city. Not just erred people. Everyone. Thane met Sage's eyes. I signed up for reform, not apocalypse. So yes, I'm providing political cover. Just not for the side Marrow thinks. A tablet on Indigo's workbench chimed. She grabbed it, scanned the message, and her face went pale. It's from Ren. He managed to get a message out of custody. Everyone crowded around as Indigo pulled up the heavily encrypted text. Vale knows about Equinox working. Planning raid on archive tonight. Entire enforcement division mobilizing. She wants to arrest everyone at once, resistance leadership, sympathizers, all of it. This is the end game. Whatever you're planning, do it fast. W. Shit, Kai breathed. Vale's going to hit us during the working. We'll have Marrow trying to erase reality on one side and state enforcement trying to kill us on the other. Three-way confrontation, Vesper said. Us, Marrow's faction, and Vale's forces. All converging on the archive's heart chamber. The archive inside Sage suddenly flared with sharp awareness. The Enforcer, it said. Echo. She's at your door. Sage tensed. Someone's coming. Echo. Kai moved toward the door, hand on his weapon. But when Echo entered, shoved through by Indigo, who'd been watching the hallway, she looked exhausted and terrified, not threatening. I'm defecting, Echo said without preamble. Vale's losing it. She knows about the working and she's not planning arrests anymore. She's planning mass erasure. Everyone in the archive tonight, gone. Identity death for anyone present. Her hands shook. I can't, I signed up to enforce order, not commit genocide. I'm done. How do we know you're not a plant? Kai's voice was hard. You don't. But I brought something. Echo pulled out a small data crystal. Vale's raid plan. Every entry point, every enforcer assignment, every magical suppression ward she's planning to deploy. I figured if I'm burning my entire life down, I might as well make it useful. Indigo took the crystal, plugged it into her system, and started parsing the data. Her expression went from skeptical to alarmed. This is bad. She's bringing the entire division. 71 enforcers, all equipped with identity death protocols. And she's timing it for the exact moment of the equinox, when magical barriers are thinnest. So we can't do this in the archive, Kai said. We need another location. No, Key said firmly. The working has to happen in the archive's heart chamber. That's where the consciousness is strongest, where the suppressed fragments are held. Move the location and you lose the entire magical foundation Marrow's been building on. Then we fight, Vesper said. We defend the working from Vale's forces while simultaneously stopping Marrow from erasing everyone. With what army? Indigo gestured around the small room. We're 6 people. 7 if Echo's serious about defecting. Against 71 trained enforcers. 9, said a small voice from the doorway. Everyone turned. Junie stood there, still wearing the 2 big resistance jackets someone had given them 3 days ago after their parents died. The child looked exhausted, hollow-eyed, but there was steel in their voice. Junie, Sage started, you can't. I can and I will. Junie walked into the room with a 7-year-old's absolute certainty. My parents died fighting. I'm not going to sit in a safe house while you all do the same. You're a child. I'm old enough to have lost everything. Junie's voice cracked. And I'm old enough to help stop more kids from losing everything too. You said tomorrow's children would be free. You promised. I'm holding you to that. Kai knelt down to Junie's eye level. What exactly do you think you can do in a magical battle between 3 armed forces? I can be there. I can witness. Junie's small hands clenched into fists. And I can tell you if what you're doing is actually making things better or if you're just trading one kind of hurt for another. Kids are good at that. We haven't learned to lie to ourselves yet. The room fell silent. Sage felt the archive shift inside them, responding to Junie's presence with something that felt like recognition. The child understands, it said. Better than any of you. This isn't about magic or politics or ideology. It's about whether tomorrow's children get to exist without the weight you all carry. All right, Sage said. Junie stays with us. Non-combatant, behind protective wards, but present. Sage, Kai protested. No. They're right. If we're doing this to protect children, we should have an actual child there to remind us what we're protecting. Sage looked at Junie. But you stay back. You don't engage. And if things go wrong, you run. Understand? Understood, Junie said solemnly. Vesper spread out a map of the archive's heart chamber, marking entry points and potential defensive positions. Okay. Here's what we know. Marrow plans to start the working at moonrise, exactly when the equinox peaks. Vale's forces will hit 15 minutes after, once magical activity draws their attention. We need to be in position before Marrow starts, ready to interrupt and redirect. And we need allies inside the resistance, Kai added. People who voted for complete restoration but might be persuaded to switch sides if they understand the cost. Who would listen? Indigo asked. Everyone voted. They made their choice. Not everyone. Sage thought back to the vote, remembering faces. There were people who looked conflicted. People who wanted to believe Marrow but had doubts. We need to find them. Fast. Keyes spoke up, their voice suddenly stronger. I know some. Old-timers who remember when the resistance was about survival, not perfection. They might listen if they understood that complete restoration means erasing the very identity they built through fighting. I can reach out to the moderates in council, Thane added. Politicians who want reform but are nervous about magical solutions. If I tell them Vale's planning mass identity death during a temporal working, they might send reinforcements. That still leaves us outnumbered, Kai said. Even with defections and political intervention, we're talking about stopping 3 converging forces with maybe 20 people on our side. Then we don't stop them all. Sage felt the archive's consciousness flowing through them, offering strategic insight. We let Vale and Marrow fight each other. We defend just long enough for both sides to exhaust themselves. Then, in the chaos, we redirect the working. Vesper started laughing, slightly hysterical. That's actually brilliant. Let the authoritarians and the revolutionaries destroy each other while we slip in and perform the actual solution. It's also incredibly dangerous, Thane said. You're talking about operating in an active combat zone during a reality-altering magical working. Any one of those elements could kill you. All 3 together. Will kill us, Sage finished. Probably. But it's the only option that doesn't require either giving up or becoming what we're fighting against. Indigo was already pulling up schematics on her screens. Okay. If we're doing this, we need defensive positions, magical countermeasures, and an evacuation route for non-combatants. Echo, you know Vale's tactics. How do we slow down 71 enforcers long enough to complete a partial restoration working? Bottlenecks, Echo said immediately. The archive has narrow corridors leading to the heart chamber. We block the main routes, force them into choke points where numbers don't matter as much. And we use magical suppressors. She stopped. Wait. I know where Vale keeps the suppressors. If I can steal them before the raid, we can use her own equipment against her. That requires you going back to enforcement headquarters, Kai pointed out. Where they might arrest you on sight. Then I better be fast. Echo's smile was grim. I'll go in as though I'm reporting for the raid. Grab the suppressors from the armory. Be out before anyone realizes I'm defecting. That's suicide, Indigo said. Everything about tonight is suicide. At least this way it's useful suicide. Echo stood. I'll be back in 2 hours. If I'm not, assume I'm dead and plan accordingly. She left before anyone could argue further. The room was quiet for a moment. Then Keyes broke the silence. I should prepare the ritual framework for the redirection. If Sage is channeling the archive and Marrow's already established the temporal connection, we need a structure to catch the working mid-flight and bend it toward future-only restoration. I can help with that, Vesper said. Theological binding is similar enough to temporal anchoring. We just need to create a decision point, a place where the magic can fork between complete erasure and forward-only change. They moved to a clear space, Keyes pulling out chalk and beginning to sketch complex patterns on the floor. Vesper joined them, the 2 of them falling into a technical discussion that was half prayer, half mathematics. Sage felt dizzy watching them work. This was real. This was happening. In less than 8 hours, they'd either save tomorrow's children or die trying, possibly both. Kai touched their shoulder gently. You okay? No. Definitely not okay. Sage leaned into him slightly. I'm terrified. The archive is terrified. We're all terrified and pretending to be competent. That's basically the resistance in a nutshell. Kai's voice held dark humor. Terrified people pretending competence while improvising revolution. Does it ever work? Sometimes. Usually when we're too scared to realize how impossible what we're doing is. He pulled Sage closer. You don't have to do this. We could run. Take Junie, leave the city, let Marrow and Vale fight it out. And everyone in the archive, everyone Marrow's trying to help, they'd all be erased or killed. But you'd be alive. Sage turned to look at him. Would I? If I ran, if I let this happen, could I live with that? I don't know. But I'd rather have you alive and guilt-ridden than dead and noble. Selfish. Yeah. Kai's smile was crooked. I'm very selfish about you. About us. I don't want to lose what we've built. Even though we've only really had each other for a few months. Even though this relationship is messy and new and barely figured out. Especially because of that. Because I've spent my whole life not getting to be selfish about love. Always choosing revolution over relationship, 'cause over connection. Just once, I want to choose us. Sage kissed him then, soft and desperate. Tonight, we choose both. We fight for tomorrow's children and we fight to survive so we can be together after. Deal? Deal. Indigo interrupted by clearing her throat loudly. Hate to interrupt the moment, but we've got 6 hours until moonrise and about 10,000 things to prepare. Echo's going after suppressors. Keys and Vesper are working on ritual framework. Thane's coordinating political intervention. Someone needs to contact potential allies in the resistance, someone needs to scout defensive positions in the archive, and someone needs to make sure Junie actually has protective wards that work. I'll take defensive positions, Kai said immediately. I know the archive's layout. I'll work on wards, Sage said. The archive can help me construct protections that actually hold against Vale's protocols. And I'll coordinate outreach, Indigo finished. Reach out to the conflicted voters, see who might switch sides. She looked at Junie. Which leaves you with me, kid. You're going to help me send messages and track responses. Think you can handle that? Junie nodded seriously. I can help. Good. Then let's move. We've got a revolution to hijack. 4 hours later, Sage stood in the archive's heart chamber, watching the sun set through the crystalline walls. The space had been transformed, Keys's ritual markings covered the floor in concentric circles, defensive positions were marked out with chalk and string, and Kai had rigged several improvised barriers at the main access points. Echo had returned with the magical suppressors, looking shaken but alive. Got them. And Vale's entire raid plan. She's got teams covering every entrance, time to converge on the heart chamber at moonrise plus 15 minutes. She knows we'll be here. Let her come, Vesper said. They'd changed into reinforced clothing, practical for combat, and their glyph was flickering rapidly through multiple states. We're ready. They weren't ready. Sage knew it. Everyone knew it. But they were out of time to prepare. Indigo's tablet chimed with incoming responses. 3 more defections from the resistance. People who voted for complete restoration but changed their minds after thinking about it overnight. They'll be here to help defend. That makes our forces up to what, 16 people? Kai did a quick count. Against 71 enforcers and however many resistance members still support Marrow. Plus Marrow herself, Keys added. Don't underestimate her. She's weak physically but magically. She's been channeling power for years. She'll fight to make this working happen. Sage felt the archive stirring uneasily. She's coming, it said. I can feel her approaching. She's not alone. They're here, Sage announced. Marrow and her supporters. How many? Kai asked. 43 signatures, the archive reported. Most of the resistance. They believe in her vision. So we're 16 against 43 resistance members and 71 state enforcers, Indigo said flatly. Cool. Cool. This is fine. It has to be fine, Vesper said. Because there's no other option. Junie appeared at Sage's side, small and determined. You promised tomorrow's children would be free. Are you going to keep that promise? Sage looked down at the child, orphaned, brave, carrying impossible weight. Yeah. We're going to keep that promise. Then stop looking scared. Kids need to see that adults can do hard things without falling apart. We're definitely falling apart, Kai muttered. Then fall apart after, Junie said. But right now, look strong. Even if you're faking it. Sage managed a smile. You're very wise for 7. I grew up fast. It sucks. Junie's expression was far too old for their age. But maybe tomorrow's kids won't have to. The archive's walls began to shimmer as magical energy built. Marrow was approaching, gathering power, preparing to begin. Sage could feel the fragments inside the archive responding, drawn toward the promise of release, of restoration, of finally being recognized. Do I let her try? The archive asked. Or do I refuse from the beginning? Let her start, Sage said aloud. Let her establish the connection to the past. Then I'll interrupt and redirect. We need her power, just not her method. That's dangerous. Everything about tonight is dangerous. The chamber's crystal formations began to glow. Outside, Sage could hear voices, Marrow's resistance supporters arriving, taking positions, preparing to witness what they believed would be liberation. Keys moved to stand beside Sage, their ancient hands surprisingly steady. When the moment comes, you'll feel it. The working will hit a decision point, erase or preserve. That's when you channel the archives will and choose preservation for tomorrow, erasure for no one. What if I'm not strong enough? Then we fail. And tomorrow's children stay caged. Keys's voice was matter-of-fact. But I don't think you'll fail. You've been carrying the weight of centuries for months now. You're stronger than you realize. The doors opened. Marrow walked in, surrounded by resistance members who looked at her with reverent certainty. She was dressed in formal resistance regalia, her hair braided with meaningful charms, her glyph burning bright at her throat. She looked powerful, certain, inevitable. She looked like someone who'd already won. Her eyes found Sage across the chamber. For a moment, recognition passed between them, mentor and student, revolutionary and archivist, two people who wanted the same thing but couldn't agree on the cost. I hoped you'd change your mind, Marrow said. Her voice carried through the crystalline space. I hoped you'd see that this is necessary. That complete liberation is worth any price. It's not, Sage said simply. Not this price. Then I'm sorry. Because I'm going to do this anyway. Marrow walked toward the chamber's center, where Keys's ritual markings intersected. And when it's done, when everyone is free from the moment of their birth, you'll understand. The version of you that exists in the new timeline, happy, recognized, never having to hide, that Sage will be grateful. That Sage won't be me. Exactly. They'll be better. Marrow placed her hands on the central crystal formation. Are you going to try to stop me? Yeah, Sage said. I am. Then I'll stop you first. Marrow's expression was sad but resolute. I love you, Sage. You've been like a child to me. But I love liberation more. And I'm willing to sacrifice anything, including you, to achieve it. I know, Sage said. That's the problem. Marrow began to chant, her voice low and rhythmic, calling on the archive to release what it held. The crystal formations responded immediately, light flooding the chamber, and Sage felt the archive inside them start to fracture, pull toward Marrow's will. She's strong, the archive said, almost surprised. Stronger than I expected. If she completes this. She won't, Sage said. We won't let her. But even as they said it, they felt Marrow's power growing, felt the archive responding to her call, felt reality itself beginning to shift. And outside, getting closer, Sage heard the march of 71 enforcers coming to destroy them all. The working had begun. And there was no turning back. Chapter 22, 3 Converge. The archive's heart chamber filled with light as Marrow's working gained power. Sage felt it like pressure against their skull, reality itself bending, the past reaching toward the present with desperate fingers. Around them, Marrow's supporters stood in ritual positions, channeling their own energy into the working, believing they were witnessing liberation. They had no idea what they were about to lose. Sage, Kai's voice was tight. He stood at one of the defensive positions, watching the corridor that led from the upper levels. I've got movement. Multiple signatures. Which side? Vesper called from their position near the ritual circle. Both. Sage's stomach dropped. They'd known this was coming, Vale's forces and Marrow's confrontation happening simultaneously, but knowing it and experiencing it were different things. This is chaos, the archive said inside their head. Too many forces converging. I can't track them all. Just focus on Marrow's working, Sage told it. Let me know when she reaches the decision point. Marrow's chanting grew louder. The archive's walls became translucent, showing visions of the past, suppressed identities, erased people, centuries of pain that Marrow was trying to retroactively prevent. It was beautiful and terrible, and Sage felt tears tracking down their face watching it. This was what Marrow had been carrying. This was the weight that had driven her to this desperate solution. The first explosion shattered the moment. Vale's enforcement team had breached the outer corridors, using magical explosives to blast through Kai's improvised barriers. Sage heard shouting, the distinctive crack of compliance spells, and someone screaming. They're early, Echo cursed. She'd taken a position near the main entrance, using her insider knowledge of enforcement tactics to predict their approach. Vale must have moved up her timeline. We've got maybe 5 minutes before they reach this chamber. I need more time, Marrow said without pausing her chant. The working isn't anchored yet. If they interrupt now, the magical backlash could kill everyone in the building. Then we hold them, Kai said grimly. He signaled to the handful of resistance fighters who defected to Sage's side. Form up. Choke point defense. Make them pay for every inch. They moved into position just as the first enforcers rounded the corner. The corridor exploded into chaos, compliance spells met counter-magic, physical combat broke out in the narrow space, and someone's glyph-burning protocol went off like a flashbang. Sage wanted to help, wanted to fight, but they couldn't move. Marrow's working had them pinned in place, the archive's consciousness pulled toward her spell like iron filings to a magnet. If they left the chamber now, they'd lose any chance of redirecting the working. She's reaching the first decision point, the archive said. Past or present? Erase or preserve? She's choosing erase. Not yet, Sage muttered. Wait for the right moment. Sage. Vesper called. They'd moved to help Keys reinforce the ritual framework, but their attention was split between magical theory and the combat happening just outside the chamber. If Vale's forces reach Marrow before she completes the anchoring, the temporal instability could. Another explosion cut them off. This one was bigger, closer. Sage saw one of their defenders go down, their glyph flickering as a compliance spell hit them square in the chest. Kai was in the thick of it, fighting with the desperate skill of someone who'd spent years learning to survive. He'd pulled 2 knives and was moving between enforcers like water, finding gaps in their formation, exploiting vulnerabilities Echo had identified. But there were too many. For every enforcer they stopped, 3 more appeared. Junie huddled behind a crystal formation, wide-eyed but quiet. Indigo crouched beside them, tablet in hand, trying to coordinate their scattered forces through encrypted messaging. We're getting slaughtered, Indigo reported, her voice shaking. Kai's team can't hold much longer. And I'm picking up another group of signatures. These aren't enforcers. These are resistance members loyal to Marrow, coming to defend her. 3-way battle, Sage said. Just like we predicted. Predicting it and surviving it are different things. Marrow's working surged with power. The archive inside Sage screamed as reality bent, and suddenly Sage could see both timelines simultaneously, the one that was and the one Marrow was trying to create. In the new timeline, everyone was free. Children grew up recognized. Trans people transitioned with state support. Non-binary people had language from birth. It was perfect. It was empty. Because everyone who'd fought for that freedom, everyone who'd been shaped by suffering into who they'd become, they were gone. replaced by happier versions who'd never needed to be them. Sage saw themselves in that timeline, content, stable, working a normal archival job without the weight of the archive's consciousness. That Sage had never merged with the archive because there was no resistance to join. Had never loved Kai or Vesper because the circumstances that brought them together didn't exist. That Sage was happier. That Sage was a stranger. Do you see? The archive asked. Do you understand what she's offering? Everyone here trades their hard-won identity for innocent happiness. Is that mercy or murder? I see, Sage whispered. The resistance members loyal to Marrow reached the chamber just as Vale's enforcers broke through Kai's defensive line. Suddenly, the heart chamber was full of people, all with different agendas, all willing to fight. Marrow's supporters moved to protect her, forming a human shield between the working and Vale's forces. The enforcers hesitated, unwilling to kill fellow resistance members but determined to stop the magical working that Vale had deemed an existential threat. And in the middle of it all, Sage stood frozen, feeling the archive's power building toward critical mass. Decision point approaching, the archive warned. 30 seconds. She's about to lock in complete erasure. Now, Keyes said urgently. If you're going to interrupt, it has to be now. Sage started toward Marrow, but one of her supporters blocked the way, a woman Sage vaguely recognized from resistance meetings, her face set with absolute certainty. I won't let you stop this, she said. We all voted. The resistance decided. This is happening. The resistance decided wrong, Sage said, but their voice lacked conviction. Because had they? Were Sage's philosophical objections really worth more than 43 people's desperate desire for freedom? An enforcer's spell went wide, slamming into the crystal formation beside Junie. The child screamed, and Indigo threw herself over them, taking the magical blast across her back. She went down hard, her glyph flickering. Indy. Kai broke away from his fight, trying to reach them, but 3 enforcers moved to intercept. Vesper was suddenly at Sage's side, their glyph blazing with power. I'll clear your path. Get to Marrow. Vesper, no. But they were already moving, channeling magic with a priest's precision, creating a shield that pushed back both enforcers and resistance members. Go. I'll hold them. Sage ran. Through the chaos, through the fighting, through the reality-bending light of Marrow's working. Each step felt like walking through syrup, the temporal magic making space itself unstable. Marrow saw them coming. Turned from her working just long enough to raise a hand, and suddenly Sage couldn't move. Frozen in place by a paralysis spell, so close to the ritual circle but unable to reach it. I'm sorry, Marrow said. Her face was wet with tears. I love you, Sage. But I love liberation more. Decision point in 10 seconds, the archive warned. If she completes it, I'll have to release everything. Everyone will be erased. Marrow, please, Sage gasped against the paralysis. This isn't liberation. This is just a different kind of erasure. It's mercy. Retroactive prevention of suffering. Every trans person gets to grow up recognized. Every non-binary person gets language from birth. That's worth any price. Even if the price is them. Their identities. Their choices. They'll exist. Just happier versions. That's not the same thing. Sage's voice broke. You're not offering them freedom. You're offering their children freedom by erasing the parents who fought for it. That's not mercy. That's just. A massive explosion rocked the entire archive. Director Vale had arrived personally, and she'd brought siege magic. The chamber's walls cracked. Crystal formations shattered, raining down fragments of solid memory. People scattered, seeking cover, and in the chaos Marrow's concentration broke. Her paralysis spell failed. Sage stumbled forward, reaching the ritual circle just as Vale stepped into the chamber. The director looked like fury incarnate, her glyph burning bright, her face twisted with righteous certainty. This ends now, Vale declared. All of you. Marrow, the resistance, the sympathizers. Everyone who thought they could rewrite reality to suit their deviant preferences. She raised her hands, and Sage felt massive magical power gathering. I'll burn out every error glyph in this chamber. I'll reduce you all to blank states. And then maybe this city can finally have order. You can't, Echo gasped from where she'd fallen. Director, that much power, you'll kill them. Good. Vale's smile was terrible. Let them die as warnings. Let their empty shells remind future generations that natural law cannot be defied. She released the spell. It should have killed everyone in the chamber. Should have burned through their glyphs, leaving them hollow and blank. But Keys was faster. The Elder Glyph modifier threw themselves in front of the spell, their ancient body taking the full brunt of Vale's attack. Their glyph, the one that had been flickering between states for 6 decades, suddenly stabilized, hardening into something absolute. Then it shattered. Keys collapsed, their body crumbling like paper, their identity burning away in an instant. And in the moment before they died, they looked at Sage and smiled. Now, they whispered. Do it now. While they're all distracted. While the magic is still flowing. Take the working and bend it toward tomorrow. Then they were gone. Not dead, worse than dead. Erased. Left alive but blank, their personality and identity burned away by Vale's spell. The chamber fell silent, everyone staring in horror at Keys's empty body. And Sage moved. They plunged their hands into Marrow's ritual circle, felt the archive's power flow through them, and grabbed hold of the temporal working mid-flight. It was like catching lightning, painful, impossible, burning through their nervous system. I'm here, the archive said. We're here. Do it together. Sage and the archive moved as one, their combined will bending the working away from complete erasure and toward partial restoration. The magic fought them, resisted, wanted to follow Marrow's original intent. But Sage held firm, channeling centuries of suppressed voices who whispered, we don't want to be erased. Even in salvation. Let us be remembered. Marrow screamed, feeling her working being redirected. No. That's not, you're ruining it. You're condemning people to suffering. I'm preserving their right to have suffered, Sage gasped. To have existed as they were. To have chosen their identities through fighting for them. That's cruelty dressed as philosophy. It's truth dressed as mercy. Sage's vision was going white with pain, but they held on. The past stays. All of it. All the suffering. All the resistance. All the people who fought and died to get us here. They matter. Their lives matter. We don't get to erase them just because their suffering makes us uncomfortable. The working split. Sage could feel it fracturing along the decision point, one path leading to complete erasure, the other to forward-only restoration. And the archive, speaking through Sage, chose preservation. The past remains. All the suffering. All the resistance. All the choices. But from this moment forward, from right now, errad glyphs are free. Legal. Recognized. Tomorrow's children get to grow up easy. But yesterday's survivors get to exist as they fought to become. The magic screamed as it bent to this new purpose. Reality shivered. And Sage felt every person in the chamber, every trans person, every non-binary person, every fluid person, suddenly feel their glyphs shift from illegal to recognized. Not retroactively. Not erasing their suffering. Just from now on. Just giving tomorrow's children what yesterday's survivors had to fight for. Marrow crumpled, the workings redirection breaking her control. She looked at Sage with devastated understanding. You took my salvation. You kept us all in pain. I kept you all existing, Sage said. Their voice sounded far away. As who you actually are. Not as who you might have been. Vale screamed in fury. No. This is unacceptable. I won't allow. You don't get a choice. A new voice, young and certain. Echo stepped forward, and behind her came a dozen other enforcers, young ones, who'd been watching this entire confrontation. We're done enforcing your vision of order. We choose the new world. Vale looked at her subordinates, at the younger generation choosing liberation over law, and something in her broke. She reached for Sage, a knife suddenly in her hand. If I can't stop this magically, I'll stop it physically. Junie appeared from nowhere, small body slamming into Sage's legs, pushing them out of the knife's path. The blade missed Sage. It caught Junie's shoulder instead, a glancing blow, but deep enough that the child cried out and crumpled. The chamber erupted. Enforcers grabbed Vale, dragging her back as she screamed incoherently. Resistance members rushed to Junie's side. Indigo was there instantly, Kai right behind her, Vesper already channeling healing magic with shaking hands. I'm okay, Junie gasped, face pale but eyes sharp. Did it work? Are tomorrow's kids free? Yeah, Sage said, kneeling beside them as Vesper worked to stop the bleeding. Yeah, they're free. Good. Junie's small hand gripped Sage's. Then it was worth it. Vesper's healing magic took hold, knitting flesh and stopping blood flow. You'll be fine, they said, voice tight with relief. It's not deep enough to be fatal. You'll have a scar, but you'll live. Cool, Junie said, then promptly passed out from shock and pain. Kai gathered the unconscious child carefully. We need to get them to a proper healer. Now. Chapter 23, The Working of Letting Go. Keys's body lay crumpled on the archive's floor, their identity burned away by Vale's spell, alive but empty, their glyphs shattered beyond repair. Junie lay nearby, unconscious but breathing steadily as Vesper's healing magic worked. The wound on the child's shoulder was already closing, though they'd have a scar that would last forever. Vale sat restrained against the wall, her face empty of everything except broken certainty. Around them, the chamber had descended into shocked stillness, resistance members and enforcers alike stunned by what had just happened. Marrow knelt beside Keys's empty shell, her face wet with tears. They sacrificed themselves. Gave everything to protect us. They gave us the opening we needed, Sage said quietly. The archive inside them pulsed with grief. Keys had been connected to it for 67 years. The loss reverberated through every crystalline wall. They died so we could redirect the working. And a child got hurt because of it. Marrow's voice was hollow. She looked at Junie's unconscious form. Because I pushed too hard. Because I wanted complete liberation so badly I was willing to risk everyone. The archive stirred inside Sage, its consciousness heavy with centuries of grief and Keys's fresh absence. Let me speak, it said. Let me speak through you. To her. To all of them. Sage didn't resist. They opened themselves fully, let the archive's voice pour through them, addressing everyone in the chamber. We are the archive of unwritten genders, Sage said, but it wasn't their voice anymore, it was thousands of voices, speaking as one. We hold the fragments of those who were suppressed, erased, forced into hiding. We carry their stories, their identities, their hard-won selves. Marrow looked up, her expression shifting from grief to recognition. For centuries, we have borne witness to suffering, the archive continued through Sage. We have held the weight of those who fought, who resisted, who built identities in the margins. And yes, we have wanted to undo that suffering. To reach back through time and prevent it. Then why won't you? Marrow demanded. Why won't you let me fix it? Because we asked them. The archive's presence filled the chamber, and suddenly everyone could see what Sage had seen, the fragmented consciousness of everyone who'd been suppressed, given momentary form. We asked the ones we hold, do you want to be erased and replaced with happier versions? Do you want your suffering prevented if it means your identities are unmade? Shapes appeared in the crystalline walls, memories, personalities, the ghosts of everyone who'd been forced to hide their true selves. Delian and James Brightwater, Junie's parents, appeared among them. And hundreds of others. And they said no, the archive whispered. They said, we were erased once already. We do not wish to be erased again, not even in salvation. Let the children be free. Let us be remembered. The ghosts flickered, their presence filling the chamber with tangible weight. Marrow stared at them, at the faces of everyone she'd been trying to save, and Sage saw the moment something inside her broke. I wanted to fix you, Marrow said, her voice small. I wanted to make it so you never had to suffer. So your pain meant something. Our pain means we existed, one of the fragments said, an old person, their glyph flickering between states. We fought. We resisted. We built identities in impossible conditions. That's what we did. That's who we are. You don't get to erase that just because it hurts to remember. But you deserved better. We deserved freedom. Not erasure. Not even merciful erasure. Another fragment, younger. Our children deserve freedom without having to fight. But we deserve to exist while we fought. And you were going to take that from us. Marrow's shoulders shook with sobs. I wanted to not have suffered for nothing. I wanted all this pain to be retroactively unnecessary. You wanted to be a hero who saved everyone, Vesper said softly. They'd stopped trying to heal Junie, the child's breathing had steadied into something peaceful, if shallow. But some people can't be saved backwards. Only forward. Marrow looked at Vesper, then at Sage, then at all the resistance members who'd supported her vision. I became the thing I was fighting. I was going to erase people without their consent because I thought I knew better. Her voice broke. I was going to be Veil. Just with better intentions. Intent doesn't matter if the outcome is the same, Echo said quietly. She'd moved away from Veil, leaving the director to other enforcers. You were going to unmake people. That's what Veil does. That's what the system does. You were just going to do it with love instead of hate. The fragments in the walls began to fade, their message delivered. Delian and James Brightwater appeared briefly among them, Junie's parents, their forms made of light and memory, but they simply smiled sadly at their unconscious child before dissolving back into the archive's consciousness. Marrow sat back, her shoulders shaking. I became the thing I was fighting. I was going to erase people without their consent because I thought I knew better. Her voice broke. I was going to be Veil. Just with better intentions. Intent doesn't matter if the outcome is the same, Echo said quietly. She'd moved away from Veil, leaving the director to other enforcers. You were going to unmake people. That's what Veil does. That's what the system does. You were just going to do it with love instead of hate. Kai knelt beside Junie, checking their pulse. They're stable. Vesper's magic worked. They'll wake up soon. With a scar they'll carry forever, Marrow said. Another child marked by our fight. But alive, Sage said. And free. Growing up in a world where their glyph is legal, where they don't have to hide. They looked at Marrow. That's what you built. Not perfect salvation, but real liberation. For them. For all of tomorrow's children. Vesper moved to Marrow's side, knelt down, wrapped their arms around her. You didn't fail. You built the resistance that made this possible. You saved lives. You fought for decades. That matters. And look, they gestured at Junie's sleeping form. This child is alive. Hurt, but alive. Growing up in the world you helped create. It's not enough. It never is. But it's what we have. Vesper's voice was gentle but firm. Tomorrow's children get to grow up free. They get to be recognized from birth. That's your legacy, Marrow. Not saving the dead, but making sure fewer people die going forward. Junie stirred slightly, their breathing evening out into peaceful sleep. The wound on their shoulder was closed, leaving only a thin pink line that would fade to a scar over time. Sage stood, their legs shaking. The archive's consciousness receded, leaving them alone in their own head for the first time in hours. They felt hollowed out, exhausted beyond measure, but also deeply relieved. Junie would live. The child would grow up in the world they just created. Kai appeared at their side, blood on his clothes, his face drawn but hopeful. Is it done? The working? Yeah. It's done. Glyphs are legal now. Recognized. Free. From this moment forward. And the past? Stays. All of it. Sage looked at Kiza's empty shell, at Junie sleeping peacefully, at Vale being restrained by her own enforcers. All the suffering. All the choices. Keys gave their life to protect that truth. We can't waste their sacrifice. Was it worth it? Sage didn't know how to answer that. Was preserving historical truth worth Kiza's life? Was respecting the agency of the dead worth letting people carry their scars? Ask me in 10 years, they said finally. When tomorrow's children are grown. When we can see if we chose right. Counselor Thane stepped forward, her political composure barely holding. I need to know what happens now. Legally. Politically. You've just fundamentally altered the glyph system without any governmental approval. I can spin this as reform or revolution, but I need to know which. Reform, Sage said tiredly. Tell them it's reform. Tell them the system was updated to recognize previously errored glyphs. Make it sound bureaucratic and boring. And Vale? They all looked at the director. She'd gone completely blank, her certainty shattered by watching a child nearly die protecting the very people she'd tried to erase. Echo stood over her, looking at her former mentor with an expression of complicated grief. Vale tried to murder people, Echo said. She tried to commit mass identity erasure. She nearly killed a child. She's done. Finished. Whatever trial she gets, she's not walking away from this. Will you testify? Thane asked. Echo nodded slowly. Yeah. I'll testify. About everything. About the system's corruption, about the erasures, about all of it. She looked at the other young enforcers who'd defected. We all will. It's time someone from inside the system told the truth about what we've been doing. That will destroy the entire enforcement apparatus, Thane warned. Good. Echo's voice was certain. Let it burn. Build something better from the ashes. Indigo appeared, limping but alive, her tablet still clutched in one hand. I've been monitoring citywide communications. The workings effects are spreading. Every errored glyph in the city just became legal simultaneously. People are freaking out. In a good way, mostly. But there's confusion, panic, some violence. We need to get ahead of the narrative, Thane said. Make an official statement before rumors spiral into chaos. Not we. Sage looked at the counselor. You. You're the political face of this. You explained to the city that reform happened. That the glyph system was always meant to evolve with understanding. That this is progress, not revolution. And you? We stay in the shadows where we've always been. Sage looked around the chamber, at the resistance members, at the defected enforcers, at Marrow still holding Junie's body. We're not heroes. We're just people who refuse to let the past be erased. Tell whatever story keeps the city stable. The archive pulsed inside Sage, a question forming. What about me? What do I become now? Do I keep holding fragments, or do I release them? Keep them, Sage said aloud. Keep holding everyone who was suppressed, everyone who fought, everyone who died to get us here. Be our memory. Be our witness. Don't let us forget what it cost to arrive at tomorrow. Even when remembering hurts. Especially when remembering hurts. Marrow finally spoke, her voice hollow. What do I do now? I've spent 40 years fighting for this moment. I plan to die achieving complete liberation. Now I get to live in partial success, watching a child recover from a wound they took because of my choices. I don't know how to exist like this. Vesper touched her shoulder gently. You learn. You grieve. You accept that you saved who you could, including Junie, who's alive because we stopped you from erasing them. And you live with the weight of Keys, who gave everything to protect that truth. That sounds like torture. It is. But it's honest torture. Real pain for real losses. Not the abstract suffering you were trying to erase. Kai helped Sage toward the chamber's exit while Indigo carefully lifted Junie into her arms, the child still unconscious but breathing steadily. Come on. We all need healers. Proper ones. And rest. Keys. Is gone. And there's nothing we can do for them except remember. So let's make sure we survive to do that remembering. And that Junie heals properly. As they walked out of the heart chamber, Sage took one last look back. At Marrow still kneeling where Keys's body lay, processing impossible grief. At the fragments flickering in the crystalline walls, centuries of suppressed identities, finally being remembered instead of erased. At the cost of partial liberation measured in one life lost and one child scarred but alive. At the price of tomorrow. It wasn't enough. It would never be enough. But it was what they had. And somehow, impossibly, they'd have to learn to live with that. Chapter 24, Tomorrow, but not yesterday. The working took 3 hours to complete fully. Sage sat in a corner of the medical wing where they'd brought Junie and the other wounded, too exhausted to move, watching as the magic spread through the city like ripples on water. Every errored glyph shifted from illegal to recognized. Every person who'd been hiding their truth felt it suddenly become safe to be seen. Junie slept in a nearby bed, their shoulder bandaged, their small face peaceful. The healers had confirmed what Vesper's emergency magic had suggested, the wound wasn't life-threatening. A deep cut, yes. A scar they'd carry forever, yes. But survivable. Indigo sat vigil beside the child, her hand gentle on their uninjured arm. They're going to be okay, she said quietly when she noticed Sage watching. The healers said they'll wake up soon. The archive showed Sage glimpses of the city adjusting, a teenager in the lower districts looking at their fluid glyph with wonder instead of fear. An old person finally wearing their non-binary markers openly after decades of hiding. A trans man walking into a state office and having his glyph read as simply male, without qualifiers or asterisks. And there, in a vision of potential futures, Junie at 12, arguing politics at a dinner table with 3 adults who loved them. Alive. Free. Carrying a scar on their shoulder but unburdened by the weight that had crushed previous generations. Small moments of liberation. Partial freedom. Not retroactive. Not erasing the suffering that came before. Just from now on. Vesper sat beside Sage in the medical wing's waiting area, their glyphs cycling through forms with visible relief, masculine, feminine, neutral, flowing freely for the first time without needing to hide each shift. It worked. It actually worked. Keys is dead, Sage said flatly. Junie's hurt. The price was high. But not as high as Marrow's version would have been. Vesper's voice was gentle but firm. Marrow would have erased everyone who fought. Every trans person who built their identity through resistance. Every non-binary person who learned their truth through hiding. Everyone. We would have all stopped existing as ourselves. Including Junie, the Junie who exists right now, who made brave choices, who saved you from Vale's knife. Instead, Keys died and Junie will carry a scar for life. Gets to carry a scar, Vesper corrected quietly. Gets to exist. Gets to grow up in the world we just created, marked by the fight but alive and free. They glanced toward the bed where Junie slept. You can't separate who we are from how we became who we are. Marrow tried. And it would have been erasure dressed as mercy. Kai appeared with water, pressed a cup into Sage's hands. Drink. You look like you're about to dissolve into the floor. Sage drank mechanically. The water tasted like nothing. Everything tasted like nothing. They'd just helped reshape reality and all they could feel was numb grief mixed with fragile relief. Marrow left, Kai said quietly. Took Keys's body. Said she needed time to process. To grieve. To figure out how to live with what she tried to do and what Keys paid to stop it. Will she come back? I don't know. Maybe. Eventually. When she's ready to accept that she doesn't get to be the hero who saved everyone. Kai sat down heavily. Echoes coordinating the political aftermath. Vale's in custody. The younger enforcers are testifying about systematic abuses. It's actually changing things. The whole system is cracking. Is that good or bad? Both. Always both. Kai managed a tired smile. But it's change. Real change. Not magical do-over change, but actual societal transformation. That's what we fought for, right? Sage didn't answer. They were too busy listening to the archive inside their head, thousands of voices, all responding to the working's completion. Some were grateful. Some were angry that full restoration had been prevented. Some were just sad. We're still here, they said collectively. Still suppressed. Still fragmented. Still carrying the weight of what was done to us. I'm sorry, Sage whispered. I know you wanted full liberation. Retroactive justice. I know. Don't apologize, one of the fragments said. An elder voice, patient and kind. You gave us something better than erasure. You gave us memory. You let us matter as we actually were, not as we might have been. That's what we needed. But you suffered. We suffered. Yes. And that suffering made us who we are. Another voice, younger. I hate that I had to fight. I hate that I was forced to hide. But the person I became through fighting? Through hiding? That's me. Really me. Not some hypothetical better version. Me. Keys died for that truth, Sage said, tears tracking down their face. Junie was hurt protecting it. The cost. Keys chose their sacrifice, a third voice said gently. And Junie chose to push you out of harm's way. Those choices matter. They made those choices because they valued truth over comfort, existence over erasure. Honor that. Don't diminish it by wishing it hadn't happened. The archive's consciousness wrapped around Sage like a warm embrace. You did the hard thing. You chose truth over comfort. Memory over erasure. That's all anyone can ask. It doesn't feel like enough. It never does. But it's what we have. And we're grateful. Counselor Thane entered the chamber, looking harried but purposeful. I need to brief you on the political situation. It's complicated. Everything's complicated, Sage said without moving. Yes, but this is specifically complicated in ways that affect immediate survival. Thane pulled out a tablet, started scrolling through reports. The good news, most of the city is accepting the glyph system change as official reform. People are confused but not rioting. The council is spinning it as expanded recognition protocols, which sounds bureaucratic enough to be boring. And the bad news? Vale's faction isn't giving up quietly. They're demanding investigations, claiming the working was illegal, trying to get the changes reversed. Thane's expression was grim. I can hold them off politically, but they're going to make noise. Possibly for years. Let them make noise, Vesper said. They already lost. They just haven't accepted it yet. There's more. Thane hesitated. There are bodies. Keys, 17 resistance members who died in the fighting, 22 enforcers. And one child recovering in the medical wing who will carry scars from tonight. We need to decide how to handle the memorial. State burial? Resistance memorial? Something else? Sage forced himself to think through the exhaustion. Mixed memorial. Resistance and enforcers together. We say they all died during the transition to the new system. We don't make heroes or villains. We just remember. That's politically risky. Makes it look like both sides were equally valid. Both sides were equally human. Both sides had people who believed they were doing right. Some were more wrong than others, but they all deserved to be remembered as people, not symbols. Sage's voice was firm despite the exhaustion. If we're going to build a better system, we start by acknowledging everyone's humanity. Even the people who fought against us. Thane nodded slowly. I'll make it happen. It'll be controversial, but it's the right call. She left to coordinate the politics. Sage, Kai, and Vesper sat in the chamber, too tired to move, processing what they'd just survived. We're alive, Vesper said eventually. That's unexpected. Almost disappointing, Kai added with dark humor. I'd made peace with dying heroically. Now I have to figure out how to live. Living's harder, Sage agreed. They sat in silence for a while. Then Vesper spoke again, their voice soft. What happens to us now? To the three of us? We've been so focused on the revolution that we never talked about after. I don't know, Sage admitted. I don't know if we stay together. Don't know if this relationship was just proximity and crisis or if it's something that survives peace. I want it to survive, Kai said immediately. I want us. Deliberately. Not just because we were fighting together but because I choose you both. Because I want to build something that isn't about revolution. That's just about us. Me too, Vesper said. But I'm scared. I'm scared we won't know how to be together when we're not united against something. I'm scared the things that drew us together will disappear when there's no external enemy. Then we figure it out, Sage said. We choose each other deliberately, even when it's hard. Even when it would be easier to drift apart. They looked at their partners, these people they'd fallen in love with during the most intense months of their life. We fought for tomorrow's children to have choices. Maybe we deserve choices too. Including the choice to stay together even though the crisis is over. Radical, Kai said softly. Revolutionary, Vesper agreed. They helped each other stand, three people exhausted beyond measure, leaning on each other for support. As they walked out of the archive, Sage felt the building shift around them, no longer a prison of suppressed memories, now just a library. The consciousness receded into dormancy, content to be simple stone and crystal again. Will you still visit? The archive asked as they left. Will you still remember? Every day, Sage promised. Someone has to bear witness. Might as well be me. Outside the medical wing, dawn was breaking over the floating city. The streets were full of people, some celebrating, some confused, many just standing and feeling their glyphs pulse with new legality. Tomorrow's children weren't children yet, but the foundation for their freedom had been laid. Not perfect freedom. Not complete liberation. Just enough. Just barely enough. Inside, Junie stirred and opened their eyes. They looked around groggily, saw Sage and the polycule watching, and managed a weak smile. Did it work? They asked, voice hoarse. Yeah, Sage said, moving to their bedside. It worked. Every arid glyph in the city is legal now. Tomorrow's kids will grow up free. Good. Junie touched their bandaged shoulder gingerly. This is gonna be a cool scar, right? The coolest, Kai said, his voice tight with relief. You saved Sage's life. You're a hero. I'm tired, Junie said. And hungry. Can we get food? The mundane request made everyone laugh, exhausted, relieved laughter that released some of the tension they'd been carrying. Yeah, Vesper said. We can get food. Whatever you want. Pancakes, Junie decided. With the archive glyphs on them in syrup. To celebrate. Outside the window, Sage saw people reacting to the change. A young person staring at their non-binary glyph with wonder, touching it like they couldn't quite believe it was real. A trans woman walking with her shoulders back for the first time, no longer hiding. A family with a fluid child who they no longer had to protect from state enforcement. Small moments. Incremental freedom. The beginning of tomorrow, while still carrying yesterday's weight. It's not enough, Sage said quietly, watching Junie drift back to sleep. Keys is dead. People are scarred. It'll never be enough. No, Vesper agreed. But it's something. And something is better than nothing. And Junie is alive. That has to count for something. Is partial liberation worth the cost? Ask me in 10 years, Kai said softly. When Junie is 17 and arguing with us about how we didn't do enough. When tomorrow's children are old enough to tell us if we chose right. They stood together in the medical wing, 3 people who'd tried to save everyone and had only managed to save tomorrow. Who'd chosen preservation over erasure, memory over comfort, truth over mercy. Who'd let Keys die rather than erase everyone. Who'd let Junie be hurt rather than unmake them into a safer version. It hurt. It would always hurt. But Junie was breathing. Tomorrow's children would grow up free. And somewhere in that incomplete victory, Sage found something that might eventually become peace. Not today. Maybe not for years. But eventually. When Junie grew up and proved that partial liberation was enough to let children thrive. When the people who'd fought could see their sacrifice honored without being erased to make their suffering retroactively unnecessary. When memory and freedom coexisted without one having to destroy the other. Tomorrow was coming. It always did. And this time, thanks to the hard choice to preserve yesterday while freeing tomorrow, it might actually be better. Sage watched Junie sleep, their small chest rising and falling steadily, and hoped they'd all survive long enough to see it. Chapter 25, Living in the Gap. 2 months after the equinox working, Sage stood in the archive cataloging a glyph that didn't need to be hidden. The work felt strange. For 4 years, every documentation had been an act of complicity, filing people for correction, marking them for erasure, carrying the weight of institutional violence. Now they were simply cataloging. Recording identities that were legal, recognized, free. It was boring. It was also the first time in years that Sage's work didn't make them want to dissolve into the floor. Subject 5847, they murmured, entering data into the system. Glyph classification, fluid spectrum, cycling between masculine and neutral presentations. Status, recognized. No correction needed. The last line still felt surreal. No correction needed. Words they'd never been allowed to write before the working. Words that had cost Keys their life and Junie a scar to earn. The archive hummed quietly around them, its consciousness dormant but present. It didn't speak as much anymore, not since releasing the temporal workings power. Most days it just was. A library. Stone and crystal and memory, without the desperate urgency that had defined it before liberation. Are you bored? The archive asked suddenly. Yeah, Sage admitted. Is that wrong? People died for this. Keys died for this. And I'm bored. Good boring or bad boring? Sage considered. Good boring. Safe boring. The kind of boring that means no one's dying. Then being bored is success, the archive said. You fought for the right to have boring work. Don't feel guilty about achieving it. Footsteps echoed on the stone stairs. Vesper appeared, looking tired but more settled than they'd been in months. Their glyph was cycling visibly today, masculine in the morning, shifting toward feminine now in the afternoon light. Hey, they said. You about done? Kai's making dinner and Junie's helping, which means the kitchen is probably on fire. Junie's okay with fire magic now? No, which is why I'm worried. Vesper smiled. But they're happy. Excited about learning. It's strange. Watching a 7-year-old just exist without being terrified. Sage saved their work, stood, stretched. Their bodies still ached in places where magic had burned through during the working. The healer said it would fade eventually. Sage wasn't sure they wanted it to. The pain was a reminder that they'd done something real. They walked home together through the floating city's early evening streets. The changes were subtle but everywhere, people wearing their glyphs openly, couples of all gender combinations walking hand in hand without fear, children with fluid presentations playing in the parks. Small liberations. Incremental freedom. Not everything Marrow had wanted, but something. I saw her today, Vesper said as they walked. Marrow. At the support group for elders. Sage's stomach tightened. How is she? Struggling. Vesper's voice was gentle. She's in a group for older trans people, queer elders who built the resistance in its early days. And she can't stop talking about how she wanted to erase their suffering. How she wanted to give them retroactively safe childhoods. What do they say? They tell her to shut up. Vesper laughed, but it was fond. One of them, Ash, I think their name is, they said, I didn't survive 50 years of state violence so you could decide my survival wasn't valid. I wanted safety, not erasure. Learn the difference. That must have hurt. It did. But it's what she needed to hear. Vesper squeezed Sage's hand. She's learning. Slowly. How to be a cautionary tale instead of a savior. How to accept that her suffering did mean something. It built the resistance that made tomorrow possible, even though it didn't need to happen. Will she be okay? Eventually. Maybe. She's seeing a therapist now. Working through 40 years of trauma and the fact that she nearly destroyed everyone to avoid dealing with it. Vesper paused. Echo visits her sometimes. The two of them talk about being people who believed their cause was righteous enough to justify anything. It's heavy. But honest. They reached their building, a modest apartment in the mid-district that the three of them had rented together a month ago. Before that, they'd been crashing in safe houses, unable to settle, still operating on resistance logistics. The decision to get a place together had been terrifying. What if we only work under crisis conditions? Sage had asked when Vesper suggested it. Then we figure that out, Vesper had said. But we try first. The apartment smelled like smoke and spices when they entered. Kai stood at the stove, looking harried, while Junie perched on the counter narrating every cooking decision with the confidence of someone who'd never cooked anything in their life. And then you add the pepper flakes, Junie was saying, but not too many because Sage doesn't like spicy things even though spicy food is objectively better. I like spicy food just fine, Sage protested. You cried eating mild salsa, Junie said. I had something in my eye. You have weak taste buds. It's okay. We still love you. Kai shot Sage a look that said help me, but also isn't this incredible? It was incredible. And terrifying. And domestic in ways none of them knew how to process. Junie had been released from the hospital after a week, their shoulder healing cleanly despite the scar. The state had wanted to put them in institutional care. Orphaned children without living relatives went to state facilities. But Counselor Thane had quietly pulled strings, and suddenly Junie was in temporary kinship care with Sage, Kai, and Vesper pending formal adoption proceedings. Which they hadn't discussed yet. Which was hanging over all of them like unspoken weight. Dinner in 10, Kai announced. Junie, get down before you fall and give us all heart attacks. I have good balance, Junie said, but climbed down anyway. They ate at the small table in the kitchen, the four of them, cramped but together. Junie talked non-stop about the glyph assignment ceremony they'd attended today with Vesper. There was this kid, maybe 6. And their glyph came through as triaspect, masculine, feminine, and something the ceremony master couldn't categorize. And you know what happened? Junie's eyes were bright. Nothing. The master just wrote it down as triaspect, requires further study, and moved on. No correction. No fear. The kid was smiling. That's how it should work, Vesper said quietly. I know. But it's weird, right? Like, I know that's the world you all fought for, but seeing it happen is different than knowing it intellectually. Junie poked at their food. Do you ever get jealous? That I get to grow up easy when you didn't? The question hung in the air. Sage, Kai, and Vesper exchanged glances. Yeah, Kai said finally. Sometimes. It's not rational, but yeah. I get jealous of you, Junie said matter-of-factly. You got to fight for something important. You got to be heroes. I just get to exist. Which is better, obviously, but it doesn't feel as meaningful. Existing is the meaning, Sage said. The fact that you get to be bored and normal and complain about school, that's the whole point. We didn't fight so you could be heroes too. We fought so you wouldn't have to be. Junie considered this. That's going to take me a while to really understand, isn't it? Probably, Vesper said. And that's okay. You get to take your time figuring things out. That's another thing we fought for, the luxury of slow growth. After dinner, Junie disappeared to do homework. The three adults cleaned up in comfortable silence, the kind that came from months of learning each other's rhythms. We need to talk about the adoption, Kai said finally, putting away the last dish. Yeah, Sage agreed. They moved to the small living room, arranged themselves on the couch, Sage in the middle, Vesper and Kai on either side. Physical closeness had become easier over the past 2 months. Not perfect, still sometimes awkward, but easier. Do we want this? Vesper asked. Really want it? Not because Junie needs parents and we feel obligated, but because we actually want to raise a child together? Silence. I do, Kai said. I spent my whole life focused on survival, on the next fight, on staying alive long enough to see liberation. And now liberation is here, partial and imperfect, and I have to figure out what I want beyond survival. And I want this. I want us. I want to give Junie the childhood none of us got. I want it too, Vesper said. But I'm scared. I'm scared I'll project my damage onto them. I'm scared I'll try to prepare them for dangers that don't exist anymore. I'm scared I'll fuck them up in new and creative ways. We'll definitely fuck them up, Sage said. That's parenting. The question is whether we fuck them up less than the state would, and whether we love them enough to help them deal with the ways we inevitably damage them. That's bleak, Vesper said. It's honest. Sage leaned back. I want this too. I want to give Junie a home. I want to learn how to be a person outside of resistance work. Their voice cracked slightly. I want to prove that partial liberation is enough. That you don't need to erase the past to build a livable future. And raising a kid who gets to grow up free while knowing what we survived to make that freedom possible, that feels like proof. So we're doing this, Kai said. We're doing this, Vesper confirmed. We're terrible at this and we're doing it anyway, Sage added. They sat together, processing the weight of choosing parenthood. Choosing each other. Choosing to build something beyond survival. There's a ceremony, Vesper said after a while. A community-recognized adoption ritual. Not state-sanctioned, we don't trust the state, but recognized by the resistance, by the queer community, by people we actually respect. Where? Sage asked. In the archive. If you're okay with that. It's the closest thing we have to sacred space. Sage thought about it. The archive, the place where they'd worked for 4 years cataloging people for destruction. The place where they'd merged with centuries of suppressed consciousness. The place where they'd fought Marrow and redirected the working. The place where everything had changed. Yeah, they said. The archive works. Vesper pulled out a tablet, started scrolling through notes. I've been researching adoption ceremonies, historical ones, contemporary ones, queer variations. We'd need to write vows. Promises to Junie and promises from Junie. Make it reciprocal, not just adults claiming a child but everyone choosing each other. What kind of vows? Kai asked. Truth, Vesper said simply. No promises we can't keep. No pretending we're going to be perfect parents or that Junie's life will be easy or that love fixes everything. Just honest acknowledgement of what we're committing to. They spent the next hour drafting. Crossing out lines that sounded too heroic, too self-sacrificing, too perfect. Landing on something that felt true, sage, I can't give you the past I wanted. I can't protect you from knowing what we survived to get here. But I promise you'll never have to apologize for existing. I promise your joy won't be conditional. I promise when you're older and angry that we didn't fix everything, I'll listen. Kai, I promise to let you be easy when I never got to be. I promise not to resent your freedom. I promise when I tell you stories about the resistance, I'll also tell you their stories, history, not instruction manual. You get to be something we couldn't even imagine. Vesper, I promise to keep changing so you can see it's okay to change. I promise when you find the ways we're still broken, you can say so. I promise the world we gave you isn't finished, you get to shape it too. We're not heroes you have to live up to. We're just people who tried. They looked at the words on the screen, imperfect, honest, heavy with the weight of commitment. Junie needs to write something too, Sage said. Something they want to promise us. We'll ask them tomorrow, Vesper said. The next morning, over breakfast, they broached the subject carefully. We want to adopt you, Kai said without preamble. Formally. Permanently. Make you legally ours and us legally yours. Junie looked up from their cereal. Okay. Just okay? Sage asked. Were you expecting dramatic tears or something? Junie smiled. I've been waiting for you all to figure out you wanted this. It's been obvious for weeks. How is it obvious? Vesper asked. You rearranged the apartment to give me the bigger bedroom. You learned how to make the specific kind of pancakes I like. You all show up to my school things even though you're clearly uncomfortable around state institutions. Junie shrugged. Also, you look at me the way my birth parents used to. Like I'm worth protecting. The simple observation made all three adults tear up. So yeah, Junie continued, I want to be adopted. I want this to be permanent. They paused, suddenly shy. I want to call you my parents. If that's okay. It's okay, Sage managed. There's a ceremony, Vesper explained. In the archive. We write vows to each other. Promise to show up, to try, to be family. You'd need to write something too. What kind of something? What you want to promise us. What you want from this family. Junie thought for a moment. Then, I promise to remember you told me this stuff was hard. And I promise to be happy anyway. Is that okay? Kai made a sound that might have been a laugh or a sob. Yeah. That's perfect. They set the date for the ceremony, 2 weeks out. Sent invitations to the Resistance Network, to friends, to the small community they'd built. Marrow accepted her invitation with a note, I'd like to attend. If that's okay. I need to see what comes next. What we actually built. Indigo confirmed immediately, adding, I'm bringing supplies. This is definitely going to make everyone cry and I'm prepared. Echo sent a brief message, we'll be there. Bringing Vale's arrest record as a gift. Figured the kid should know the person who hurt them is never getting out. And slowly, piece by piece, they built toward the ceremony. Toward making their improvised family official. Toward choosing each other not because crisis demanded it but because they wanted to. 3 weeks after the equinox working, Sage stood in the archive at dusk, watching as Vesper and Kai set up chairs and Indigo strung lights through the crystal formations. Junie ran around, excitement making them bounce, occasionally touching their scarred shoulder as if to remind themselves this was real. You ready for this? Kai asked, appearing at Sage's side. No, Sage admitted. I have no idea how to be a parent. I'm barely figuring out how to be a person. That's the spirit. Kai's smile was crooked. We're going to be so bad at this. The worst, Sage agreed. But we're going to try anyway. Yeah. We're going to try anyway. Tomorrow they'd make it official. Tomorrow they'd stand in front of community and make promises they weren't sure they could keep but were going to try to anyway. Tomorrow they'd prove that partial liberation was enough to build a family. Not a perfect family. Not an easy family. But a real one. Built on choice, not necessity. Built on truth, not fantasy. Built on the fragile hope that broken people could raise a free child without breaking them the same way. Sage watched Junie laugh at something Indigo said, watched Vesper adjust the ceremonial setup with careful precision, watched Kai organize chairs with the same focus he used to bring to smuggling operations. And thought, this might actually work. It probably wouldn't. They'd probably fuck it up in countless ways. But they were going to try. And trying, Sage was learning, was sometimes enough. Chapter 26, The Ceremony of Choosing. The archive's heart chamber had been transformed. Indigo had strung lights through the crystal formations, making them glow soft and warm instead of the harsh clinical light of the working 2 months ago. Someone, probably Vesper, had brought in flowers, real ones from the surface gardens, arranged in clusters around the ritual space. Chairs were set up in concentric circles, resistance style, no hierarchies or rows. About 30 people had come. Not a huge gathering, but right-sized for what this was, intimate, sacred, chosen. Sage stood at the edge of the chamber, wearing the nicest clothes they owned, simple, dark, their glyph visible at their throat for the first time in public. It pulsed gently, the same error pattern they'd been hiding for years, now legal and recognized. Kai adjusted his collar nervously. He'd gotten new clothes for the ceremony too, not fancy, but clean and well-fitted, making him look solid and present instead of like someone ready to run. His glyph showed clear masculine presentation without asterisks or qualifiers. Vesper cycled through their glyph states visibly, letting the shifts show instead of hiding them. Today they were starting masculine but already beginning to flow toward neutral. Their ceremonial robes, actual priest robes they'd repurposed, cutting off the state symbols and adding resistance markers, made them look both official and subversive. Junie stood between the 3 adults, wearing a new outfit they'd picked out themselves, practical pants, a bright shirt, and a jacket covered in buttons and pins representing different glyph variations. Their scarred shoulder showed through a deliberately short sleeve, they'd refused to cover it. It's part of the story, they'd said. Why hide it? Everyone ready? Vesper asked quietly. No, Sage, Kai, and Junie said in unison. Perfect. Let's do this anyway. They walked to the center of the chamber together. The gathering quieted. Sage saw familiar faces, Indigo in the front row, looking uncomfortable in anything resembling ceremony but present anyway. Echo standing in the back, her former enforcer rigid posture slowly relaxing. Counselor Thane in practical political attire, her presence a statement that this adoption had official recognition even if the state wasn't directly involved. And Marrow. Sitting off to one side, looking older than Sage remembered, her face holding complicated grief and something that might eventually become peace. Vesper stepped forward. As the most theologically trained, they'd offered to officiate. We're here to witness a choosing, they said. Their voice carried through the crystal chamber without amplification, the archive itself seemed to help. Not a claiming, not a rescue, but a mutual choice. 4 people deciding to be family. Choosing each other deliberately, with full knowledge of how broken they all are. A few people laughed quietly. Sage, Kai, and I are not perfect parents, Vesper continued. We're barely functional adults. We carry trauma we're still unpacking. We have skills built for resistance that don't translate to peacetime. We're going to mess this up in countless ways. Encouraging, Junie muttered, but they were smiling. But we're going to try, Vesper said. And Junie, they looked at the child, is going to hold us accountable when we mess up. Because this is reciprocal. We're not saving you. You're not fixing us. We're just choosing to be family because we want to be. Vesper gestured for Sage to step forward. Sage's hands were shaking. Public speaking had never been their strength. But these words needed to be said. Out loud. In front of witnesses. Junie, they started, then had to clear their throat. I can't give you the past I wanted. I can't protect you from knowing what we survived to get here. The world is still broken in a lot of ways. You're still going to face prejudice and difficulty and pain. Junie watched them with steady eyes. But I promise you'll never have to apologize for existing. I promise your joy won't be conditional. I promise when you're older and angry that we didn't fix everything, when you're 17 and yelling at us about all the ways we failed, I'll listen. Sage's voice cracked. I promise to let you be angry at us without making you feel guilty for it. Because you deserve better than what we got. And acknowledging that doesn't erase what we survived, it honors it. They stepped back. Kai stepped forward. He looked terrified. Kai, who'd smuggled people through enforcement checkpoints without flinching, who'd fought state agents with casual competence, looked absolutely terrified to make promises to a 7-year-old. I promised to let you be easy when I never got to be, he said. His voice was rough. I promise not to resent your freedom. I promise when I tell you stories about the resistance, because I will, because I can't not talk about it, I'll also tell you their stories. History. Not an instruction manual. Not pressure to be as brave as we had to be. He paused, gathering himself. You get to be something we couldn't even imagine, Kai continued. You get to be soft and safe and you get to have dreams that aren't about survival. And I promise to celebrate that instead of feeling like you're wasting the freedom we bought you. Your boring, normal life is the whole point. I promise to remember that. Vesper went next, their glyphs shifting mid-speech from neutral toward feminine. I promise to keep changing so you can see it's okay to change, they said. I promise when you find the ways we're still broken, and you will, you can say so. You're allowed to point out our damage without being responsible for fixing it. You're a kid. You get to just be a kid. Their voice wavered. I promise the world we gave you isn't finished. You get to shape it too. We're not heroes you have to live up to. We didn't do this perfectly. We left a lot of work undone. And you get to look at what we built and say, that's not good enough, and demand better. Vesper smiled through tears. You get to critique us. You get to surpass us. You get to be angry that we didn't do more. And that's okay. That's healthy. That's proof we succeeded. Then Junie stepped forward. The child looked tiny in the archive's vast space, but their voice was clear. I promise to remember you told me this stuff was hard. I promise to try not to judge you for being damaged when you had to be damaged to survive what you survived. Junie touched their scarred shoulder. And I promise to be happy anyway, they said. Even though my birth parents are dead. Even though I carry this scar. Even though I know terrible things happened to get to where we are now. I promise to find joy and silliness and the kind of boring normal life you're trying to give me. Not to prove you were right. Just because that's what you fought for, and the best way to honor that is to actually live it. Their voice got smaller. Is that okay? That I'm going to be happy even though people died? Yeah, Sage said, voice thick. That's perfect. That's the whole point. Vesper pulled out a small ceremonial knife, nothing dramatic, just a clean blade that had been blessed by the remnants of the Resistance's spiritual practitioners. In traditional adoptions, we'd cut and mix blood. I don't want to do that to a child, so we're modifying the ritual. They pricked their own finger, let a single drop of blood fall onto a piece of paper that held all 4 written vows. Kai and Sage did the same. Then Vesper looked at Junie. You don't have to. I want to match, Junie said. They held out their finger. Vesper pricked it gently, and Junie's blood joined the others on the paper. The archive hummed. Not speaking, just acknowledging. These vows were now part of its memory. Part of the permanent record of what came after liberation. I declare this family formed, Vesper said. Their voice carried absolute certainty. Not by blood or state approval, but by choice. Witnessed by community. Sealed by honesty. Sacred because you chose each other with open eyes. The chamber erupted in cheers and applause. People were crying, not sad tears, but the complicated emotional mess that came from watching broken people commit to trying anyway. Indigo was crying and looked annoyed about it. I told you I brought supplies, she said, pulling out tissues and passing them around. Marrow approached slowly. She looked at Junie, then at the polycule. "May I?" she asked. "Yeah," Sage said. Marrow knelt down to Junie's eye level. "I'm Marrow. I tried to bring your parents back by rewriting history. These three stopped me." "I know," Junie said. "Sage told me." "Are you angry at them? For keeping your parents dead?" Junie considered this seriously. "Sometimes. But mostly I'm glad they kept me existing as me. And my parents," they touched the air, as if feeling for ghosts. "My parents are still real. In my memory. In the stories people tell. That's better than versions of them who never had to fight." Marrow made a sound like something breaking. "You're 7 years old and you understand this better than I did at 58. "I have good teachers," Junie said simply. Marrow stood, looked at Sage, Kai, and Vesper. "You're going to be terrible at this." "We know," Vesper said. "But you'll try anyway." "We will." "Good." Marrow's smile was sad but genuine. That's all Keyes wanted. All any of us wanted. For the next generation to have the luxury of trying instead of just surviving. The ceremony dissolved into informal celebration. People brought food, shared stories, laughed in the way people laugh when they've survived something terrible and are learning how to exist afterward. Junie ran around collecting well-wishes and small gifts, practical things like books and clothes, but also symbolic things. Echo gave them a piece of Vale's arrest paperwork in a frame. "Remember," Echo said, "the people who tried to erase you are gone. You won." Keyes' family, a chosen family of elder glyph modifiers, gave Junie a small crystal from the archive. Part of the consciousness that Keyes was connected to, they explained. So you can remember them. So you can know someone thought you mattered enough to die protecting your right to exist. Junie held the crystal carefully, reverently. As the gathering wound down, Sage, Kai, Vesper, and Junie stood together in the archive's heart chamber. The space that had held so much violence and transformation now held something quieter, hope. "So," Junie said. "Do I call you Mom, Dad, and, what's a neutral parenting term?" "Mappa," Vesper supplied. "Or just Vesper. Whatever feels right." Sage, Kai, and Vesper works, Junie decided. "Unless you want the titles?" "I've never been anyone's dad before," Kai said quietly. "I wouldn't know how to be one." "You're doing it right now," Junie pointed out. "Being worried about doing it right. That's the whole thing." Sage laughed, surprised. "When did you get so wise?" "I learned from watching you all be disasters who try anyway," Junie said cheerfully. "It's very educational." They walked home together, officially family now, not just improvised household. The city's streets were quiet in the evening, glyphs glowing softly at people's throats, the constant fear that had defined the pre-liberation world absent. "Are you happy?" Junie asked suddenly. "Yeah," Sage said, surprised to find it was true. "I think I am." "Me too," Kai said. "Me 3, Vesper added. "Me 4, Junie finished. "And my birth parents would be happy about that. Right? That I'm happy?" "Yeah," Sage said. "That's exactly what they'd want. That's what everyone fought for, your right to be happy without having to fight for it first." They reached home, their official home now, with Junie's adoption papers filed and witnessed. The apartment looked the same as it had this morning, but everything felt different. Weighted with permanence. Weighted with choice. Junie went to get ready for bed, and the 3 adults collapsed on the couch, exhausted from the ceremony's emotional weight. "We did it," Vesper said. "We're parents now," Kai added, sounding dazed. "We're going to be so bad at this," Sage said. "Probably," Vesper agreed. "But we promised to try. And trying counts." They sat together in comfortable silence, listening to Junie sing to themselves in the bathroom while brushing their teeth. Off-key, loud, unself-conscious. The sound of a child who felt safe enough to be silly. The sound of freedom. Not complete freedom. Not perfect freedom. But real freedom. The kind built on honest relationships instead of fantasy. The kind that acknowledged pain while choosing joy anyway. Tomorrow Junie starts at a new school, Kai said. A real school. With other kids who have free glyphs. Are we ready for that? Vesper asked. No, Sage said. But we're doing it anyway. That's basically our motto now, Kai said. We're not ready but we're doing it anyway. Could be worse mottos, Vesper said. Junie appeared in pajamas, clutching the stuffed rabbit they'd had since their parents were alive. Can I sleep in your room tonight? The ceremony was a lot and I don't want to be alone. Yeah, Sage said immediately. Yeah, you can sleep with us. They made a nest of blankets on the floor of the main bedroom, none of them quite ready for the kid to sleep in the bed with them, but close enough to touch. Junie curled up with their rabbit, the archive crystal from Keys's family clutched in one hand. Good night, Sage. Good night, Kai. Good night, Vesper, Junie said. Good night, Junie, they said in unison. I love you, Junie added sleepily. None of them had expected that. None of them knew how to respond. But Kai found words first, we love you too. And Sage and Vesper echoed it, their voices catching. Good, Junie said, already half asleep. That's how families work. Right? Yeah, Sage whispered. That's how families work. They stayed awake after Junie drifted off, watching the child sleep, processing the enormity of what they'd just committed to. I'm terrified, Vesper admitted quietly. Me too, Kai said. Same, Sage added. But we're going to try, Vesper said. We're going to try, they agreed. And in the archive, miles away, the consciousness that had once held centuries of suppressed identities now held something new, the record of 4 broken people choosing to build a family. Choosing each other. Choosing to believe that partial liberation was enough to grow love in. The archive kept that memory safe. Kept all their memories safe. Proof that erasure wasn't the only path to freedom. Proof that tomorrow could exist without destroying yesterday. Proof that broken people could raise free children without breaking them the same way. It wasn't perfect proof. But it was real. And real, the archive had learned, was always better than perfect. Chapter 27, Continuation. 5 years later. Sage stood at the kitchen counter chopping vegetables for dinner, half listening to the argument happening at the table behind them. Junie, 12 now, lanky and confident in a way that still took Sage's breath away, was laying into Kai about resistance history with the casual brutality of someone who'd never had to be polite to survive. I'm just saying, Junie said, waving a datapad for emphasis, the partial restoration was obviously the right call, but you all waited way too long to do it. You could have stopped Marrow months earlier if you just. We didn't know what she was planning months earlier, Kai interrupted. He was teaching Junie security magic at the table, showing them wards they'd never need but that he couldn't help teaching anyway. Old habits. You suspected though. Vesper knew. And you all just sat on it having philosophical debates while people were still dying. Junie, Vesper tried to mediate from their spot at the table, where they were working on the final chapters of their history of the resistance. No, I want to hear this, Kai said, leaning back. His face held the complicated expression of someone being criticized by their child and being proud of them for it simultaneously. What would you have done differently? I would have confronted her immediately. Not let her gather support. Not let it get to the point where there was a vote. Junie's voice carried absolute certainty. You all were so worried about respecting her trauma and her leadership that you forgot she was planning to commit mass erasure. That's. Kai started, then stopped. That's fair. We did prioritize not wanting to be cruel to Marrow over stopping her faster. See? Junie gestured triumphantly. You're getting it. The previous generation's obsession with kindness to individual people almost destroyed everyone. Sometimes you need to be mean to prevent genocides. Sage turned from the counter. That's an oversimplification. Is it though? Junie's eyes, so like their birth mothers, Sage had learned from photographs, were sharp. Marrow was your friend and mentor, so you gave her chances you wouldn't have given Director Vale. That's not justice. That's just favoritism. Vale was actively murdering people, Vesper pointed out. And Marrow was planning to erase everyone who'd ever existed. Past tense murderer versus future tense mass obliterator. I know which one I think is worse. You think planning to erase is worse than actually murdering? Kai's voice was carefully neutral. Obviously. Vale killed people who chose to fight. Marrow was going to erase people without asking them. At least Vale's victims had agency. Junie paused. I mean, Vale was still a monster and I'm glad she's in prison forever. But Marrow's plan was worse. You're just biased because you loved her. Sage felt Vesper wince across the room. You're not wrong, Sage admitted. We did let our affection for Marrow compromise our response time. That's a valid critique. Thank you. Junie looked smug. Also, your generation's obsession with preserving trauma as identity is weird. Just because suffering shaped you doesn't mean suffering is good. You could acknowledge your trauma made you who you are while also wishing it hadn't happened. We do wish it hadn't happened, Vesper said quietly. Do you though? Because every time I say, it sucked that you had to hide your glyph for years, you all get weird and defensive and start talking about how the hiding taught you survival skills. Sage stopped. That's actually true. We do that. I know. I live with you. I watch you do it constantly. Junie turned back to their datapad. It's okay to just say, yes, it sucked, I wish it hadn't happened, and also I survived it. You don't have to pretend the suffering was secretly good. The kitchen was quiet for a moment. Then Kai started laughing. What? Junie demanded. You're 12 and you just therapized all three of us, Kai said. How did you get so good at this? I grew up watching you all process trauma poorly, Junie said matter-of-factly. It's very educational. I'm learning all the things not to do. Glad we could provide a cautionary tale, Sage said dryly. You're welcome. Junie's grin was absolutely unrepentant. Also, dinner's going to burn if you don't stir whatever that is. Sage turned back to the stove with a curse. The vegetables were fine, but barely. They stirred, adjusted heat, tried to remember what they'd been making. This was life now. Domestic. Ordinary. Punctuated by a preteen who'd grown up so free they felt entitled to critique the revolution that had bought them that freedom. It was perfect. Hey Junie, Vesper said, not looking up from their manuscript. What are you writing for your school assignment? The one about post-liberation identity formation? I'm arguing that the partial restoration created new problems you all didn't anticipate, Junie said. Because now there's this generational split where people my age have zero shared experience with people your age. We can't understand what it was like to hide. You can't understand what it's like to just exist. And that's causing weird social friction. That's actually really insightful, Vesper said. Can I read it when you're done? Only if you promise not to use it in your book without crediting me. Deal. Junie went back to their datapad, muttering about resistance strategy failures. Sage plated food, brought it to the table. The four of them sat down to eat, a ritual they'd maintained for 5 years now, even when they were fighting or exhausted or barely holding together. Family dinner. No matter what. Marrow messaged today, Sage said between bites. She's doing better. Working with younger activists who are pushing for economic justice now that glyph justice is partially handled. Is she still apologizing for trying to erase everyone? Junie asked. Always. It's become her whole personality. That's sad, Junie said. She should get over it and do something useful instead. Junie, Kai started. What? I'm serious. She spent 40 years fighting for liberation, then nearly destroyed everything, then spent 5 years apologizing. At some point you have to move past guilt into action. Otherwise you're just performing trauma. Where did you learn these phrases? Vesper asked, bemused. Therapy. Which you all made me go to after I told my teacher that my parents died fighting the state and I got adopted by 3 resistance members. We thought you needed support. I did. I do. Therapy's great. But now I have vocabulary for all your dysfunction. Junie pointed their fork at each adult in turn. Sage has chronic guilt and tends toward self-erasure as a coping mechanism. Kai has hypervigilance and can't stop preparing for threats that don't exist anymore. Vesper cycles between rigid control and total surrender with no middle ground. You're all disasters. Wow, Kai said. Dragged. It's okay. You're working on it. That's the important part. Junie smiled sweetly. But yeah, Marrow should do the same. Work on it through action instead of just feeling bad. Sage exchanged looks with Kai and Vesper. When had their child become this perceptive? When had they started seeing through all the protective layers the polycule had built? We'll tell her you said hi, Sage said finally. Tell her I said to stop apologizing and start doing, Junie corrected. It's more useful. After dinner, Junie retreated to their room to finish homework. The 3 adults cleaned up in comfortable silence, moving around each other with the practiced ease of 5 years together. They're right, you know, Vesper said, drying dishes. About all of it. Marrow, our trauma responses, the generational split. All of it. I know, Sage said. We raised a kid who's smarter than us, Kai added. Is that success or failure? Success, Vesper said firmly. That's the whole point. They get to be better because they didn't have to survive what we survived. They're also kind of ruthless, Kai said. Did you hear them casually say Marrow's plan was worse than Vale's murders? They're not wrong though, Sage said. Just undiplomatic. Because they never had to learn diplomacy to survive, Vesper said. They get to be blunt. That's the luxury we bought them. They moved to the living room, collapsed on the couch that had been replaced twice in 5 years because Junie kept destroying furniture through the casual chaos of growing up. Outside the window, the floating city glowed in the evening light, towers and bridges, the drowned ruins of old Atlanta visible far below. Do you ever regret it? Kai asked suddenly. Partial restoration instead of complete? Knowing we could have erased all this suffering but chose not to? Sage considered. No. Not really. Because, they gestured toward Junie's room, where music was playing loud enough to be annoying. That kid exists because we chose preservation. The specific, particular person there was shaped by knowing their birth parents died fighting, by growing up in our broken household, by learning from our mistakes. If we'd done complete restoration, they wouldn't exist. We'd have some other child, happier maybe, but not them. And that would have been erasure, Vesper finished. Yeah. Even if that other version would have been better? Better is subjective. Different is just different. Sage pulled their knees up. Junie's right that we're weird about trauma. Right that we could acknowledge it sucked while not pretending it was secretly good. But they're wrong that any version of them would be interchangeable. This Junie, with this history, with this family, that's specific. That's real. And I wouldn't trade real for hypothetically better. Neither would I, Kai said. Me either, Vesper agreed. Though I reserve the right to wish it had been easier while still being glad for what we have. Fair. They sat in comfortable silence, listening to Junie's terrible music choices, feeling the weight of 5 years of chosen family. I never thought we'd make it this long, Kai admitted. Thought we'd break up after a year, maybe 2. Thought the relationship was just crisis bonding. Me too, Vesper said. Same, Sage added. But we kept choosing each other. Even when it was hard. Even when it would have been easier to leave. Think we'll make it another 5 years? Kai asked. Probably not, Vesper said cheerfully. We're disasters. Junie just explained in detail how we're all dysfunctional. But we'll try, Sage said. We'll try, they agreed in unison. Junie appeared in the doorway, backpack on. I'm going to Ash's house to study. Back by 9. Ash is the kid with the tri-aspect glyph? Vesper asked. Yeah. They're helping me with the identity formation paper. Junie headed for the door, then paused. Hey. I know I'm mean to you all sometimes. About the resistance stuff. About your mistakes. You're not mean, Sage started. I am. But it's because I love you and I want you to be better. Junie's voice got smaller. And because sometimes I'm scared you'll stop existing like my birth parents did. So I'm mean instead of scared. My therapist says it's a defense mechanism. Junie. It's okay. I'm working on it. Just wanted you to know. They straightened. Also, we're out of milk. We'll get more, Kai said. Thanks. Love you, be back by 9. And they were gone, door slamming behind them. They're 12, Vesper said faintly. How are they already figuring out their defense mechanisms? Because they get to have the luxury of slow growth, Sage said. Because they get to go to therapy without being terrified the therapist will report their glyph. Because they get to be self-aware instead of just surviving. We did that, Kai said. We fought for that. Yeah. We did. They sat with that for a moment, the weight of achievement. The knowledge that they'd actually succeeded in building something. Not perfectly. Not completely. But real. Sage stood, walked to the window. The city had changed in 5 years. More open glyph presentations. More mixed gender groups. More casual acceptance of fluid identities. Small changes. Incremental freedom. Not everything Marrow had wanted. Not complete erasure of suffering. But something. The archive still stood in the city center, visible from their window. Its crystal formations glowed softly, memories held safe, history preserved. Sage didn't visit as often anymore. The merged consciousness had mostly separated, leaving them as just Sage again, carrying the weight of what they'd experienced but not constantly channeling centuries of voices. Sometimes they missed it. The connection. The certainty that comes from carrying collective history. But mostly they were glad to just be themselves. One person. Complicated and broken and trying. What are you thinking about? Vesper asked from the couch. Tomorrow, Sage said. How it keeps arriving. How we keep choosing to be here for it. Heavy thoughts for a Tuesday night. Junie's rubbing off on me. I'm getting philosophical in my old age. You're 38, Kai pointed out. Ancient. Decrepit. Practically dead. Shut up, Vesper said fondly. Sage returned to the couch, settled between their partners. 5 years together. Thousands of small choices to stay. Thousands of small moments of choosing each other over easier options. I'm glad we didn't break up, Sage said. Me too, Kai said. Same, Vesper added. Even though Junie's right that we're all dysfunctional. Especially because of that, Sage said. Because we know we're dysfunctional and we try anyway. Outside, the sun was setting over the floating city. New glyphs pulsed in the archive, visible through the window, a constellation of possibilities that didn't exist 7 years ago. Children Junie's age walked the streets openly, their fluid identities unremarkable, their freedom casual. The revolution hadn't fixed everything. Junie was right about that. There were still problems, still injustices, still work to be done. But there was also this, a 12-year-old who felt safe enough to critique the people who raised them. Who felt entitled to better. Who carried a scar from the fight but wasn't defined by it. That was what they'd fought for. Not perfection. Not the erasure of pain. Just this, tomorrow's children getting to exist with less weight. Getting to be angry about things the previous generation couldn't even dream of fixing. Getting to demand better because they knew better was possible. Sage thought about Junie, off studying with friends, casually secure in their identity. Thought about all the children who'd grown up in the past 5 years never knowing the terror of hiding. Thought about the ones still to come, another generation that would push further, demand more, critique the partial liberation Sage's generation had fought for. Good. Let them critique. Let them demand better. Let them be unsatisfied with partial victories. That was proof the partial liberation had worked. That freedom was real enough to be taken for granted. That tomorrow's children could afford to be ungrateful because they'd never known the weight of yesterday. What? Kai asked, noticing Sage's expression. Nothing, Sage said. Just thinking about Junie. About how they're right that we should have done more. About how them being able to say that means we did enough. That's very zen, Vesper said. I contain multitudes. You contain one multitude. The archive. And you mostly got rid of it. I contain the memory of multitudes. It's different. They sat together as evening deepened into night, 3 people who'd fought for tomorrow and were now living in it. Imperfect. Incomplete. But real. Junie came home at 9:03, loudly enough to wake everyone who might have been dozing. They announced their presence, raided the kitchen for snacks they'd been told to eat at dinner, and disappeared back to their room with a casual, "Good night, love you," thrown over their shoulder. We're terrible parents, Vesper said. The worst, Kai agreed. Junie's thriving despite us, Sage added. Because of us, Vesper corrected. We gave them the foundation to be this confident and annoying. True. They sat a while longer, then started the evening routine, checking locks that didn't need checking, Kai's hypervigilance, organizing papers that could wait, Vesper's need for control, reviewing the next day's schedule obsessively, Sage's anxiety management. All the dysfunction Junie had called out, played out in domestic ritual. We should work on that, Sage said. Tomorrow, Vesper said. Always tomorrow, Kai agreed. And tomorrow would arrive. It always did. With new problems and old patterns and the constant work of being better while accepting they'd never be perfect. But they'd be here for it. Together. Choosing each other. Choosing Junie. Choosing the messy, complicated, incomplete life they'd built. In the archive, miles away, the consciousness that had once screamed with suppressed voices now held quieter memories, adoption ceremonies and family dinners, arguments about history and children learning to critique. The everyday mundane proof that liberation had worked. Not completely. Never completely. But enough. Enough to build lives on. Enough to raise free children in. Enough to continue. And continuation, the archive understood now, was always more honest than triumph. The story didn't end with the working. Didn't end with the adoption. Wouldn't end when Junie turned 18 or when the polycule finally broke up or when Sage eventually died. It just continued. Messy and real and incomplete. Tomorrow arriving again and again, bringing new problems that proved the old ones had been solved well enough to move past. That was the whole point. Not ending. Continuing. And they were ready for it. Finally, impossibly, ready.